Shen Wan awoke from a harrowing nightmare, finding herself reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse. Uncertain whether to rejoice in the chance to relive her life or lament the impending doom of the world, she grappled with her emotions. The cataclysms of torrential rain, frigid cold, sweltering heat, and earthquakes had claimed her life in her previous existence after merely 3 years. This time, however, she vowed to strategize for herself and her family. Chapter 1. Awakening The incessant buzzing of the air conditioner shook her slender form, prompting her to reach under the pillow, only to grasp at emptiness. In a sudden jolt, Shen Wan sprang upright, bewildered by her unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't she supposed to be in the living quarters of a refugee camp? Where was the dagger she had stashed beneath her pillow? As her almond-shaped eyes widened, she surveyed the room, walls adorned in a muted khaki, curtains of linen gray, and the familiar sight of a sofa and vanity. This was her bedroom before the world fell apart, the sanctuary she shared with her beloved Meng Meng. The cotton bedding, decorated with cheerful yellow flowers, and the rainbow unicorn resting by her pillow were all tokens of Meng Meng's affection. Life in the apocalypse had felt like an eternity, and the warmth of this scene was buried deep within her heart, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The relentless buzzing persisted, and Shen Wan located her phone on the nightstand, silencing the alarm. Staring at the date, May 9th, 2052, 12:20, she was struck dumb. Was this rebirth? She found it difficult to distinguish between dreams and reality. With a firm pinch to her thigh, she gasped at the sharp pain. This was no dream. It was indeed reality. Yet, she was once again thrust into the harrowing 3 months leading up to the apocalypse. But where was Meng Meng? Her gaze fell upon the illuminated screen of her phone, confirming it was Thursday, May 9th. Meng Meng should still be in kindergarten. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face as memories surged back. Following her recollections, she unlocked her phone and checked the weather forecast. Sunny, with temperatures ranging from a low of 28 degrees to a high of 38 degrees. No doubt about it, just as in her previous life, the early May heat was already absurdly high. She recalled that the apocalypse had commenced with a month-long deluge, followed by over a year of bitter cold and around 2 years of sweltering heat. The exact timeline eluded her, but she vividly remembered the catastrophic earthquake that had claimed her life. As for subsequent disasters, she could only speculate, though history indicated that earthquakes often preceded outbreaks of disease or plague. Reflecting upon it now, the onset of the apocalypse had not been without warning. Months of unrelenting drought and soaring summer temperatures had gone largely unnoticed, attributed to global warming rather than a cataclysmic shift. While a few perceptive individuals had sensed something amiss, they merely stockpiled supplies in anticipation of transient extreme weather, never suspecting it heralded the end of the world. Her stomach growled audibly, a reminder not just of physical hunger, but of a deep-seated yearning for sustenance. It had been an eternity since she had enjoyed a satisfying meal. In the dire scarcity of resources during the apocalypse, mere survival had been a daily struggle. Rushing into the kitchen, she began rummaging through cabinets in search of food. After a flurry of activity, she unearthed her favorite tomato beef noodles from the overhead cabinet. Quickly, she filled a pot with water, igniting the gas stove, and once the water boiled, she added the noodles. From the freezer, she retrieved frozen beef meatballs and sausages, along with 2 eggs. Spotting some bok choy in the fridge, she tossed it in as well. After years of hunger in the apocalypse, everything appeared delectable to her. Her bowl brimmed with the steaming noodles, and without pausing to test the temperature, she devoured it, tears spilling forth once more. At the onset of the bitter cold, the government had still distributed instant noodles among the supplies. In the later stages, even noodles became a luxury. Those of them who were the underprivileged survivors struggled to find enough to eat, let alone enjoy such delicacies. Gulping down the meal, she still felt unsated. She retrieved a small cake from the freezer, and only then did the urgency of her hunger begin to subside. After washing her face in the bathroom, she gazed into the mirror at the familiar yet foreign face staring back at her, delicate brows, enchanting almond eyes, and lustrous hair cascading over her shoulders. She mustered a smile, her lips curving upward, revealing a pair of faint dimples. The light from the mirror illuminated her flawless complexion, a stark contrast to the yellowed skin she had worn during her 3 years of survival. Throughout her life, she had been the envy of parents in her community, not only for her beauty, but also for her academic prowess. Yet in those 3 years of the apocalypse, she had become a shadow of her former self, her skin marred by frostbite and sunspots. During a desperate search for supplies, she had sustained a long scar on her left cheek, a cruel reminder of her struggles. In the early days of the torrential rain, hospitals had ceased to function, and Shen Wan had traded her precious supplies for 2 pills of anti-inflammatory medication, which had saved her life, though the scar remained an indelible mark of her suffering. Ironically, it was this gruesome scar that had enabled her to evade the clutches of those with malicious intent. The sight of her disfigurement often sent them fleeing in disgust. In the apocalypse, lacking sufficient strength, beauty could become a death sentence. After a quick tidy-up, Shen Wan grabbed her phone and car keys, preparing to leave. She was determined to pick Meng Meng up from kindergarten. On the fateful night when the bitter cold arrived, Meng Meng had quietly slipped away, while she had continued to exist in a state of numbness. Meng Meng was fiercely independent, insisting on sleeping alone in her little bed. Had she not been so self-sufficient, she might have survived that frigid night. Just days ago, Meng Meng had celebrated her 2nd birthday. Shen Wan, constrained by work, had been dropping her off at kindergarten for early education classes, only to retrieve her after work. Clenching her fists, Shen Wan resolved that this time, regardless of how brutal the calamities might be, she would protect Meng Meng, her only remaining family. Upon exiting the elevator and entering the underground parking lot, she experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. It had been so long that she had forgotten where she had parked her car. Following the sound of her key fob, she finally located her small vehicle, a long, white Audi. It had been a gift from her parents, who had been concerned about her exhausting commute on public transport. Having only used it for a little over 2 years, she planned to sell it in a couple of months to stockpile supplies. In her previous life, she had left it in the underground garage, only for it to be damaged by flooding the day after the torrential rains began, never to be seen again. Driving out of the community, she sped towards Meng Meng's kindergarten, which was not far, just a few traffic lights away. Normally, she would walk her daughter to school, combining it with her daily exercise. However, now, her eagerness to see her precious child compelled her to drive. Chapter 2. Assets As she emerged from the underground parking structure, the glaring sunlight momentarily blinded her, and a wave of heat enveloped her. Hastily, she closed the windows and turned on the air conditioning. Gradually navigating through the community, she merged onto the main road, where the volume of traffic increased. The bustling sounds of the city, tinged with a nostalgic familiarity, enveloped her, and only then did she truly grasp the reality of being granted a second chance at life. 5 minutes later, she arrived at the kindergarten's entrance. First, she verified her identity at the card scanner, then registered her information with the security personnel, who would notify the teachers to bring Meng Meng out. This was indeed the primary reason she chose this kindergarten. Its stringent security measures ensured the utmost safety for her child. From a distance, she spotted Teacher Song leading a chubby little boy towards her. Upon seeing her mother, Shen Momo released Teacher Song's hand and wobbled over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. With his tiny arms wrapped around her neck, the 2-year-old softly uttered "Mama." Although his pronunciation was not yet perfect, it brought a pang of bittersweet emotion to Shen Wan's eyes. Holding Momo close, she composed herself and addressed Teacher Song. "Thank you for your care on such a hot day. I happen to have some free time today, so I decided to pick him up early." Teacher Song affectionately ruffled Momo's hair and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Momo is exceptionally bright and well-behaved, with a strong sense of independence. All the teachers in the class adore him." Shen Wan nodded. "See you tomorrow." "Goodbye, Momo, and goodbye to teacher." Momo waved at Teacher Song before turning to clamber into the car, his little bottom swaying adorably as he struggled to climb in. Once seated in the back safety seat, Shen Wan secured a seatbelt and drove home. By the time they arrived, it was already 1:30. Momo, lulled by the ride, had drifted off to sleep. She carefully carried him upstairs and placed him on the bed, gently removing his clothes and covering him with a blanket, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful nap. In the meantime, she needed to meticulously devise a plan to ensure a better life for both of them in the impending apocalypse. Seating herself at the dining table, she opened her laptop and began typing furiously. Within 5 minutes, a freshly composed resignation letter had been sent to the office manager's email. With less than 3 months remaining until the apocalypse, Shen Wan was unwilling to squander her time and energy producing profits for the capitalists. Every hour was precious. Securing supplies was of utmost importance. As she pondered this, a call came in from her manager, Lu. She pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiao Shen. Why the sudden decision to resign? Is there an urgent matter?" Shen Wan thought to herself. She certainly couldn't disclose that the world was ending. Finding an excuse, she replied, "Hello, manager. I've not been feeling well lately and went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor advised me to change my lifestyle as prolonged stress can cause irreversible damage to my health. So, I plan to take a break and stay in Nanshire for a few months." She was not lying. After dropping off Momo that morning, she intended to drive to work but was suddenly struck with a splitting headache. After calling in sick, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken 3 years later. Using illness as a reason for her resignation aligned well with her sick leave today, and the company would likely not make it difficult for her. Manager Liu paused for a moment. "Given this reason, I can't persuade you otherwise. However, I must confess that I won't be able to recruit a new head in such a short time." Shen Wan smiled. After observing for some time, "I believe Lu Jingjing in our team possesses excellent business capabilities. She is responsible and meticulous, so if you think highly of her, perhaps you could consider nurturing her further." She mentioned this because she had overheard colleagues discussing Lu Jingjing in the break room, learning that she was Manager Lu's niece. With this in mind, Shen Wan was more than willing to do Lu a favor. If he was satisfied, her resignation process would go more smoothly. Indeed, Lu chuckled. "Xiao Lu's workability is commendable. You've certainly taught her well, and she has made significant progress recently. Please come by in the next couple of days to complete your resignation procedures and hand over your responsibilities." After hanging up, Shen Wan resolved to visit the office first thing tomorrow to finalize her resignation. Otherwise, she'd have to wait until the following Monday. In truth, the company's compensation was quite decent, and her ascent to a managerial position over the years was largely due to the support of her superiors. Glancing at her bank account, which had just received over 10,000 in salary a couple of days prior, she felt a twinge of reluctance to let go of this job if it weren't for the impending catastrophe. With the resignation settled, she retrieved half a watermelon from the kitchen and dug in with a spoon, relishing the delightful taste. How long had it been since she last enjoyed fruit? 2 years, or perhaps 3? In the apocalypse, only the highest-tier survivors could savor fruits and vegetables. Yes, even in the face of calamity, some could still lead a comfortable life. Shen Wan took stock of her assets. Her bank balance showed 118,920 yuan. She also had investments in funds and short-term financial products, and if redeemed, she estimated her total assets would amount to around 430,000 yuan. The apartment she resided in was located in the new district of Sioux City, with an area of approximately 92 square meters. It had cost nearly 1.8 million yuan when purchased outright. This apartment was a carefully chosen dowry from her parents, situated near an excellent elementary school. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Her parents had planned for her child's future schooling even before she had found love or settled down. Tragically, her parents had perished in a car accident shortly after her university graduation. 6 months after the loss of her parents, she decided to pursue in vitro fertilization. She reached out to a sperm bank with simple criteria for her donor: a bachelor's degree or higher, and, most importantly, good health. Thus, Shen Momo was born, and of course, she would carry the Shen surname. In a moment of fervor, she had welcomed a child into the world, unaware that an apocalypse loomed 3 years ahead. Otherwise, she would never have subjected Momo to such suffering. Now that her child was over 2 years old, all she could do was accept the situation. After her parents' passing, Shen Wan received an unexpected insurance payout of 1.3 million yuan, which she had stored in a separate bank card that she had never used, now rendered digital in the aftermath. She recalled that her parents owned a 3-bedroom apartment in the old city, while she had been residing in the new house for work convenience. The 3-bedroom apartment, approximately 120 square meters, was in a sought-after school district, and she estimated it could sell for around 4 million yuan due to its prime location. According to current educational policies, school districts for key city middle schools were perpetually in high demand. Moreover, there were the insurance policies she had purchased for herself and Momo over the years, all short-term financial products. Every little bit counted, and she needed to find a way to ensure the insurance company would pay out. Chapter 3. The Jade Pendant Space. Shen Wan's insurance was purchased by her parents, and after their passing, she continued to pay the premiums, amounting to approximately 160,000 yuan. Shen Momo's insurance, on the other hand, was bought by Shen Wan, totaling 60,000 yuan over 3 years. After a phone call with the insurance agent to initiate an early redemption, a spirited exchange ensued. Armed with evidence of the agent's dubious practices and promising a 2% commission, she ultimately secured an 80% refund, which would be deposited into her account within a couple of days. Currently, her available funds amounted to around 1 73 million yuan, allowing her to begin procuring essential supplies, such as long-lasting living necessities and survival tools. As she surveyed the living room, she felt that the space seemed somewhat cramped, especially considering their residence on the 8th floor. In her previous life, the flood had risen to the 6th floor, followed by a relentless snowfall that led to an ice layer encasing everything. The 8th floor where Shen Wan resided was exceedingly frigid, and she had been expelled from her home, subsequently joining the official rescue teams to relocate to a shelter. It was clear that she needed to find a new place to live, and selling this apartment promptly was imperative. Shen Wan preferred renting, as she wanted to conserve her funds for essential supplies. However, if she intended to stockpile adequate living provisions and survival tools, she felt that over 100 square meters would be insufficient. How wonderful it would be to possess a storage space, rendering these concerns moot. At that moment, Shen Wan recalled being trapped beneath a collapsed living quarters during the earthquake in her previous life. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to glimpse a flash of green light before her. What could it have been? She retrieved a jade pendant hanging around her neck. Could it be the source of that green light? This pendant had been gifted to her by her grandmother before her passing. It was a round, icy jade piece slightly larger than a coin, with a hollow outer ring and a complete, oval jade center, roughly the size of a fingernail. Shen Wan remembered her grandmother mentioning that their ancestors had once been landowners who had surrendered many valuable items to preserve their families' lives during that era, while secretly hiding small treasures. Now, only this jade pendant remained. Due to its delicate and exquisite design, it was typically reserved for the family's daughters, or passed down to daughters-in-law in the absence of daughters, and now it had come to her. Upon closer inspection, she found no mechanisms to open or rotate the pendant, although fine white lines were visible within the circular jade. If there were no mechanisms, perhaps a medium was needed? Shen Wan opened a drawer, retrieved a sewing needle, and sterilized it with alcohol. After pricking the tip of her right middle finger, a droplet of red blood emerged. Carefully, she let it fall onto the pendant, but there was no reaction. She squeezed out another drop, this time letting it touch the center of the circular jade. In the next moment, Shen Wan's eyes widened. She noticed the white lines on the jade beginning to slowly swirl, and a hint of red appeared among them. The mingling of red, white, and green hues compelled her to rub her eyes, confirming it was not an illusion. A faint green light emerged, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed much fainter than the one she had witnessed during the earthquake in her past life. The green light gradually coalesced and surged toward her forehead. Before she could react, a sharp pain pierced her temples, as if a dagger were twisting within her brain. What felt like mere minutes stretched into an eternity, and Shen Wan broke into a sweat, unable to suppress an exclamation of frustration. If she didn't receive some form of compensation for this ordeal, she would reduce the jade pendant to dust. However, upon seeing the shattered pendant on the table, she retracted her thoughts, realizing it was unnecessary. Given the circumstances, it seemed the jade pendant's space had already bonded with her. Shen Wan closed her eyes and silently willed herself to enter. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself still in the living room. She tried again, concentrating on entering the space. Still no success. Perhaps her method of activation was flawed? Or was it possible that the space could not accommodate a physical form, only thoughts, and could not store living entities? Once more, she closed her eyes, reaching out with her consciousness into the boundless darkness. In the far left corner of her mind, she sensed a white orb of light. As her awareness delved deeper, she found it. A flash of white light engulfed her, revealing a courtyard resembling an ancient compound. The walls were white, and the tiles of vivid green. Observing from above, she noted two side rooms flanking a main courtyard, which was significantly elevated compared to the sides. The courtyard itself was expansive, estimated to be around 300 square meters, reminiscent of an ancient dwelling. Shen Wan opened her eyes, grabbed a pack of tissues from the table, and intended to store it within the courtyard space. In the blink of an eye, the tissues vanished from her grasp. Delving into the space, she discovered them resting quietly on the ground of the courtyard. With a mere thought, they reappeared in her hand. She continued her experiments, envisioning the entrance of the compound, silently commanding herself to enter, and found herself standing at the entrance. It was indeed true, her body could traverse the space, provided she specified a particular location. Initially, she had no idea what the space looked like, making it impossible to visualize specific scenes. Now that the entirety of the courtyard's appearance resided in her mind, she could easily transport herself wherever she wished with a mere thought. As she stood at the entrance, she observed the simple layout of the compound. On either side of the grand entrance, there were two small rooms, which she attempted to open but found locked. The courtyard featured 4 rooms on each side, and the main building opposite the entrance appeared to have only a single door, likely leading to a large room. The courtyard boasted a vast area of black soil, presumably suitable for planting vegetables. A stone path extended from the entrance directly to the main building, while a circular corridor encircled the courtyard, approximately 2 meters wide. Wandering along the corridor, Shen Wan pushed against the doors of the side rooms, but found them all sealed. From the outside, each room appeared to be 5 meters in length, with an interior space likely similar. Regrettably, all these vacant rooms could not be utilized for storage. Finally, she reached the door of the main building, pushing against it, and this time the door opened at last. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. At least one room was accessible, or she would have felt utterly stifled. However, upon entering the vast empty room, she was taken aback by the absence of even a table or chair, let alone the rumored antique paintings. The room was approximately 15 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 8 meters high, a stark 150 square meters devoid of any furnishings. Oh, wait. To her right, there was indeed a staircase leading to the second floor. Climbing the stairs, she discovered, as expected, it too was empty, mirroring the dimensions of the first floor, though the ceiling height was only 5 meters. It seemed the remaining rooms were also vacant, making her the poorest space master in history. Currently, only these 2 rooms were usable. Yet, Shen Wan speculated that the barriers on the other rooms could potentially be lifted. She just had no idea how to accomplish that. Chapter 4. Online shopping. Moreover, she needed to test the flow of time within the space to ascertain how much stock she would need to accumulate. After some contemplation, she exited the space, retrieved 4 ice creams from the refrigerator, and placed them in the main building on the first floor, the second floor, the corridor, and the courtyard's black soil, intending to observe their melting status after 1 hour. Upon exiting the space, she tiptoed to the bedroom door. Glancing in to find little Momo sleeping soundly with a rainbow unicorn clutched in her arms, her head tilted back, and her chubby little face reminiscent of a cartoon character. Sitting at the computer, Shen Wan munched on watermelon while continuing to compile her stock list: transportation tools, self-defense items, medical supplies, and living necessities such as rice, flour, and oil. Some supplies she planned to purchase online for convenience, while larger quantities would necessitate a market visit. Opening a certain online shopping platform, she ordered 5 earthquake survival kits, which included rescue ropes, flashlights, and folding shovels, and also bought 10 thermal tents, 10 military knives, and 10 multifunctional axes, spending nearly 6,000 yuan. Currently, procuring weapons poses a challenge. Hence, I can only stockpile a few small knives for the time being, hoping for future opportunities to acquire longer blades. The first wave of disaster manifests as torrential rain, and through personal experience, Shen Wan is acutely aware of the essential supplies required. She orders 5 anti-stab and anti-cut inflatable boats, 10 sets of waterproof suits, 10 sets of diving suits, 10 oxygen tanks, 100 sets of medical protective clothing, and 100 anti-fog goggles. Additionally, she purchases 2 diesel-powered speedboats, opting for the highest configuration with reinforced anti-stab features and a rapid inflation time of 20 seconds. She also buys batteries and electric motors separately, allowing the speedboats to operate on both fuel and electricity. By the 3rd day of the torrential rain, the city will experience a power outage, prompting Shen Wan to order 200 large candles, 20 solar-powered lamps, 20 large waterproof tarps, and 10 oversized waterproof bags, bringing her total expenditure close to 30,000. The second wave of calamity brings extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to -52 degrees. In her previous life, Shen Wan felt bone-chilling cold even when wrapped in all her blankets. Finding a high-tech thermal underwear store online that claims to withstand temperatures below -20 degrees, she promptly orders 10 sets each for adults and children. She also orders 5 down comforters and 5 thick cotton blankets, along with 10 sets of fleece bedding, which come with several pairs of pillows as a bonus. Aware that relying solely on blankets for warmth is impractical, she plans to renovate her bedroom and bed in the future. She orders 10 sets of thick down jackets and down pants in various sizes, along with several different sizes for Shen Momo. 5 sets of plush pajamas in assorted sizes, and 10 oversized military coats are also purchased, allowing her to envelop Momo in warmth. Additionally, she orders 10 sets each of Russian trapper hats and scarves, 10 sets of thick masks, gloves, and windproof goggles. She acquires more than a dozen pairs of thick waterproof snow boots, thermal underwear, fleece sweaters, and fleece pants. Clothing for all seasons is ordered in 50 sets each, predominantly in muted gray and black tones for a discreet and safe appearance. Coupled with what she already has at home, she believes this will suffice. Furthermore, she orders 100 boxes of underwear and socks, as well as 1,000 boxes of disposable underwear. After some contemplation, she adds 20 hot water bottles, 20 rechargeable warm water bags, 20 power banks, and 20 heaters, along with 20 oil-filled radiators and 5 electric blankets. She also purchases 10 boxes containing 10,000 heat packs and 1,000 foot warmers, totaling over 70,000. Considering energy issues, Shen Wan searches online and discovers sellers of solar panels and batteries, alleviating her prior concerns about where to procure them. After comparing several stores, she selects 10 solar charging panels, each half a meter wide and 1 meter long, ensuring they won't attract attention when placed by the window. In apocalyptic times, subtlety is the best survival strategy. She also chooses 5 batteries, which can only power low-wattage appliances or charge electronic devices, amounting to just under 10,000. She must also devise a solution for cooking, as natural gas is out of the question, and gas is limited, leaving only alcohol stoves or coal as options. These items are challenging to acquire online due to exorbitant shipping costs, so she plans to visit the market for bulk purchases when time permits. The third wave of disaster brings extreme heat, and Shen Wan recalls the most essential items needed during such conditions. She orders 5 bamboo mats, as the silk mat at home cannot match the cooling effect of bamboo, along with 20 air conditioning fans. Ice makers are unnecessary, as during extreme cold, she can simply place items outside to freeze into ice bricks. She orders a case of electric fans that can be rotated after charging. Additionally, she acquires 20 heat insulation boards, 5 sets of thermal curtains, and 20 rolls of thermal insulation film. 20 pieces of sun protective clothing and 200 tubes of high SPF sunscreen are also included. In her previous life, outdoor temperatures reached 60 degrees, and skin exposed to sunlight for mere seconds would suffer burns. The extreme heat also invites a surge of insects, and the decomposition of various corpses breeds bacteria, compelling her to add 10 gas masks, 10,000 medical masks, and 10 boxes of disinfectant. She orders 10 rolls of nano-insect screens, 10 mosquito-repellent curtains, several boxes of insecticides, and rubber gloves, among other essentials. With the successful placement of her order, her expenditure exceeds 20,000. Rising from her seat to stretch, she indulges in a small piece of cake, alleviating her anxiety. Glancing at the wall clock, she notes it is 3:45 p.m., far exceeding an hour, prompting her to check the melting state of the ice cream in her storage space. Standing on the stone path in the courtyard, she observes the soft, melting ice cream. Realizing that time is not stagnant in the black soil, plants should still be able to grow. Upon inspecting both the first and second floors of the corridor and main courtyard, she finds the ice cream remains solid. This indicates that within this courtyard space, only the time on the black soil is passing while the other rooms, including the corridor, remain completely still. This revelation is indeed good news for her. Just as she was fretting over the lack of fuel for cooking, a solution now presents itself. She can place freshly prepared meals into her storage space, ensuring they remain warm until she is ready to eat. After exiting the space, she contemplates and ultimately decides to order 5 alcohol stoves and 10 boxes of alcohol blocks, just in case they might prove useful, and these items can be discreetly stored. She alters all her delivery addresses to a more secluded location in the underground garage. As the garages of nearby buildings are interconnected, even if noticed, no one would discern her residence. At this moment, Shen Wan hears movement from the bedroom, suspecting that little Momo has awakened. Upon opening the door, she finds her chubby child playing with a rainbow unicorn, affectionately rubbing its head. Shen Momo, born under the sign of the horse, has adored the unicorn since its arrival, believing it to be a little horse that he must hug every night while sleeping. She climbs onto the bed and kisses Momo's forehead, saying, "Sweetheart, you're awake. Mommy wants a kiss too." Watching Momo lean in to nuzzle her face, Shen Wan bursts into laughter, momentarily forgetting that Momo is still too young to understand kisses. He thinks that simply pressing his face against hers is a kiss. The sound of him calling for milk, in a sweet, childish voice, reaches her ears. Shen Wan chuckles. "Little Momo is hungry, right? Mommy will prepare your milk." After preparing a bottle of milk for him, she realizes she has overlooked an essential item: baby supplies. Chapter 5. Stockpiling supplies, Shen Wan picks up her phone to contact the owner of her frequently visited baby supply store, inquiring about purchasing a bulk order of milk powder and diapers, wondering if they can deliver. The owner promptly replies, confirming the possibility of arranging a delivery. Shen Momo is now 2 years old, and Shen Wan plans to stock up on 10 years' worth of children's supplies, which can later be transitioned to adult items. After placing Momo in the children's room to play with toys and read picture books, Shen Wan settles into a nearby lazy sofa and sends the supply list to the store owner. She orders 5 boxes each of stage 2 and 3 milk powder, along with children's milk totaling 100 boxes, each containing 27 cartons. Additionally, she requests 20 bottles of children's vitamins, calcium, magnesium, and zinc supplements. She also orders 20 straw cups, along with 20 bottles each of bath lotion, moisturizer, mosquito repellent liquid, and insect repellent. Further, she supplements her order with toys and picture books suitable for various developmental stages, and the owner generously adds many snacks and small toys as gifts. In the end, she receives a discount, bringing her total expenditure to 68,000. Curious about her substantial order, Shen Wan explains that her workplace is organizing a social event for young mothers with children, necessitating the procurement of gifts and prizes. The owner quickly senses a business opportunity, suggesting that she could provide additional children's toys in exchange for displaying a promotional poster for the baby store at the event, to which she readily agrees. They arrange for delivery at 10 o'clock the following morning to the underground parking lot beneath her office building, perfectly timed for her to collect her order after completing her resignation process. Today, her online shopping totals around 200,000, leaving her with 1,500,000 in her bank account. The rapid spending exhilarates her, as the thrill of emptying her shopping cart is quite satisfying. As 5 o'clock approaches, Shen Wan prepares to take Momo out for a stroll and to grab a meal. With her child in tow, she does not plan to purchase supplies in bulk, as it might draw unwanted attention. Fortunately, a large lifestyle mall is just a few minutes' drive from her home. Emerging from the depths of the basement and ascending the escalator to the bustling first floor, the vibrant shopping center momentarily disoriented her. Gazing at the lavish scene, she couldn't help but ponder whether the apocalypse would indeed arrive. Would those despairing 3 years merely be a haunting nightmare? Yet, she soon found solace in the thought that, regardless of the world's fate, life must persist. The supplies she had stockpiled in her space would remain unspoiled and would eventually prove useful. With this understanding, she took her son, Shen Momo, by his chubby little hand and began to explore the mall. Shen Wan seldom brought Momo out for such excursions due to her demanding job, which left little time for leisure. Thus, witnessing her son's eagerness to indulge in play, she felt compelled to fulfill his wishes. The little train, trampoline, and carousel had him sweating with joy. He then pointed at a large sign, babbling about wanting to eat cake, which Shen Wan deciphered as his craving for pizza. She recalled their previous visits and his impressive memory. She ordered a children's meal complete with fries, grilled chicken wings, and a bit of tomato pasta, along with a creamy mushroom soup, a double cheese beef pizza, and a snack platter. Both of them savored their feast. And Shen Wan planned to let Momo burn off some energy by purchasing tickets to the children's amusement park, accompanying him to play. They slid down slides, dove into ball pits, swung, and bounced on trampolines, delighting in all the activities. She mused that when the end times came, such joys would be unreachable, making these moments all the more precious. By the time they returned home, it was already 9 o'clock. After washing up, Momo snuggled with his unicorn and fell into a deep slumber. Shen Wan lay in bed, resuming her stockpiling efforts. She realized she had overlooked a crucial item while purchasing survival supplies that afternoon: water. Under the relentless heat and the stench of decay, a single bottle of drinking water could incite a fierce struggle among survivors. Love and familial bonds would be cast aside, and the selfishness of humanity would be starkly revealed. Effortlessly, she navigated to an online shopping site and located a local manufacturer of water containers. She contacted customer service to customize 1,001-ton square water tanks, each equipped with a spout. Additionally, she ordered 1,100-liter square containers. Shen Wan intended to fill them with water, stacking them in the corridor of her space, ensuring no storage was wasted, especially since the door to the adjacent room was locked. Learning that the factory also produced oil tanks, she purchased 10 1,000-liter square oil tanks, planning to place them in her yard. After discounts, the total came to a significant sum, And the customer service representative included several automatic oil pumps and maintenance tools as a bonus. She paid a deposit and scheduled to pick up her order in a week, as the factory was only a few kilometers away. As the hour grew late, Shen Wan turned off her phone, preparing for sleep. She gently moved Momo from his small bed to her larger one, wishing to cuddle with her baby. The faint scent of milk emanating from him lulled her into a particularly restful slumber. Upon awakening, the morning light streamed in, and glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 8 o'clock. She hurriedly roused Momo, the little sleepyhead, from his slumber. After enjoying breakfast at a local eatery, Shen Wan maintained a routine of walking him to kindergarten, observing his cheerful hops along the way. On her return home, she passed by the breakfast shop and noticed the owner preparing to close. Their breakfast offerings were delightful and hygienic, frequented by nearby residents, leading to swift sales and early closures. Engaging in conversation, Shen Wan explained that due to renovations in her workplace cafeteria, she needed to arrange for breakfast deliveries for 300 people daily. The owner beamed, assuring her that it would not be a problem. Despite the shop's modest size, they had a significant output. Shen Wan confirmed that she lived nearby and could pick up the orders herself at 8 in the morning, emphasizing the need for the food to be hot. They settled on a menu featuring soy milk, noodle soup, tofu soup, spicy soup, youtiao, pan-fried dumplings, and soup dumplings, totaling 100 portions each, along with 100 portions of savory pancakes and egg pancakes. She planned to reserve 10 days' worth of meals, paying on the day of pickup. As time pressed on, Shen Wan drove to her office, where she was greeted with a flurry of well-wishes, indicating that news of her departure had spread. Regardless of the sincerity behind them, she graciously acknowledged each sentiment. After completing the handover of her responsibilities and finalizing her resignation, she left the company with a solitary small box in her arms. In the parking garage beneath the office building, she awaited the delivery from the owner of the baby goods store. Upon seeing the truck filled to the brim with items, she realized that her small vehicle might not accommodate everything, a fact she had overlooked. As the owner began unloading, she quickly intervened, apologizing and explaining that their company had changed the delivery location. Assuring the owner she would be back shortly after unloading her car, she swiftly closed the truck's door and drove off, leaving the owner bewildered and inhaling exhaust fumes. Chapter 6. Fast food. Finding a secluded road and ensuring there were no cameras nearby, Shen Wan exited her vehicle to transfer the contents from the truck into her space, placing them in the main courtyard on the first floor. After returning to the underground garage and returning the small truck to the owner, she received a compliment on her driving skills, a talent she had acquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse, having invested considerable camp credits to learn. On her drive home in the small white vehicle, she spotted a chain dumpling shop renowned for its handmade dumplings, known for their exquisite taste. Under the guise of ordering breakfast for her company, Shen Wan requested various flavors of dumplings, flour rolls, steamed cakes, and cute character buns, totaling 600 dumplings daily. Ensuring a balanced supply, she reserved 10 days' worth, planning to pick up her orders at 8:20 each morning. Nearby was a noodle shop she adored, and she followed the same procedure, ordering 300 servings of mixed noodles, soup noodles, and fried noodles to be picked up alongside the dumplings. As her enthusiasm grew, she decided to order more fast food, sourcing 6 restaurants she had previously enjoyed, each known for their cleanliness and fresh ingredients. She arranged for 300 well-balanced meal sets featuring 2 meats, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup, again for 10 consecutive days, with pickup scheduled for 11 o'clock each day. Next on her list was a dessert shop. This was a must-have, as she had a penchant for carbohydrates, and while she could whip up simple meals, her baking skills left much to be desired. After attempting to follow baking videos, she realized her eyes were adept, but her hands lacked the skill, leading her to avoid wasting ingredients. She selected 5 dessert shops, ordering 50 of her favorite pastries, cakes, and sweets each, presenting the excuse of a company gathering, which would raise no suspicions. The owners assured her they would prepare everything fresh for pickup the next day before noon. Additionally, she contacted a star-rated hotel, ordering over 30 of her favorite dishes, 10 portions of each, ready for takeout by that evening. Shen Wan planned to take her little friend Momo to this restaurant for dinner, conveniently picking up the order. In the past, she had meticulously calculated expenses, rarely indulging in such luxurious dining. However, with the countdown to the end of the world looming, it was time to unwind and indulge. As for the takeout, it would serve as a delightful respite from the monotony of daily boxed meals, a treat to celebrate special occasions. After this whirlwind of errands, Shen Wan felt utterly exhausted. Contemplating the 10 additional days of pickups ahead of her, she counted her orders, totaling nearly 400,000, relieved that her bank account could withstand her spending spree. Nevertheless, she needed to expedite the conversion of her tangible assets into cash, planning a visit to a real estate agency that afternoon. Suddenly, she recalled another crucial detail. With so much food purchased, it was impractical to stack everything together, as it would lead to spoilage. Spreading it out would waste precious space, prompting her to hastily order a batch of shelves. I found a specialized shelf store in the city online and promptly dialed the contact number provided. A representative answered swiftly. I expressed my desire to purchase 15 shelves, each of 5 and 8 meters in height, with a length of 10 meters. The other party quoted a price of 28,000 and confirmed the availability of stock for delivery, estimated to arrive before 10 o'clock tonight. Without hesitation, I placed the order on the platform, directing the delivery to the underground parking garage. Considering the substantial number of shelves, I opted to discreetly rent a box truck through a ride-hailing app to transport them to the community's underground garage. As noon approached, and my stomach began to protest its emptiness, I parked near a pedestrian street. After a casual stroll, I selected a spicy hot pot restaurant to indulge my appetite. The service was prompt, and I found the ingredients remarkably fresh and flavorful, complemented by their excellent rice, which was sourced from Wuchang. I summoned a waiter and requested 20 additional portions of the same dishes to take back for my colleagues, insisting on extra rice. Glancing at the menu on the wall, I added 20 portions each of the spicy and tomato-flavored dishes. After finishing my meal, I waited for the packed orders to be ready. The owner generously provided a large insulated foam box to assist in transporting everything to my vehicle's trunk. Once the coast was clear, I opened the foam box, reached in, and transferred the warm takeout into my space, temporarily placing it on the second floor. Closing the box's lid, I found it quite useful for discreetly relocating my target. After securing my car, I continued my shopping spree. I decided on 20 portions of freshly roasted chestnuts, followed by 20 of crispy, stinky tofu with well-prepared sauce. And I also ordered all the skewers from a nearby fried skewer shop. For Korean fried chicken, I requested 10 portions of each flavor, along with fried potatoes, sweet potatoes, and chicken wings. Under the cover of the foam box, I carefully stowed away these delectable items into my space, knowing such treats would be hard to come by in the impending apocalypse. After retrieving a handbag from my vehicle, I ventured in the opposite direction along the pedestrian street and found a real estate agency. Presenting my relevant documents along with 2 property titles, I expressed my desire to sell both properties entirely. After the receptionist logged my information and returned my documents, she said, "Miss Shen, we will promptly arrange to list your properties. These 2 are situated in an excellent location with a great school district, so inquiries should come swiftly. I will contact you then." I smiled in acknowledgement and continued, "I would also like to rent a 2-bedroom apartment near St. Love Hospital, ideally in a community with high security. Do you have any suitable options?" The receptionist, Xiao Chun, glanced at me again, his expression suggesting he assumed I was selling my properties to seek treatment at St. Love Hospital. I chose not to clarify, finding the misunderstanding rather advantageous. However, it was true that my interest was indeed in St. Love Hospital. This newly established private hospital was rumored to have connections with the military, making it accessible only to those with influence or wealth. In my previous life, the military rescue team was stationed at this hospital. St. Love Hospital was situated on slightly elevated terrain compared to its surroundings, with 3 newly constructed buildings arranged in a triangular formation, boasting a solid foundation and outfitted with advanced medical equipment. During a month of relentless rain, the military force from Province S took control of St. Love Hospital and established a rescue team. In my past life, I resided in the new district, where the official rescue team was responsible for that area. As the blizzard intensified, the homeless were taken to the official resettlement camp. Life in the camp was challenging. Upon arrival, individuals received a 7-day supply of relief food, consisting of a daily ration of mixed grain, barely enough to stave off starvation. After 7 days, to survive in the camp, one had to participate in various assigned tasks, such as constructing a base, scavenging for supplies, and rescuing survivors. Points were awarded based on the workload, which could be used within the camp. Chapter 7. Renting a house. My health was fragile, and the points I earned through arduous efforts were quickly exploited by the camp's organizations, leaving me with little to spare. They acted with impunity, preying on the vulnerable, compelling the lower-tier survivors to toil for points while they drained the lifeblood of the impoverished like leeches. In this lifetime, I would not return to the official resettlement camp, nor did I intend to enter the military rescue station. The soldiers were professionally trained and highly alert to any irregularities. I lacked the confidence to navigate their ranks without raising suspicion. Should I inadvertently expose my secrets, I would dread being captured for experimentation. My plan was to reside near the military rescue station. Under the oppressive force of the military, the surrounding area would not foster a large criminal organization. I could use the resources from my space to survive in relative safety, seeking refuge from the military in times of danger. While I pondered this, Xiao Chen returned with several folders containing property listings. The first was a 140 square meter 3-bedroom apartment in Anjing community, which I was familiar with as the largest development in the vicinity, comprising over 50 units of varying heights. Though it was the closest community to St. Love Hospital, I promptly declined. Moving there would be tantamount to waiting to be submerged. The second option was a high-rise unit on the 26th floor of the same community, but I remained dissatisfied as a densely populated area presented its own challenges. The third and fourth listings were both 145 square meter 2-bedroom apartments in Siheyuan, a new development just 2 years old, sturdy and resilient. Located less than a kilometer from St. Love Hospital, I was intrigued by both. Upon reviewing the details, I discovered they were situated on the 14th and 15th floors of the same unit, piquing my interest further. I requested Xiao Chen to procure the keys, so I could view the apartments. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen excitedly shared information. Siheyuan and the neighboring Shen Wan were managed by the same real estate company, separated by a road. Siheyuan was relatively small, consisting of 6 units, while Shen Wan was more extensive, with 15 units and superior facilities, including a large children's playground, resulting in a higher occupancy rate. Many investors purchased properties in Siheyuan, leading to a significant number of available rental units. Miss Shen, upon entering the main gate, the second building on your left is Unit 17, he directed. Following Xiao Chen into the building, I was pleased to find a single unit per floor, ensuring privacy and security with a fire door that could close. Xiao Chen continued to elaborate on the community's security system, property management, and surrounding amenities. Upon reaching the 14th floor, I assessed the layout of the apartment, which featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a small storage area. To the left of the entrance was the kitchen and dining area, while the right side housed the living room, leading to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The apartment was equipped with quality furnishings from the real estate company, though it bore signs of previous occupancy, with marks on the walls and floors. The layout of the 15th floor mirrored that of the 14th, but it appeared uninhabited, save for a layer of dust. I intended to inspect the rooftop, and as I passed the 16th floor, I noticed the protective paper on the door remained intact, indicating this unit had not been occupied either. After viewing the rooftop, I inquired with Xiao Chen about the landlords of the 2 apartments below. The landlord of the 14th floor was a local, while the owner of the 15th floor resided abroad, requiring rent to be paid every 6 months. This likely explained why the previous tenant opted for the 14th floor. I grew increasingly fond of the 15th floor, with no neighbors above or below. Any noise from my home would be less conspicuous, which was important, especially with a child in the house, as there would inevitably be some sounds. The landlord is abroad again, and Shen Wan feels no hesitation in contemplating renovations to the house. Returning to the real estate agency, she expresses her willingness to rent the property at 1502, indicating she will finalize the contract once Xiao Chen has contacted the landlord overseas. Before departing, she nudges him regarding the 2 properties for sale, urging him to expedite the process, while also casting a glance at the neighboring real estate agency. Xiao Chen adeptly perceives her unspoken hints and confidently assures her, "Sister, you can rest assured. I will ensure it is expedited." With that, he promptly heads towards the manager's office, aware that should these deals be snatched away by the adjacent agency, the manager would not hesitate to reprimand him. Noticing the time, it is already 3:30 in the afternoon, and Shen Wan drives off to pick up Mo from school. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, she spots the children lined up, hand in hand, exiting the building, and immediately locates Shen Momo, who is holding the hands of 2 little girls, clearly popular among his peers. Once in the car, she fastens her seatbelt and inquires, Mo, would you like to visit the amusement park today?" Shen Mo's eyes light up as he nods eagerly. "Yes, let's go." She explains, "We won't have any pancakes today. We'll play at the amusement park for a while, and then Mommy will take you out for a delicious meal, all right?" With his enthusiastic agreement, Shen Wan drives towards the Yuehui Mall, which they visited the previous day. After purchasing tickets, The mother and son enjoy a thrilling time, leaving them both flushed with excitement. Shen Wan, feeling famished, heads to the Binjiang Grand Hotel for a meal, while also picking up some pre-ordered dishes. Once they are satiated and a portion of the pre-ordered food is ready, piping hot and stored in the hotel's thermal containers, she transports part of it in her vehicle, while the remainder continues to be packaged. With several hundred dishes filling numerous large boxes, it takes her 3 or 4 trips to complete the task, all of which are seamlessly transferred into her storage space. She even retains a few thermal containers in the trunk for future use, returning home with ample time to spare. Shen Momo will not need to attend his early education class tomorrow. Shen Wan plans to introduce him to her storage space for a bit of playtime, allowing him to familiarize himself with it. In the future, she intends to stockpile rice, flour, oil, and essential supplies, which would be cumbersome to carry with Momo, drawing too much attention. However, she cannot leave him alone at home. Thus, he can play in the storage space, where she maintains complete awareness of everything that transpires. Taking Shen Mo's small hand, she gives him a gentle heads up. Mommy is going to take you to a special place, our secret base, so you mustn't tell anyone. With that, she scoops him up, and with a thought, they materialize on the second floor of her storage space. Just then, Shen Wan feels an unexpected weight on her shoulder, discovering that Momo has slumped against her, unconscious. Alarmed, she swiftly exits the space with him, only to see Momo gradually awaken, appearing refreshed and in good spirits, as if he had merely been asleep. It seems this is a protective mechanism of the space. Any beings other than the owner who enter will fall into a deep slumber, though it does not seem to affect their physical well-being. This realization brings her some disappointment, as she had intended to construct a small amusement park for Momo on the second floor, which now appears unnecessary. Nevertheless, she decides not to return the previously purchased slide, trampoline, and ball pit, as they can be set up in the living room for play. Chapter 8. Pingning Market. After narrating a fairy tale and lulling Momo to sleep, Shen Wan receives a call from the rental company informing her that the truck she rented has arrived. She transports both Shen Momo and the bed into the second floor of her storage space, then heads downstairs to the underground garage to collect the vehicle. After paying 2 months' rent, she receives the keys to the truck. It is already past 9, and feeling too lazy to ascend again, she settles into the driver's seat and opens the food delivery app, ordering meals while waiting for the delivery personnel. She selects 4 nearby barbecue restaurants with commendable reviews, ordering 10 servings of her favorite skewers. After spending over 6,000, she begins ordering milk tea, selecting 6 or 7 stores, each with 10 cups of various flavors, anticipating a considerable volume of deliveries. Concerned about potential delays in order acceptance, she adds a tip for the delivery personnel. For Momo's favorites, pizza, pasta, and snacks, she orders 50 servings of each flavor, and for marinated duck, she requests 50 pounds of each variety. The total expenditure on these deliveries approaches 20,000, and she eagerly awaits their arrival. The sound of honking outside signals the arrival of the delivery, and after tipping the driver for assistance in loading the shelves into the truck, she securely locks the doors, ensuring the area is clear. Shen Wan climbs into the driver's seat, opens the connecting window of the truck's cargo area, and transfers all the shelves into her storage space before locking the vehicle and departing. Approaching a nearby white vehicle, she continues to await her food delivery. While waiting, she channels her energy into the storage space, assembling the shelves. The entire process is mentally taxing, and after completing 3 5-meter-tall shelves, she finds herself needing a break. Just then, a wave of deliveries arrives, and she places them into the thermal containers in the trunk, discreetly transferring them to the shelves in her storage space, arranging the previously set food items on the racks before returning to the assembly of shelves. By 10:30, after receiving all the deliveries, Shen Wan takes a leisurely drive around before returning upstairs to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, she secures Shen Momo in his car seat and embarks on her rounds among breakfast stalls, bun shops, noodle houses, and various restaurants. To the proprietor's eyes, Shen Wan appears to be an industrious employee, delivering meals even on a bustling weekend. Having collected the last batch of goods from a dessert shop, it is noon. After sharing a meal with Momo, they return home for a nap. Over the next 9 days, Shen Wan dedicates her mornings to collecting supplies, enjoys a post-nap outing with Momo in the afternoons, and orders various meals in the evenings, saving some for later while storing the rest in her storage space. Naturally, Momo delights in the nutritious meals she prepares for him. During this time, she also manages to visit the barrel factory to settle the remaining balance. After making over 20 trips, all the water and oil storage tanks are successfully transferred into her storage space. Items purchased online also begin to arrive in succession. Although delivered by different courier services, the volume is substantial. She decides to wait in the underground garage, signing for each delivery as per the scheduled time. The online purchases consist mainly of long-lasting, non-perishable items, which she places directly on the shelves in the courtyard, keeping the packaging intact for use during harsh winters. Checking her bank balance, she notes that the redemption payment from the insurance company has been credited, leaving her with a total of 1,500,000. Shen Wan plans to visit the Pingning wholesale market in the city, while Momo attends his early education class. In her previous life, she had learned about this largest wholesale market in Sioux City during her time organizing resource retrieval missions. Large chain supermarkets have their own product suppliers, while smaller grocery stores and farmers' markets predominantly source their goods from Pingning Market. The quantities Shen Wan intends to purchase would be conspicuous in a supermarket. But at Pingning Market, such amounts are hardly notable. After a half-hour drive, she arrives at her destination, nearing the suburban area. First, she rents a warehouse at the market management office, then takes out a small notebook to begin her shopping. With limited funds and storage space, she prioritizes food items. She had previously procured enough fast food to last 2 people for 10 years. Today, her goal is to stockpile for 50 years. Starting in the grain and oil section, she orders 200 bags each of 50-pound packages of rice, including pearl rice, silk rice, and wuchang rice, as well as 50 bags each of 50-pound flour and wheat flour. She also requests 100 barrels of 5-liter bottles of olive oil, corn oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil, along with 3,000 pounds of various grains, arranging for delivery to the rented warehouse after 1 hour. In the fresh meat section, she orders 5,000 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork, selecting a variety of cuts for the butcher to prepare and package for her. Observing the butcher's sharp cleaver and boning knife glimmering menacingly, she ensures to include them in her order. She also purchases 500 clean chickens, ducks, and geese, along with 50,000 assorted eggs, and selects some fertilized poultry eggs. In the vegetable and fruit section, she carefully selected over a dozen varieties of her favorite vegetables, each in 30 baskets, alongside a similar number of fruits, each in 20 baskets. She procured 20 baskets of root vegetables and coarse grains, ensuring that no bean products or dried mushrooms were overlooked, and even acquired several boxes of seeds for vegetables, fruits, and fungi. The land in her courtyard was neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for cultivating her vegetables and fruits. As for grains, she decided against growing them due to the cumbersome processes involved and the relatively low returns. Thus, she purchased an ample supply instead. In the seasoning section, she acquired 10,000 pounds each of salt and sugar, vital commodities in the post-apocalyptic world. Whatever remained after her own consumption could be traded for other necessities. She selected 10 boxes of various condiments and also bought some cooking utensils. Additionally, she procured 30 boxes of assorted canned goods, pickled vegetables, chili sauce, preserved vegetables, and more. These pickles served as a convenient source of nourishment and electrolytes when cooking was impractical, and they didn't invite jealousy from others. For fish and shrimp, she bought 10 boxes each of Christian carp, bass, blackfish, yellow-bone fish, river shrimp, and prawns, all kept chilled with ice, along with frozen fish balls, beef balls, shrimp paste, and steamed dumplings, filling several freezers. She also discovered a wholesale snack shop, purchasing several boxes of potato chips, nuts, and jerky. She stocked up on chocolate and energy bars, which could swiftly replenish her strength in dire times, and bought 100 cases of bottled mineral water. In the daily necessities section, she only bought 10,000 sets of disposable lunch boxes and chopsticks, planning to purchase the rest once her funds arrived. Her finances were tight, making her purchases feel constricted. Finally, in the home appliance section, she acquired 2 oversized rice cookers and several small household appliances, preparing to return to the warehouse to await her deliveries. Turning around, she noticed the pet section. Although she had no pets, there was one item she desperately needed. During the extreme cold of her previous life, a young girl living next door informed her that cat litter could solve the embarrassing issues related to animal waste. Thus, she decisively purchased 5,000 pounds of cat litter. The deliveries of fish, shrimp, meat, and frozen products were scheduled for the following day, while snacks and seasonings were arranged for the day after. After signing for today's delivery list, Shen Wan used the truck to transport the goods. finding a secluded spot without surveillance to store them in her space. Chapter 9. Selling the house. As she gazed at the dwindling balance of 40,000 in her bank account, a sense of financial unease washed over Shen Wan when she received a call from her real estate agent, Xiao Chen. Unsure whether it was a call to deliver good news or a request for payment. Upon answering, Xiao Chen's familiar voice greeted her. "Sister Shen, the landlord has signed the rental contract. When would you be available to come in and sign?" "I'm near your office now. I'll be there shortly." Shen Wan hung up, realizing it was a call regarding payment. After meticulously reviewing the rental agreement, she readily signed, paying over 40,000 for 6 months' rent and a month's deposit. Watching her wallet grow increasingly thin, she felt compelled to nudge Xiao Chen regarding the sale of her properties. "Have there been any viewings for my 2 apartments recently?" Xiao Chen scratched his head and handed her a bottle of water, saying, "Sister, it's quite fortuitous. I was just about to update you. A major client is interested in both apartments, likely drawn to the nearby school districts. However, they wish to negotiate the price, although they are prepared to pay in full." After considering this, Shen Wan offered her bottom-line price of 6,100,000. While a slightly lower price was acceptable if it meant receiving full payment, she added a small request for a month's buffer period for moving. Xiao Chen swiftly contacted the buyer, returning to inform Shen Wan that the buyer agreed and would soon come to sign the contract for transfer. Exiting the real estate agency, Shen Wan felt her legs weaken as she glanced at her mobile banking app, which now displayed nearly 6 million. The realization of her financial prowess momentarily drained her of energy. After treating herself to a cup of iced latte while sitting in her car, she contemplated her forthcoming plans. The temperatures seemed to be rising again, prompting her to hasten her pace. Following her navigation, she sought out a renovation company, prioritizing the transformation of her newly rented home. Observing the designer's astonished expression, she clarified, "You heard correctly. I wish to install a traditional heated Kong from Northeast China. I fell in love with it during my travels last year." She proceeded to elaborate on her renovation plans in detail. The master bedroom and living room would be outfitted with fire-resistant soundproof insulation, covering the walls, ceiling, and floor with the rationale of not disturbing the neighbors while her child practiced the violin, followed by the installation of removable wooden flooring. After the designer's persuasion, Shen Wan decided to incorporate a heated water system for the Kong in both the master bedroom and living room, which was more suitable for modern apartments. She also purchased some cement, steel bars, and renovation tools for her project. Once the construction timeline was established, Shen Wan continued to lens doors and windows on another street, replacing all windows with cold and heat-resistant bulletproof glass and installing a solid steel door on the inside of the existing main door, equipped with for-locking mechanisms. The door frame was reinforced with steel bars embedded in the walls and sealed with cement, while the lock featured 3 safety latches, boasting a strength comparable to that of a vault door, instilling a profound sense of security. Shen Wan planned to wait for the renovation company to complete their work before proceeding with the door and window modifications, aiming to minimize any overlap in their operations. After signing the contract, she continued browsing and ordered 5 sets of honeycomb stove kits and 10,000 pieces of honeycomb coal from an outdoor equipment store, as well as 5 sets of charcoal heating stove kits and 5,000 pounds of smokeless charcoal, arranging for pickup the next day. Passing by a hardware store, she purchased a handheld electric drill, a handheld cutting machine, a wall-breaking electric hammer, a window breaker, and heavy-duty scissors, acquiring 10 of each tool displayed in the store's showcase. These items were not only tools but could also serve as self-defense weapons. Since she hadn't taken the truck out today, she scheduled a delivery time with the owner, who readily agreed. Having nearly completed her errands in the vicinity, she prepared to pick up Shen Momo from kindergarten. In the following days, Shen Wan vigilantly monitored the renovation progress while driving her truck around, visiting various local agricultural bases multiple times. Freshly slaughtered fish, shrimp, and poultry, along with a myriad of colorful snacks, specialty dishes, beverages, and various seedlings, were continuously added to her space. The entire second floor of the main courtyard had been designated as a cooked food area, filled with assembled shelves, leaving only about 20 square meters for her bedroom, while fresh meats and perishable seedlings occupied the first floor. During her free time, Shen Wan would fill empty water barrels, connecting a long hose from the faucet to the barrels, where one would collect tap water and the other would hold drinking water. The process was not swift, but once she had procured enough goods, she would have ample time to gather water in bulk. Saturdays and Sundays were primarily dedicated to spending time with her child. She took Shen Momo to the library, aquarium, science museum, and zoo, and whenever they dined at a delicious restaurant, she would order extra to take home and store in her space. Unbeknownst to her, the large shelves on the second floor were filled with food, and thankfully in her space, the aroma of the food did not waft about, or else she would have been reluctant to enter that room. Once little Momo attended her classes, Shen Wan resumed her shopping spree. She visited a liquefied gas supply station, where the staff informed her that only 2 tanks could be purchased per identification card. An idea struck her. She ordered 10 takeout meals, tipping each of the 10 delivery personnel to help her buy 2 tanks each. After several rounds of this operation, she had amassed enough liquefied gas tanks to last her for quite some time. After satisfying her hunger and enjoying a midday nap, Shen Wan drove her car to the electronics market, purchasing the largest available tablets and smartphones, 10 of each, along with 5 laptops and 50 high-capacity hard drives. She also acquired several children's reading machines and story devices. Anticipating potential power outages and internet disruptions following heavy rains, she prudently purchased several radios and walkie-talkies as a precaution. With 5 million remaining in her account, she planned to buy a few larger items soon. Upon exiting the market, her phone began to buzz incessantly. Upon checking, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It was her dear uncle. His words conveyed his unease regarding the substantial assets she held, a concern he had expressed for 3 years without relent. Previously, she had urged her grandmother to act as a negotiator, but after her grandmother's passing last year, the family of 4 began to harass her incessantly. Her cousins would stay at her home during their holidays, incessantly pestering her to buy this and that, vowing to deplete her entire savings. In her previous life, within just a few days of torrential rain, their second-floor apartment was submerged, and her uncle, along with his family, came to her doorstep seeking refuge. The neighbors in the same building found it amusing and joined forces to morally coerce her. Left with no choice, Shen Wan reluctantly opened her door, only to unwittingly invite trouble inside. After consuming her stored food, the family conspired to evict her from her home. When she was left to sleep in the corridor, none of the neighbors dared to speak up, fearing trouble for themselves. They were merely a group of bullies who preyed on the weak while boasting double standards and morality. In this lifetime, she sold her house, ensuring no one knew her whereabouts, and she was eager to see how this swarm of leeches would continue to feed on others. Let them struggle to survive in this apocalyptic world. If they miraculously endure, she would settle the score in due time. She blocked her uncle's family on both phone and WeChat. Originally, she intended to ventilate her recently renovated house before moving in, but now it seemed she needed to relocate quickly. Shen Wan planned to move to Siheyuan after her daughter Momo's kindergarten break. Chapter 10. Southern City. Driving a truck to the high-tech industrial park in the northern suburbs, she purchased 2 small ultra-quiet generator sets along with accessories, and requested the sales staff to assist in acquiring 20 barrels of fuel. She transported them to a secluded location and temporarily stored them in her courtyard. In her notebook, she sketched out another vital resource, medicine. This posed a bit of a dilemma. While it was relatively easy to stock up on common medications from pharmacies, obtaining vaccines and injections proved to be more challenging. Flipping through her contacts, she recalled a former colleague who had transitioned to a medical equipment company. Shen Wan intended to inquire if she knew anyone who could facilitate bulk purchases of medicine. Their previous rapport had been amicable, and upon hanging up, the colleague sent her a WeChat contact for a medical representative. She added the contact, explaining her needs. Several colleagues from her company were heading to Nigeria to establish an office and required a significant quantity of pharmaceuticals. They were also bringing family members, so she needed both children's and adults' vaccinations among other supplies. In this era, having financial resources made matters easier. Pharmaceutical sales representatives, eager to boost their performance, seldom scrutinized the true intentions of their clients, viewing them merely as lucrative orders. Typically, their clientele consisted of pharmacies and hospitals, with each channel meticulously allocated, making her last-minute orders a rare occurrence. Pain relievers, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, gastrointestinal medications, as well as treatments for gynecological and pediatric ailments, chronic conditions, and even nutritional supplements were all considered. She meticulously compiled several lists for various vaccines, serums, and specialized infectious disease treatments. Aside from natural disasters and human calamities, diseases posed the highest mortality rates. In her previous life, she nearly went bankrupt just to procure 2 expired anti-inflammatory pills. Now, armed with a second chance, she vowed to stockpile relentlessly. After sending her order, She arranged to pick up the goods in 3 days, spending 2 million on all the medicines and injections. The supplier even gifted her several near-expiration drugs, reminding her to use them before their validity lapsed. This was a significant windfall for her, as anything stored in her space would never expire. Moreover, in an apocalyptic world, even expired medications held considerable value. After all, the side effects paled in comparison to the sanctity of life. Shen Wan visited over a dozen pharmacies, purchasing as much as she could of non-restricted medications, particularly ointments for frostbite and burns, detoxifying remedies, and treatments for wind-cold ailments, all of which were crucial for survival in a post-apocalyptic setting. Having only survived 3 years in the apocalypse, she was entirely ignorant of the subsequent disasters, uncertain whether they would herald a dawn of hope or a cyclical return to despair. With 3 million remaining, Shen Wan resolved to purchase a quality off-road vehicle. Taking a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, she found a striking red G-Class in the center of the showroom. Finding the color too ostentatious, she sought assistance from a salesperson to inquire about alternative colors in the garage. After waiting for a while with no one approaching her, she approached a trio of chatting staff. "Hello, I would like to inquire if there are any black models available?" One of the taller saleswomen scrutinized her and replied dismissively, "No, they're all right there. You can see for yourself." What an archaic mindset to judge customers based on their appearance. Shen Wan felt stifled by the lack of service and promptly turned to the service desk to file a complaint against the tall saleswoman named Sun Qingqing, leaving the trio in stunned silence as she walked over to the opposite Land Rover dealership. This time, the sales representative was much more welcoming. After some deliberation, she set her sights on a black Range Rover, but unfortunately, there were no units in stock, and the waitlist for pre-orders extended over 2 months, which left her quite distressed. Just as she was contemplating whether to try another dealership, the attentive saleswoman, Xiaolin, seemed to perceive her dilemma. "If you need a vehicle urgently, you can place a deposit to reserve a new model. Our company has partnered with a rental agency that can provide you with the same model for use in the meantime. Plus, when it comes time for maintenance, you can also rent short-term without any delays." Shen Wan's eyes lit up. She had completely overlooked that option. Just as homes could be rented, so too could cars. Salespeople truly had quick wits. Following Xiaolin's guidance, she opted for the highest configuration of the same model, complete with bulletproof glass windows. She also purchased additional accessories, including high-temperature tires, anti-skid chains, engine oil, antifreeze, and brake pads. She paid a little over 10,000, covering 2 months of rent, and a deposit for the new vehicle, knowing that in 2 months, the apocalypse would commence, rendering the rental unnecessary. The reason she hadn't gone straight to a car rental agency was that high-spec models were hard to find, and the unbearable heat made her reluctant to run around. After waiting over half an hour, she received her newly rented car, which showed no signs of prior use. As she drove off, she felt a twinge of guilt, as this was, after all, her first experience with a zero-cost acquisition. She parked the Land Rover in the garage and drove her old white car to a used car market, selling it for 160,000 in cash. The funds were originally intended for purchasing a vehicle, but since it was no longer necessary, converting it into tangible supplies seemed far more practical. Having explored the nearby farmers' markets and large supermarkets extensively, she decided to take Momo on a trip to the south to buy some tropical fruits and enjoy a little vacation. With her spatial capabilities, traveling had become incredibly convenient. She packed everything into her space, leaving only a large bag on her back filled with essentials such as a water bottle, charger, formula, bottles, snacks, and toys. After picking up Momo, they headed to the airport, where she had just booked their tickets via a mobile platform, ready for check-in. 2 hours later, they landed in Xiamen, their arrival swift and efficient. Upon exiting the airport, they were greeted by a wave of heat. The weather here was significantly warmer than in Sioux City. Checking the weather forecast on her phone revealed a high of 45 degrees Celsius. No wonder it felt like a sauna outside. They took a taxi to their pre-booked hotel, rested briefly, and then opened a car rental app to secure an SUV for their transport. In such weather, hailing a cab or walking was simply unbearable. The mother and child leisurely rested at the hotel, waiting until nightfall to venture out. The rental company had thoughtfully equipped the vehicle with a child safety seat and included bottled water and a map. As they drove slowly out of the hotel, Shen Wan noticed the significant temperature difference in Xiamen. Unlike the sweltering heat of the day, the evening brought a much cooler breeze. Although still warm, the absence of the sun's relentless glare, combined with the sea breeze, created a uniquely pleasant atmosphere. Before long, she recognized the distinctiveness of shaman. Perhaps due to their acclimatization to persistent heat, the locals seemed adept at adapting to environmental changes, collectively opting for a nocturnal lifestyle. The streets and markets are brilliantly illuminated, and fortunately, the scorching heat keeps tourists at bay, leaving mostly locals about, which prevents overcrowding. Chapter 11. Hoarding Seafood. Wandering aimlessly, she strolls leisurely, stopping occasionally to capture scenic views and indulge in delectable treats. The city of Xiamen is relatively small, with a modest permanent population, and is renowned alongside neighboring cities as a paradise for food enthusiasts, which is the very purpose of her journey. Noticing a vibrant street of snacks ahead, Shen Wan finds a parking spot and plans to take Shen Momo on a little exploration. The surrounding crowd primarily consists of young men and women, mostly students from nearby universities. As she meanders from stall to stall, sampling and purchasing freshly prepared delicacies, she is glad she brought a small cart from her space. For otherwise, managing her bounty would have been quite a challenge. Little Momo sits atop the cart, occasionally being fed morsels, while the treats collected are stowed beneath. Once the cart is filled, she makes a trip to the main courtyard on the second floor to discreetly transfer her spoils. She purchases 20 portions each of jiangmu duck, sauté noodles, oyster omelets, coconut cakes, herbal jelly, fishball soup, and coconut sticky rice, with each vendor bustling to keep up with her demands. While waiting for her food, she inquires about nearby wholesale markets and seedling bases. The wholesale market is just a short drive away, taking only 5 to 6 minutes. After securing all her snacks in her space, she sets off with Momo. The market is bustling with people, and as the evening temperature drops, it becomes the peak time for business. This is a comprehensive wholesale market, divided into sections by product, significantly larger than the Pingning market in Sioux City. She intends to purchase the remainder of her supplies here, as prices are considerably lower and the distance from Sioux City adds an element of safety. As usual, she locates the management office to rent a storage unit, pushing her cart as she explores. She selects her favorite varieties, including Boston lobsters, king crabs, yellow croakers, and flatfish, purchasing 10 boxes of each, totaling a staggering 500,000 on seafood alone. During the extreme cold period, the population of flora and fauna drastically diminished. When the intense heat arrived and the icebergs melted, ancient viruses began to invade marine life. Most seafood has undergone some mutations, harboring mild toxins, making the search for consumable seafood a daunting task in the future. She also acquires 5,000 pounds each of local black pigs and Fujian beef, along with 300 of the region's Hetian chickens, ducks and Wui white geese, and a few other poultry types, effortlessly spending another 500,000. Due to the limitations of her space and accommodating living organisms, she purchases more fish, shrimp, and meat, while primarily opting to cultivate her own fruits and vegetables. To her surprise, she discovers a seedling wholesale section, allowing her to procure a variety of tropical trees and fruit seedlings in one go, selecting 10 young plants of each type at affordable prices. Varieties such as mangosteen, durian, jackfruit, wax apple, and coconut, favorites of both her and Momo, are included. After paying and arranging for the owner to pack her purchases for delivery to the storage unit, she proceeds to the fruit wholesale area. Given the complexities of cultivating herbaceous plants, she buys dozens of boxes of pineapples, raspberries, and bananas, contemplating the addition of some seeds for good measure. As they are not expensive, she also indulges in snacks and beverages, having previously limited her purchases at the Pingning market due to budget constraints. Now, with fewer financial restrictions, she selects 100 boxes each of fruit juice, milk, yogurt, tea drinks, and mineral water, alongside 10 boxes of various flavored ice creams and 10 tubs of each flavor of Häagen-Dazs, totaling an expenditure of 200,000. Her list of food items, nearly complete. She finds that daily necessities dominate her inventory. She orders 500 boxes each of tissues and toilet paper, as well as slippers, towels, wet wipes, face towels, and sanitary napkins. Given the apocalyptic conditions, the production of sanitary products is virtually impossible. So she purchases 100 boxes of each type to ensure she can barter with them later. Additionally, she includes laundry detergent, shampoo, and other personal care products, along with various small appliances and disposable packaging boxes, ordering everything that appears useful. As she reviews and fills in her inventory, she realizes her list is far more comprehensive than she initially prepared. Passing by a store selling kitchen utensils, she enters to buy dozens of kitchen and fruit knives, as well as several oversized watermelon knives. As her bank balance rapidly diminishes, she spends without hesitation, finally stopping when her funds reach 90,000. It's not that she wishes to curtail her purchases, but rather that she must consider the storage capacity of her space. After a rough calculation, she realizes she is nearing her limit. Merchants begin delivering goods progressively, with only the perishable items requiring next-day delivery. The rest can be supplied today. The storage unit she rented is spacious enough to accommodate her haul, and any overflow can be delivered tomorrow. After ensuring there are no surveillance cameras in the warehouse, she begins arranging her inventory. She works tirelessly until 10 at night to finalize the signing for the day's goods. Her vehicle remains parked at the warehouse entrance, where Shen Momo is soundly asleep in the back seat. Locking the car doors, Shen Wan prepares to transfer her supplies, confident that she can complete the task in a matter of minutes without needing to bring Momo along. After changing the password and securing the warehouse door, she stores the packaged goods in her space, anticipating another visit the following night. The warehouse is located within the wholesale market, surrounded by numerous other storage facilities, with trucks frequently coming and going. Any missing goods would simply be assumed to have been transferred, drawing no scrutiny. Moreover, before the 6-month rental period expires, the market management staff would not dare to enter uninvited, lest they face hefty penalties for breach of contract. Nevertheless, before departing, she hangs a chain lock on the main entrance as a precaution against malfeasance. When the rental period concludes and management arrives to reclaim the warehouse, they may forcibly cut the lock, but until then, no one will dare to intrude. Within the jade pendant space, she prioritizes storing cooked foods, fresh produce, and various tree and fruit seedlings, placing long-lasting staples such as rice, flour, oil, and daily necessities on the courtyard shelves, stacking them as high as possible. She intends to reorganize them later once some are consumed or when her space is upgraded. Chapter 12. Relocation. Over the next 2 days, she lounges in the hotel during the day, venturing out at night to explore the local culture and culinary delights, continually filling her space. Upon returning to Sioux City, she opts for the high-speed train instead of flying, disembarking in cities that pique her interest to explore briefly. The second-floor shelves yield another bounty of cooked foods: salted duck, roasted duck, beggar's chicken, sweet lotus, pot cakes, and ham. Passing through a region famed for its crayfish, she boldly contracts an entire street of crayfish restaurants, ordering garlic, 5-spice, pepper salt, and spicy flavors, nearly drooling at the thought. A total of 5,000 pounds of prepared crayfish fills her shelves, at long last granting her the freedom of crayfish indulgence. Content and satisfied, she returns to Sioux City, where Shen Momo resumes her classes while she continues her spending spree. For the next several days, every time she ventures out, Shen Wan refuels her vehicle, transferring the gasoline into her storage barrels using a pump, successfully filling 2 fuel tanks. When she does not venture outside, she busies herself at home preparing various delicacies and children's meals. Simultaneously, she retrieves her laptop to download an array of video materials, which she subsequently transfers to her external hard drive. As the apocalypse looms, she strives to preserve as many artifacts of civilization as possible. She has downloaded enlightening animations, educational videos, scientific documentaries, and offline maps of nearby cities onto her tablet and smartphone, along with numerous single-player games and martial arts training tutorials. These will serve as her entertainment during times of disconnection from the internet. Employing 2 oversized rice cookers, she prepares rice, handmade meatball soup, pork rib soup, beef with potatoes, and sautéed vegetables, creating pot after pot, which she then portions into divided food containers and places on her space shelves. These are all provisions for Momo. She then sets about making various marinated dishes, neatly packing them into her space. Shen Wan also retrieves an entire box of stainless steel pots, sequentially adding hot pot base ingredients and other provisions, which she cooks and stores. Later, she can simply place them on the alcohol stove for an immediate meal. Fresh seafood, just purchased, fills the kitchen with aromas as she steams, seasons with pepper and salt, and stir-fries it. With instant noodles and river snail rice noodles on hand, she takes advantage of the remaining natural gas to prepare dozens of servings of each, storing them on the shelves so that they require no cooking when hunger strikes. Shen Wan also crafts numerous bite-sized rice balls, filled with an assortment of meats and vegetables. These serve as convenient snacks for when dining is impractical, allowing her to discreetly indulge without drawing attention. Satisfied by the sense of her daily meals, she slices some vegetables to toss into a salad, reserving 1 portion for herself and packaging the remainder for storage. On July 4th, a notification arrives from the kindergarten announcing the commencement of summer vacation the following day. After dropping Momo off at school, Shen Wan begins the process of relocating. She first stores the play area from the living room in the second floor of her space, along with the master bedroom's bed, dressing table, and various personal items. The bed in the secondary bedroom is discarded, while the mattress is removed and all remaining items are packed for a moving company to transfer to her new residence. Although she possesses the means to move her belongings without assistance, she understands that common furniture and appliances must have an origin. They cannot simply vanish and reappear without arousing suspicion. Once everything is moved, she locks the door and drives her Land Rover to Siheyuan. Arriving at her new home, she waits briefly for the moving company to arrive. She instructs them to place everything in the hallway and invites a friend over to help organize. After the workers depart, she closes the fire door, ensuring there are no surveillance cameras, and transfers her belongings into her space. Subsequently, she inputs a password to unlock the main door and opens the custom solid steel door. Viewing her home transformed into a fortress brings her immense satisfaction. After inspecting each room to ensure there are no monitoring devices, Shen Wan decides to reside in the unmodified secondary bedroom for the time being, allowing the master bedroom and living room to ventilate. She brings in the bed and dressing table into the secondary bedroom, along with a small dining table and 2 chairs for meals, hanging her clothes in the wardrobe. With time to spare, she retrieves previously purchased thermal insulation and privacy films. Beginning her work, she applies a layer of thermal insulation film to all the bulletproof glass, followed by a layer of privacy film. After finishing, she showers, feeling the sweat on her skin. The recent weather has been exceedingly dry, with no rain for months. Just days ago, she observed that the water level of the Sushi River had dropped by over a meter. She recalls that in her previous life, it was not until the end of July that rain began to fall. Initially, the citizens rejoiced and celebrated, but soon the downpour intensified, continuing intermittently for a month. All villages and farmlands were submerged, becoming a vast expanse of water at a time when crops were being harvested, resulting in devastating losses. Once her home is organized, she drives out, the sweltering heat making her irritable. Within mere minutes, she witnesses 2 rear-end collisions, where both parties insist on their own perspectives, leading to a physical altercation over a few exchanged words. Shen Wan averts her gaze, ignoring the commotion as she waits for Shen Momo to emerge from school. Today, her plan is to take him on a visit to the planetarium. The planetarium in Sioux City is located in the New South District, approximately a 30-minute drive away. Given the calamities, it is uncertain how long it will take to rebuild these historical and cultural museums. She has never witnessed them in the post-apocalyptic world. Thus, she aims to take him on as many excursions as possible, allowing him to experience the technological splendor that existed before the end of days. Considering Momo's young age and the complexity of many exhibits, she obtains permission from the staff to record the entire visit with her camera, ensuring they can revisit the experience in the future. For dinner, they select a Spanish restaurant. Watching her little chubby one enjoy the meal delights her, leading her to pack some leftovers. After secretly storing them in her space, Shen Wan pushes a shopping cart to explore the large supermarket on the basement level. This supermarket is membership-based, offering bulk products at competitive prices, with many items unavailable in other stores. Today, she specifically intends to restock. Seated in the shopping cart, Shen Momo gazes in wonder at the towering warehouse-style shelves. Shen Wan hands him a box of toy cars, which he clutches tightly. Shopping often creates an illusion of necessity, and despite having stocked up previously, she realizes there are still some miscellaneous household items and snacks she forgot to purchase. Today is perfect for completing her list. With her trunk and back seat filled to capacity, she drives home contentedly, her little one yawning heavily from fatigue. Upon arriving home, she places him in bed to continue sleeping, while she organizes the day's purchases onto the space shelves. Just as she finishes tidying up, she turns to see the dressing table beside the bed. After her parents' passing, while cleaning out their old house, she discovered some gold and silver jewelry, which she has since kept safely. However, upon opening the drawer, she finds only some gold and silver pieces. She recalls how much her mother adored jade jewelry, while gold and silver were not among her preferences. Could it be that the missing jade has been consumed by the jade pendant space? Chapter 13. Unsealing. If this is the case, then the jade must indeed hold significance for the space, perhaps even releasing restrictions on previously sealed rooms. Contemplating this possibility, Shen Wan resolves to explore whether there are any rooms that can be opened. The 8 side rooms surrounding the courtyard remain inaccessible. So she attempts the 2 side doors near the main entrance, discovering that only the left door can be pushed open. Upon entering, she finds a spacious room approximately 4 meters wide and 6 meters long, with a peaked ceiling reaching about 8 meters at its highest point and 5 meters at its lowest. This space could accommodate a significant amount of supplies. She tests the environment and confirms that time stands still within this room. From this, she deduces that other side rooms likely serve as static storage spaces. Consequently, she uses her mind to transfer previously stored items, such as inflatable boats and tools, along with the shelves, into this room, designating it as a tool storage facility. Regrettably, the jade her mother acquired during her lifetime was of mediocre quality, making it unfortunate that she can only access one room. With over 600,000 remaining in her account and seeing the sealed rooms, it appears she must devise a strategy to address the constraints on her storage space. However, with the funds at her disposal, she cannot procure any substantial jade. Given the vast expanse of Huagua, the place most abundant in jade is undoubtedly Tung City. Without further delay, she prepares her belongings and purchases a plane ticket. Flights to Tung City are infrequent, and she secures a ticket for the following afternoon. After spending some time booking a hotel and planning her itinerary, she finally retires for the night around midnight. The next day, after lunch, she hurries along with Shen Momo until they check into the hotel, where she finally feels a sense of relief. Having heard that this area has less than ideal security, she remains vigilant throughout the journey, opting for a 5-star hotel. Now at 5 in the afternoon, she decides against going out and calls for dinner to be delivered. A succulent, juicy steak paired with crisp asparagus, seafood baked rice, and Hokkaido cream mushroom soup arrives. After washing their hands, mother and son sit down at the dining table, enjoying their meal against a backdrop of a blooming flower garden visible through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, a truly splendid visual treat. Following dinner, she engages Momo in light activity for half an hour to aid digestion before coaxing him to sleep. This afternoon, as I boarded the plane, the little one was so overwhelmed with excitement that he skipped his afternoon nap, and now he is quite fatigued. Despite his insatiable curiosity about the new surroundings, he succumbed to slumber within just a few minutes. I gently placed the sleeping Momo onto the space mattress and, after making a few adjustments, stepped out of the hotel. Dressed in a loose-fitting gray-black casual outfit, with my long hair tied up and a baseball cap adorning my head, a black mask concealed much of my face, while a pair of thick black-framed glasses rested atop my nose. I hailed a taxi to the renowned gambling Stone Street in the western part of the city, a location I had discovered in the hotel's travel brochure. Upon nearing my destination, I alighted from the taxi about 500 meters away and walked the rest of the way, mindful not to attract attention as my intention was not to purchase raw stones this time. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, I recognized the imposing sign that indicated I had arrived. The night was quiet, with only a handful of tourists, akin to myself, leisurely strolling along the street. Typically, individuals purchase raw stones during the day when the lighting is optimal, enhancing their chances of finding valuable gems. I entered a shop that was still open, where the shelves on either side displayed an array of exquisitely carved jade products. The price tags on the little signs were immediately disheartening. They were far beyond my means. However, I noticed a pile of raw stones on the floor by the door, priced at 100 yuan per kilogram, likely leftovers from previous customers. This shop did not specialize in raw stones, so I decided not to linger and promptly exited. Next door, I entered a store dedicated to raw jade stones, where the proprietor was seated at the cash register, busy with calculations. Upon noticing my presence, he gestured for me to browse at my leisure. I observed that the computer screen was displaying only a camera feed, positioned directly above the cash register, likely monitoring that area alone. In shops like these, where raw stones weigh several kilograms at minimum, theft is seldom a concern, as the stones are too cumbersome to carry away, leading most owners to forego extensive security measures. The shop was minimally decorated, with white walls ensuring no other surveillance was present. I crouched at the back of the warehouse, pretending to examine the stones. Before me lay a spherical raw stone weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. In a swift motion, I concealed it within my space and retrieved it again. All within a second. The loose-fitting attire concealed my actions, rendering me undetectable to both the surveillance and the shopkeeper. I repeated this technique, selecting similarly sized stones while avoiding larger ones that might betray my secret. After a few minutes, I approached the cash register with a raw stone weighing approximately 10 kilograms. paying 5,000 yuan to ensure the shopkeeper made some profit. Upon expressing my intent to continue browsing, the owner handed me a receipt, instructing me to return before 10 o'clock to collect my purchase. I visited several more shops specializing in raw stones, intentionally selecting those with minimal decoration and no surveillance. Whenever I spotted a stone that caught my eye, I would make a purchase. From one end of the street to the other, I managed to explore 200 or more raw stones within my space. At the end of the alley, I impulsively borrowed a flatbed cart to collect my goods. In total, I acquired 3 stones, each modest in size, for under 20,000 yuan. Dragging my randomly chosen stones to the cutting machine, I paid 600 yuan for a craftsman to assist me in revealing their contents. Unsure of the appropriate cutting method, I allowed the craftsman to proceed as he deemed fit. The stone was sliced in half, revealing a stark white interior. Noticing my intense gaze, the craftsman, fearing my disappointment, made additional cuts, transforming it into smaller pieces. Much to my expectation, it was a failure. The second stone, upon being cut, was filled with shattered fragments. These 2 stones were deliberately chosen, as I wished to see what the jade would resemble after being absorbed by the space. The second stone exhibited characteristics reminiscent of having been consumed by the space. The third stone was also cut in half, and from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a faint purple hue. The craftsman was equally astonished, quickly splashing some water onto the stone to reveal a stunning purple that captivated all onlookers. Was this a stroke of luck? I mused to myself. Out of the 3 stones I had carelessly selected, it seemed I had struck gold with 2. The craftsman hesitated to make further cuts, fearing potential damage. Instead, he placed the stone onto a polishing machine, and I recognized it as the 10-kilogram raw stone I had purchased from the first shop. News spread quickly among the shop owners on Gambling Stone Street, who flocked to witness the spectacle, including the accountant from earlier, who quickly recognized the stone he had sold just moments ago. He raised his voice, exclaiming, "This was sold from my shop. It appears to be a significant find." His establishment had not seen any successful bets in over 10 days, and with tomorrow's news, business was bound to improve. Chapter 14. Space upgrade. The polishing process was slow, accompanied by the constant roar of machinery, while those with quick wits had already stepped outside to make calls. It was evident that the owner of the raw stone was a tourist, and the likelihood of revealing jade meant there would be eager buyers among the jeweler proprietors. 20 minutes later, a duck-egg-sized oval of violet jade emerged to the astonishment of the crowd. An elderly gentleman with a beard gasped, "High ice variety, violet jade." I was taken aback, staring at the jade resting on the velvet cloth. I had anticipated it to be of lesser quality, perhaps glutinous or icy, but never did I expect it to be of such superior caliber. Voices erupted from the crowd. 600,000. "Young lady, will you sell?" It was a jeweler who had just rushed over, breathless as he spoke. The elderly gentleman immediately scoffed at him. "A high-ice violet jade ring would fetch at least 50,000. How dare you offer such a paltry sum? You're simply taking advantage of her." "Old Lee, I need to make a profit too. We have fees and overhead costs to consider." As the conversation unfolded, 2 more individuals rushed to join the bidding. 800,000. 880,000. I bid 880,000. I had yet to decide whether to sell. My primary objective was to upgrade my space, and funds were not a concern at present. I was uncertain whether my previous actions had benefited the space, but upon delving into my consciousness, I noticed that the door on the right side appeared to be accessible. Pushing with my mental energy, the door opened as expected. Something felt amiss, and upon scrutinizing the layout of the courtyard, I discovered that the side rooms had been divided into 2 levels, with the second floor featuring a row of protruding balconies. My space had indeed been upgraded. In essence, the previous 8 rooms had transformed into 16. Without pausing to absorb this revelation, I hurriedly tried each door and found that 8 rooms were already accessible. Each room measured 5 meters in width, 5 meters in height, and approximately 8 meters in depth. A quick calculation revealed that my usable static storage space had surged to a staggering 1,600 cubic meters, nearly doubling. The bidding continued, and upon returning to reality, I realized that while I had been lost in thought, the price of the violet jade had escalated to 950,000. I had to sell. The issue was no longer a lack of storage space, but rather the need to fill my space. I required additional funds to stock up on goods. "I will sell, but only for cash," I declared decisively. Ultimately, the jade was sold for 950,000 to the owner of a local chain jewelry store. Half an hour later, I received a hefty bag of cash, which fit perfectly into my backpack. After completing the transaction, I departed from the gambling Stone Street, taking a taxi a few hundred meters away before exiting the alley. Instead of returning directly to the hotel, I chose a restaurant for a bowl of noodles before slipping out through the back door. By turning my jacket inside out, it transformed into a ginger hue, and removing my glasses and cap allowed my long hair to cascade down my shoulders. I was not particularly concerned about someone targeting me for the tens of thousands I had just acquired. That amount was hardly sufficient to purchase a house. What truly surprised me was the unexpected outcome of the raw stones I had unveiled today. Tomorrow, many would flock to that very shop seeking to purchase raw stones. Should they uncover unusual fragments within, akin to those found in the second stone I had cut, it could certainly draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. This was precisely why I insisted on cash transactions. After meandering through a residential area, she finally hailed a taxi back to the hotel. The clothes she had changed out of and her cash-filled backpack were promptly stowed away in her space. This ensemble would not reappear in the near future. Over the next couple of days, she intended to expend all the cash before returning to Sioux City, planning to take a drive tomorrow to explore. The following morning, she awoke from the comfort of her soft bed, sunlight filtering through the lace curtains in fragmented patterns, momentarily dispelling the urgency of the apocalyptic world outside. After freshening up, Mo also woke, and the two dressed before heading downstairs for breakfast. The hotel provided a buffet breakfast, offering both Western and Chinese options. She prepared a bowl of wontons and cheese-baked eggs for Mo, while she enjoyed a croissant with ham and a fried egg, along with a bowl of local rice noodles that they shared. As they ate, she browsed Weibo, noting the severe drought conditions across the country, with water sources in various cities becoming increasingly scarce. Under the sweltering heat, crops were wilting en masse, drawing widespread public concern. "Mommy, I want to eat cake." The little one's sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Seeing his bowl empty, she allowed him a small piece of cake. After breakfast, they drove out of the hotel. The temperature here was significantly lower than in Xiamen, and the outdoor foot traffic was quite large. Navigating the familiar route to the wholesale market, she was well acquainted with the entire process of renting a warehouse and placing orders. She ordered 2,000 pounds of dry rice noodles, 2,000 pounds each of fragrant rice, japonica rice and ivory rice, as well as 5,000 pounds of assorted grains, 2,000 pounds of yak jerky, 10 boxes each of various dried mushrooms and mushroom oil rounded out her order, totaling 450,000, all paid in cash. Of course, she could not overlook the local specialties: 10 boxes each of flour tea, pu'er tea, flour cakes, and shiping tofu, along with 100 Yunnan ham, and 500 pounds each of cured meat, sausages, braised beef, and beef tripe. She also procured fresh fruits, mushrooms, seedling plants, vegetable seeds, and flower seeds, ensuring no resources would go to waste in the apocalyptic scenario. Any unspent money only constituted waste. The humid, rainy environment led to a higher prevalence of mosquitoes, snakes, and ants, so she naturally took advantage of their locally produced insect repellent and anti-itch medicines. She ordered 10 boxes each of disinfectant, mosquito repellent, insect powder, and anti-itch cream, along with various effective bite remedies and anti-venoms. She had arranged for the deliveries to arrive at 8 in the evening, providing ample time for the vendors to prepare. With around 12,000 remaining, she planned to venture out again later to continue her shopping. As the afternoon heat intensified, she returned to the hotel, opting to remain indoors. Due to the ongoing high temperatures, the hotel had introduced several activities to entertain guests. Chapter 15. Meow Knife. Activities included flower arranging, tea ceremonies, and baking. Shen Wan took Mo to a baking class where they learned to make flour cakes and milk fan. The mother and son, in a flurry of activity, created a variety of uniquely shaped finished products, with flour dusting their faces and clothes. Regardless of how unappealing their creations might appear, they packed everything to take home. After returning to their room for a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, she went downstairs to the hotel restaurant for dinner. The little one, not wanting to nap, was agreeable to her plans, allowing her the opportunity to retire early that evening. By 6 in the evening, Shen Momo lay in bed, toying with his playthings while drifting toward sleep, as Shen Wan busied herself with a transformation. She styled her shoulder-length hair into voluminous waves, pairing a striped shirt with jeans, topped off with a sun hat and disposable mask, having also enhanced her makeup to alter her brow shape and eye characteristics. After placing her sleeping son into the space, She exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the old town, where she had heard a myriad of people congregated, possibly leading to useful finds. After disembarking, she walked for a few minutes before encountering a cluster of aged buildings and narrow alleys crisscrossing throughout. Many old residences had been converted into shops, while some vendors set up stalls right on the streets. Shen Wan wandered casually, discovering stalls selling embroidered fabrics, tie-dye, stone carvings, wood sculptures, flowers, folding fans, snacks, and fruits, an eclectic assortment drawing many visitors. She purchased several embroidered vests and tank tops, also selecting a few items for Momo. Upon completing her purchase and taking a few steps away, she noticed a stall selling meow knives. The vendor, an elderly man weathered by time, sat on a small stool guarding his 2-square-meter stall. She casually picked up a knife, only to discover that the blade had yet to be sharpened. Each knife bore subtle differences, likely handcrafted with traditional skill. The stall also featured several daggers and curved knives, piquing her interest. Recognizing the serendipity of the encounter, she was prepared to acquire them all if the price was right. Seeing her genuine intent, the vendor quoted a price: 6,000 for each meow knife, 3,000 for each dagger and curved knife. She decided to purchase the entire stock, totaling 12 meow knives and over a dozen daggers and curved knives, culminating in a total of 100,000 and 2,000. The vendor graciously rounded down the price, settling at 100,000. Shen Wan retrieved a bundled stack of cash from her backpack, pre-divided for convenience, with each package totaling 10,000. This was the last bundle she had. The vendor collected his stall's blanket, packing everything into a rectangular wooden box, which he handed to Shen Wan. The box weighed about 60 to 70 pounds, making it a bit cumbersome to carry, so after browsing the area, she decided to turn back. Arriving at the wholesale market by nearly 8 o'clock, she entered her password to access the warehouse, with vendors gradually arriving to deliver goods. Ensuring there were no electronic devices in the warehouse, she began signing off on delivery slips and organized the workers to stack the items by category for easier retrieval later. An hour later, all orders had been signed for. After everyone departed, she locked the warehouse door and began transferring the supplies into her space, including the wooden box containing the knives. Once the warehouse door was secured, she changed the password and added a chain lock before exiting. She had prepaid for half a month's rent on this warehouse, using fictitious information for registration and leaving no payment trail, all transactions conducted in cash. Even if there were suspicions, finding her would be nearly impossible, especially since the market staff were preoccupied with their busy duties, likely overlooking this unremarkable little warehouse. After returning to the hotel, she enjoyed a restful sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, she boarded a plane back to Sioux City. Exhausted but fulfilled, she returned to Siheyuan, had a simple lunch, and while Momo napped, she decided to organize her space. During her busy time stuffing it full, she had neglected to tidy up. The water tanks were filled to the brim, stacked in the corridor. The storage space in the compartment could be manipulated with her mind, and she had little concern whether the door would open or not. The fuel tanks, engine, and fuel were laid out in the courtyard, covered with waterproof plastic to prevent rusting. After more than a month of effort, she had 5 fuel tanks filled with gasoline, leaving 5 empty ones for future plans. Batteries, earthquake kits, inflatable boats, chainsaws, and other tools were neatly arranged in the left side room, organized on shelves for easy access. Meanwhile, the right side room housed coal, liquefied gas, and various accompanying tools. Currently, the rooms on both sides of the first floor are accessible. The 4 rooms on the right are designated for storing all types of grains, oils, and condiments, while the 4 rooms on the left are reserved for fresh produce such as meats, seafood, vegetables, fruits, and seeds. Daily necessities and medical supplies are housed on the first floor of the main courtyard, with items that are inconvenient to stack placed on shelves, and those in cardboard boxes neatly piled to the ceiling. The second floor is dedicated to prepared foods and snacks, organized by category on the shelves. A corner has been set aside as a living area, currently furnished with a mattress and a play area for Momo. On July 10th, with less than 20 days until the onset of heavy rains, Shen Wan's agenda for the day involves taking Momo to an agricultural trade base outside the city for fruit picking. This trade base, a collaboration between the Agricultural Science Institute, the municipal government, and private entrepreneurs, spans over 1,000 acres. It features areas for growing fruits and vegetables, livestock farming, traditional Chinese medicine cultivation, and recreational zones. To her surprise, the base also includes accommodations, After driving for over an hour to arrive, Shen Wan decides to spend the night at the guest house, allowing for a leisurely exploration the next day. After selecting a forest-themed room in the guest house, she discreetly carries her inconspicuous luggage up to the second floor with Momo in tow. After settling in and taking a brief rest, the mother and son head straight to the livestock farming area. The animals here differ vastly from those in a zoo. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese roam freely in designated sections, alongside artificially raised deer, roe deer, and free-range birds. They are not averse to human feeding, though perhaps due to the sweltering heat, their appetites appear diminished. Momo loses interest in feeding them and begins munching on the carrots intended for the animals, evidently hungry himself. Thus, they head to the dining area for lunch, and after a midday nap, they meander through the herbal garden. Momo enjoys the comfortable temperature of the herbal plantation, assisting the staff in planting herb seedlings and watering them, running around energetically and sweating profusely. Shen Wan watches with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He proves to be a helpful hand in the garden, yet he succumbs to fatigue upon entering their space. Dinner consists of medicinal dishes served in the herbal garden restaurant. Perhaps due to exhaustion or the delectable food, Momo eats with gusto, mumbling, "Mama, this is delicious. I'm full." Before leaving, she purchases several boxes of pre-packed herbal and medicinal meal kits, totaling 10 boxes, and arranges for them to be delivered to the guest house. Hand in hand, Shen Wan and Momo stroll back slowly, as the little one has overeaten and needs to digest. Chapter 16. Extreme Heat? The following morning, after breakfast at the guest house, they visit the fruit and vegetable garden. Although the garden appears modest in size, nestled in a corner of the base, it reveals a hidden paradise. The front is planted with various vegetables, while the sloping terrain at the back is adorned with hundreds of acres of fruit trees. Seasonal fruits such as lychees, cherries, waxberries, and peaches are ripe for picking, and the grapevines boast an array of colorful grapes, alongside watermelons and cantaloupes. Shen Wan samples the produce and finds the flavor of the improved varieties from the Agricultural Science Institute to be delightful. She reserves 10 baskets of each fruit and purchases 100 fruit saplings and 100 grapevines, arranging for pickup in the afternoon. Before departing, she acquires a substantial amount of vegetable seeds and fresh poultry from the institute. With cash running low, she notes that her card balance of 630,000 remains largely untouched. After processing her card payment, she is left with 450,000. She fills her SUV to capacity and makes several trips to the remote location to store the goods in their space, managing to transport only 1/5 of the haul. Thankfully, the base is situated in the suburbs, providing her with ample blind spots for monitoring. Regrettably, the delivery truck is parked in the community, complicating matters. Observing the mountain of supplies, Shen Wan has a sudden inspiration. She spends 500 yuan to rent a small truck from the guest house owner, efficiently completing the task in 2 trips. Upon returning home, she resolves to remain indoors for the next few days. The sweltering heat, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees Celsius, discourages little Momo from outdoor play. Additionally, she wishes to prepare the vegetables she brought back into medicinal dishes, as such aromatic food will be less convenient to make in the future, and she needs to brew the herbal packs as well. Most importantly, she must prioritize her physical fitness. As the heavy rains approach, she feels increasingly agitated and insecure. Therefore, whether for alleviating anxiety or for future self-preservation, enhancing her own capabilities becomes paramount. Throughout the past month, the windows in the living room and master bedroom have remained open, as the high temperatures expedite the evaporation of formaldehyde, and several fans have been set up in each room to circulate air. Once the temperatures decline, their activities can shift to the master bedroom and living room. Each morning, after breakfast, Shen Wan collects items from the bedroom into their space, lays out a carpet, and the mother-son duo practices military-style exercises for an hour, with Momo energetically flailing about. After their workout, she retrieves a pre-assembled slide, swing, and ball pit from their space for him to play with independently. Meanwhile, she begins preparing medicinal dishes, brewing herbal remedies, and meticulously washing all fruits, vegetables, and meats to store on the shelves, striving to create as many finished dishes as possible. In this apocalyptic era, water resources are extremely precious, and lacking a water source in her space, she must seize the opportunity to wash everything while she can, confident that the preservation function of the space will prevent spoilage. Days pass, and as the highest temperatures reach 48 degrees Celsius, the number of heatstroke cases rises, filling hospitals to capacity. Amidst the extreme heat, fires are becoming increasingly common, particularly in old communities and industrial sites. The government has already issued notices urging companies to halt production activities and has begun implementing phased restrictions on electricity and water usage for various enterprises. She recalls that in her previous life, temperatures never soared this high. Could it be that the first disaster to strike will indeed be extreme heat? Contemplating this possibility fills Shen Wan with unease, as it diverges from her plans. She had not prepared ice for extreme heat. Entering the kitchen, she opens the 600-liter high-capacity refrigerator, clears out the freezer, and begins freezing small bottles of mineral water. Originally intended for barricading the door, the refrigerator now serves as a reserve for ice. Should the first wave of natural disasters truly be extreme heat, she realizes she must undertake further preparations. As the sun sets and the outdoor temperatures become less oppressive, Shen Wan decides to take Momo out for a brief outing. Upon entering the underground parking garage, a dry heat wave envelopes her. If the underground parking is this sweltering, one can only imagine the scorching temperatures outside. Learning from her previous experiences at the planting base, she opts for the small truck for shopping, as it offers greater capacity, navigating through traffic at a leisurely pace, due to the heat causing drivers to be cautious. She circles the vicinity of Siheyuan twice to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain, streets, and shops. Next, she heads to a nearby small commodity market, intending to purchase containers for ice making. She buys 200 stainless steel buckets, 20 solid wood bathtubs, which stack neatly without occupying much space, 10 ice-making machines, and over 10 water towers to collect potable water on the rooftop when it rains. She also visits the vegetable market, purchasing a large quantity of cold dishes, such as ice powder, cold noodles, and liangpi, which are excellent for cooling off during the heat. She plans to prepare a generous amount of these over the next few days, when she has time. After spending some time in the heat, she returns home feeling lethargic and unwilling to move. She suspects she might be experiencing heat exhaustion. So she retrieves a bottle of Huixiang Jingqi liquid from her space and gives Momo a sip as well. The mother and son have a light dinner before heading to bed. The next morning, she awakens feeling much improved, with dizziness and fatigue having dissipated, while little Momo appears unfazed, bouncing around energetically. Breakfast consists of soy milk and steamed buns, and after completing their exercise routine, Shen Wan begins preparing cold noodles. In each bowl, she placed noodles that had been cooked and rinsed in cold water, drenching them in a savory sauce, and garnished with shredded cucumber, slices of tomato, mung bean sprouts, braised beef, and half the marinated egg, then added freshly frozen ice cubes, which greatly whetted the appetite. The preparation of cold skin was even more straightforward. She retrieved a stainless steel basin, added the cut cold skin along with shredded cucumber, mung bean sprouts, and the sauce, mixed them well, and portioned them into takeout boxes. Noticing that there was still plenty of time, Shen Wan decided to make some ice powder. She adored both brown sugar ice powder and milk tea ice powder, and added a variety of fresh fruits along with taro balls and raisins. As evening approached, she had no desire to cook, so she served a bowl of cold noodles to Momo, adding a boiled egg for him to enjoy at his leisure. After dinner, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. The temperature, slightly different from her previous life, made her feel alert. Currently, her cash and savings amounted to approximately 470,000. With some gold jewelry that could also be liquidated, she felt compelled to spend it soon for peace of mind. At 8 in the evening, after coaxing Momo to sleep, Shen Wan drove the truck out. The relentless heat had rendered daily life and work exceedingly inconvenient, and the citizens of Sioux City were gradually becoming accustomed to nocturnal activities. The nearby residential areas thrived with vibrancy by night, as supermarkets, restaurants, and shopping malls shimmered with lights. Since the official announcement of a heat emergency plan a few days prior, most residents had been busy stockpiling supplies at home, leading to a scarcity of vegetables, grains, and convenience foods in the supermarkets. Many had devised clever ways to wholesale goods and sell them in residential areas at affordable prices, leading to brisk sales. Shen Wan, however, was not out for food today. She had ample supplies stashed away and chose not to compete with her neighbors. Chapter 17. Rain. Half an hour later, she arrived at a large chain supermarket, bustling with noise as employees rushed about. She steered clear of the crowded groceries and snack section and headed towards the children's goods area on the lower level. Clothes, shoes, books, toys, and snacks were added to her shopping cart as if they were free. Nearby, a sales clerk who was worried about lack of business eagerly approached to assist her. One cart filled, and another was immediately brought over. Previously, she had to focus on essential survival supplies due to limited funds, but now that she had some surplus, she could consider other categories. After perusing that area, she wandered into the adjacent living essentials section. Batteries, gas stoves, drying racks, stainless steel basins. Anything useful was tossed into her cart. Determined to spend every last penny, she continued shopping. Just as she was engrossed in her selection, she noticed the neighboring clothing section had an array of winter sweaters, down jackets, and thermal underwear. The clerk explained that these were off-season clearance items of excellent quality at low prices. Recently, she had purchased a batch of clothing online, but it was not much. Pieces could last her for a decade or more. However, with money and space available now, who would complain about having too many resources? She bought 100 sets in her size and 200 for Shen Momo, covering all sizes. Additionally, she collected piles of cashmere socks, gloves, and scarves. Normally, she would head to the checkout on the first floor, but with dozens of shopping carts filled, it was impractical. The supermarket's customer service was exceptional. A clerk brought a scanner to check her out right there, totaling 195,000. Several staff members helped her transport the items to the parking lot and unload them into the truck. Once everyone had left, and after closing the truck doors, she stored everything in her space. The myriad of supplies she purchased would be organized later, when she had the time. In a hurry, she exited the parking lot to her next destination, which was a mere 5 minutes away. She parked in the underground garage of the International Trade Building, above which was a home improvement company and a large appliance store, her favorite one-stop shopping venue. She ordered 10 units each of air conditioners, washing machines, rice cookers, meat grinders, dryers, vacuum sealers, and air purifiers, along with various accessories and small appliances. Taking advantage of a shopping festival, she scored a discount, bringing her total to just over 210,000. The sales clerk, thrilled by such a large order, gifted her numerous freebies, including bowls, utensils, kitchenware, and smart appliances. After placing her order, she proceeded to the home improvement section, acquiring 100 privacy films, 10 rolls of blackout fabric, and 10 rolls of mosquito netting. She also picked up detachable solid wood flooring, anti-theft electric nets, and wallpaper floor stickers. At checkout, she realized there was only a little over 30,000 left in her card, and after swiping 3 credit cards, totaling over 80,000, she finally settled the bill. The remaining cash was reserved for the early days of the apocalypse. She certainly could not afford to stand out while others stocked up on supplies. The owner was busy directing staff to package and ship goods while she headed alone to the underground garage. The delivery team for the appliances had already arrived, and she hurriedly opened the cargo door to let them load the items. Once filled, she drove around outside for about half an hour before returning to continue loading. The home improvement supplies were also waiting in the garage, and after several trips back and forth, everything was finally transported. At 1:30 in the morning, Shen Wan collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. She placed Momo on the bed to continue sleeping, but after a moment, she felt a pang of hunger, which she hadn't noticed during her hectic day. She retrieved a portion of spicy crayfish, enjoying it while watching a show, accompanied by a chilled soda, bringing her immense joy. After satisfying her hunger and freshening up, she cuddled her little chubby one and drifted off to sleep. The next day, having spent nearly all her money, she chose not to venture out again, and the mother and son remained at home. With nothing to do, she prepared some dishes and tidied up her space. The items she purchased yesterday were still piled in the courtyard. The appliances and home improvement materials were stored in the foyer, while the remaining daily necessities were placed in the main courtyard on the first floor. Clothes were packed in vacuum bags and stored on the shelves to save space. After dinner, with the temperature finally dropping, Shen Wan took Shen Momo for a stroll around the neighborhood to aid digestion. Just as they were about to head home, a warm droplet of liquid fell on her face. Shen Momo tugged at his mother's hand and looked up, saying, "Mama, it's raining." Shen Wan paused for a moment, looking up at the darkened sky, feeling several more drops hit her face, as if the rain was pulling her from a dream back into reality. As the apocalypse began, her heart surprisingly grew calm. There was nothing to fear. She was well prepared for this protracted battle. She then bent down to scoop up Momo's soft little body and whispered in his ear, "Yes, it's raining. This time, Mama will protect you well. Let us go home." Carrying Momo, she first went to the underground garage, parking the Land Rover and the truck in a remote corner without surveillance, then stored them in her space. Uncertain of how long this rain would last or when it would flood the parking lot, she knew early preparation was key to ensuring safety. As the rain intensified, Shen Wan stood by the window, her feelings difficult to articulate. The unease she had felt during this period had finally materialized. She hadn't anticipated the first heavy rain would arrive a full 10 days early. She could not comprehend why things were different from her previous life. Would future disasters also deviate from her expectations? Downstairs, large droplets splashed onto the concrete path, rising in a mist. Soon, waves of residents poured out from nearby apartment buildings, celebrating and reveling in the joy brought by the rain. She slowly drew the curtains, knowing their laughter would soon fade, as one wave of disaster after another was about to follow. Under the torrential rain, the sky grew ominously dark, and Shen Wan was roused by Mo's weight on her. The little chubby one lay on her, his shiny eyes gazing at her. "Mama, the baby is hungry." Checking her phone, she saw it was nearly 9 o'clock. No wonder little Mo was so famished. Typically, they had breakfast at 8. So he must have woken up a long time ago, holding back his hunger without calling for her. Perhaps the recent mental strain had been too much. She had experienced numerous chaotic nightmares and only fell into deep sleep in the early hours. Combined with the dim lighting, she had slept particularly soundly. Rising to prepare a bottle of milk for Mo, he finished it within minutes. Shen Wan then retrieved a warm penguin-shaped food pouch from her space for him to enjoy. Pulling back the curtains, the sky was as dark as water. The people on the road hurried along, and the streets were almost deserted. The only sound accompanying them was the rhythmic patter of rain. Today's temperature had noticeably dropped, indicating that the sweltering heat would not arrive prematurely. Descending the stairs with Mo, I refrained from taking the elevator, which emitted a disconcerting sound of rushing water during its operation, instilling a sense of unease. I made my way down to the basement, where I could see the vehicle submerged in water, with tires nearly engulfed. Fortunately, I had swiftly parked the Land Rover in a safe space yesterday. Chapter 18. Planting. The torrential rain had persisted throughout the night, replenishing the once parched riverbeds and underground drainage systems, leading to a gradual breakdown of the city's drainage infrastructure. Water continued to flow into the underground garage, and I could hear property staff constructing barriers at the entrance, with several residents assisting. I chose not to join them, opting instead to observe the rising water levels before returning home via the stairs. I stored away the items from the bedroom in the safe space, and moved out some play equipment for Mo to enjoy on his own. I then retrieved a lazy sofa to recline on, allowing my consciousness to drift into the space. The shelves from the courtyard were relocated into the storage room, and there was no room left for anything else. The 10 oil tanks piled up didn't occupy much space, but the 2 vehicles and the engine took up over 20 square meters, which would have to be moved later when more rooms were unlocked. The nearly 300 square meter fertile land in the courtyard inspired me to plant grape seedlings along both sides of the stone path, with plans to later construct an arched trellis. 80 square meters on either side would be reserved for fruit trees, while the outer edges near the storage rooms would be designated for vegetable cultivation. When the fruit trees bore their bountiful harvest, the sight would be particularly enchanting, though sadly, only I would witness it. Without hesitation, I fetched a hoe from the storage and, with focused intent, began digging holes along the path, planting 5 different varieties of grape seedlings on each side. The holes for the fruit trees needed to be larger and deeper, requiring more exertion. After planting just 2 trees, I paused to rest, managing to complete only half of the fruit trees by midday. After watering them, I looked up to see a weary Mo sitting on the swing, engrossed in a picture book. I prepared a simple meal of 2 dishes and a soup, calling Mo to join me for lunch. I toiled until past 11 at night, finally finishing the planting of all the fruit trees and vegetables. As I lay down, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a deep sleep. After a restful night, upon awakening and entering the space to water the plants, I was taken aback by the sight of vibrant green seedlings sprouting everywhere. The fast-growing vegetables already had 2 leaves, and tender green shoots were emerging from the fruit trees. The rate of growth exceeded my expectations. After just one night, it was astonishing. I roughly estimated that the growth rate in the space was about 9 to 10 times that of the outside world. Thus, with a little diligence, I would never face starvation in this apocalyptic scenario. However, it was unfortunate that I could not raise livestock. Relying solely on vegetables without meat would be unsustainable. Thankfully, I had stockpiled a significant amount of meat, over 50 to 60,000 pounds of fresh meat, along with jerky and cooked food. enough to sustain both mother and child for 70 to 80 years. Opening the window, I noticed the rain seemed to be intensifying. I checked the owner's group on WeChat, where I found 999 unread messages. New messages poured in rapidly, leaving me little time to read. The most active participants were the residents of the first and second floors. Building 17, room 302. How much longer will this torrential rain last? The weather forecast is utterly unreliable. Building 17, room 102. Exactly. Is the property manager present? What is being done about the drainage system? My home is flooded, and my belongings are ruined. Building 17, room 1301. Andy from 102. It's not entirely the property company's fault. The streets outside are submerged up to our ankles. It seems the entire district's drainage has failed. It appeared the water had already reached the first floor. In my previous life, during a similar storm, the water level rose to the second floor by the third day. Fortunately, the Siheyuan complex was situated at a relatively higher elevation. However, according to past experiences, the city would lose power tonight. Subsequently, the government would take 3 days to restore electricity, only for the supply to fail again, as the rainfall was too heavy, submerging many facilities and hindering repair efforts. I wondered if this life, influenced by my small actions, would still follow the trajectory of the past, especially since there had already been slight deviations in the timeline. As mealtime approached, the group began to lament their circumstances. Building 17, room 602. With this downpour, we can't go out and no one is delivering food. Several of us haven't cooked in days. We're down to instant noodles. I surmised this household was likely a shared apartment of young individuals, probably lacking in provisions. However, Siheyuan was an upscale complex and rent was not cheap. I pondered how many people lived there. Building 17. Room 401. Can I trade 2 bags of chips for a bucket of instant noodles? I haven't had a warm meal in a day, and all I have left are snacks. Building 17. Room 602. We have 5 people, pretty lady. Bring us 5 bags of chips for a trade. I found their banter rather amusing. Nonetheless, I noted that I should keep an eye on the residents of 602. 5 individuals constituted a significant group, and their manner of speaking was rather carefree. The girl from room 401 was also quite naive, openly sharing details about her household situation in the group, seemingly unafraid of attracting unwanted attention. However, I lacked the inclination to meddle in their affairs. After dinner, I allowed Momo to watch educational cartoons while I opened my tablet to study offline maps. Before long, the little one dozed off. I then found another series to watch, taking out some duck necks and claws to nibble on, along with a bottle of cola. Raising a child meant I had to indulge in my happy drinks discreetly. While watching television, I remained attentive to the developments in the group chat. The elderly lady from room 102 had moved her entire family to the third-floor corridor, closing the fire door and setting up makeshift bedding at the entrance of room 302. It appeared that room 101 next door was vacant, as there had been no activity reported in the group. Besides room 302, I hadn't heard of anyone else setting up bedding in the corridor. The weather wasn't too cold, and sleeping outside was even cooler than indoors. The family from room 102 had settled in, with the elderly lady and her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson all sleeping on the floor. Life was no easier for room 302. Not only was the noise unbearable, but the elderly lady's grandson persistently knocked on their door, wanting to come in and play. Initially, the neighbors were reluctant to refuse. But after a chaotic afternoon, their home had become a mess, leading to a heated argument between the two families. The elderly lady scolded loudly, while simultaneously lamenting in the group chat, claiming the family in room 302 lacked respect for their elders and that even her precious grandson was denied a simple snack. I decided to abandon the television show and focus on the unfolding drama. The group chat was lively, with a flurry of exchanges. I must admit, the elderly lady possessed a remarkable command of insults. Her repertoire was boundless and creative. I could not help but stifle a laugh, only to regret it as I inadvertently woke Momo. In a hurry, I stashed away the snacks and glanced at the time. I decided not to let him continue sleeping, as too much napping would lead to a restless night for me. I opened a packet of children's biscuits and handed it to him, encouraging him to play with his building blocks while I continued to browse through a forum. Chapter 19. Shops in the forum. Several posts regarding the apocalypse were gaining traction, but the majority of comments contradicted the original poster. It's just a heavy rainfall. After all, it hasn't rained in months. I see the rain is letting up. It should stop by tomorrow. Luckily, I had heeded the official notice and stocked up on supplies. Now they will come in handy. Trusting the authorities is never wrong. Some people shouldn't stir up panic. It's not the end of the world. We should all take it easy. Of course, there were also those with heightened vigilance, eager to seize the opportunity while the water levels were still manageable to stock up on provisions. Thus, they devised various means, employing wooden basins and plastic buckets to gather supplies. She was concerned about the risk of electric shock from the water, so she refrained from joining the commotion outside. After dinner, Shen Wan noticed that the rain had indeed lightened. In the group chat, the elderly lady from Unit 102 was lamenting about her house being flooded, losing her possessions and having nowhere to live, her cries causing Shen Wan a headache. Thus, she set her messages to do not disturb and went to bed early, cuddling with Momo. At midnight, the alarm rang. Shen Wan was typically alert while sleeping and quickly silenced the alarm, fearful of waking Momo. Glancing at the group chat history, she saw that the entire neighborhood had lost power around 10 that evening, although the internet was still functional. This was what she had been waiting for. Had there not been a power outage, she would not have dared to enter the water, for fear of electric shock that even her space could not save her from. Placing Momo on the mattress in her space, she donned her diving suit and took her oxygen tank before heading downstairs. The area was eerily quiet, and she deliberately avoided the elderly family sleeping by the entrance of Unit 302. Switching on her headlamp, she descended the stairs to the underground garage. Her mission tonight was to acquire gasoline, though she was not adept at distinguishing the various types. Fortunately, many vehicles had labels on their fuel caps, so she focused on the cars that bore such tags. She first targeted a Mercedes, transporting both the car and its occupant into her space. Noticing the label marked 95, she siphoned the gasoline and returned the car to the garage. On her second attempt, she aimed to take 2 vehicles at once, touching one with each hand and using her will to bring them into her space. This time, both were labeled 92. On her final foray, she encountered 2 more labeled 95. Observing the 4 fuel tanks nearing fullness, Shen Wan felt quite satisfied with her evening's endeavors. Suddenly, a sound echoed, a soft thud. What was that? Standing on the stone path in the courtyard, she scanned her surroundings and detected a change. 2 staircases had appeared on either side of the second-floor wing. Ascending the left staircase, she found one of the rooms could now be opened, and it seemed the earlier sound was indeed the unlocking of this room. The space on the second floor was comparable in size to the one below, allowing for the storage of considerable supplies. Returning to the courtyard where she had just brought in the 2 vehicles, she surmised that the items inside had facilitated the upgrade of her space. Retrieving a crowbar from the tool shed, she pried open the trunks of both vehicles. Sure enough, in the trunk of the Mercedes E-Class, she discovered 6 or 7 jewelry packaging bags and, upon opening the boxes, found them mostly empty. It appeared these containers once held jade jewelry, now consumed by her space. She also spotted a pair of unadorned rings. It seemed that any item containing jade, even in the slightest amount, would be automatically absorbed by her space, serving as nourishment for its upgrade. Shen Wan resolved to test her luck further by collecting from the vehicles she had yet to explore. After all, the residents of this neighborhood were quite affluent, who knew what treasures might remain unclaimed. This time, she would not siphon fuel but simply bring the vehicles into her space and then retrieve them. Touching both cars simultaneously, she drew them into her space. The sudden absence of weight caused the water to rush in rapidly, spinning her around momentarily before she regained her balance. It seemed she needed to be quicker next time, enter and exit in one fluid motion. The surrounding water only quivered slightly, remaining within tolerable limits. It appeared someone shared her taste, as there was a similar Land Rover, albeit waterlogged. However, the tires were impressive, having been upgraded for high temperatures. Shen Wan decided to remove all usable parts, grateful for her previous life experience as a driver, which made disassembly manageable. After inspecting all the vehicles, she swam to the surface, shedding her diving suit and oxygen tank. Diving into her space, she found another room unlocked on the left side of the second floor. The continuous unsealing of restrictions within her space ignited her desire to stockpile even more supplies. After spending over 2 hours underwater, estimated to be at a depth of 7 to 8 meters, she realized that without her spatial advantages, she would struggle against the underwater pressure. It was prudent to take advantage of the still low water levels to explore outside once more. After resting for a bit and consuming a chocolate bar to replenish her energy, she prepared to leave. With approximately 3 hours until dawn, she opted not to venture far. As time was limited, The heavy rain had just begun, and societal order still held. She planned to explore the shops near her neighborhood. Clad in a black hooded raincoat, she slipped out under the cover of darkness. The water level was rapidly approaching her knees, creating significant resistance, and she needed to be cautious of submerged obstacles, making her movements cumbersome. After 10 minutes, she finally reached the perimeter of the neighborhood. The street-facing shops were all secured with glass doors, easily opened with her crowbar. Pushing open a glass door, she entered a tutoring center. The reception area on the first floor was modest, while the second featured an expansive open layout divided into individual training rooms. Shen Wan quickly searched each room, collecting violins, pianos, art books, and textbooks, stowing everything she could carry into her space, stacking it beneath the stairs on the first floor. She targeted this establishment first to gauge the size of the second floor space, which would help her ascertain which shops lacked upper levels. Some merchants might use their second floors for living quarters, a risk she needed to avoid. Next, her focus shifted to the first floor shops, as these would soon be submerged by floodwaters. Better to salvage them than let them go to waste. At a hot pot restaurant, she cleared out the ingredients from the freezer and the stacks of bottled beverages on the floor. Although they had been submerged, the water quality at this early stage of the storm remained relatively clean, and since they were all sealed, a thorough wash and dry would suffice. At a dairy wholesale shop, she disregarded the milk in paper cartons that had been drenched, but salvaged everything above water. She also collected frozen treats and ice cream that had only recently lost power and had not yet begun to melt. Moving through a bakery, she noted that the shelves of snacks had been cleared and the freshly made bread and cakes were past their prime, so she left those. However, she did take all the baking equipment from the kitchen, including eggs, flour, butter, cheese, and various frozen meats. Chapter 20. The Universal Lockpicker at a Convenience Store. She gathered rows of imported snacks along with the shelving, as well as beverages, yogurt, and rice balls from the cold case. She also scored several machines from the counter, including a hot dog grill, a fish cake maker, multi-tier steamer, and a large rice cooker. Behind the counter, 2 freezers were filled with buns, corn, meatballs, sausages, and fish cake ingredients. There was also a small storage room stacked with boxes of snacks and drinks, which Shen Wan unhesitatingly cleared out. At a fast food restaurant, she found only a few boxes of drinks and mineral water, but upon entering the kitchen, she realized the owner had been quite prescient. Eggs, vegetables, rice, and oil were all left on the preparation table, narrowly escaping the flood, and they all found their way into her possession, along with the stainless steel preparation table and gas stove. At a tobacco shop, she collected all the cigarettes from the shelves, while the cabinets contained entire cartons of stock that the owner had inexplicably failed to move. Fortunately, they were all wrapped, and being only a few hours submerged, they likely remained dry. All bottles of white and red wine were also salvaged, as even if the boxes were ruined, the bottles themselves held value. In a fried chicken shop, she cleared out the sealed spices and frozen semi-prepared foods from the freezer, along with the oil and drinks submerged in water, which she did not hesitate to take. Her speed in gathering supplies was remarkable, but the floodwaters were rising just as swiftly. As she exited the last shop, the water was nearly at thigh height, and it wouldn't be long before the first floor shops were entirely submerged. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and she needed to return to her apartment before dawn. Wading through the water, she entered Building 17, removed her shoes, and treaded lightly. She deliberately took the stairs on the side of Unit 301 but overheard voices from the 3rd floor. "Hurry up, son. Is the door open yet? Didn't you say that universal lockpicker would open it with just a touch?" The voice unmistakably belonged to the elderly lady from Unit 102. She heard her son respond impatiently. "Stop rushing me. It's locked tight. Let me try again." Ignoring the commotion, she quietly continued her ascent. Whether the lock of Unit 302 would be forced open was of no concern to her. She wasn't foolish enough to alert them. She had never been one to meddle in others' affairs, especially when it could lead to trouble. If the elderly lady's family became entangled with her, it would be a source of distress. She was relieved to know that her own home had a security door that such a lockpicker could not breach. Otherwise, she would have spent the night in anxiety. Upon returning home, she placed Mo on the bed, and then retrieved an air conditioning fan and a power bank from her storage space, adding the ice cubes she had prepared earlier. The room swiftly cooled down. After freshening up, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, she was once again greeted by the weight of her little chubby one, Taishan, pressing down upon her. Without Mo needing to express his hunger, she instinctively knew he was famished. Although her early morning escapades were aided by her storage space, they were nonetheless physically taxing. After lingering in bed for a while, she resolved to rise and exercise. After all, it takes 15 days to cultivate a good habit. She could catch up on sleep later in the afternoon. After breakfast, she practiced military-style boxing for an hour, and while Mo managed to keep up somewhat, his movements were far from perfect. Nonetheless, any activity was beneficial, even if it merely bolstered their immunity. After a brief rest, she slipped into her storage space. The baby greens were ready to be picked, their tender green leaves enticingly invigorating her appetite. Hand-pulled noodles would be on the menu for lunch. Judging by the moisture of the black soil, it seemed unnecessary to water them further. The storage space could maintain the moisture required for crop growth, which was both water and labor efficient. After retrieving a bag of flour from her storage, she set about making hand-pulled noodles. She poured the flour, added the right amount of water and salt, and kneaded it into a dough. While the dough rested, she prepared a large bowl of tomato and egg sauce. Once the noodles were cooked, she set aside a large bowl and a smaller bowl on the table, storing the remainder in her storage shelves. In the past, it had just been her and Mo, and making small portions was impractical, while large portions often went to waste. Now, with the preservation capabilities of her storage space, it was incredibly convenient. With the impending gas supply cut off, she had taken to cooking large batches to store, hoarding like a little hamster. Much of the meat and vegetables she had previously purchased were prepared as boxed meals, and she had already bought 2 batches of takeout containers. The mother and son each held a bowl, one large, one small, and settled down to watch an old television series, Home with Children, while they ate. After their meal, she confined Mo to the bedroom to play by himself in the playground, while she ventured downstairs to dispose of several days' worth of trash. As usual, she took the stairs, keeping an eye on the surveillance for the guest room. Should anything arise, she could swiftly return. However, the doors and windows of her bedroom were secure, and Mo had always been cautious, which provided her with peace of mind. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she noticed 2 families camping in the hallway. It appeared the floodwaters had already risen to the 2nd floor. Standing at the foot of the 2nd floor staircase, a pungent, fermented odor assaulted her senses, prompting her to don a mask from her storage. The floodwaters were still several feet away from the 2nd floor, but the hallway had morphed into a veritable garbage dump. All the refuse from the building was accumulating there. It was no wonder that residents from Units 201 and 202 had moved out early. Who could endure such a stench? As for her own household garbage, it was best kept in storage. As she turned to ascend the stairs, the 3 families in the stairwell cast curious glances her way. She chose to ignore them, as they were unaware of her floor number. Upon returning to the 15th floor, she ensured no one had followed her, shut the door, and secured the anti-theft lock. Deciding not to venture out today, while she napped with Mo, the homeowner group chat erupted with activity. The family from Unit 302 had truly lost their conscience. They had been kindly accommodated at the entrance of their home, even allowed to use their restroom, yet had the audacity to steal from them last night. Everyone must be cautious of these thieves. One message read, Unit 302, if you have the guts, come out and say it to our faces. Do you have any evidence that we stole from you? We haven't even sought you out for the missing items left outside. The elderly lady turned the accusation back on them, infuriating Unit 302. You blocked our front door completely. Who else could have entered? You stole our instant noodles and groceries, yet refused to acknowledge it. The elderly lady shot back, without evidence. You can't claim it was us. Who's to say it wasn't your child pilfering from your own stash? This farce ultimately concluded with the elderly lady's family moving out, though it remained uncertain which floor they had relocated to. Shen Wan didn't pay it much mind, as long as it wasn't right outside her door. Nevertheless, the elderly lady would find it difficult to ascend the stairs with her mobility challenges. Chapter 21. Distribution of supplies. The peace in the homeowner group chat did not last long before new issues arose. Could the residents above Unit 301 please refrain from using the toilets? The sewage is backing up. Could you exhibit a modicum of consideration for our predicament? Unit 1101. We're powerless in this situation. When nature calls, we can't just toss it outside. Then keep using it. I'll just move in with you, was the humorous retort from Unit 301, causing Unit 1101 to fall silent. Has the water risen to the 3rd floor already?
I am terrified.
Will it reach the 4th floor? Someone inquired.
Not yet.
Unit 301 reassured. The water has risen to the second floor, and we're contemplating moving. The group chimed in, urging understanding and mutual support amidst the crisis. The conversation shifted to food shortages, with complaints about the stifling heat and power outages rendering air conditioning inoperable. Some lamented that their food supplies had been exhausted, seeking anyone willing to sell them extra provisions. Others criticized the government for neglecting their plight after years of paying taxes, while the property management remained silent, leaving them feeling cheated. Shen Wan also shared her woes in the group, stating that her food supplies had dwindled and asking if anyone could spare some food, offering to pay for it. Her message quickly drowned in the flood of chat messages, surfacing occasionally but serving to divert suspicion regarding her own stockpile. However, some individuals were indeed selling items in the group, with 10-pound bags of rice priced at 500 yuan and instant noodles going for 50 yuan each. Albeit expensive, they were still in high demand. Those with food were mainly older individuals who had stocked up frantically during a recent shopping spree, their assessments of the situation not quite accurate. Feigning ignorance about her own stock, Shen Wan inquired if any rice was available, only to receive negative responses, leading her to abandon her pursuit. Turning off her phone, she began to sort through the supplies she had brought home the day before. Any items that had been submerged were unwrapped and cleaned, then categorized into eatables and utilities for storage. Once her tasks were complete, she leisurely indulged in watching her favorite series, enjoying snacks, all while ensuring to keep them from her little chubby one. The day after the power outage, the messages in the group dwindled significantly, as many had their phones die from lack of charge, and Shen Wan refrained from further participation. After lunch, she planned to seal off the toilet and drainage with cement. A couple of days ago, both she and Momo addressed their physiological needs using cat litter, though it proved somewhat inconvenient. Given that they would be residing there for an extended period, it was imperative to devise a more straightforward solution. Additionally, the humid environment facilitated the proliferation of cockroaches. Thus, to prevent their ascent through the drainage pipes, it was necessary to seal the outlets. She rummaged through her supplies for cement and sand, combining them with water in appropriate proportions. After turning off the water supply to the bathroom and draining the toilet, she sealed the base of the toilet with cement. Once it dried, she could simply pour in the cat litter. Shen Momo had his own little toilet, alleviating her concerns, allowing her to assume the role of a diligent caretaker. Next, she turned her attention to the shower, sink, and kitchen drain, all of which she sealed with cement. Going forward, they could collect water in buckets and pour it out the window. The rain would mask their actions. Almost forgetting, she also sealed the balcony drain with cement. However, the excessive humidity made it difficult for the cement to dry. She retrieved several batteries and a small solar heater to assist with the drying process. By the time she had tidied up the house, it was already past 5 in the afternoon when she suddenly heard voices outside. Shen Wan went to the balcony and opened the window, clearly hearing the announcements. Residents, please remain calm. The government is working diligently to restore the city's power supply. Tomorrow, personnel will distribute essential supplies to everyone. Please trust the government during these trying times, echoed the loudspeaker, as rescue boats patrolled the streets, ensuring every resident could hear the message. The homeowners group buzzed to life, invigorated as if receiving a shot of adrenaline. Enthusiastic residents spread the news. Their greatest belief was that they had not been abandoned. The following morning, the hallway buzzed with activity as people frequently checked if the supply distribution had commenced. A crowd gathered in the stairwell on the second floor, occasionally peering out the window. Shen Wan, not in a rush to descend, completed breakfast and practiced military exercises with Momo based on the previous day's events. She anticipated there would be loudspeaker announcements when supplies were ready. After an hour of exercise and an episode of a TV drama, noise finally emanated from downstairs. The loudspeaker called for residents to bring their identification and come down for supplies. As before, she secured the doors and windows, activated the surveillance, and climbed down the stairs. She didn't bring Shen Momo's identification. Firstly, they didn't need the supplies, and secondly, she wished to keep their existence a secret. A woman with a child drew attention as a vulnerable group. Since moving in, she had avoided interaction with neighbors, always donning a hat and mask when out with Momo, ensuring no one noticed them. Upon reaching the ground floor, she observed a line of people receiving supplies from the boats. Quietly, she joined the end of the queue. From the conversation ahead, she learned that government supplies were distributed weekly, requiring identification for collection, each person receiving 2 1-kilogram bags of rice, a portion of vegetables and meat, a pack of instant noodles, and 5 sausages. With careful rationing, This should last until the next distribution. She also heard about temporary shelters established for those whose homes had been flooded, with transportation arranged later, though each person could only bring one bag. After receiving her supplies, Shen Wan noticed many others still waiting and inquired, "My parents came to visit and are now stuck without their IDs. Can they collect supplies?" Unsurprisingly, she was met with a refusal. The staff indicated that other forms of identification, such as a driver's license or work ID, would suffice. Disappointed, she shook her head and walked away. She had intentionally posed the question, knowing that in a crowd this size, someone would remember and spread the word. She aimed to craft an image of a three-person household in Unit 1502, ensuring no one would target her and her son. At noon, craving hot pot, she thought the humid weather would help dispel internal dampness, though she worried about the strong smell. First, she fed Mo and lulled him to sleep, preventing him from drooling in hunger later. Chapter 22. Yuhui Mall. She moved a small dining table into the kitchen, secured the doors and windows, and prepared a portable stove and hot pot. After igniting the flame, she added ice to her air conditioner and settled in to eat. The ingredients in the pot were pre-cooked, and after savoring the meal, she added some fatty lamb slices and vegetables, complemented by a fizzy drink. Opening the window slightly to disperse the aroma, she was reassured that the rain would keep their activities discreet, especially since everyone was likely at home enjoying their meals after the recent supply distribution. After a quick wash, she cuddled up with Mo for a nap, conserving her energy for later. She intended to venture out again once the power returned. Awakening past 5, she found Mo already awake, seated on the bed with a picture book. When he saw his mother had finally stirred, he crawled over to affectionately nuzzle her face. Shen Wan thought, "My little one is so considerate." For dinner, they enjoyed the takeout from earlier, knowing they needed high-calorie food to sustain their energy. Both relished the juicy steak and creamy mushroom soup, along with Momo's favorite, French fries. The little chubby boy's cheeks puffed up with food, prompting her to consider increasing his activity levels, especially since he seemed to have gained weight over the past couple of days. After dinner, they watched a comedy film. Once Mo fell asleep, she carefully placed him on the mattress in her space. She was uneasy about leaving him alone at home. Keeping him close brought her peace of mind. This evening's destination was the Yuhui Mall, located less than 2 kilometers from Siheyuan. The noise from the rescue boats in the nearby residential area was quite loud, so Shen Wan planned to paddle over in an inflatable raft. She retrieved the raft from storage, activated the automatic inflation mechanism, and within 20 seconds, it was fully inflated. She then stored it away until she could bring it down. Though the inflation noise was minimal, given that several families resided in the hallway, she opted for caution. Dressed in a rain suit, she took the alternate staircase down. Fortunately, the fire doors were all closed, allowing her to avoid the makeshift sleeping arrangements in the hallway. The water level had nearly risen to the 3rd floor. She tossed the raft from the stairwell window into the water and jumped in, landing steadily on the raft before paddling away. Visibility was poor in the heavy rain, but Shen Wan relied on nearby buildings to navigate. In the distance, she spotted a large structure above the water's surface. Indeed, it was Yuhui Mall. Having frequently visited the area, she was familiar with her surroundings. However, the current was strong, and despite appearing close, it took her nearly an hour to reach the mall. The water was littered with obstacles, including furniture, trash bags, and plastic barrels. She even encountered a floating corpse, which startled her, prompting her to quickly steer away. After circling the outer glass of the mall for a while, she discovered a partially opened window, likely left ajar during the hasty evacuation. She climbed through, stowed the raft in her space, and closed the window behind her. Turning on her headlamp, she surveyed her surroundings. This appeared to be the 2nd floor of the mall, which had not yet flooded. She recalled that Yuhui Mall was situated on elevated ground, with its 1st floor much higher than the residential areas. So it was unsurprising that the 2nd floor remained dry. As she approached the atrium, she noted that the water was still a meter or 2 below the 2nd floor, indicating it would not rise imminently. Hence, she decided to explore below the waterline first. She remembered that the basement had a parking garage, while the first basement housed a large chain supermarket, with the rest predominantly featuring snack and milk tea shops. The 1st floor was primarily occupied by cosmetics, jewelry, and several high-end clothing and bakery stores, all regrettably inundated. Shen Wan opted to skip the 2nd basement, as although her oil drum was not yet full, the water pressure was too great for her to manage, even with her space as an advantage. The supermarket and jewelry stores were her primary targets. The rest would be left to chance. Donning her diving suit and oxygen tank, she approached the escalator and began her descent. Upon reaching the basement supermarket, she noted that there were no windows, necessitating the breaking open of the roll-up door. With a crowbar retrieved from her spatial domain, Shen Wan pried open the large door, slipping inside as it swung ajar. Upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback. The ceiling was adorned with floating debris, crushed potato chips, loose candies and chocolates, empty beverage bottles, plastic bowls, and scattered eggs, rendered inedible after days of soaking. As she ventured deeper, Shen Wan collected usable items from the space: bottled shampoo, laundry detergent, disinfectants, moist wipes, and disposable bags, all securely sealed and stowed away. Household appliances were ruined, but she salvaged all stainless steel bowls and pots, along with several sets of ceramic dishware and various cooking tools. In the outdoor camping section, she discovered tents, a barbecue grill, boxes of charcoal, alcohol blocks, unopened sleeping bags, and outdoor backpacks, all in pristine packaging. She cleared out the snack and maternal goods sections, taking everything that was sealed. After all, her spatial domain had ample room. And even if these items became unnecessary, they could serve as barter for future supplies. Such goods would be scarce in the aftermath of a disaster. Continuing forward, she avoided an area filled with floating vegetables and fruits. Waterlogged produce decayed rapidly, but fortunately, she could cultivate her own in the space. She collected all sealed grains and oils, though most large bags of rice and flour had been compromised by water. She took only a few bags, focusing instead on vacuum-packed rice and mixed grains. The eggs were spoiled, but some individually packaged preserved eggs and salted duck eggs remained edible. She amassed a considerable stash of instant noodles and dried goods, piling them together for later organization. Initially, she presumed that the supermarket stock would be nearly depleted after a frenzy of looting by local patrons, but to her surprise, the supply chain of this chain supermarket was remarkably steady, consistently replenishing its inventory. Alcoholic beverages and canned drinks were not overlooked, nor were the sealed tea and cigarettes, coveted commodities in a post-apocalyptic world, ideal for trading. No one could ascertain how long the apocalypse would last, so her aim was to fill her space to capacity, preparing for any eventuality. After thoroughly ransacking the supermarket, Shen Wan retreated to her space for a brief respite. The underwater pressure was overwhelming. Had she not engaged in daily rigorous training recently, she would have struggled to endure even a few minutes. After rehydrating and snacking, she planned to search for the supermarket's warehouse. If she could locate it, it would be a boon. If not, she would head to the first floor. As she strolled along the supermarket's perimeter, she indeed stumbled upon a half-open fire door adjacent to the produce section she had previously circumnavigated. Entering through the fire door, she encountered a rolling shutter gate, compelling her to continue her efforts to pry it open. If only she could utilize a power saw underwater. This would not require such exertion. Upon opening the rolling shutter door, she found a heap of large cardboard boxes at the warehouse entrance, containing numerous shelves. She opened one box nearby, but the cardboard had soaked for too long, crumbling at her touch. To her astonishment, the contents revealed a box of pregnancy tests, a rare find in the apocalypse. In such dire circumstances, few would consider childbirth. Malnutrition and the absence of obstetric care posed immense risks, with postnatal infections and scarce medications leading to tragic outcomes. In her previous life, these tests were highly coveted among relief organizations and various communities, far beyond the financial reach of ordinary survivors. Upon inspection, she discovered several more identical boxes, each containing individually sealed packets. Her rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands. Given their arrangement, they appeared to be freshly arrived stock, yet to be shelved. She promptly stored every last one in her space. The shelves bore bulk supplies, some still wrapped in cling film, and the closest shelf held vacuum-packed grains, perhaps over 1,000 pounds. There were also barrels of oil, condiments, pickled vegetables, and canned goods. Overwhelmed by the underwater pressure, she lacked the luxury of meticulous selection and hastily transported the entire warehouse inventory, along with the shelves, intending to organize them later. Before departing, she also gathered over 20 empty shelves, stacking them in her courtyard's vegetable garden. As she unlocked more rooms, the need for additional shelves became evident to optimize her upper spatial area. Upon entering her space, Shen Wan felt a pang of regret for the vegetables crushed beneath the shelves. In her haste to gather them, she had neglected to harvest the ripe ones, now destined to be replanted later. After a brief rest, she exited her space, intent on exploring the first floor. The first floor housed 3 gold shops and a jade store. Shen Wan resolved to visit the jade store first, uncertain if it could assist her in unlocking additional rooms. The storefronts were secured with glass doors, the jade store's entrance locked with a heavy padlock. Extracting a sturdy pair of scissors from her space, she snipped the lock's clasp and dismantled the door's locking mechanism, gaining entry. Inside, her eyes were drawn to glass display cases on either side, while directly opposite stood a massive stone, roughly 2 meters high, its surface marred with pits. Could this be uncut jade? She was astonished. The store owner was extravagantly wasteful. Leaving such a sizable raw stone untouched for display, what a squander of resources. Curious about the stone's potential jade content and quality, she decided to retrieve it for examination later. With a mere thought, the stone vanished from sight. Within her space, the persistent sound of clicking resonated. How many rooms had she unlocked? It seemed that not only was jade present within the stone, but it was also of excellent quality. The owner had evidently misjudged its worth, affording her this unexpected fortune. In the entire courtyard, aside from one room on the right side of the upper floor that remained sealed, all others were now accessible. This was a delightful surprise. She had anticipated only 1 or 2 rooms to be unlocked by the jade store. It appeared that she would need to thoroughly search the entire mall tonight to honor the generosity of the store owner. Gazing at the intact stone, despite the jade's absence, it remained robust, a fine makeshift doorstop. After donning her diving suit, Shen Wan emerged from her space to continue her scavenging of the glass display cases. The glass was tempered and difficult to manipulate underwater, so she opted to pry open the locks instead. In a few swift movements, she compromised the lock mechanism. Collecting jade bracelets, pendants, rings, and beads into her space, though she noted the quality was somewhat lacking. She did not overlook other varieties such as Hetian jade and agate. One could never tell what her space might appreciate. Upon entering her space, she was disheartened to see no visible changes despite her considerable haul. It appeared that during the store's evacuation, the owner had relocated the valuable items. Uncertain whether they were taken or hidden, she resolved to search for a safe. Having explored the display cases on both sides, her only remaining option was the cash register adjacent to the massive stone. The drawer contained a small amount of waterlogged cash she left untouched, but as she opened the lower cabinet, a safe came into view. Rather than attempting to pry it open, she simply stored it in her space and swiftly stepped inside. With a click, the last door swung open, yielding satisfactory results. She decided to leave the safe for later, uncertain of its contents, and would examine it when time permitted. Exiting the jade store, Shen Wan hurried to the adjacent gold shop. While gold and platinum offered little utility for her space, they had historically been a sound currency, useful for barter or sale to authorities or military forces, as precious metals were essential for many foundational constructions and productions. After swiftly prying open the doors of 3 gold shops, she reveled in the sight of glittering gold jewelry. Who could resist such radiant treasures? She cleared out every last piece of jewelry, her earlier fatigue fading away. With only one high-end watch shop left, she intended to take everything that had not been water damaged, as it would not occupy much space. As she prepared to ascend to the second floor, her headlamp illuminated a skincare shop. And she smacked her forehead. She had completely forgotten about it and had not stocked up at all. Fortunately, she had spotted it today, otherwise, it would become increasingly elusive in the future. The samples displayed on the counter had been scattered haphazardly by the water's flow. Shen Wan opened the cabinet door below, revealing it brimming with unopened genuine products. In her past life, she had been reluctant to purchase from this brand, as a single jar of cream would cost several thousand. With swift movements, she gathered everything into her space. She did not overlook the remaining skincare and cosmetic stores either. They would be useful in extreme cold and heat, and leaving them here would be a waste, occupying merely a few cubic meters in her space. After climbing to the second floor, Shen Wan sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Collecting resources underwater was indeed challenging. She felt as if her chest might burst if she went any deeper. She removed her diving suit and oxygen tank, stowing them away, and after consuming 2 pieces of chocolate, she felt a bit more comfortable. A glance at the time revealed it was already past midnight. She needed to hurry back before dawn. The remaining 3 floors were considerably easier than underwater. The second and third floors primarily housed clothing and shoes, along with a few shops selling miscellaneous goods. After skillfully breaking the door locks, Shen Wan began filling her space with items from the recently unsealed rooms. Unlike the items from underwater, These were clean and could not be mixed. She took as many men's, women's, and children's clothes as possible. And from a renowned snow boot specialty store, she cleared out the entire warehouse. A stop at a small goods store yielded a room full of items that would surely come in handy later. On the third floor, there was a toy store adjacent to a children's playground where Momo often played. Considering he might be tired of the slide recently, she thought to bring him some new toys. Unbeknownst to her, she had filled several storage rooms, and she continued her ascent to the fourth floor. The mall's fourth floor was primarily a dining area, and given the oppressive heat and multiple power outages, she wondered if the food would spoil. At the stairwell was a hot pot restaurant where the vegetables in the kitchen had begun to rot. She collected some storable potatoes and carrots. Against the wall was a row of freezers. Upon opening one, blood dripped down, revealing that the meat inside had begun to stink, prompting her to quickly shut the door. In the second and third freezers, she found only some sealed packages of fried dough sticks, crispy meat, and meatballs, as well as some non-perishable ingredients from the nearby shelves. She stowed away the large pot used for simmering hot pot base along with the table and backup gas tank. At the next few establishments, Shen Wan first sought out backup gas tanks, followed by gathering supplies. She found a considerable amount of rice, flour, and oil, but the vegetables and meat were spoiled. Breaking into a Western restaurant, she found no gas tanks in the kitchen, but discovered a small cold storage unit. Such units typically come with a power reserve to prevent food spoilage during sudden power outages, though she was unsure if it had lasted until now. The cold storage door was secured with an electronic lock, which was now powerless. She simply needed to destroy the lock core. The crowbar was too cumbersome. So Shen Wan took out a cutting machine and the power reserve. As she opened the cold storage door, a rush of cold air startled her. It seemed that the power reserve had a significant capacity. Wrapping herself in a military coat from her space, she secured the door with an iron chain to prevent it from closing unexpectedly. Better safe than sorry. Entering the cold storage, she was thrilled to see it filled with an abundance of food. Steaks, lamb chops, cod, chicken wings, and fries filled her space until her hands grew numb from the cold. After emptying the entire cold storage, she turned her attention to the kitchen seasonings and even took the cold storage's power battery before leaving. There were only 2 restaurants left: a Korean barbecue place from which she took a few grilling trays and all the seasonings, and a Japanese restaurant where she secured another cold storage battery and a warehouse of fish and shrimp. Salmon, tuna, sweet shrimp, and various grades of wagyu were all taken without leaving a single piece behind. However, the cold storage here had already lost power, and its contents were on the verge of thawing. Storing them in her space would keep them in a stable state. It was nearly 3 o'clock, and only a cinema and a few milk tea shops remained on the 4th floor. The cinema was not worth visiting, but the milk tea shops were. She swiftly packed up the milk, tea bags, and canned ingredients from the milk tea shops, not forgetting the straws and cups, and she also took a few machines. These items would soon be submerged in the flood if she didn't take them. Descending the escalator, she found the water had risen to the 2nd floor. Donning her raincoat and retrieving her inflatable raft, she climbed out through the window she had entered earlier. The return journey, aided by the current, took only 40 minutes. The stairwell she had previously used was now submerged, forcing her to climb through the window of a resident's home on the 3rd floor. In the hallway of the 4th floor, 2 families were still residing there. Shen Wan treaded lightly, making her way upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she heard snoring and discovered that the elderly lady from the 1st floor had moved up. However, during the morning's distribution of supplies, had they not mentioned someone would come to rescue those trapped? Why hadn't they moved? As she climbed to the 15th floor, she noticed several doors ajar, with people sleeping inside. Despite the heat and power outage, their lack of safety awareness was alarming. Upon returning home, she placed Momo on the bed, covering him with a light blanket, and turned on the air conditioning fan with ice cubes added. Shen Wan took a change of clothes into the bathroom for a quick shower. Since the power outage, she had placed a solid wood-soaking tub in the bathroom, making bathing much more convenient. Locking her bedroom door, she lay in bed, realizing it was already past 4 o'clock, yet she felt wide awake, even a bit exhilarated. She estimated Momo would awaken before her, so she took out some custard buns and a penguin-shaped snack, packing them in a lunchbox beside his pillow, along with a cup of water, knowing that even at room temperature, he could eat them in the heat. Forcing herself to clear her mind, she began to drift off to sleep. When she awoke, it was already 10:30, and she found Shen Momo sitting on the carpet beside the bed, engrossed in a picture book. The lunchbox was empty, and he had drunk quite a bit of water. hearing movement on the bed. The little chubby one climbed up to snuggle close, saying, "Mama, lazy bug. Baby can eat by himself." Shen Wan rubbed his chubby little face and kissed him, saying, "Mo, my dear, you are so capable, taking care of yourself." She took the picture book and asked, "Shall I tell you a story?" The little one excitedly hopped down to fetch a book. Before she could finish the story, he hopped off the bed to play with building blocks. Was her storytelling not engaging enough? Shen Wan found herself doubting her abilities. Opening her phone, she discovered a staggering 999 unread messages in the residence group. After a few minutes of reading, she realized they had restored power and the residents were charging their devices and going online. Checking the timestamps, the earliest message indicating the return of electricity had been sent at 5:05 a.m. How fortunate that she had returned early, otherwise, she might have been discovered. Her search for supplies had indeed taken a considerable amount of time, but the rewards were substantial. Feeling too lazy to cook, she retrieved a serving of tomato mushroom pasta, half a pizza, and some snacks from her space, enough for both of them. After eating, she completed the military-style exercises she had missed that morning. Shen Momo practiced for a few minutes before succumbing to laziness, sprawled out on the lazy sofa, fast asleep. Once Shen Wan finished her workout, she retrieved the bed from her space and carried the little one back to sleep. Then, she lounged on the sofa, watching dramas while keeping an eye on the residence group. She found it quite enjoyable to observe their conversations in the group. It allowed her to gain insights into various tidbits of information and understand people's temperaments and personalities based on their words, helping her gauge how easy or difficult they would be to get along with. The previous topic had concluded, and the current discussion revolved around procuring supplies. Although the government had just distributed provisions, it was barely sufficient for a week, and there was no meat. The rain showed no signs of abating, prompting most people to desire additional food stockpiles. She heard that there was a supermarket on the neighboring street that was still operating, as the owner had initially chosen the 4th floor of the mall for its location, attracting quite a crowd during its opening. However, the 4th floor had a large parking lot above, which contributed to its thriving business. All other supermarkets on the first and basement levels had been flooded, leaving only this one open for business, albeit at exorbitant prices. It has come to my attention that a pound of rice now costs 300 to 400 yuan, while vegetables and fruits have become even more exorbitant. In the group chat, members expressed their disdain for the unscrupulous merchants profiting from the disaster. Yet they find themselves compelled to purchase these items, as those residing in Siheyuan are hardly short of funds. Shen Wan still possesses several tens of thousands of yuan in cash, but she has no intention of venturing out at this moment. With the city's power restored and the streets inundated, the risk of electrocution looms large. In due time, the government will open convenience supermarkets, and she plans to procure some food then. Someone in the chat remarked that they had just seen individuals emerging from buildings 18 and 19. The entrance to the opposite neighborhood was also bustling with people, indicating that news had spread. Should we organize a group from 1302 to venture out together for safety? Possibly including those proficient in swimming? Chapter 25. Water collection device. Shen Wan approached the balcony window and gazed outside, where a vast expanse of water revealed many people moving sluggishly. Utilizing a telescope from her space, she observed an array of tools in use, some with plastic basins, others clinging to foam boxes, and a few donned in swimming rings. Naturally, there were also those navigating inflatable rafts, attracting envy from all directions. Returning to the group chat, she noted that 1302 had assembled 8 individuals, all young and robust. Building 602 contributed 3 members and even provided an inflatable raft, securing several swimming rings to the raft's rear. 4 individuals occupied the raft, while the others clung to swimming rings, trailing behind. The remaining residents of the building bid them farewell, hoping for their safe return with supplies. Observing that the rain had abated slightly, Shen Wan secured the windows and doors of the secondary bedroom, donned a raincoat, and gathered her tools to ascend to the rooftop. In her previous life, shortly after the restoration of power, the Shum Lake reservoir upstream of the Sushi River breached its dam. The flood surged forth, raising water levels by nearly 10 meters in an instant. Following the deluge, the government's electrical system, repaired after 3 arduous days, collapsed entirely, and even the water supply system was severed. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted outside, Shen Wan resolved to address the issue of domestic water supply. The rain was likely to persist for over half a month. Thus, she aimed to conserve resources, saving the water in her space for extreme heat. Upon reaching the rooftop stairwell and ensuring no one was below, she retrieved 2 water tanks and various components from her space. As she opened the rooftop door, the wind intensified and raindrops stung her face. She positioned the water tanks along the edge of the rooftop, connecting their outlets with a hose. Then, using iron chains, she secured the tanks to the railing, extending a sufficiently long hose down to her kitchen window. Fortunately, Unit 1602 was unoccupied, otherwise, she would not have dared to so boldly lower the hose from the window. After securing the hose, she opened the inlet of the water tanks, covering them with 3 layers of filter gauze, tightly bound with rope. This would effectively filter out larger impurities, preventing clogs in the hose, though it would necessitate regular cleaning of the accumulated debris on the gauze. She closed the main valve of the outlet, noting that tap water would still be available for the next couple of days. Once the city ceased its water supply, she would switch to using the water tanks, allowing them to collect rainwater. Returning home, she removed her raincoat and took out a battery and a drill to create a small 2-centimeter hole in the wall, through which she would thread the hose. After the water supply ceased, it would simply need to be connected to the kitchen's main water valve. The water from the tanks would pass through a pre-filter before reaching all the pipes in her home. In a couple of days, she would add purification tablets to the water in the tanks, ensuring its suitability for domestic use. Pleased with her ingenious contraption, she lamented that such an excellent water collection device would only be of use for a little over half a month. Returning to her room, she continued watching a television drama, rousing Shen Momo around 3 to have some milk, and then handing him a Lubon lock to play with. This new toy, discovered just yesterday, was unfamiliar to Shen Momo, who was initially perplexed about its purpose. Shen Wan demonstrated its assembly and disassembly, causing the chubby little boy's eyes to light up as he took it to a corner to tinker with. As 5 o'clock approached, commotion arose from downstairs, signaling the return of the 8-member team. Shen Wan secured the doors and windows, activated the surveillance, and slowly descended the stairs. By the 5th floor, the voices became clearer. The goods at the supermarket are exorbitantly priced. We spent all the money we brought and only managed to buy this much. As the voices drew nearer, 1302 began to speak. We discussed it among ourselves and also purchased an inflatable raft. It will be more convenient for future outings. After taking a sip of water, they continued. The remaining funds were spent on food. Many items at the supermarket were sold out. We only managed to grab a dozen pounds of potatoes and carrots, along with 7 or 8 pounds of pork. Rice was completely sold out, so we bought some noodles and flour instead. Someone inquired, Brother Zhang, with so little, how are we to divide it among so many? It was then that Shen Wan realized that 1302's surname was Zhang. Before Brother Zhang could respond, a young man from 602 interjected, you take what you contributed, it's not rocket science. These items were brought back at great risk by our 8-member team. So we will select first, and whatever remains you can divide. At this, Brother Zhang from 1302 fell silent, tacitly agreeing to this distribution plan. The young man from 602 continued, we also paid for an inflatable raft. Everyone who receives supplies owes us a rental fee of 500 yuan. Instantly, discontent rippled through the crowd. Yuanji, this is nothing short of extortion. Collectively, we owe over 6,000 yuan, which is enough to buy a raft. Although the residents were not lacking in funds, being trapped in the building by the torrential rain limited their available cash. No one knew when the downpour would cease, so conserving resources was paramount. Yuanji sneered at this price, go buy one, and let's see. Just as tensions began to escalate, Brother Zhang stepped in to mediate. The rental fee is indeed necessary, but 500 yuan is excessive. I believe 200 would be acceptable to everyone. What do you think? Yuanji nodded in agreement, and after paying, the group began to distribute the supplies. Shen Wan was preparing to turn away when she heard Brother Zhang from 1302 speak again. Today, we 5 purchased an inflatable raft at the supermarket for easier access when shopping in the future. If anyone needs it, feel free to approach us, but starting tomorrow, we will no longer provide free rides. A small service fee will apply. It appeared they were planning to engage in commerce. After listening for a while, she learned that 1302's Brother Zhang's full name was Zhang Pingho, and he was affectionately referred to as Hao Go, having previously been in the clothing business, which explained his quick adaptability. Deciding not to linger any longer, Shen Wan returned upstairs to prepare dinner. Upon entering, she found Shen Momo still engrossed in the Lubon lock, which lifted her spirits. Tying on her apron, she commenced her culinary endeavors, crafting a dish of chestnut chicken, red braised lamb, a bowl of steamed clam eggs, and finally stir-frying some Shanghai greens. As per usual, She set aside a portion for dinner, while the remainder was stored in her space. After dining, she took her little chubby boy to climb the stairs for some exercise and made a quick visit to the rooftop to check on the water tanks. The storage level had reached a third full, and after clearing the leaves and branches from the gauze, she departed. With little else to occupy her evening, she resolved to organize the supplies she had gathered from Yahui Mall earlier. Yesterday, in the interest of time, she had hastily stored them in her space. Items that had been submerged would require thorough cleansing. Although she did not possess a germophobic disposition, the floodwaters undoubtedly harbored numerous bacteria. Those with 2 layers of packaging merely necessitated the removal of the outer layer, while the more troublesome items, such as rice, grains, and oil containers, which had only a single outer layer, required individual washing and drying. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Observing the several oversized garbage bags in the kitchen, filled with discarded product packaging, she realized that leaving them in the hallway would be too conspicuous. Thus, she decided to store them in a corner of her space until her next outing, when she could discreetly dispose of them. Chapter 26. The flood. Upon returning to her room, Mo had already succumbed to slumber on the bed, her chubby little hand still grasping the intricate Lubon lock, a toy whose novelty would surely wane in a few days. Lying on her bed, Shen Wan continued to mentally organize her space. The water tank remained in the corridor, exceeding 1,000 cubic meters, far too large to fit in the 6 or 7 rooms. The shelves she had discovered in the warehouse were now sorted, with useful items neatly categorized, while the remnants that had been soaked and spoiled lay discarded alongside the previous refuse. The freshly cleaned supplies were distributed among the various compartments, making good use of the shelves. The daily necessities on the first floor of the main house were overflowing, prompting her to relocate all medical supplies and children's items to the compartments. Gazing at the abundant provisions, Shen Wan felt a deep sense of contentment. This ample stock was sufficient for her and Mo to live comfortably. Yet no one could predict how long the apocalypse would endure, and with the space undergoing upgrades, she could only strive to fill it to capacity. The following day, after lunch, Shen Wan ascended to the rooftop to clean the filters. Compared to yesterday, the wind remained fierce, though the rain had considerably diminished. Looking down from the rooftop, she noticed a significant increase in the number of individuals venturing out to procure supplies. Those who had ventured out the previous day had returned safely, instilling a sense of confidence among the residents. However, there was an underlying worry that the availability of supplies would dwindle as the situation progressed, given that everyone was buying while production had not resumed. The herd mentality drove them to act hastily. In the residents' group chat, it was mentioned that Zhang Pingho and Yuan Ji had organized a few individuals to paddle 2 rubber boats to the supermarket where they had previously acquired supplies. Many others were placing orders in the chat, prompting Shen Wan to order 10 packs of noodles and 5 pounds of carrots. After all, there were 3 individuals in her household, and failing to procure food could raise suspicions. If others believed she had hoarded provisions, it would lead to complications. Spending a few thousand yuan did not cause her distress. After some time, that money would become worthless, rendered as mere paper. Having finished cleaning the impurities from the filters, she was about to descend and return home when she suddenly noticed the rushing floodwater approaching from the distance. The Shenghu Reservoir had breached its dam ahead of schedule. She recalled that this had occurred at least 2 days earlier in her past life. Despite the rainfall being similar and its intensity having decreased, why was this happening? Watching the flood roar past the building below, she saw individuals in inflatable rafts and swimming rings being instantly engulfed. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her. Humanity remained tragically frail in the face of nature, utterly defenseless. The murky waters relentlessly consumed vibrant lives, with survivors bobbing helplessly on the surface. The scene resembling a hellish purgatory. Before long, the corridor became chaotic, and she dared not delay, hastily descending to secure her home, locking the main door. Judging by the flood's ferocity, it was likely to submerge several floors, and the corridor would soon host additional residents. Upon opening her bedroom door, she found that the power had indeed gone out, the air conditioning ceasing to cool. She turned on the fan, added ice, and, seeing Mo peacefully asleep, refrained from waking him. Standing by the window to glance outside, she could see the street beyond the community gate from the secondary bedroom window. Pondering whether Zhang Pingho and the others would evade this wave of flooding, Shen Wan genuinely hoped for their safe return, not out of affection, as she hardly knew them. She merely wished for their leadership to ensure the survival of all residents in the building. Ample supplies would prevent them from turning on one another and targeting vulnerable groups like hers. Whether one deemed her selfish or cold-hearted, 3 years into the apocalypse had exhausted her compassion. Overexposed to the tale of the farmer and the snake, she had become numb, focusing solely on surviving with Momo. The water flow gradually steadied, with a few scattered individuals floating on the murky surface, clinging to life rafts or swim rings in search of solid ground. Some struggled in the water, only to sink beneath the surface, never to resurface. After watching for a while, without spotting any returning rubber boats, she felt a twinge of disappointment. The disaster had only just begun, and the future promised to be increasingly arduous. Seeking solace, she found a comedy film. A beloved Korean drama she had watched numerous times, Reply 1988. She cherished the camaraderie and atmosphere among the friends depicted in the show, an experience she had never encountered in either life. Before long, Momo awoke, and she handed him a tablet to watch a nature documentary, preparing snacks for him to enjoy while he played independently. She settled on the sofa, watching television while keeping an eye on the updates in the residents' group chat. The flood was slowly subsiding, but the 4th floor was already half submerged. Families residing on the 3rd and 4th floors, as well as those who had previously occupied the 4th floor corridor, were affected. Fortunately, a few residents stationed by the windows had spotted the approaching flood and had called for an evacuation just in time, preventing casualties. However, all belongings of these families had been soaked, and they were now attempting to salvage what they could. The elderly lady from Unit 102 had been fortunate, having moved to the 5th floor early on, thus escaping disaster. Except for the young girl from Unit 401, the other 3 families occupied the corridors from the 6th to the 8th floors. The girl from 401 had moved into Unit 602, despite the fact that it was already occupied by 5 people. Shen Wan wondered about her reasoning. Did she truly prefer to avoid the corridor? They could easily pry open the vacant unit, as it was unlikely the owner would return. Nevertheless, these individuals were law-abiding citizens, seemingly unaware that societal order was on the brink of collapse, and they acted with considerable caution. Shen Wan chose not to intervene. As she was engrossed in her show, a commotion erupted downstairs, filled with shouting voices. Approaching the window, she spotted 2 rubber boats outside the community. On board were the very individuals who had ventured out that day. They had returned, seemingly having avoided a direct encounter with the flood. Instructing Momo to stay in his room and play, she locked the doors and windows before heading downstairs, remembering to bring cash. Noticing supplies on their rubber boats, it seemed the transaction had been successful, and it was wise to be prepared. Online banking was no longer functional, and only cash was accepted. Descending a few flights, she heard the cries of the elderly lady from Unit 102, lamenting, "My son." Shen Wan surmised she was referring to her son, who could pick locks. Everyone had congregated in the corridor on the 5th floor, encircling the elderly woman and all those who had ventured out that day. Standing next to her was a stout woman who, noticing Shen Wan's arrival, quietly remarked, "They went out with 6 people today, and only the son from Unit 102 hasn't he returned. The elderly lady is currently demanding answers." Zhang Pingho interjected, "Madam, we initially set out as 5. Your son insisted on joining us despite not knowing how to swim, and we had cautioned him. Now that misfortune has struck, you seek to blame me. How is that fair?" The elderly lady leapt to her feet, berating him. "If you hadn't charged such exorbitant fees, I would never have allowed him to go. Clearly, you are responsible for his fate, and I shall report you to the authorities." Chapter 27. Official Rescue. Zhang Pingho quickly raised his hands in protest. "Madam, you cannot speak so recklessly. I have explained to everyone that when the flood arrived, we all rushed to the supermarket's upper parking lot. He was slower and was swept away into the water, unable to swim. It was a considerable distance he was carried. The others were present to bear witness." The elderly lady collapsed onto the ground, beating her thighs as she wept. "You are all in cahoots, taking advantage of a helpless old woman." Shen Wan noticed a gaunt woman standing beside the elderly lady, her eyes vacant, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old boy, likely the elderly lady's daughter-in-law and grandson. This tragic turn of events could only be blamed on the elderly lady herself. In her quest to save a few coins, she had indirectly caused her son's demise, a reality she could scarcely accept. As she waited, Shen Wan kept an eye on Momo through the surveillance, regretting that she hadn't delayed her descent a bit longer. After 5 minutes, those who had gone out that day proposed a solution. They would share some instant noodles and canned meat with the elderly lady as an act of humanitarian concern. If she remains dissatisfied, she may go to the police. They would not hinder her. Even if the flood recedes and officers arrive to inquire, they would offer the same response. Ignoring the elderly lady's pleas, everyone decided to proceed to the 6th floor for supplies. Shen Wan received 10 packages of noodles and 2 pounds of carrots, paying 4,000 yuan, indicating a rise in prices. Earlier, the lady she conversed with had inquired why she had come down alone, to which she casually replied that her parents were unwell and unable to navigate the stairs. Noticing Shen Wan's disinterest in conversation, the lady refrained from further inquiries and accompanied her up the stairs, chattering incessantly without requiring a response. As they ascended to the 15th floor, Shen Wan gestured towards the floor number, prompting the lady to stop, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "My dear girl, I truly apologize. I can't seem to stop talking. I'm home now." After entering her apartment at 1501, Shen Wan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the lady lived next door, separated only by a corridor and a fire door, and they had never crossed paths before. The lady then asked, "Are you residing on the 16th floor? You must have just moved in." Shen Wan pointed across the corridor. "I live in 1502. The lady's face lit up with joy. "Then we are neighbors. I had no idea someone lived next door. You rarely go out. Come in and have a seat." Shen Wan politely declined, suggesting they could meet another time, and hurriedly retreated. The lady's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and she preferred to maintain some distance moving forward. Upon returning home, her little one, Shen Momo, was already clamoring for food. It was now 5:30, a time when they would typically have finished dinner. "What would you like to eat today, my dear? Mama will make it for you." Shen Momo's eyes widened with excitement. "Ice cream. Can I have it?" Shen Wan sighed, knowing that children have an insatiable craving for sweets. Once they have tasted it, they yearn for more. She retrieved an ice cream, but then snatched it back. "First, we must have dinner. And then a little ice cream afterward." Shen Momo's expression soured, her big eyes accusing. "Mama is a liar." Ultimately, the little plump one had a bowl of wontons before merrily clutching a mini ice cream. Shen Wan, lacking an appetite, only had a serving of vegetable salad and then settled on the sofa to watch. She was engrossed in an apocalyptic zombie story she had downloaded a couple of days prior and found herself pondering whether anyone could genuinely survive in such a dystopian world. The challenges seemed insurmountable. Initially, she had intended to read about the preparations made by the protagonists in such tales, to fill in her own gaps. But now, faced with zombies that could run, jump, and even fly, she contemplated self-termination instead. As time passed, she dragged the little one to the bathroom for a bath. Just as she lulled him to sleep, she heard commotion downstairs. Peering out the window, she noticed an influx of speedboats on the street, each manned by a staff member and an armed soldier. The military had arrived. Had they preemptively entered St. Love Hospital? Regrettably, she had planned to visit tomorrow evening. After observing for a while, she saw a boat ferrying someone away, not heading towards the hospital, but likely part of the disaster relief efforts. A staff member wielding a loudspeaker announced, "Residents whose homes have been flooded may proceed to the official resettlement camp. Please bring your belongings, and we will ensure proper registration." Although the delay of official rescue efforts puzzled many, the news brought a wave of relief. The group chat soon buzzed with excitement, with residents on the 5th and 6th floors deliberating whether to head to the official rescue site, uncertain if the water level might rise again. However, the enthusiasm was quickly dampened. The downstairs registration required proof that homes had been submerged, and based on their community's conditions, only those on the 5th floor and below qualified. The 4 families residing in the stairwell were particularly agitated. The humidity and heat of the past few days had been unbearable, compounded by an infestation of cockroaches and mosquitoes. Being able to go to the rescue camp for food and shelter was certainly preferable to living amongst vermin and enduring hunger. However, the young girl from 401 did not intend to join them, suggesting that life in 602 was satisfactory. They had a rubber boat and had ventured out several times, so they likely had sufficient provisions. Someone in the group shared a video of the elderly lady from 102 throwing a tantrum on the ground, insisting that her luggage was too much for the staff to allow. This time, no one indulged her. The staff merely stated that if she did not wish to go, she could stay behind, prompting her to hurriedly climb aboard the boat. Once seated, she turned her gaze to the armed soldier, claiming that the residents had caused her son's demise and urged them to apprehend someone. The soldier simply replied, "We are only responsible for rescue. You may report your case at the police station once the flood recedes." Observers of the video began to criticize the elderly lady for her lack of gratitude, questioning how someone with such poor character could reside in their community. Zhang Pingho expressed his perspective in the group chat. I kindly took her son out, and he was warned that he would bear all consequences. Now, we are being accused of murder. To avoid similar disputes in the future, they resolved not to assist anyone who could not swim, emphasizing that individuals would be responsible for their own risks and life or death. The group of residents unanimously supported Zhang Pingho, who had emerged as a leading figure in the building, especially since they had a rubber boat and would inevitably require his assistance. An hour later, after all the stairwell residents had been evacuated, Zhang Pingho organized a cleanup of the corridor, asking each household to send one person, which naturally included Shen Wan. The situation on the 6th to 8th floors was manageable, as the 3 families had all suffered flooding, leaving them with little to clean. However, the 5th floor was a different story, with the elderly lady exhibiting a shocking disregard for hygiene, trash strewn everywhere, and even human waste in the open. Fortunately, she was assigned to the 8th floor. After a few minutes of work, Shen Wan hurried upstairs to shower and rest. Chapter 28. The convenience supermarket. As she drew back the curtains in the morning, the rain had ceased, and the overcast sky revealed a glimmer of sunlight. Rays of sunshine broke through, casting a beautiful rainbow. Residents below opened their windows, leaning out and cheering, celebrating the end of the torrential downpour. Shen Wan, however, understood that this was merely the dawn before the apocalypse. Observing the brightening sky, she retrieved the solar charging panel from her storage and placed it by the bedroom and living room windows to recharge the previously used batteries. For breakfast, she and Shen Momo had tofu soup, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks, all still steaming from her storage. She placed 3 steamed buns in Momo's small bowl, punctured them with chopsticks to cool, and encouraged him to eat at his own pace. After their meal and some exercise, she went to the rooftop to tidy the filters. Both water tanks were already full. Following the flood's passage yesterday afternoon, water, electricity, and gas services had been suspended, and they had exhausted their stored hot water. The public network was still operational but uncertain how long it would last. From today onward, daily water usage would rely on the 2 tanks. So she connected the reserved water pipes to the main water inlet valve and opened the water tank's outlet. Shen Wan tested the kitchen faucet, and after a few seconds, the water flowed clear, ensuring it was suitable for daily use. With some free time today, she planned to prepare some dough-based dishes, like hand-pulled noodles, steamed buns, and twists. Without the cover of heavy rain, she would focus on making milder-tasting foods. She retrieved a large basin for kneading dough, adding flour, yeast, sugar, and drinking water, kneading it well before covering it with plastic wrap to let it rise. She also prepared several batches of brown sugar buns and multi-grain buns for variety in their meals. While the dough was rising, she took out the large pot rack and gas tank she had scavenged from the hot pot restaurant, cleaned them, added water, and began boiling. The warm weather caused the dough to rise quickly. She simply formed it into small balls, allowing them to rise a bit longer before steaming. The large steamer she found at a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant could steam over 100 buns at once, making it very efficient. As the first batch finished steaming, little Momo was drawn by the aroma and hurried over, so she filled a bowl for him, allowing it to cool before serving. It appears that cooking is unnecessary this noon, as buns will suffice. By the time all the buns are steamed, 3 hours have passed. Gazing at the freshly steamed 1,000+ buns in the space, she feels her back no longer aches, and her waist is free of strain. After tidying up the kitchen, just as Shen Wan is about to put away the large pot rack, she pauses, contemplating. Since she has a pot and gas, why not steam buns in the space? A new idea ignites in her mind, and she completely forgets that cooking is possible in this space. Although lacking water and electricity, as long as she possesses sufficient gas, these limitations pose no issue. She could even resort to burning firewood in the absence of gas. She taps her head, realizing that accustomed to the conveniences of modern technology, she has fallen into a cognitive trap. It seems that henceforth, there is no need to worry about the enticing aroma of her cooking raising suspicions among others. Acknowledging this, she suddenly feels her efforts were in vain and loses interest in making hand-pulled noodles. She can always do it later. Returning to her room, she finds Mo already taking a nap. After watching for a while, fatigue overtakes her, and she decides to snuggle with her little chubby one and sleep. Whether it is the comfort of their embrace or simply exhaustion, the mother and son sleep until 4:30. Little Mo, still groggy from sleep, lingers in bed, reluctant to move. Shen Wan pulls him up, and they climb the stairs, spending some time on the rooftop playing with a ball to expend his energy. The rooftop is surrounded by railings over a meter high, securely entwined with fine wire mesh, ensuring safety. From the upper floor, she notices that the number of people on the water surface has increased. The previous supermarket has been submerged. Where are they planning to go? Observing the rubber boat at the entrance of the building below, she wonders if Zhang Pingho and the others are about to set out. Having not checked the homeowner group messages since waking, she opens her phone to find a flurry of messages. The group is discussing a government-established supermarket. Given that it will take time for the floodwaters to recede, to facilitate the lives of the populace, convenience supermarkets will be set up in various government office buildings. Citizens in need can go there. Although the heavy rain has ceased, it will be several days before the government distributes supplies again. Many households are running low on provisions, thus numerous people are venturing out. Seeing that the rubber boat below is about to depart, Shen Wan quickly calls out to the group leader Zhang Pingho, urging them to wait, and upon receiving a reply, she rushes downstairs with little chubby Mo. Thankfully, Zhang Pingho's phone still has battery. Otherwise, she would have had to raise her voice to call out. First, she returns home to grab an oversized waterproof backpack, stuffing a waterproof cloth inside for concealment. Upon entering the space, Mo promptly falls asleep, and she places him on the mattress upstairs, thinking, "I'm sorry, my dear, sleep a little longer." Donning a mask, she rushes downstairs. Zhang Pingho and the others are still waiting for her. After apologizing, she continues, "I wish to accompany you to the convenience supermarket. Could you take me along? I will pay." Once they confirm that she can swim, they agree to take her, and of course, Shen Wan pays a fee of 200 yuan. An hour later, they arrive at the district government office building. The office building stands 6 or 7 stories above the water level, with a large door opened on the lower level, guarded by 2 soldiers holding rifles. Several rubber boats are already on the water, along with various makeshift transportation methods. Some boats are empty, while others have people standing on them, as Zhang Pingho and the others line up behind. She wonders, won't the rubber boats left outside be stolen? Before long, she sees a group of people emerge, carrying supplies as they head to their transportation. The guards at the entrance allow approximately 30 more individuals inside, and Zhang Pingho, along with Shen Wan and 3 others, is permitted entry. This is the procedure. A group enters and exits together, with armed soldiers at the entrance ensuring that no one dares to steal the rubber boats. Any disturbances would be met with serious consequences from the soldiers. Upon entering, she discovers that the supermarket is quite spacious. It seems the original office glass partitions have been removed. The grains and oils section, along with the daily necessities, is relatively large, while the fruits, vegetables, and meats occupy a much smaller area. The group that entered just before her is informed that they have only 15 minutes to shop, and all cash registers accept only cash. Shen Wan separates from Zhang Pingho and the others upon entering the supermarket. She first checks the daily necessities area, which is relatively well stocked. However, many items appear somewhat unclean. Likely retrieved from the water by official personnel, she finds nothing she requires and refrains from purchasing. Spotting a sale on inflatable boats, she glances at the price, 30,000 yuan. In just a few days, prices have surged. On her way to the grains and oil section, Shen Wan picks up an alcohol stove and 5 boxes of alcohol blocks. Although there is currently a power and gas outage, she still needs to prepare meals visibly. Purchasing food without cooking tools would raise suspicions, even if the prices are a bit steep. In the grain section, there are 2 types of rice. Broken rice priced at 100 yuan per pound, likely dried after soaking, and sealed packaging of new rice at 200 yuan per pound, significantly cheaper than the previous supermarket. With over 20,000 yuan in cash, she intends to spend it all today, as prices will only continue to rise. Not particularly interested in the soaked broken rice, she feels that buying new rice would be seen as flaunting wealth. The price of cornmeal is comparable to that of broken rice, so she decides to purchase 100 pounds of cornmeal instead. Vegetables and fruits are even pricier, but they appear fresh and unsoaked. She wonders where the government procured them. She selects storable items like potatoes and onions and buys a few pounds of pork. In less than 10 minutes, she heads to the checkout. 100 pounds of grains and 20 pounds of vegetables, along with the alcohol stove, total 18,000 yuan, leaving her with some cash for future opportunities. Noticing that no one has yet completed their purchases, Shen Wan places her items at the checkout counter for safekeeping and heads to the restroom with her backpack. Emerging, she finds her backpack empty but holding a rubber boat, its packaging similar to that of the one sold in the supermarket. The guards are diligently on duty, and the cashiers have begun processing transactions, so no one pays her any heed. Thus, the rubber boat from the space passes through unnoticed. When Zhang Pingho and the others finish their checkout and come out, her rubber boat has already been inflated. They seem somewhat surprised to see her with so many supplies and a rubber boat. Shen Wan observes that their group primarily purchased alcohol stoves, firewood stoves, and some grains. It appears they have lost hope of restoring power. Seeing their astonished expressions, she explains, "My parents said that having a rubber boat for outings is more convenient, and I have relatives living in the neighboring community that I need to check on. You all can head back. You don't need to wait for me." Zhang Pingho and his companions harbor no suspicions and assist her in loading her items onto the rubber boat, advising her to return before dark before leaving. Once they depart, Shen Wan leisurely paddles back in her rubber boat, moving at a slow pace without encountering anyone along the way. As she reaches the vicinity of St. Love Hospital, night has fully descended and mist rises from the water, reducing visibility. Noticing that no one is around, she swiftly stows her items from the rubber boat into the space. Drizzling rain begins again, albeit lightly, but she knows that the second wave of heavy rain is imminent. After circling the area, Shen Wan finds no open windows. Retrieving a broken window opener from the space, she strikes a corner of the glass several times until it shatters. After clearing the surrounding glass shards, she slips inside. Uncertain if anyone is present within, she waits for a moment. As her eyes adjust to the darkness, she can make out the outlines of her surroundings. This building appears to be the hospital's inpatient department, with individual rooms lining the corridor. Unlike the Joyful Mall, which primarily features LED screens on its exterior walls, the hospital is less conspicuous, and with the heavy rain providing cover, lights can be on without attracting attention. The vicinity of the hospital is predominantly residential, and the glass used is merely standard tempered glass, which makes it likely that a headlamp would attract unwanted attention. She recalled purchasing outdoor equipment that included night vision goggles, which she believed were stored in her earthquake emergency kit. After rummaging through the tool room, she indeed found them, and upon donning them, everything appeared much clearer. The items within her space were increasing in number. She realized that she would need to familiarize herself with their precise locations for convenience in the future. Observing her surroundings, she noted that she was on the 4th floor of the inpatient department, where the nurse station prominently displayed the characters for orthopedics. Typically, behind the nurse station, there is a pharmacy for storing medications for hospitalized patients. She turned the handle, only to find it locked. Beneath the duty desk, she discovered several drawers. Opening one revealed a collection of medical records, while another contained invoices, and the bottom drawer held office supplies along with a set of keys. After inspecting the remaining drawers, she stumbled upon several containers of instant noodles, snacks, and more office supplies. After trying a few keys, she managed to unlock the pharmacy, which contained glucose, analgesics, iodine, and disposable syringes, all of which she collected. The temperature-controlled cabinet housed a myriad of injectable medications, all of which she meticulously transferred to her space for later organization, along with any suitable small medical devices. Exiting the nurse station, she entered the adjacent single-occupancy patient room. In the drawers, she gathered packaged anti-inflammatory medications, which would certainly prove useful in the future. The wardrobe, however, was sparsely filled, indicating that the occupant had likely evacuated with their belongings, not that she needed them, as her space was already overflowing with clothing. She did, however, collect a plethora of nutritional supplements and milk, all of which were well within their expiration dates. As she prepared to leave, she noticed the 4 stand beside the bed, an invaluable find. It could serve as a trellis for her grapevines, and the metallic structure could potentially be exchanged for supplies later on, akin to the recovery of metals by official rescue teams in her past life. The grape seedlings in her space were nearly ready to climb, and she had initially intended to venture into the suburbs to procure bamboo. But this stainless steel frame would suffice. The second room was also a single-occupancy space, inhabited by a woman, and she found a BMW key in the drawer. Regrettably, the vehicle had likely succumbed to flooding. Beyond the milk, medications, and 4 stand, she also came across several packs of unopened sanitary napkins. In the third room, yet another single-occupancy space, she discerned that this hospital seemed to exclusively offer single rooms. The rumors were indeed true. The patients here must be individuals of influence and wealth, likely evacuated at the onset of the torrential rains. On this floor, her most abundant findings included anti-inflammatory medications, analgesics, and milk, with nearly every room containing the latter. Along with all the 4 stands, The second floor was dedicated to the neonatal ward, where she meandered about, collecting anything she deemed useful, including a few nebulizers and personal care items. The third floor, specializing in obstetrics and gynecology, yielded an impressive haul of various infant formulas, diapers, health supplements, and an abundance of sanitary products. In the drawers of the patient rooms, she also discovered several jewelry boxes, presumably gifts for newborns, containing both gold and jade, which she hastily moved into her space. Using her mental acuity, she assessed that the jade had been absorbed, yet the space appeared unchanged compared to before. Nevertheless, her instinct suggested that the space could still evolve, otherwise, it would not continue to absorb items. Perhaps in the future, if she were to find jadeite, she would experiment once more. After spending 2 hours scouring the entire building, she gazed upon the amassed 4 stands, milk, supplements, and various medical devices in her space, realizing that this building had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. Following the corridor to the top floor, she proceeded to the adjacent outpatient building. The pharmacy was likely situated on the ground floor, but the water pressure was too formidable for her to consider diving beneath, and after such prolonged inundation, there likely was little of use left. Large medical machines were impractical for her to transport, and thus she focused on smaller instruments, like defibrillators and blood pressure and oxygen monitors. Chapter 30. The Rehabilitation Center. In the various departmental lounges, she discovered a wealth of medical textbooks and convenient instant meals. Additionally, the 6th floor was entirely dedicated to traditional Chinese medicine, where she collected all herbal remedies and texts, along with several acupuncture kits and a pressure point model, affording her ample time to study them at her leisure. The final building primarily housed operating rooms, where she uncovered an abundance of surgical instruments and medications. Most exhilaratingly, she stumbled upon an entire warehouse filled with isolation gowns and disinfectants. Among them, she found a box of gas masks and corrosion-resistant biochemical protective suits, items that were unattainable in the outside world and could prove invaluable in the future. Continuing her ascent, she discovered that the uppermost floor comprised a luxurious rehabilitation center, contrary to her initial assumption that it was solely for surgical purposes. A glance at the floor distribution map at the stairwell revealed a fine dining restaurant and a fitness activity center on the top floor. She resolved to investigate the restaurant first. Ascending to the top floor, she stood at the stairway entrance. To her left lay the restaurant, and to her right, the gym. Without hesitation, she turned left, finding the door unlocked. Before her was an open kitchen and numerous small dining tables. Examining closely with her flashlight, she noted that the tables and chairs were crafted from smooth, unvarnished hardwood, devoid of any chemical odors, ideal for firewood. It seemed wasteful to leave them behind, so she decided to retain a few sets for her own use, especially since the dining table she shared with her companion was somewhat low. She collected them all, placing them in her space for the time being. Fortunately, she had gathered all the vegetables into the pantry yesterday, as her newly planted seeds had only just begun to sprout. Otherwise, they would have suffered damage. Behind the kitchen was a large storage room. Although she dared not open the refrigerator, certain it would be reeking by now, she did not see a cold storage facility. But the upscale restaurant would likely utilize only fresh ingredients. On the adjacent shelves, she found over 100 bags of rice, flour, and grains, as well as an abundance of rare dried goods: abalone, sea cucumbers, dried scallops, ginseng, cordyceps, and morels. Indeed, the affluent enjoy their luxuries. She collected all of it into her space. Passing through the elevator hall, she pushed open the door to the adjacent fitness center, only to discover a mahjong table. This she did not require, as there would be no one to play with. Instead, she retrieved a multifunction fitness apparatus and a treadmill to place on the second floor of her main courtyard, along with several dumbbells and smaller exercise equipment for her personal training. Among the corner, she noticed a small door, likely leading to a storage area. Upon pushing it open, she was greeted with delight, an entire warehouse brimming with daily necessities and water. The room was filled with bottles of bottled mineral water from a high-end brand, packaged in 24 bottle cases, totaling an estimated 400 to 500 cases. It felt like an incredible stroke of luck. The remainder consisted of tissues and pure cotton towels, and there were even 2 boxes of brand new thermos cups, gifts that had likely never been distributed to gym members. In no time, the entire warehouse was emptied, and she proceeded to continue her sweep of the upscale patient rooms on the lower floors. Each floor contained 8 rooms, each complete with a balcony, 1 room, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. The room's design was highly user-friendly, featuring handrails, call buttons, and customized health monitoring devices. She resolved to take a few of these machines, as in the absence of a hospital, she would need to conduct self-assessments for any health concerns. The summer comforters on the beds did not interest her, however. Upon opening the wardrobe, she was pleasantly surprised to find brand-new silk winter quilts. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a safe tucked in the corner of the wardrobe. After thoroughly searching each room, she amassed 40 winter quilts and 40 safes, not rushing to open them, intending to slowly unveil their contents later. She also collected an array of solid wood furniture and small appliances, finding jewelry tucked away in several drawers, likely forgotten in the haste of evacuation. She carefully placed the jewelry in her pocket, planning to examine it upon her return to her space, curious to see what transformations might occur. Having finished her collection, she returned to the 4th floor, where the sound of rain outside was quite pronounced. After donning her raincoat, she retrieved the inflatable raft she had previously hidden and placed it outside the window, preparing to return home. The journey was unsteady, with raindrops as large as beans stinging against her skin, yet she focused on steering the craft with determination. The St. Love Hospital was merely 2 traffic lights away from the Haifu Garden. Following the residential buildings on either side, she would soon arrive. However, with the fierce wind and torrential rain, it took her over half an hour to navigate a journey that should have only taken 10 minutes. As she approached Building 17, she noticed a flashlight flickering in the 5th floor corridor, which startled her. It was nearly midnight. Shouldn't everyone be asleep by now? Taking advantage of the night's cover, Shen Wan retrieved a waterproof plastic sheet from her space and began wrapping the supplies she had previously purchased. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to also store 2 bags of potatoes and a pound of pork in her space, thinking she should leave something for her relatives. Once the plastic wrap was secured, she paddled her inflatable kayak closer to the 5th floor window. Upon hearing some commotion, curious glances were directed her way. There were only a dozen or so people in the corridor, and Shen Wan spotted Zhang Pingho among them. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Pingho addressed her first. "Little girl, you are quite bold. Why are you returning so late?" He then called for others to assist in moving her belongings. Shen Wan was about to decline, but he continued, "A young girl like you carrying so much stuff, aren't you afraid of being robbed? You know, when we came back, we happened to see 2 groups fighting over supplies. If it hadn't been for Yuan Ji's quick thinking, we would have likely lost everything on the boat." By the time he finished speaking, all her items had been moved into the corridor, and she felt a bit embarrassed to trouble others. After removing her raincoat, she explained, "I had settled at my relative's house, but with the rain being so heavy, I was worried about my parents, so I returned overnight. However, now that it's late, it seems quite safe outside." Zhang Pingho dismissed her concerns. "You truly are fearless. With such heavy rain, are you not worried about capsizing with all that cargo?" The other stared in astonishment at the abundance of supplies she had brought back. Shen Wan smiled and replied, "It's not that my parents are unwell, and I can't go out often. So this time I thought since the rain had stopped, I would bring back all the cash from home to convert it into food. Who knew the rain would worsen on my way back?" After explaining, she inquired, "Why is everyone gathered in the corridor instead of sleeping at this late hour?" Zhang Pingho pointed to a group of 6 or 7 individuals standing together. "These 2 families live on the 5th floor. When we returned, the rain was light, so we thought nothing of it, but it suddenly intensified. They're worried the water might rise tonight, so they called us down to discuss." Shen Wan had just climbed through the window at the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, where the water level was already even with the window, estimating that there was only a little over a meter left to the 5th floor. No wonder the families on the 5th floor were unable to sleep. Who would dare to? With such heavy rain, it was possible that by morning, their homes would be submerged. Chapter 31. Another upgrade. Everyone began to chatter, wondering what could be done. The only solution was to move everything upstairs. The key issue was that the 2 families on the 5th floor felt that staying in the corridor was not a long-term solution, both due to the poor conditions and a lack of consideration for the original residents. They had experienced this firsthand when the family in Unit 102 resided at their doorstep. Initially, they thought the rain had ceased and that things were improving, but within a day, the downpour resumed. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the rain would stop tonight, and it was uncertain whether official rescue teams would come to evacuate anyone the next day. In truth, everyone understood the implication from the 2 families on the 5th floor. Their reluctance to stay in the corridor indicated that they had their eyes set on the vacant apartments within the building. Yet, they found it difficult to broach the subject. waiting for someone else to take the initiative. However, with so many people present, none were foolish enough to offer themselves as stepping stones, only to end up with nothing to show for it. Observing the knowing expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Wan could not help but touch her nose, reflecting on how just yesterday she praised the residents for their law-abiding nature and their unwillingness to damage others' property, while today, some were already harboring such thoughts. After 5 minutes of stalemate, just as her patience was wearing thin and she contemplated leaving with her belongings, Zhang Lauda spoke up. "You all know that staying on the 5th floor is no longer safe. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called us down here. Whether to move is up to you. We can help, but as for whether the rescue team will return, we will have to wait until tomorrow." Zhang Lauda threw the ball back into their court quite adeptly. After that, he beckoned 2 young men to assist her in moving her things to the 15th floor. As they reached the stairwell, he turned back and added, "When we come down, if you 2 families have not made up your minds, we will head home. It's late, and we still need our sleep." Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Wan instructed them to leave her belongings at the door. She pretended to rummage through her bag, but actually pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from her space and handed them to Zhang Pingho, saying, "It's too late to invite you in. I appreciate your help today. Please pass this token of gratitude to Brother Zhang." At this point, cigarettes had become quite scarce, with convenience stores only supplying essential goods. Items like tobacco and alcohol required ingenuity to procure. The 2 packs she offered were worth far more than their cash equivalent, but she had an abundance in her space. Zhang Pingho initially declined but ultimately accepted. Once they descended the stairs, she opened the door and brought her belongings inside. After placing Momo on the bed, the little one began to stir restlessly. Shen Wan surmised he was hungry, so she woke him to drink a bottle of milk before he settled back to sleep. After freshening up, Shen Wan climbed into bed. Feeling quite accomplished with her day as hall, which nearly filled the courtyard, she decided to organize it upon waking. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already 9 in the morning. Upon looking up, she was met with Momo's reproachful gaze, having forgotten to leave breakfast for the little chubby one. As she moved, a sharp ache coursed through her arm, likely from overexerting herself while paddling the kayak. Unfortunately, her speedboat could not be used due to the noise it would generate. Retrieving a cup of soybean milk and 2 buns from her space, she handed them to Momo and found a Yunnan Baiyao plaster in her medicine cabinet to apply to her arm, which had sustained a minor strain. She would have to forego practicing military body techniques today. Pulling back the curtains, she opened the window slightly for ventilation, and the sound of rain became pronounced. The sky had once again turned a gloomy shade, as if the sunshine and rainbow from the previous day had merely been a dream. The water surface was devoid of people, save for the occasional sighting of rescue teams navigating the streets in speedboats. After watching for a while, she closed the window. Noting how heavy the rain was, in just a few minutes, a puddle had formed on the floor by the window, prompting her to fetch a mop to clean up the mess. With the rain so substantial, it seemed unlikely that the 2 rubber boats downstairs would venture out today. The ice in the air conditioning unit had long melted, and the room felt pleasantly cool. Shen Wan ventured into the living room to confirm this, and indeed, the temperature had dropped. Retrieving a thermometer from her space, she noted that the indoor temperature was now a mere 31 degrees. She found a hook and hung the thermometer on the living room wall. Returning to her bedroom, she discovered that Momo had finished his breakfast. She took out a pancake from her space, sitting on the sofa to eat while checking her phone. The chatter in the owners' group had noticeably diminished, likely due to the previous experience with a power outage, leading everyone to conserve battery life for their communication devices. However, they could not have anticipated that this time, the power supply would fail to return to normalcy. After finishing her pancake, Shen Wan decided to check her space and organize the spoils from the previous day. As her consciousness delved into the space, she was taken aback. The area had doubled in size, transforming her courtyard into an exquisite 3-section courtyard. The walls remained white, with the roof tiles of vibrant green. On the outer side of the previous entrance, there was now a large outer courtyard, complete with a grand gate. The courtyard featured an expansive square, its ground adorned with bricks and pebbles arranged in several concentric circular patterns reminiscent of jade pendants. Behind the main courtyard, a smaller yard had emerged, complete with an artificial hill, a pond, and a pavilion with a corridor over the water surface. Opposite the pond stood a 2-story building containing 10 rooms across both levels. The outer perimeter of the courtyard was encircled by tall walls, indicating that the space would likely not expand further. Even after exiting the space, Shen Wan remained in a state of astonishment. She found it peculiar that she had not yet placed the jade jewelry she had brought back into the space. Yet it had somehow produced such a significant transformation in her courtyard. How much jade would it take to transform a Siheyuan directly into a grand 3-entry courtyard? The effect would surpass that of consuming an entire jade jewelry store. Regardless, it is undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Last night at the hospital, she nearly filled the entire space. Even the vegetable garden was overflowing with items, leaving her in a quandary about where to store them. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind as she recalled the 40 safes she had collected into her space yesterday. Surely, the jade concealed within them had instigated this transformation. Eagerly anticipating the unboxing, she secured the doors and windows, handed Momo a new Luban lock to entertain himself, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished into her space. Little Mo blinked in surprise before resuming his struggle with the new toy. He had grown accustomed to his mother's occasional disappearances, knowing she would soon return. Inside the space, Shen Wan gazed at the pile of safes in the vegetable garden, her arms no longer aching. She retrieved an electric saw from the tool shed, connected it to the power supply, and began to dismantle the safe store. The shrill alarm blared, and after 2 minutes, her wrist was numb, yet the lock remained steadfast. The electric saw proved ineffective, so she fetched a cutting machine and opted to slice through the surrounding steel plates instead, being careful not to damage the contents within. In mere minutes, the safe was split in two. As she beheld the cash and will contracts revealed within, a wave of frustration washed over her. Had she obtained this cash 2 months ago, she could have converted it into resources, but now it seemed rather challenging. Upon opening the second safe, she found more cash and documents. The third safe felt unusually heavy as she approached it. To her astonishment, it contained 2 handguns and 6 boxes of ammunition, totaling 60 rounds. With the loaded magazine, there were 84 rounds in total, a delightful surprise. The handguns were of the 98 model, elegantly designed and lightweight, representing the latest domestic production. She recognized it from her past life, having used this very model before. In her previous life, while scavenging for supplies, she had been separated from her group and subsequently encountered a wolf pack. A soldier fortuitously passed by and saved her life, wielding this very handgun. On their return to the settlement camp, he had taught her shooting techniques. Later, when the wolf pack retaliated, he instructed her to practice on the wolves while he covered her with his submachine gun. Without his intervention, she would have perished in the jaws of the wolves. Sadly, after returning to the camp, she never saw him again. She had searched for him at the military base, only to learn he had gone missing while on a mission and had never returned. Shen Wan carefully stored the guns and ammunition in a drawer of the vanity in her second-floor bedroom, easily accessible at her mental command. Resuming her dismantling of the safes with a cutting machine, the alarm continued to wail within the space. She decided to block the noise with earplugs and focused on opening all the safes before examining their contents. After more than an hour, all the safes lay open, and she found herself exhausted, sitting on the ground, panting and hungry. A glance at her phone revealed it was already past 11. She decided to have lunch first. As little Mo was still hungry, with a thought, she instantly seated herself on the sofa. Seeing his mother reappear, little Mo exclaimed, "Hungry?" Shen Wan sighed. It was amusing how quickly he became ravenous while she merely sat idly. From her space, she retrieved a children's meal, handing him a spoon to feed himself. She served herself a boxed meal of sweet and sour ribs and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accompanied by garlic spinach, which seemed quite appetizing. After finishing, she took little Mo up and down the stairs a couple of times to help digest, and once he fell asleep, Shen Wan returned to her space to continue unboxing. Documents, cash, keys, savings books, gold bars, and gold jewelry, along with empty boxes. The empty boxes likely contained the jade that had been devoured by the space, one of which was quite large, presumably a decorative piece. It puzzled her why it hadn't been taken during the evacuation. The gold bars and jewelry weighed over 100 pounds altogether. Based on pre-apocalypse gold prices, it was worth at least 20 million. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Finding a storage box, she placed these items alongside her previously collected jewelry, pondering their potential future utility. The computer would be set aside for now, leaving her with a heap of documents and cash. The documents could serve as kindling, while she would spend the cash whenever possible. It was indeed a sweet burden. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another safe, the one she had discovered at the jade store in the Yuehui Mall. The jade inside must have been consumed by the space, but she wondered if there were any other items remaining. She effortlessly sliced open the safe, and upon opening the box within, she found it entirely empty. In a corner lay a long wooden box, heavy in her hands. To her astonishment, it contained an exquisitely crafted short sword, approximately 40 centimeters in length. The jade embedded in the hilt had been consumed by the space, leaving behind only small indentations. Drawing the sword, a cold gleam flashed across the blade, which was finely sharpened and appeared quite lethal, perfect for self-defense. With that thought, Shen Wan thrust the sword towards the ground, effortlessly piercing the steel plate of the safe, even more easily than the cutting machine. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This short sword was undoubtedly the most formidable of her cold weapons. She stowed it away in the vanity, intending to practice with it in a few days. Observing the remnants of the safe scattered across the floor, which took up considerable space, she decided to designate a junk station in the corner of the front yard, moving all the useless items there for disposal on her next outing. Later, as Shen Wan conducted stillness experiments in the front and back yards, she discovered that the state of the space was influenced by the soil. The courtyard and the pond area exhibited the unique black soil of the space, preventing a state of stillness. The remaining areas served as static storage spaces. The water buckets accumulating in the corridor finally had a place to go. She used her mental energy to move them all to the front yard. Tables, chairs, solid wood furniture, and 4 stands were also relocated to the vacant area in the front yard, where she could chop them into firewood later, instantly freeing up much space in the courtyard. Upon entering the main building on the first floor, she noticed an additional door beside the staircase leading to the second floor, which opened into the backyard. The layout of the backyard mirrored that of the courtyard, featuring a rockery, pond, corridor, and octagonal pavilion, with corridors on either side leading to a 2-story building. The pond was stagnant, with flourishing aquatic plants but devoid of fish or shrimp, rendering it currently unusable. She explored each of the 10 rooms in the small building, finding them all accessible, instantly adding over 2,000 cubic meters of storage space. Her excitement was almost uncontrollable. Previously, she had collected numerous supplies and medications from the Holy Love Hospital, which would not fit in the courtyard's rooms. With so many vacant rooms now available, she decided to reorganize the storage layout of her space. The outer courtyard featured a spacious plaza where various water tanks and furniture cluttered against the wall, alongside a junk station in the corner. She also moved the oil tanks, vehicle, and generator from the vegetable garden, neatly folding up the waterproof tarp, leaving the garden entirely empty. The 2 gatehouses at the entrance to the second courtyard were designated for tools and equipment, while one housed various fuels. With over 100 gas cylinders, those that couldn't fit were moved to the plaza in the outer courtyard. The second floor of the main building remained the prepared food and snack area, with the shelves neatly arranged. She was too lazy to rearrange them. The first floor contained clothing, bedding, and all the children's items, including the gaming consoles and toys found in the mall. On one side of the staircase, a few shelves and bookcases were filled with books from various disciplines. Every time she ventured out and found useful books, she would collect them into her space, gradually amassing a library. The 16 rooms flanking the courtyard were designated for storing various foodstuffs, including rice, flour, cooking oil, fresh vegetables, condiments, seeds, and dried goods. The 2-story shed in the backyard was designated for storing daily necessities, household appliances, as well as medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. Once everything was tidied up, a throbbing headache began to afflict Shen Wan. She recognized it as a result of excessive mental exertion, which, in truth, was not entirely detrimental. During this period of incessant mental strain, her ability to manipulate time had significantly extended. Moreover, she could distinctly sense an increasingly intimate connection between her mental energy and spatial dimensions. Having emerged from the space, it was just past 1 o'clock. She lay on her bed, cradling her chubby little one for a brief nap. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shen Wan was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Upon regaining consciousness, she instinctively surveyed her surroundings, her guard up, only to relax upon spotting Momo playing with building blocks on the carpet. Initially suspecting a hallucination, she was startled again by the persistent knocking. Exiting her bedroom, she opened the security door and peered through the peephole, revealing the enthusiastic neighbor from next door. Chapter 33. The great barber Shen Wan did not rush to open the door but inquired, "What brings you here?" The neighbor, relieved to finally receive a response, replied, "Dear girl, the government supply boat has arrived. They are distributing provisions downstairs, and I came to call you to join me." Shen Wan, wishing to maintain a certain distance from the neighbor, responded politely, Thank you, Annie, but I just woke up and need to tidy up a bit. Please go ahead without me. After watching the neighbor depart, she sighed in relief. It was not that she lacked compassion. Her home concealed numerous secrets that could lead to trouble if exposed, and she was reluctant to invest time and energy testing human nature. She found an animated film for Momo, informing him that Mommy needed to head downstairs briefly but would return shortly, then secured the doors and windows before descending. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she discovered a throng of people gathered in the hallway, queuing to receive supplies. After greeting the neighbor, she took her place at the end of the line. The water level had nearly risen to the 5th floor, submerging the windows at the stairwell's entrance. And the 2 households on the 5th floor had long since relocated to the hallway. Due to the height of the stairwell at the 6th floor, supplies could not be passed through. Ultimately, they opened the door to apartment 501, allowing residents to collect provisions from the living room window. While waiting in line, Shen Wan discreetly monitored the surveillance in the 2nd bedroom. Being the last in line, she attracted no attention. The individuals ahead were engaged in idle chatter, and she caught snippets of their conversation. A middle-aged man mentioned that a relative of his worked at the meteorological station and had reported that heavy rains would cease in a few days. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly seeking confirmation of the news's accuracy. The atmosphere surged, akin to a drop of water splashing into a hot pan. The middle-aged man, noticing the collective focus upon him, felt a swell of pride. Shen Wan did not necessarily deem the man's words false. After all, he had not claimed that further downpours were impossible. The cessation of rain followed by more rain could hardly be classified as a misstatement. However, she was not foolish enough to dampen his enthusiasm. Life must harbor some glimmers of hope. As those ahead completed their collection of supplies and began to move toward the stairwell, attention shifted back to the provisions distributed by the government. One individual opened their bag, revealing merely 5 packets of compressed biscuits, 2 cans of meat, and 2 sausages. Compared to the previous distribution, not only had rice and vegetables disappeared, but the quantities were also halved. The crowd erupted in outrage. The meager provisions could barely sustain them, prompting cries of desperation. A few bold souls began to question the staff from the supply boat, demanding to know why the offerings were so drastically reduced this time, asserting their need to report this to their superiors. The commotion escalated, and had it not been for the armed soldiers stationed nearby, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Staff members brandished loudspeakers, attempting to pacify the crowd. Please remain calm. Listen to me. The government is facing challenges as well. We are tirelessly searching for supplies. However, this heavy rainfall constitutes a widespread disaster, and many are trapped. We hope everyone can understand and endure this difficult period together. Gradually, the crowd settled into silence. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances. The relentless stream of information flooding the internet and social media left little room for ignorance. They understood these truths without needing to be lectured. They had simply been trapped for too long and were in desperate need of an outlet for their frustrations. As their heightened emotions subsided, they resumed their silent wait for provisions. After receiving her supplies, Shen Wan intended to climb back home when she spotted the enthusiastic neighbor from apartment 1501 waiting for her at the stairwell. There was no escaping another lengthy conversation. Walking side by side, the neighbor introduced herself as Aunt Jo, encouraging Shen Wan to call her by that name. She revealed that she had lost her husband and son in quick succession a few years prior, leaving her alone in the house. With no one to converse with, she often clung to anyone willing to chat. This revelation elicited a wry smile from Shen Wan. She certainly was not the ideal confidant. By the time they reached the 15th floor, Aunt Jo had talked the entire way. As they parted, Shen Wan could not help but offer, Aunt Jo, this rain is quite heavy, and prices are bound to rise. If you have any cash or jewelry, it might be wise to exchange it for food. She considered it a small gesture of kindness on her part. Crossing the corridor back to her home, she opened the bedroom door to find Momo rushing out, hugging her and pouting, Mommy, you've been gone forever. You liar. Shen Wan scooped him into her arms, teasing, is my little glutton hungry again?
Momo eagerly nodded in affirmation.
She knew the truth. Unless he was hungry, her chubby little one would never seek her out. He was truly a low-maintenance child. Continuing the playful banter, she asked, what does my little glutton want to eat today? Tell Mommy. Momo tilted his little head in thought, exclaiming, ice cream. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a refusal. He persisted, noodles and fries. Ultimately, he was rewarded with half a portion of creamy mushroom pasta, 5 fries, and a boiled egg. Although ice cream was absent, fries were a delightful substitute. The remaining food naturally made its way to Shen Wan's plate. After their meal, adhering to their usual routine, they climbed the stairs for a stroll, though Mo was quite reluctant to be dragged along. Regrettably, the rain was too heavy. Otherwise, a game of soccer on a rooftop would have been a splendid way to exercise. Upon returning home, Mo's hair was damp with sweat. Shen Wan pondered that she could not allow him to remain cooped up in the bedroom all day. The living room had sufficient ventilation, especially since they had used environmentally friendly materials initially. She retrieved an oversized waterproof plastic sheet from the space and spread it in the living room, then found an inflatable pool, inflating it with an electric pump before adding warm water. After tossing in some ocean balls and shower toys, she stripped Mo and placed him inside. Initially apprehensive, he soon began to play joyfully. After half an hour, when she finally lifted him from the water, he was reluctant to leave. Feeling particularly fatigued from the day's exertions, Shen Momo fell asleep an hour earlier than usual. The pool remained set up, ready for more fun the following day. Shen Wan drew the curtains and turned on the small bedside lamp. Since the power outage, she had replaced the curtains with heavy blackout drapes to ensure no light would escape outside. Reclining on the lazy sofa, she resumed her practice of enhancing her mental energy. She retrieved the 4 stand she had brought back from the hospital, intending to use it to construct a grape arbor. The stand stood approximately 2 meters tall. She began by inserting it at fixed intervals along the stone pathway, then secured several horizontal rows with iron wire, thus forming 2 netted sections for the grape arbor. However, the overhead structure posed a challenge. To achieve an archway effect, she needed to bend the 4 stand, which proved to be mentally taxing and required considerable time. Once she had fashioned the arch, she secured it with iron wire, creating a graceful, arched lattice. Finally, she meticulously guided the grapevines to entwine around the newly formed arbor. And once completed, she sensed her mental energy nearing depletion and could not resist the urge to sleep. Summoning her last reserves, she planted seeds in the vegetable garden before collapsing into bed, utterly exhausted. Chapter 34. Wincy building the following morning, Shen Wan awoke to the gnawing sensation of hunger. Having consumed too little the previous evening and expended significant mental energy, she felt as though she might faint. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 8 o'clock. Little Mo remained asleep, presumably worn out from yesterday's activities. After completing her morning hygiene routine, she began practicing military boxing. Although her arms still ached, she had adjusted to the discomfort after a day. A bit of exercise would facilitate her recovery. Before long, Shen Momo awoke, sitting up with a bewildered expression. Shen Wan seized her phone and captured a series of 5 photos, finding his little expressions increasingly amusing. Once he composed himself and started his own morning routine. Breakfast consisted of tofu soup, pan-fried dumplings, and a vegetable bun for each person. After the meal, she continued to lurk in the community chat group. Noticing that the messages had significantly decreased compared to the previous days, likely due to the phones running low on battery. The group leader of 1302 and several young residents from 602 were quite active, already organizing an outing, suggesting that the recent supply runs for residents had been lucrative. After observing for a while and finding no critical updates, Shen Wan resumed watching her drama, taking out a bag of chestnuts to snack on while peeling them, occasionally sharing some with the little chubby one. By the time Zhang Pingho and the others prepared to leave, she had watched 2 episodes. The presence of many people brought complications. Differing opinions led to heated discussions. Shen Wan turned off her tablet and opened her phone's offline map to double-check her route. She planned to visit a commercial center 6 kilometers away, where residential areas were scarce and office buildings predominated, with few rescue teams operating in that region.
Today,
the streets were noticeably busier, filled with rescue teams and ordinary citizens, the sounds of inflatable boats echoing around her. She intended to modify her inflatable kayak. Paddling for 6 or 7 kilometers would surely exhaust her. She retrieved the kayak and electric motor from her storage, packed them into a waterproof bag, and secured her phone in a waterproof pouch around her neck before placing Momo safely back in storage. She was ready to set out. Descending the stairs, a faint aroma of food wafted through the air. The residents downstairs were cooking with their doors closed. Just as she thought she might avoid encountering any residents wandering outside, a head poked out from the 8th floor hallway. It was a middle-aged woman she had never seen before. Upon noticing her descending the stairs, the woman approached with a beaming smile. Are you going out alone, little girl? It's not safe outside. Why not let my son accompany you? Shen Wan shook her head in refusal and attempted to continue her descent, but the woman was persistent. Grabbing the waterproof bag on her back, Shen Wan, although unwilling to engage with her, remained vigilant. As the woman's hand made contact with the bag, Shen Wan swiftly turned and broke free, instantly widening the distance between them. The woman's expression turned awkward, yet she was not deterred. My son is tall, handsome, and a graduate of a prestigious university. He would certainly protect you well. Shen Wan found herself perplexed, unsure whether the woman was seeking to take advantage or merely promoting her son. She coldly replied,
I don't need that.
If you wish to go out, you can find Zhang Pingho. The woman hesitated, her face reflecting discomfort. Their fees are too high. If you take my son along, it would be a win-win. Or, you could lend us your kayak. It seemed she wasn't just looking to benefit. She was hoping for a handout. As the woman approached again, Shen Wan retreated further, her patience wearing thin. I do not lend my kayak. You may find someone else. If your offer is reasonable, someone will be willing. What a ridiculous notion to lend her belongings to a stranger. If they were damaged or not returned, she didn't want to deal with the repercussions. Although she had more kayaks in storage, they were inconvenient to retrieve. She had no desire to complicate her life further. Having said that, she disregarded the woman's persistence and quickly descended the stairs to leave. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the door to 501 was ajar, presumably to facilitate Zhang Pingho and the others. She took out the kayak from her bag and activated the automatic inflation system, which filled it with air in mere seconds. Climbing through the window, she landed steadily on the water's surface, extracting her paddle and quietly gliding out of the community. A few minutes later, after turning onto another street, she retrieved the battery and electric motor from her bag and installed them on the kayak. With a switch, the roaring sound emerged, soon blending with the cacophony of other inflatable boats. Confirming her direction, she steered towards the city center. Traveling at a leisurely pace, she occasionally paused to verify her route. The streets had long been submerged, with only a few tall buildings towering above the water, forcing her to rely on recognizable landmarks for guidance. She needed to remain cautious of underwater obstacles. Although the kayak was puncture-resistant, colliding with eaves or similar structures could still cause damage. Now and then, she encountered floating corpses, both animal and human, and had to carefully navigate around them. After more than half an hour, she finally approached the vicinity of the city center, having mistakenly veered off course once and needing to retrace her route. In the city center, she felt confident navigating, turning off her offline map as she slowly maneuvered the kayak between skyscrapers, searching for potential targets. Occasionally, she spotted others like herself, seeking supplies. But she kept her distance to avoid confrontation. With so many tall buildings in the city center, everyone was quietly pursuing their own objectives, reluctant to engage unless absolutely necessary. While those individuals were primarily searching for food, Shen Wan's focus was on office buildings. If she noticed rubber boats nearby or shattered windows in a building, she would detour to search elsewhere. Before long, she spotted a high-rise with a sign reading Wensi Building. Shen Wan recalled that this was a recently constructed office building. After observing the surroundings and finding no signs of life, she switched off the motor and circled the building slowly, discovering no evidence of vandalism. This high-rise appeared untouched. Breaking a window would create too much noise, potentially attracting the attention of other survivors. Therefore, she opened the kayak's air valve, allowing her body to slip into the water. With the kayak in tow, she gradually submerged, vanishing beneath the surface before swiftly entering her storage. Once inside her storage, she donned a diving suit and emerged with a window-breaking tool, targeting a submerged window and repeatedly striking the corner. When the glass shattered, Shen Wan swam inside. The entire building was filled with office floors, and she was too lazy to search underwater, opting instead to avoid the debris and head straight for the stairwell. After surfacing and climbing up, she finally had a moment to survey her surroundings. Her current location was the elevator hall, with 2 different companies flanking either side. Searching for supplies during the day was significantly easier than at night, as she didn't have to worry about exposing herself with a headlamp or using night vision gear. Shen Wan first approached the left side office area, where the company name on the door indicated it was a software development firm. The door had a standard lock, which she easily pried open. Although there had been an alarm system, it was rendered useless due to the power outage. Upon entering, she found a series of glass-partitioned offices, each labeled with department names, all unlocked, and she began to search through them one by one. The first office belonged to the Human Resources and Administration Department. She rifled through the drawers, discovering an array of office supplies and several bags of snacks, as well as dozens of unopened packs of A4 paper and a full box of stationery in a cabinet against the wall. There was little else of value. So she proceeded to the second office. The door bore a sign for the marketing department, which yielded more office supplies, along with some small gifts and promotional posters, items that held little value in the current world. The third office was the Research and Development Department, the largest of the three. Situated at the entrance was a break room, and Shen Wan explored, collecting a bounty of tea bags, beverages, and an entire wall of instant food and snacks. A veritable treasure trove for those accustomed to late-night work. Further inside, she presumed she would find the manager's office, furnished with comfortable sofas and desks, though not entirely wooden. So she left them behind. Under the desk, several drawers were locked. Using her crowbar, she pried them open. The first contained several company seals and a set of keys. The second held a watch and a few packs of cigarettes, and the last was filled with documents. Behind the manager's chair was another door, and she tested the keys found in the drawer, unlocking it. To her surprise, it led to a small, dedicated server and a power storage unit, indicating that this company maintained its own local network. This is indeed a remarkable item. It can be utilized once the internet is disconnected in the future. At the very least, it allows the home surveillance system to remain online, providing her with peace of mind when she occasionally steps out. She stored it along with a power bank in the designated space, placing it temporarily on the front yard's vacant area, while she also discovered the user manual in her room to take with her. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Had she waited another couple of days, this floor would have been submerged. Exiting through the main door and traversing the elevator hall, she arrived at the entrance of a nearby clothing design company. Inside, there were merely some clothing samples and design sketches. However, she managed to take several compact printers, sewing machines, and all the office supplies, which might prove useful for Momo later on. The owner's office bore a distinctly feminine touch, where she found some sunglasses and a couple of unopened skincare products in the drawers. She also collected the air purifier and humidifier from the office, along with the bed from the lounge area. After exploring the entire floor, Shen Wan discovered that only one fire exit was accessible, located near where she had ascended the stairs. She closed the fire door at the stairwell and placed an alarm device on the ground. It would emit a piercing sound if anyone attempted to open it. Once that was accomplished, she ascended the stairs to investigate all the floors for any signs of life, preparing to search systematically from the top down. From the 27th to the top floor, all 6 stories belonged to the same company. The left side of the top floor featured 2 large conference rooms, while the right side housed a reception area and the chairman's office. Shen Wan headed straight for the spacious office on the right, anticipating a wealth of valuable items within. Glancing at the promotional boards and certificates hanging in the corridor, she was astonished to learn that this was the headquarters of a domestic automobile company, with the manufacturing plant likely situated in the suburbs. The entrance to the chairman's office was crafted from gray aluminum alloy and equipped with a password and fingerprint lock. She retrieved a cutting machine and power bank from her space to dismantle the lock. Upon entering, she was greeted by a minimalist gray-tone decor, suggesting that the office's occupant was relatively young. To the left lay the workspace, while the center featured a relaxation area, and to the right, a separate door presumably led to a lounge. Taking a moment to sit on the leather sofa in the relaxation area, she found the fabric luxurious and the angle comfortable, making it difficult to rise. She decided to transport the entire set, including the accompanying coffee table, to her bedroom on the second floor. A sideboard against the wall contained an Italian coffee machine and a tea station, with various teas, coffee beans, and herbal teas stored in the cabinets below, all of which she collected and placed beside the sofa. Opening the door to the lounge on the right side of the office revealed a similarly minimalist gray design. The left side housed a bedroom, while the right featured an independent bathroom, separated by a color-blocked folding screen. She first explored the bathroom, taking both opened and unopened high-end sanitary products, alongside an independent massage bathtub, which she also stored in her space, not forgetting to take the screen as well. It would serve to partition the bedroom from the shelves on the second floor. In the center of the bedroom stood an intelligent electric bed, capable of adjusting the mattress's shape according to personal preference. She had seen this brand's products online, starting at a 6-figure price. She left the sheets and bedding behind, but transported the entire bed along with the nightstand and footstool into her space. She also did not overlook the massage chair beside the bed, indicating that the company's owner was indeed someone who relished comfort. As she busily collected items, she felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing that the entire bedroom was stripped bare aside from the wardrobe. Despite her hesitation, she couldn't resist approaching the wardrobe. Upon opening the khaki-colored doors, she found clothes organized by color, including many brightly colored casual outfits, much to her surprise, as she had expected only black and white items. Discarding the worn garments, she collected all those with tags still attached. Opening the drawers, she discovered a bounty of unopened underwear, socks, and ties. The first drawer contained watches, cufflinks, and tie clips, some adorned with gemstones, and she even found several car keys, taking them just in case. It was nearing 1 in the afternoon, and her excitement throughout the day had masked her hunger. Emerging from her space with little Momo, he quickly awoke, feeling apprehensive in the unfamiliar surroundings, but finding solace in his mother's embrace. Shen Wan offered him a cup of water to help him settle, and then produced a new dining table and chairs, as the previous set had been too low and was now relocated to the front yard.
Now,
she utilized the solid wood table and chair she had retrieved from the nursing home, having thoroughly cleaned and disinfected them. To amuse him, she waved a French fry, instantly bringing him to life. For lunch, she planned to prepare seafood pizza and sizzling steak for herself, adding a small bowl of vegetable meatball soup for her little one. She opted for a dual-berry spring tea to cleanse her palate. After their meal, she decided to stretch in the office. Marveling at the splendid view from such a height, she had never before gazed upon the city from this vantage point. Contemplating the 20-something floors below, she resolved not to return home today. Instead, she would spend the night in the office and head back the next day. She also decided against letting Momo enter her space in the afternoon, knowing excessive sleep would lead to mischief at night. Since the office was sealed with no windows, she allowed him to play in the bedroom instead. After laying out a crawling mat, she retrieved various toys from her space, swiftly transforming the bedroom into a playground. Placing a water cup, snacks, building blocks, and picture books on the table, enough to keep him entertained for the entire afternoon. After a moment of consideration, she placed the small server she had found earlier outside the bedroom in the office, connected it to the power bank, and initialized the machine. A few minutes later, Shen Wan successfully connected to the new network. With the monitoring system set up in the bedroom, she could now keep an eye on her little one's activities in real time, significantly alleviating her worries. After agreeing with Momo that he could play independently and call for her if needed, she locked the bathroom and bedroom doors and prepared to commence her afternoon work. Chapter 36. Exhibition Hall. As she closed the office door, she noticed the lock's hollow space and had a sudden inspiration, reaching inside. From her space, she summoned the large stone she had found at the jade shop and wedged it behind the door. Its several tons of weight effectively secured the entrance, making it nearly impossible for external force to breach the door in the short term. Shen Wan opened her phone's monitoring app, observing little Momo playing on the slide. And with a sense of relief, she began to gather supplies. Adjacent to the chairman's office was the reception area, its door unlocked. Apart from a few tables and sofas, a whole wall of bookshelves filled with various volumes caught her attention. She decided to take the entire bookshelf to the library area on the first floor of her main residence. In a corner, she found a pantry with a selection of tea bags and bottled water. In the 2 conference rooms across the hall, she only found a few boxes of bottled water and soda, but before leaving, she dismantled 2 projectors to use for movie nights later. Glancing at her phone, she saw that Momo was still enjoying the slide. Shen Wan chatted with him through the monitor for a moment, but he nonchalantly ignored her, tugging at her heartstrings. Descending the stairs, she noticed that the right side of this floor seemed to be the research and development department. In addition to printers and other office equipment, her most significant finds were snacks and instant food, yet another group of unfortunate 996 colleagues. Upon pushing open the large door on the left, she was momentarily stunned.
It was a car showroom.
Once she regained her composure, she retrieved the several keys she had found in the bedroom and began testing them one by one, delighting in the melodic unlocking sounds, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a fortune. This showroom housed a total of 4 vehicles, 2 SUVs, a motorhome, and a motorcycle. With only 4 keys in her possession, she rummaged through the drawer at the front desk and found 3 more, leaving one potentially taken by someone else. First, she sought the motorcycle key, which was easier to identify. Inserting it into the ignition, the powerful engine roared to life. Fortunately, she hadn't engaged the foot brake,
Or it would have charged out of the showroom.
This would be an excellent mode of transportation in the scorching heat, so she stored it in her space for now. With so many vehicles, the front yard would undoubtedly be insufficient, so she could only select the most essential ones. Randomly choosing another key, she pressed the unlock button, and the headlights of the motorhome flickered on. She climbed aboard to explore the luxurious interior, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and the spacious environment. On the table lay a manual, which she skimmed through hastily. This particular RV was a newly released model, yet to be mass-produced. Featuring a hybrid power system and solar panels atop the roof, truly the dream vehicle for campers. She proceeded to test drive the available cars, eventually matching the keys to the correct one. Among them were two concept cars, sleek sports models with ultra-low chassis. Their eye-catching designs would have been valuable before the apocalypse, but now they served little purpose. Another compact vehicle, an all-electric model in a deep green hue, caught her fancy and seemed perfect for transportation. Unfortunately, she had to abandon one car as it lacked a key. She decided to take both off-road vehicles, available in pure black and silver gray. Both hybrids equipped with different operating modes. The high-tech, ultralight metal body combined with bulletproof glass rendered them sturdier than her Land Rover. Ultimately, she selected 3 cars, along with the RV and a motorcycle, but the front yard was becoming cramped. Lacking better options, she had to relocate the furniture to the garden and corridor, as they obstructed her efficiency. The vehicles were parked in the front yard space, and Shen Wan began gathering various automotive parts. Regrettably, the showroom offered little in the way of spare parts, most of which were housed in the factory. She resorted to disassembling and hacking the usable components from the remaining 3 vehicles. Just as she prepared to descend to the next level, her phone chimed with Shen Momo's call. "Mommy, I need to pee." Shen Wan sighed, accepting her fate as she headed upstairs to attend to the little one. Upon reaching the top-floor office, she inserted a stone to secure the door. As she opened the bedroom door, she was met with Shen Momo's innocent gaze and quickly retrieved his small potty from the space. After addressing the urgent need, the chubby toddler turned and continued playing with his building blocks. Shen Wan, recognizing her own importance as a helper, resolved to return to work. After rummaging through the remaining 5 floors of the office building, she found minimal significant treasures, piles of bottled water, tissue, toilet paper, disinfectant, and snacks accumulated in the front yard. Moving down another floor, she found both sides lined with empty rooms, indicating they had yet to be rented out. Further down, she discovered a live streaming company occupying an entire floor filled with individual broadcasting rooms. The products sold in these rooms were quite eclectic. She decided to pile them together for later categorization. In the first room, she quickly collected various snacks, nuts, candies, beverages, and puffed foods. The next room featured local specialties. In addition to finished and semi-finished products, she stumbled upon 3 portable gas stoves and a box of gas canisters, which would certainly enhance her fuel supply. The subsequent rooms sold clothing, including off-season down jackets and coats, from which she selected the usable items to take. This floor had over 40 live streaming rooms filled with diverse consumables. Though the quantities were modest, the variety was impressive. What pleased her most was the discovery of numerous gas stoves and a mountain of gas canisters. Such items were invaluable for her future needs. As she descended the staircase to the next level, her heart sank upon seeing yet another entire floor of live streaming rooms. With a heavy heart, she continued to search and gather items while keeping an eye on Shen Momo. She could not afford to forego these supplies in her space. Who knew when she would need them again in this unpredictable world? Fortunately, this level housed a few live streaming rooms dedicated to outdoor gear, which immediately caught her attention. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, such items would prove invaluable. She welcomed them all. She collected everything visible: jackets, hiking boots, roller skates, ice skates, and tents, though there were only a few samples of each item. At the end of the corridor, 2 large warehouses awaited, one filled with unopened parcels neatly arranged on shelves, likely samples sent by product suppliers, while the other contained well-categorized products. She couldn't be bothered to sift through them and simply took everything on the shelves. Descending further, she was relieved to find it was no longer a live streaming space, but a high-tech smart home company. After selecting a dozen of the items she deemed useful, Shen Wan's gaze fell upon a smart robot positioned in the center of the showroom. Equipped with an encyclopedia and intelligent communication system, it was a perfect tool for child rearing. She collected it along with its manual to study later. The remaining floors primarily consisted of offices that had yet to be rented, most occupied by cultural companies. Aside from office supplies and sanitary items, there were few other resources to be found. Her space was already overflowing with office supplies that would last her a lifetime. However, she did manage to find plenty of napkins, toilet paper, and purified water, both bottled and in large containers. As darkness enveloped the sky and a torrential rain poured outside, Shen Wan returned to the top-floor office, securing the door with a stone once more. Shen Momo had fallen asleep while playing independently, so she gently woke him to prepare for dinner. After clearing the table, she set out a bowl of mushroom stir-fried noodles and a bowl of corn and spare rib soup, enough to satisfy both of them. Once they finished their meal, Shen Wan stored the toys from the table and room back into her space and retrieved the smart robot she had found downstairs. Little Mo curiously circled the robot, poking and prodding it. The robot stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, with a round head featuring a display screen. Its body was designed to resemble a human, complete with intricately crafted finger joints. After perusing the manual, she learned that this model was a newly developed autonomous smart robot capable of providing household management services. A single charge lasted about a week, which was quite convenient. Pressing the switch on the back of its head, a male voice announced, "Model 0001 at your service." The screen lit up, displaying 4 main categories to choose from. The smart home feature could control all smart appliances throughout the house, but for her, it was unnecessary as she only operated a few small devices to conserve energy. The projection feature worked well. She tested it, and it functioned as a projector, complete with a plethora of preloaded media. The autonomous interaction feature was undoubtedly the robot's highlight. Inputting Mo's information into the service profile, the robot automatically generated a multifunctional service system. It could play games, engage in conversation, read picture books, and even predict the danger level of movements. This would certainly free up her hands. Lastly, she adjusted the voice tone, volume, and screen brightness settings. Changing its name to Xiao AI, as 0001 was rather cumbersome. She preferred the familiarity of the previous Xiao AI speaker. Shen Wan decided to test it by issuing a command, "Xiao AI, play with Shen Momo, and build blocks." The robot received the instruction, turned its head, moved to Mo's side, and glided over smoothly. Mo handed it a block, and the robot reached out to accept it, placing it atop the constructed stack. "Let us build together," the robot encouraged.
Okay, Montag.
It responded with a nod. Shen Wan was astonished. The autonomous system exceeded her expectations, clearly reflecting the designer's remarkable ingenuity, simulating a myriad of scenarios. She was delighted that Mo had gained a new friend to accompany him through this bleak world. Continuing with her commands, she instructed, "Xiao AI, tell a story about the ugly duckling."
Montag echoed, ugly duckling.
Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. The little one's vocabulary seemed to be expanding today. Previously, he would often ignore her, but now, with a new companion, he was more vocal. Observing their engrossed play, she refrained from interrupting, retrieving the smart bed from her space and outfitting it with fresh linens and a blanket. After a quick wash-up, she lay down and utilized her mental energy to organize her space. She designated an empty room in the backyard solely for office supplies, while the remaining snacks, beverages, clothing, and daily necessities were categorized and placed in the previously defined areas. She then rearranged the bedroom, setting up a folding screen to separate it from the storage area. With a massage bathtub positioned behind the screen, the sofa, coffee table, and side cabinet are arranged against the wall, leaving ample space for the intelligent bed, followed by the placement of the massage chair, lazy sofa, and dressing table. Previously, I retrieved a clothing rack from the clothing store and aligned it neatly to hang frequently worn attire, thus creating a cozy little bedroom.
Today,
I also discovered several beds and mattresses in the lounge, which I stacked aside. The mattress from the earlier space has been added to the top. Upon returning, they can be placed on the water-heated bed in the master bedroom, especially with the recent drop in temperature, allowing activity zones to shift to the living room and master bedroom. Observing the neatly organized 3-entry courtyard brings an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. However, the joy dissipates upon noticing the accumulated furniture in the backyard corridor and garden. To prevent this furniture from further affecting her good mood, Shen Wan resignedly continued her labor. The electric saw consumes too much energy, so she opted to rely on her boundless mental fortitude instead. Fetching an axe from the tool room, she chopped the furniture into manageable pieces and stacked them in the backyard corridor. An hour later, she amassed an entire corridor's worth of firewood. A few small dining tables and chairs remained, which she decided to move to the second-floor bedroom for her future use. In the front yard, aside from a few vehicles and a pile of water and oil storage tanks, she cleared out half of the open space, ready to stock up again tomorrow. Shen Momo had already been lulled to sleep by Xiao AI, as the operational program accounted for Momo's sleep schedule, making having a robot a great relief. It was already past 9, and besides feeling mentally drained, she was also a bit hungry. She retrieved a barbecue and some fizzy drinks from the space, found a movie, and had Xiao AI project it onto the white wall, lowering the volume to begin her late-night snack. After watching the film and satisfying her hunger, she brushed her teeth, set the alarm, and prepared for bed. At 5 in the morning, the alarm chimed. Having gone to bed late the previous night, she lingered a bit longer before rising. She stored Momo and the bed back into the space, exited the bedroom, and cleared out the office items. Shen Wan descended the stairs, preparing to leave. The stairwell was pitch dark. She switched on a flashlight and slowly made her way down, remembering to retrieve the alarm from behind the door at the bottom. Donning a raincoat, she was too lazy to exit through the window she had entered the day before, so she found another window to open and released the inflatable raft, landing gracefully upon it. The sky had yet to brighten, and heavy rain continued to pour outside. No one would notice her. She had already identified today as target from the rooftop yesterday, which was the Jingyu shopping plaza, just a few hundred meters from the Wensi building. The shopping plaza was nearly submerged, likely deterring visitors, yet the connected Jingyu building remained, only a few floors shorter than the Wensi building. She remembered that there was an extreme sports club inside the Jingyu building, having once visited with a client who was a member. Manager Liu had brought her for a visit long ago, but the details had faded from her memory. Unsure if it had been searched, she decided to take a chance. The two buildings were in close proximity, and the water current was flowing towards the shopping plaza, making it easy to paddle over. The dim light of dawn suggested that the survivors she had encountered yesterday were still lost in slumber, and she saw no signs of life along the way. As she paddled slowly, she dipped her hand into the water, retrieving the garbage she had previously stacked in the corner of her space. Before long, it sank to the bottom unnoticed. Following the current, she swiftly reached the edge of the shopping plaza. At this point, the water level was only a few centimeters from the rooftop, allowing Shen Wan to effortlessly climb up. The plaza's rooftop featured several large amusement attractions and a fountain square, but the entrance to the Jingyu building was locked. As dawn broke, there was no time to linger. She needed to enter the building quickly. She retrieved strong scissors from her space, cut through the U-lock, and once inside, secured the door behind her. She removed her raincoat and took a moment to assess her surroundings. The ground floor of this building was connected to the adjacent Jingyu Plaza, while the upper floors housed rented office spaces. Currently, she found herself on the topmost retail level, as evidenced by the cinema she spotted. The surrounding shops remained tightly closed, indicating that no one had yet visited. Shen Wan felt a pang of worry. Typically, shopping plazas and upstairs offices would be separated by distinct entrances. With daylight now breaking, venturing outside to find the building's entrance might attract unwanted attention. She regretted not taking a longer route to break a window. Resolving to make the best of her situation, she began to search for anything useful on this floor, knowing that if all else failed, she could resort to using a cutting machine to dismantle the wall. Before her was a chain cinema. Previously, she had passed on a cinema at the Yuhui Plaza due to space storage constraints, but now she intended to explore this one with practiced ease. She pried open the main door. It was pitch black inside, so she switched on her flashlight and began her search. She pried open a self-service beverage cabinet, storing everything in her space, and also acquired a popcorn machine along with several large bags of raw materials, taking the snacks and shelves with her. Nearby the cinema, she found primarily tea shops and gaming houses. From the tea shop, she took all the thermal containers, all double-layer stainless steel, which would be useful later. She also collected items from claw machines, basketball machines, and small toy cars. Most of the remaining establishments were restaurants, but the vegetables and meats had spoiled. She couldn't be bothered to open the refrigerators for fear of the unpleasant smells. However, she did discover a small cold storage room in a charcoal grill restaurant. The power supply had long since failed, and she could smell the rancid odor from the other side of the door, ultimately taking only the charcoal and the power supply. As she prepared to leave, she noticed a metal grill pan on the table, which seemed useful, so she took it along and circled back to the kitchen. The remaining shops yielded mostly dry goods like rice and flour. She found numerous gas tanks and kitchen utensils, along with napkins, wet wipes, and disposable packaging boxes. allowing her to prepare another wave of cooked food upon her return. After resting for a while and having a snack, she brought Momo out of the space for a bottle of milk, and Shen Wan began her search for a passage to the Jingyu building. She opened all the fire doors to check, but none led to the upper floors, leaving her with no choice but to dismantle a wall. Although there were no residential buildings nearby, she still worried that the noise might attract attention. Observing her surroundings, she noted that the entire floor was rectangular, with an oval-shaped atrium in the center. Typically, fire escapes in office buildings are positioned centrally. One side of this commercial layer housed a seafood hot pot restaurant, while the opposite featured a Japanese restaurant. However, the Japanese restaurant was adjacent to the plaza windows, making the left side a more probable route. As she approached the hot pot restaurant, a nauseating odor wafted towards her, rendering it difficult to breathe from a distance. She quickly retrieved a gas mask from her space and donned it. Upon entering, Shen Wan felt she had likely guessed correctly, as the shop was narrow and, compared to the surrounding establishments, there appeared to be a considerable area behind the walls. She fetched the wall demolition jackhammer and power supply from the tool room, surveyed her surroundings, and found a cushion on one of the seats. After soaking it in water, she propped it against the wall to muffle the noise. In no time, she had created a fist-sized hole and peered through to see the staircase. Indeed, her intuition had served her well. She continued to enlarge the hole until it was wide enough for her to crawl through. After stowing her tools, she shifted a table to obscure the opening slightly. Crawling through the hole, she ascended the staircase and spotted the number 6 on the wall, indicating she had reached the 6th floor. The fire door was unlocked, and Shen Wan pushed it open, revealing a layout distinct from the Wensi building. On either side of the elevator lobby were office spaces, with a corridor and a row of offices opposite. The entire 6th floor was occupied by a single company, a new media firm. She wandered around, locating a small storage room filled with tissues, bottled water, and office supplies. She couldn't be bothered to search each workstation thoroughly, opting instead to raid the boss's office before leaving with all the bottled water. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were similar, and she collected dozens of bottles, both full and empty. On the 10th floor, I finally found you, the Extreme Sports Club. With deftness, Shen Wan pried open the door, and was astounded by the expansive 400-square-meter sports and entertainment facility before her. The flawless design seamlessly integrated various activities such as parkour, speed skating, and rock climbing. However, her astonishment was fleeting. She had no intention of participating in any of these activities and decided to look for useful supplies instead. The shelves along the walls displayed an array of products sold by the club: climbing ropes, gloves, skateboards, parachutes, and outdoor survival kits, all neatly arranged in the tool room. In a nearby small warehouse, she discovered numerous bottles of drinking water, canned meats, beef jerky, and freeze-dried vegetables. She took every last item. She even liberated the climbing ropes from the facility, dismantling and collecting them. On the left side of the elevator hall was the staff office, while the right housed the member lounge and the manager's office. Upon opening the manager's office door, Shen Wan's gaze was drawn to an enormous wooden crate in the corner. The crate was tightly sealed and bore shipping information, suggesting it had just been delivered. Her curiosity piqued about its contents. She recalled that medical equipment often came in similar packaging. Whatever it was, it certainly seemed valuable. She decided to pry it open. Using her trusty crowbar and heavy-duty scissors, she snipped the zip ties and pried open the lid of the crate. Inside, she encountered protective foam. And as she continued to dismantle the wooden panels, a square foam box came into view. After removing the plastic bag and foam board, she uncovered a metallic sphere, not a perfect sphere, but rather a gigantic football-shaped object composed of several hexagons and pentagons. Some of the flat surfaces featured glass windows. And a sudden realization struck her. Could this be the fabled tsunami survival pod? Yet, as Sioux City was an inland city, she had only heard of such devices but never seen one. She wondered what purpose the club's owner had in acquiring a survival pod. Was it to attract clients for a tour? Unsure of the owner's intentions, she opted to investigate its interior. Finding the pod's door switch, she opened a passageway barely wide enough for a single person. Inside the escape pod were 4 seats equipped with safety belts, and beneath them lay storage for food and emergency supplies. The pod was designed with a gravity mechanism, featuring 6 glass windows on its interior and blackout curtains. Glancing at the instruction manual, she noted that the pod's exterior was constructed from aviation-grade metal and glass, ensuring significant safety. One particularly eye-catching feature was that if the sea's waves became too tumultuous, The pod had a hidden water storage device within its shell that allowed it to submerge underwater. If sufficient energy was available, it could activate an oxygen generating system, letting it surface once the sea calmed. Aside from its immobility, it was akin to a miniature submarine. She stored it in her space for future use, adding a formidable asset to her means of transportation. Chapter 39. Gas station. Exiting the club, she continued her ascent. The next establishment was a wedding planning company, where she found only a few water barrels and a camera. Moving upward, she entered a home renovation company. Aside from the usual water bottles she carried away, she also seized all usable renovation materials and samples. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and with several floors left to explore, she quickened her pace. As she finished searching the 5th floor, the sound of shattering glass echoed from below. Someone had entered, whether by coincidence or drawn by her earlier noise, she could not tell. Shen Wan decided to abandon the upper office area and retreat, uncertain of how many intruders lurked below. Being cornered would prove troublesome. Avoiding a conspicuous exit from the water surface, she donned her diving suit, armed herself with a firearm, and quietly descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she heard commotion from the 6th. It seemed they had discovered the lower floors had already been searched. Voices drew nearer, accompanied by profanities lamenting their missed opportunities, indicating at least 4 or 5 individuals were present. As they approached the staircase, Shen Wan slipped into her space, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation. After approximately half an hour, she surmised they must have ascended and emerged from her hiding place. The entry point she had used earlier showed signs of disturbance from others, which made her wary of ambush. Thus, she continued her descent. In the 5th floor hallway, she observed shattered glass and 2 inflatable boats, evidence that they had entered the building from this location. With many items missing from the building and the mall, if they spotted someone departing, they might deduce her presence. Securing her oxygen mask, she submerged, swimming out through a window at the 4th floor staircase. She swam until surfacing behind the adjacent building, retrieved her inflatable kayak, inflated it, and paddled away from the area. Once she exited the densely populated city center, she took out her electric propulsion device, set it up, and sped away. Unbeknownst to Shen Wan, after her departure, 2 more waves of people entered the office building. A large group collided, resulting in a severe conflict, leaving several unclaimed bodies within the structure. Had she not fled swiftly, she might have been trapped by these factions. As she made her way back, passing a convenience store, she recalled the ample cash in her space and decided to spend it. After securing her kayak, Shen Wan entered the store. The number of patrons had significantly dwindled, yet a 15-minute purchasing limit remained, along with an increased military presence. Noticing bloodstains on the walls, it was evident that violence had erupted. As she strolled through the aisles, she noted that prices had risen dramatically since her last visit, with many items out of stock. However, new products had emerged, including solar panels, power storage units, and coal stoves, items now in high demand due to power outages, albeit at inflated prices. For her, this was not a concern. Her space was abundant with cash. She planned to stow another inflatable kayak in her backpack so she could maximize her haul. The meat section was devoid of fresh cuts, offering only vacuum-sealed cured products and canned meats. Unsure of the ingredient sourcing for the cured items, she opted to purchase several cases of assorted canned meats instead. After inflating the second kayak and securing both vessels together, she spread a waterproof tarp over them, methodically loading her bounty before departing with 2 boats filled with supplies. Upon reaching an open body of water, she took out her binoculars to carefully scan the surroundings, detecting no signs of life. Covering the supplies with a layer of waterproof tarp, she returned to the store for additional acquisitions. She repeated this process twice before deciding to cease her efforts, aware that further attempts might draw attention. After a brief journey, she deflated the inflatable kayak, rolling it up and stowing it in her waterproof bag. The rain reduced visibility, alleviating any concerns about being detected. Even with binoculars, it was impossible to discern her actions. The kayak held only a few bags of rice and charcoal from her space, as she felt it essential to bring something back from her excursion. Approaching the vicinity of Siheyuan residential area, Shen Wan keenly spotted several inflatable boats nearby, each harboring multiple individuals. As someone paddled closer, they quickly surrounded her. This was an attempted robbery. This route was the most direct from the convenience store to the residential area, and she immediately pivoted, veering off to navigate around the side of the neighborhood. A few individuals noticed her maneuver and attempted to pursue her in their inflatable boats. but they were no match for the speed of her kayak, forcing them to relent. After circling for approximately 2 kilometers, she found herself far from the residential area. Recalling the gas station she had frequented, she realized that her fuel reserve in the storage tanks remained unfilled. Securing fuel before the extreme cold set in would be challenging. Believing that the surrounding waters would deter any intruders, she prepared to dive beneath the surface. She secured a climbing rope to her kayak, fastening the other end around her waist, donned her breathing mask, and plunged into the water. The water was surprisingly clear, with visibility extending 2 to 3 meters, indicating that few boats traversed this route. Without reference points, she could not precisely ascertain her depth, but she estimated it to be around this area. Descending to approximately 10 meters, she finally sensed that she had reached the bottom. After searching for several minutes, I finally spotted a vague structure that appeared to be a gas station. A few minutes later, I came across the large sign of the gas station, but upon advancing further, I discovered that several fuel outlets had been damaged, seemingly requisitioned by the authorities. It was evident that private individuals lacked both the tools and the courage to undertake such actions. Regrettably, it seemed my visit would be in vain. As I prepared to ascend from the gas station, my foot slipped on the mud, causing me to tumble unexpectedly. Fortunately, as I fell into the water, the impact was not painful. I reached out in an attempt to stabilize myself but found no ground beneath my feet, and I began to slide down the slope gradually. I recalled that this gas station was situated at a higher elevation than the surrounding area, with sloped entrances and exits, a lapse in my caution. Once my body stabilized, I attempted to rise but noticed a vehicle ahead, indistinct in the murky water. The climbing rope was nearing its limit, and the water depth was approximately 13 meters. The familiar sensation of chest compression returned. I inhaled deeply a few times and pressed onward, finally discerning the vehicle's full shape. It was a fuel tanker. The driver's seat was vacant, likely abandoned during a torrential downpour. I wondered if it still contained any fuel. My body was beginning to tire, so I decided to store my findings before anything else. The front yard was already full, leaving me no choice but to sacrifice the vegetable plot once more. As the tanker disappeared from view, the surrounding waters surged toward me. Thankfully, the climbing rope secured around my waist, and the weight of the oxygen tank ensured I was merely swept around in the water. I ascended along the rope and climbed onto the inflatable raft. Removing my oxygen mask, I breathed in the fresh air deeply, reclining for a while to recuperate. After consuming a piece of chocolate to replenish my energy, I maneuvered the raft toward the community. After traveling approximately a kilometer, I finally spotted the distinctive orange-yellow gradient facade of the Siheyuan building, which would have been difficult to identify among the similarly designed nearby residences. Chapter 40. Fuel. I switched off the electric propulsion and paddled slowly toward the entrance. Upon entering through window 501, I noticed water had already seeped inside. I secured the raft with one hand while carrying supplies in the other, then ascended the stairs back home. The residents on the upper floors were busy preparing meals, and no one seemed to notice my presence. Climbing to the 15th floor, I found the hallways deserted, likely due to residents accompanying the rescue teams to the aid stations. Upon opening the double doors to my home, I finally felt the weight of exhaustion. I stored the raft and diving suit back in their designated space and retrieved the robot, activating it to entertain Momo in the bedroom. After a refreshing shower, I felt revitalized. Although the bedroom was luxurious, nothing compared to the comfort of home. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Xiao AI reading a picture book to Momo. Their serious demeanor by the table was quite amusing. Once they finished a book, Shen Wan called Momo over for a meal. The past few days had yielded significant rewards, and she intended to celebrate with a good feast. Garlic steamed king crab, braised beef ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and mushroom fishball soup were all dishes she had previously packed from the hotel, light in flavor and suitable for Momo. The steaming dishes were tempting, and the little chubby one devoured an extra half bowl of rice, leaving behind half a bowl of beef ribs and soup for later use in noodle preparation. Though her space had plenty of food, she believed in minimizing waste. After the meal, I decided to climb the stairs to aid digestion. Opening the rooftop door, I noticed the rain had ceased, and the long-awaited sun finally emerged. After cleaning the filter on the water tower, I took Momo downstairs to return home. I retrieved all the solar panels from the space to charge the battery bank, uncertain of when the next torrential rain might arrive, seizing every moment. The living room and bedroom were filled with solar panels placed in every sunlit corner. I also moved Momo's block table into the sunlight, allowing him to play while basking in the sun, while I reclined on a lazy sofa, soaking in the warmth. Though there was sunlight in the space, it lacked warmth. The sun outside felt far more pleasant. I found it curious that while the space experienced no night, crops thrived continuously without restriction. I had even conducted experiments regarding this phenomenon. The sunlight within the space could indeed charge solar panels, albeit at a slower rate. Therefore, whenever the sun shone, I would still place panels on the balcony to maintain indoor electricity without issue. As my thoughts wandered, I suddenly recalled the fuel tanker I had retrieved and had yet to inspect. I promptly shifted into the space. The tanker had a capacity of over 8 tons, and gazing at the damaged vegetable plot, I wondered if the tank was empty. It would break my heart. I found a crowbar and climbed atop the vehicle. Relieved to see the access lid was on top. Had it been at the bottom, I would have had to flip the tanker over. However, upon reaching the top, I was taken aback to discover 3 top lids, each bearing waterproof labels marked with 95, 95, and diesel. I had assumed a fuel tanker could only transport one type of gasoline. After prying open the lids, I found them filled to the brim with gasoline. It seemed the tanker had encountered the storm while delivering fuel to the gas station, and when the rescue team requisitioned the gas station's gasoline, the vehicle had already been submerged, thus fortuitously benefiting me. Exiting the space with a heart brimming with joy, I considered how many years this gasoline could last. I needed to calculate carefully. While basking in the sun, I took out my phone to browse. I perused the messages in the homeowners group chat, noting that the most active participants were the same few individuals. While ascending the stairs, I hadn't heard the sound of engines, likely indicating that some homes utilize solar panels or hand-crank generators. Zhang Pingho and his team had been venturing out 2 to 3 times daily, and several affluent families had entrusted him with numerous items. The community supermarket now accepted not only cash but also gold and silver jewelry as payment, albeit at a low exchange rate. Just as I was engrossed in reading the chat logs, new messages began flooding in, and I heard commotion from downstairs. Checking the latest updates, I learned that Zhang Pingho and his team had returned but had encountered robbers along the way, resulting in several injuries. The families of the team members rushed downstairs. There were no further details in the chat. Everyone was concerned for the injured, though it was reported that they had lost an inflatable boat and supplies acquired that day. I suspected they had likely encountered the same group I had come across earlier. My swift speed in the assault boat could have outpaced them, making it plausible that Zhang Pingho's inflatable boat was caught in an ambush. It was likely they had resisted, as otherwise, they would not have been injured. Regrettably, I had only just learned of their supply run. Otherwise, I could have advised them to take a different route on their return. Reflecting on the individuals I had encountered at the Jingyu building, it seemed that chaos was beginning to unfold outside, complicating future expeditions for supplies. Noticing the time, I instructed Xiao AI to take Mo back to their room for a nap, while I organized the supplies I had found today using my mental energy. The temperatures had been steadily dropping, suggesting that extreme cold was imminent. The courtyard and back room were nearing capacity, and the vegetables in the garden were maturing in batches. The open space in the front yard was stacked with the supplies I had gathered today. Additionally, the liquefied gas tanks collected from various restaurants were taking up considerable space. If I refrained from venturing out for a while, I could deplete the gas reserves. Although I had lost nearly 10 floors in the morning, the gathered supplies formed a small mountain. Each item was sorted and stored in the warehouse, restoring cleanliness to the front yard. I relocated the tanker, as its presence in the vegetable plot was too cumbersome. Using my mental energy, I cleaned the tanker, collecting the wastewater and disposing of it outside. Afterward, I retrieved over 200 empty water buckets, filling the living room and kitchen. These had been collected during my recent outings, and unopened bottled water was piled atop the storage tank. Before the extreme cold arrived, I anticipated a few more days of rain, making it feasible to fill these buckets with water for daily use. The prolonged wait for water was tedious, yet the buckets were small and filled quickly, leaving me unable to stray far. Thus, I decided to take out flour and a stainless steel bowl to prepare handmade noodles for dinner, opting to make a bit more than necessary to store in the pantry. Just as I was kneading the 5th batch of dough, the sky outside suddenly darkened, and large drops of rain began to hammer against the window, producing a dull thudding sound. It was raining again. I quickly gathered the solar panels from the living room and bedroom. The 20-odd panels had nearly filled the battery storage used during this time. Although it was only 3 in the afternoon, the darkness descended rapidly. With thunder and lightning outside, I drew the blackout curtains and retrieved a rechargeable lamp to continue cutting the noodles, deciding to stop after this batch. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Mo awake and staring blankly, perhaps awakened by the thunder. I lifted him out of bed and handed him a cup of water to drink. With the torrential rain, the temperature had dropped significantly. The room was now a mere 24 degrees. I added a light jacket to his outfit and donned a cardigan myself. I set up the playground in the living room for Xiao AI and him to play together, as the space there was more ample. I also brought out a claw machine and a basketball game. With someone to look after the children, I had time to clean the master bedroom. The room was devoid of furniture, requiring only a quick mop of the floor and a wipe of the windows and cabinets. Then, I took out the customized coal stove, connected the heating system and smoke pipe. Fortunately, the smoke pipe interface on the wall had been pre-installed, saving me considerable effort. After igniting the coal and running a test, the room quickly began to warm, and relieved that there were no smoke leaks, I felt at ease. The smoke pipe was specially designed to cool the thick smoke before it exited outdoors, ensuring that no one would notice, especially since the upper floor was unoccupied. I covered the stove to extinguish the coals and retrieved a mattress from the storage space to place on the heated bed, layering it with sheets and blankets. I also moved the clothes and blackout curtains from the second bedroom to the master bedroom, clearing out the bed, sofa, and toys from the second bedroom, rendering it empty. The firewood in the hallway was quite an eyesore, so I moved it all into the second bedroom, filling it completely, which instantly made the courtyard feel much more refreshed. For dinner, we each had a bowl of mushroom meatball noodle soup, topped with beef short ribs and half a boiled egg. Little Chubby seemed to have forgotten he had already eaten at noon, savoring his meal nonetheless. With Xiao AI keeping him company, Little Chubby's activity levels noticeably increased, and his appetite improved significantly. After dinner, I prepared to return to the storage space to continue cooking, feeling reassured with Xiao AI watching over Mo looking around. It seemed I could only cook in the garden. I gathered several tables together, set up the gas stove and pots, and connected the gas cylinder. I started by preparing several pots of handmade noodles with various toppings: potato beef, braised lamb, chicken with mushrooms, and braised pig's trotters, all simmering simultaneously. I also found an extra-large frying pot to boil water for the noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, I harvested a basket of small greens from the garden, washed them clean in the sink, and once the water was boiling, I added the noodles to cook. I packed each flavor into both large and small containers, placing them on the shelf on the second floor while still hot. Previously, I always worried about portions being too large and wasted, but now I no longer had to eat the same flavors as Mo. Seeing that there were still plenty of ingredients left in the pots, I took out the large rice cooker to prepare rice and stir-fried several vegetable dishes, packing them into lunchboxes. After 3 busy hours, I had used up more than half a barrel of liquefied gas. In the following days, the heavy rain persisted. Aside from eating and sleeping, I spent most of my time cooking in the storage space, to the point where I felt I was starting to smell like food. Luckily, the air in the storage space remained fresh, a mystery I had yet to decipher. Where did all the odorous gases go? When the rain lightened, I would venture out to the convenience store to procure supplies, aiming to utilize as much of the cash stored in the space as possible. However, the variety of goods in the store had noticeably diminished, and many items were now subject to purchase limits as the armed forces continued to strengthen their presence. I ceased purchasing limited items as I lacked no food or necessities and chose not to compete with other survivors. For other items like fuel, coal, solar panels, and batteries, the prices were steep, yet the demand was low, thus I felt minimal pressure when making purchases. The rapidly growing vegetables in the garden matured within days, and I took advantage of the downpour to wash them all clean and store them in the warehouse. The water barrels were filled and neatly arranged atop the water tank, taking up little space. Aside from the liquefied gas cylinders occupying considerable room, I also faced a conundrum with transportation. The several vehicles sprawled on the ground took up substantial space, especially the RV and fuel tankers. I contemplated whether I could find a sturdy rack to hold them. If not, I would have to self-study construction to build a multi-level garage. The procurement team downstairs still ventured out to gather supplies, albeit with a noticeably lower frequency. Each trip required detours to avoid robbery gangs. The area near the supermarket was relatively safe, guarded by armed soldiers, but once outside that perimeter, one had to remain vigilant for potential threats. I encountered gangs operating in groups as well as individuals. I had narrowly avoided a few encounters myself, managing to cleverly evade them. When unavoidable, I punctured their rubber boats, sending them off to feed the fish. Yesterday, they returned with troubling news. The convenience store no longer accepted cash, only bartering with other goods. Precious metals, jewelry, rice, flour, and oils had reverted to a barter system for transactions. The collapse of the monetary system indicated that the authorities had finally recognized the extraordinary nature of this disaster. As events continued to spiral beyond control, it was unfortunate that the remaining hundreds of thousands in paper currency had turned into worthless scraps. They would no longer be of any use. Although I had frequently been spending cash at the supermarket, it could not conceal how much I had withdrawn from the safe. Moreover, the situation was evolving more rapidly than anticipated. Fortunately, I still possessed a fair amount of gold, which I occasionally exchanged for fuel and other supplies to stockpile. In the convenience store, the exchange value of ordinary jade and emerald was relatively low, their utility was minimal, and there were no professional appraisers to verify authenticity. When I encountered individuals seeking to barter, I discreetly traded gold for their goods. Everyone benefited, and the authorities turned a blind eye. It was regrettable that these emeralds, once placed in the storage space, silently vanished without altering its essence. I speculated that changes within the space were not instantaneous. Rather, they accumulated gradually until a qualitative transformation was inevitable. One day after lunch, the sun finally broke through the clouds. And as I set out the solar panels and battery for charging, I heard cries from downstairs. Unsure of what had occurred, I prepared to investigate. After laying out the solar panels, I instructed Xiao AI to take Mo into the living room to bask in the sun while I ventured downstairs. Just as I reached the stairway, the adjacent fire door was pushed open, and turning to look, I saw Aunt Zhou from next door. I was momentarily taken aback. Was she here to chat again? Was there still time to retreat back home? Clearly, Aunt Zhou had not considered that possibility, as she spoke up. My dear girl, I happen to be going down as well. Let us go together. You haven't been outside for a couple of days, and I have much to tell you. I felt it would be rude to avoid her, and since she was offering information, I decided to listen. After the persistent local network had finally succumbed and disappeared, I had not heard any news from the apartment building for quite some time. After greeting Aunt Zhou, I became a willing listener. According to her, a few days prior, Zhang Pingho and his group had gone out to procure supplies and encountered a robbery on their return journey, which I was already aware of, having narrowly escaped a similar situation myself. Continuing to listen, I learned that they were surrounded by 7 or 8 boats demanding their rubber dinghies and supplies. During their resistance, 3 members were injured, prompting them to load all their supplies onto one dinghy and capsize it. While the assailants were busy retrieving the items, the 5 of them managed to escape back home. With a change in tone, Aunt Zhou continued, You haven't seen it, but there's an injured person with a gaping wound on his arm, exposing bone. I've heard in the past few days that his condition seems dire. He has been running a high fever that won't subside. I asked the rescue team, but there are no hospitals available. After listening, Shen Wan speculated that it was likely tetanus causing the persistent fever. With no hospitals to turn to, they could only rely on themselves to endure. She did have a tetanus shot in her storage, but she would never bring it out to invite trouble upon herself. If everyone knew she had medicine, her peaceful life would be shattered. The supplies she hoarded were solely for herself and Shen Momo. Chapter 42. Frigid Cold. Upon reaching the 11th floor, she saw a throng of people in the corridor, all coming down to check on the situation. The crowd was gathered at the door of apartment 1101, where the sound of heart-wrenching cries echoed from within. Shen Wan's keen eyes spotted Zhang Pingho standing at the door, being berated by a woman inside, accusing him of having caused her son's death by taking him out without sufficient protection. Setting aside Zhang Pingho's shrewdness and calculations as a businessman, Shen Wan felt sympathetic toward him. Surviving in this apocalypse while caring for a group of helpless infants was no easy task. Behind them lurked a group of bloodsuckers. If just one child was neglected, they would be swarmed and drained of life. If they did not always depend on others, could they not carve out a path for the sick children themselves? Yet now they came to blame others. She found it somewhat ironic. Glancing at Aunt Zhou, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama, Shen Wan turned to ascend the stairs, feeling that knowing the situation was sufficient. She had no desire to be inundated with gossip. Upon returning home, she found Momo already asleep. Listening to his soft breathing, she felt a sense of peace she had never experienced before. She suspected that nothing significant would happen downstairs, and she prepared to immerse herself once more in the task of consuming liquefied gas. In recent days, She had been able to prepare hundreds of portions of cooked food, having only exhausted 7 or 8 gas canisters. She discreetly disposed of the empty canisters into the water while taking walks downstairs. Today, she did not wish to cook. Instead, she decided to brew some ginger tea, as it would be beneficial to drink more when the extreme cold arrived. With ginger, brown sugar, red dates, and goji berries, she prepared a large pot. Adding a bit of Codonopsis and dried tangerine peel, she retrieved 2 boxes of thermos cups found in the hospital, washed them for storing the ginger tea, making it convenient to drink whenever desired, while the remainder was placed into a stainless steel container found at a bubble tea shop. As she exited her storage space, the howling wind outside carried with it torrential rain, battering against the glass. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was barely past 3 in the afternoon. Yet the house was already shrouded in darkness. Just as she reached for the desk lamp, a chill swept over her, making her shiver. The sound of raindrops hitting the window had changed. It was now a sharp patter. Realizing it was hail, she understood that the extreme cold had arrived earlier than expected. The thermometer in the living room was visibly dropping, and within seconds, it had plummeted to just 5 or 6 degrees. Fortunately, she had emerged in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She had been careless and resolved not to spend so long in her storage space in the future. Rushing into the bedroom, she brought the sleeping Shen Momo into the storage space, making sure not to forget the robot as well, as she relied on it for childcare and did not want it to freeze. Once in the storage space, she placed Momo on the smart bed to continue his slumber while she began changing into warmer clothing. She donned thermal base layers, insulated underwear, a fleece sweater, a down vest, a down jacket, and snow boots, feeling slightly sweaty by the time she was fully dressed. The temperature in the storage space was a constant 20 degrees, making her feel quite warm in such attire. However, she had no choice. Wearing lighter clothing outside would leave her shivering uncontrollably as the temperature was dropping rapidly. Feeling adequately dressed, she swiftly exited the storage space. As she landed on the bed in her bedroom, a sudden rush of cold air took her by surprise, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. This was an old issue, her allergic rhinitis. In her haste to leave, she had forgotten to wear a mask. Retrieving a disposable mask from her storage, she donned it, then added a cotton mask on top, which eased the discomfort in her nasal passages. Still feeling a bit chilly, she pulled on a military coat. Approaching the living room to check the thermometer, she was astonished to find it reading -35 degrees, a drop of nearly 60 degrees. The hail outside had ceased, and large snowflakes danced wildly in the air. After putting on her gloves, Shen Wan opened the security door and the outer door. The lock had frozen slightly, and the temperature in the elevator lobby was even lower than in her home. The fire door in the corridor was ajar, and as she opened it, a blast of wind and snow rushed in. She hurried to the neighboring apartment, knocking on Aunt Zhou's door. After a prolonged silence, just as she was about to pry the door open with a crowbar, it swung open. Aunt Zhou, bundled in a down jacket and wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, was visibly shivering. Relieved to learn that she was unharmed, Shen Wan exchanged pleasantries before turning to leave. Once back home, her eyebrows and eyelashes were coated with frost, and her hands and feet felt slightly numb. She activated the underfloor heating system in the master bedroom and plugged in 2 space heaters, watching as the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. Taking a thermos cup, she slowly sipped on the ginger tea, feeling warm enough to start shedding her layers of clothing. As the indoor temperature stabilized around 15 degrees, she felt comfortable in her thermal underwear and fleece pajamas. She turned off both space heaters, knowing the heating system would maintain the room's warmth. After dressing Momo appropriately in the storage space, she brought him out. The little chubby one adapted quickly, soon climbing down from the bed to play, even asking where little AI was. Shen Wan could only retrieve the robot to keep him company. The master bedroom had ample space. The wardrobe was on the left side, the heated bed on the right, and the open area in the middle spanned about a dozen square meters, currently occupied only by a coal stove and space heater. To conserve fuel, Shen Wan planned to engage in daytime activities indoors and return to the storage space for sleep at night, thus avoiding the need to wake in the middle of the night to add coal to the stove. The walls and floor of the bedroom were lined with soundproofing material, which also provided some insulation. Considering the limitations of the indoor space, she only brought out a ball pit for Momo, outfitting it with a climbing frame and slide. She also found a table in the back corridor, sawing off a section of its legs to place it on the heated bed as a makeshift dining table, evoking the feel of a cozy northeastern Kong. In addition to the coal stove, she ignited a charcoal stove. The coal stove not only supplied warmth but could also boil water, while the charcoal stove was used for reheating meals and cooking. The indoor temperature was not excessively high, and hot food cooled quickly, especially since children tended to eat at a slower pace. After tidying up the house, Shen Wan finally had time to observe the situation outside. Standing by the window, she noted that within just a short while, the world outside had transformed into a winter wonderland. The water surface had frozen over, blanketed by a thick layer of snow, with several rubber boats trapped beneath the ice. The sudden onset of extreme cold, coupled with the hail, left those on the water with little chance of survival. Even those indoors, if not properly dressed and warmed, could easily succumb to hypothermia. The temperature continued to plummet, with -40 degrees far from being the limit. Drawing the curtains, watching the warm flames flicker, she felt a craving for roasted sweet potatoes. She retrieved 2 sweet potatoes, a corn cob, and a few chestnuts from her storage, along with some sugar tangerines and longan, placing them on the rack to roast, deciding these would suffice for dinner. Setting out a few chairs by the fire, she took her time roasting and eating, while Momo would occasionally come over to nibble a bite. Feeling a bit thirsty, she brewed a pot of tea with red dates, longan, licorice, and a couple of slices of ginger, sweet and appealing to children. As she warmed herself by the fire, she took out a book on basic traditional Chinese medicine and began to study it slowly. With no medical background, it proved somewhat challenging to grasp. So she planned to dedicate an hour to medical knowledge each day after completing her military exercises. She also needed to find time to learn about the operation of medical equipment, ensuring she wouldn't be caught off guard when the need arose. Chapter 43. Fruit trees. After an hour of grappling with the dense and convoluted medical texts, Shen Wan felt a sense of liberation. Lulling Shen Momo to sleep was a far simpler endeavor. She had only narrated half of the tale of the ugly duckling when the little chubby one began to snore. So she gently placed him onto the spacious bed in the room. Outside, the temperature continued to plummet, and clad in her military coat, she ventured into the living room to consult the thermometer, which displayed a chilling -42 degrees. It seemed that the night would usher in even lower temperatures, making the warmth of her space all the more inviting. After shutting off the heating system, she procured a stainless steel bucket to collect the burning coals and briquettes, transporting them into the space for later use. Upon entering the main bedroom, she began to disrobe, as the temperature inside was just right while wearing her thermoregulating attire. Were it not for the desire to accompany Momo in his growth, she might have chosen to remain in the comfort of the space indefinitely. However, a life of ease could surely dull one's survival instincts and willpower. She could not hide away forever. For what would she do if the space were to vanish one day? Shaking her head, she resolved to dismiss such morose thoughts, for engaging in labor often alleviated her worries. In the courtyard, many fruit trees were already in bloom, and according to the natural rhythm of the black soil, they would bear their first fruits in a matter of days. The grape trellis was also adorned with clusters of tiny grapes. Along this vine-covered passage, she had planted 10 different varieties of grapes, including Kyoho, Sunshine Rose, Xinjiang Mare's Milk, and Jasmine grapes, all of which would surely create a stunning spectacle when ripe. After harvesting 2 full baskets of vegetables and fruits, she continued to sow seeds, lamenting the absence of rain for washing vegetables. The accumulated snow outside could serve as a source of water for daily use, albeit with some inconvenience for washing. It was only 10 in the evening, and for the first time, she felt the hours dragging on. She needed to find something to occupy her time. Her gaze fell upon a pile of black soil she had amassed while clearing the vegetable patch, igniting a bold idea. She planned to plant 2 fruit trees at the entrance of the front yard, using her mental strength to transfer the soil to the vacant space outside the gate. Then, she would retrieve 2 cherry saplings from the storeroom and firmly press the surrounding soil down. She recalled that there were some bricks on the rooftop, remnants from a renovation, and she intended to search for them tomorrow to construct 2 flower beds. This would also serve as practice for her skills, enabling her to eventually clear out the garage. After a laborious day, sleep enveloped her deeply, and upon awakening, she found it was nearly 8 o'clock. Bundling herself warmly, she took the charcoal bucket out of the space, activating the heater and the water heating system to quickly warm the room. After about 10 minutes, the temperature was sufficiently raised, and she placed Momo on the heated bed for him to continue sleeping. After freshening up, she treated herself to a caramel latte and a ham and scrambled egg sandwich, savoring her meal by the window. Outside, the snow had thickened, and retrieving another thermometer from the space, she opened the window a crack to extend it outside. She watched as it swiftly registered a chilling -46 degrees before stabilizing. The snow-covered ground stretched out in a desolate expanse, devoid of life. At such a temperature, survival indoors was already challenging, let alone outside. Just as she finished the last bite of her sandwich, she heard movement from the bed. Momo had awakened, flipping over and staring blankly at the ceiling. Experts suggest that one should not disturb a child in such moments, as they are attuning themselves to the world around them. Shen Wan, however, did not believe he could perceive much. She was merely relieved, knowing he would rise when hungry. She placed Momo's breakfast, millet porridge, red bean buns, and a boiled egg on the table. The aroma roused the little chubby one, prompting him to climb up. Dressing him warmly, she encouraged him to eat breakfast while she sat nearby, studying her medical texts, occasionally feeding him a spoonful of porridge. Once they finished eating, she sent him off to play with Xiao AI. After completing her studies for the day, she practiced military boxing for an hour, finding her movements fluid and graceful. A modest achievement indeed. Tomorrow, she intended to begin learning self-defense techniques, with plans to incorporate the short sword she had previously discovered. Having completed her tasks for the day, Shen Wan prepared to search for bricks on the rooftop. She instructed Xiao AI to keep an eye on Momo, restricting his play area to the fenced yard and the heated bed. Bundled up in her hat, scarf, mask, military coat, and thick snow boots, she stepped out of her bedroom. She also retrieved 2 stainless steel buckets from the space, intending to collect some snow. As she reached the living room, she caught a whiff of burning wood. It appeared that the residents downstairs had resorted to burning furniture to stay warm in the harsh cold. After returning, she would need to remember to seal the door cracks. Upon opening the front door, a flurry of snowflakes rushed at her, the fire door having been left ajar. Luckily, she had the foresight to wear protective goggles, though the cold was still biting. She hurriedly secured the door and ascended to the rooftop. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the rooftop door, but the fierce wind slammed it shut before she could step outside, nearly striking her head. After reopening the door, she braved the gusts and stepped onto the rooftop, feeling even colder and unsteady on her feet. In the corner where the bricks were stacked, a thick layer of snow concealed them. After some digging, she managed to uncover a small pile of bricks, which she promptly stored in the space, covering her tracks with fresh snow. She also found a clean patch of snow to fill several buckets, placing them near the vegetable patch. Confident they would soon melt into usable water, realizing she would need to frequently collect snow water from the rooftop, she retrieved a piece of waterproof cloth from the tool shed to lay beside the water tower, ensuring she could shield the collection from the wind. Weighing down the edges with stones to prevent it from being blown away, she finally descended with her 2 buckets of snow. As she reached the stairwell, she spotted Zhang Pingho standing at her door, preparing to knock. Upon hearing her approach, he turned and called out, "Is that you, Xiaoshen? I was just looking for you. Are you going upstairs to collect snow water?" Dressed so warmly, it was no wonder he had not recognized her. After securing the fire door, she removed her goggles and explained that her home was out of water, inquiring if he needed anything. Zhang Pingho then replied, "Several residents in our building have burned all their furniture. In this weather, it's impossible to go out and find fuel. I thought that survival is paramount. So, I wanted to borrow some furniture from the empty rooms. I came to ask if you would like to join us." Shen Wan readily agreed, and they arranged to meet downstairs at noon. After Zhang Pingho left to inform the other residents, she returned home. Although her household had sufficient fuel, there was safety in numbers. Upon entering, she noted the thermometer in the living room now read -48 degrees, a slight drop. Once in the bedroom, she felt warmth envelop her and promptly removed her outer garments. After sipping a cup of ginger tea and basking in the warmth for a while, the stiffness in her hands and feet began to dissipate, though her snow boots seemed inadequate for the cold. Upon seeing her return, Momo rushed over, declaring his hunger. She realized it was already past 11. With the dining table atop a heated Kong, she need not worry about the food cooling off. She served a portion of braised pork, corn and chicken stir-fry, and spinach with pig liver soup, just the right amount for the 2 of them. Chapter 44. Searching the building after finishing their meal and entrusting Momo to Xiao Ai's care, Shen Wan prepared to dress and head downstairs. She retrieved a heating pad and foot warmers, affixing them before donning her clothing and shoes, now better equipped for the cold than in the morning. After locking the door securely, she descended the stairs, reaching the 6th floor to find many residents gathered, including Aunt Zhou from next door. Zhang Pingho was busy checking names on a roster and explaining the current situation within the building. Today, he had gone door to door, discovering that only 12 households were home, with 2 families not in need of fuel, leaving 10 households to participate in today's activity. However, according to their pre-established rules of equitable labor distribution, a considerable number of residents had shown up, including those who were elderly or very young. The stairwell was filled to capacity. The 5th floor had previously been flooded and was now likely frozen, while the 6th floor housed a total of 10 vacant rooms, which they aimed to thoroughly search by the afternoon. Several young men from room 602 were present, so they began their search from room 601. Armed with crowbars they had procured from somewhere, the young men swiftly dismantled the electronic lock, and before long, the door swung open. A portion of the group was dispatched to search for supplies, while Zhang Pingho led the remaining individuals to the 7th floor, transporting their findings there for collective distribution later. Upon entering room 601, Shen Wan immediately sensed that it was inhabited. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the bedroom door. 2 young women from room 602 were huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. She approached them and discovered that the blanket on the bed was raised, concealing a couple entwined within. Upon inspection, their bodies were frozen, faces covered in frost. After a brief moment of silence, the group resumed their search for useful items, a scenario they had anticipated. Beside the bed stood a vanity. Noticing that no one had yet explored it, Shen Wan approached and opened the jewelry box atop it. Inside, she found not only gold and silver ornaments, but also a pair of jade bangles and a jade pendant, all appearing to be of good quality. Ensuring no one was watching, she subtly positioned herself to block the view and discreetly tucked the pendant and bangles into her space, leaving the gold and silver for others. She enlisted someone to help remove the vanity into the corridor, as the wooden table could be split for firewood. The kitchen and living room were bustling with people, so she made her way to the empty balcony, where she discovered several bags of cat litter in a corner, indicating that the elderly couple had kept pets. She quietly added them to her space. Returning to the living room, she found the kitchen deserted and decided to search it again. The refrigerator and cabinets had been rummaged through, and there was no food left. However, she stumbled upon a yogurt maker and several packets of yogurt cultures, uncertain if they would still be viable in such a cold environment. As she exited, the others had already cleared out, leaving the bedding on the owner's bed untouched, while useful items had been removed. Ascending to the 7th floor, she found both apartment doors wide open, suggesting they were vacant. Room 701 bore no signs of habitation, with newly adorned doors and dismantled cabinets. Room 702 belonged to a solitary young woman, whose bedroom exhibited signs of life. Yet no corpse was found, likely she had not returned since the torrential rain. Zhang Pingho and his team had completed their search and departed. Shen Wan uncovered a charging desk lamp, 2 brand-new t-shirts with tags intact, and 2 parcels tucked beneath the computer desk. This reminded her of the numerous unopened packages she had discovered at the live stream company. She had been too busy to address them, but now looked forward to unboxing them. As the main group forced open doors to search for supplies, she followed behind, collecting items they deemed unnecessary, such as air conditioning fans, insecticides, mosquito repellent, and disinfectants, items that were not immediately needed but would prove useful later. Room 902 was inhabited by an elderly woman who they found deceased on her living room sofa. She was scantily clad, wearing only her undergarments, and a pile of burned remnants lay before her. It seemed she had succumbed to hypothermia, losing her awareness of the environment and mistakenly believing she was warm enough to shed her clothes. Without external intervention, hypothermia could be fatal. In that household, nearly everything flammable had already been consumed. The group managed to salvage some large pieces of furniture, blankets, and down jackets before hastily moving on to the next residence. After covering the elderly woman with a blanket, Shen Wan continued her search for usable supplies. In the living room, she found a box of moxa sticks and several bags of dried medicinal herbs. Under the mattress in the bedroom, she discovered a jade ring and a gold bracelet. The deep green stone appeared to be high-quality jadeite, leaving her curious if it would induce any changes in her space. Having lived with her grandmother for a time, she was aware of the typical hiding spots favored by older individuals. In the kitchen, she found 2 packets of cured meat and a few pounds of mixed grains, likely hidden away after the disaster. Under the bed in the secondary bedroom, she uncovered several boxes of milk, cookies, and nutritional supplements, presumably gifts from relatives during the holidays. The balcony was cluttered with various items. The cardboard had been removed, After rummaging, she located 2 metal buckets and 2 jars of pickled vegetables. Apart from the ring and bracelet, she left the rest behind, as she had no shortage of supplies. Ensuring the residents of the building could survive was her priority. She recruited 2 individuals to help her carry the items, and they were intrigued by how so much could still be found in the rooms they had already searched. They encountered several more homes that had not withstood the harsh winter. Zhang Pingho's group decided to place the bodies in the bedrooms and cover them with sheets, as a final act of respect for the deceased. The remaining uninhabited residences were simpler to clear, requiring only the removal of all wooden items. Within an hour, they had completed their search, the 7th floor hallway now filled with an assortment of goods, various packaged grains, daily necessities, blankets, down jackets, and dismantled furniture. Despite being adequately dressed, the cold was biting, and while moving items up and down the stairs had masked the chill, waiting for the distribution of supplies left her shivering. Zhang Pingho himself felt the cold keenly and hastened his pace. To facilitate distribution, all the grains were mixed together. Shen Wan received a large bag of mixed grains and a pile of wooden boards. She declined the down jackets and blankets, claiming she had enough at home, instead taking only some of the discarded daily necessities. Transporting everything upstairs proved exhausting. Although the wooden boards were solid, most were painted, and she was reluctant to take them but feared arousing suspicion. She resigned herself to moving them slowly, stacking them in her home for future consideration. The daily necessities she selected were predominantly unopened, proving to be quite useful. By the time she completed her last trip, she was slightly perspiring, yet reluctant to remove her clothing, wary of falling ill from the abrupt temperature change. Though she had ample medication, the potential delay and risk of contagion to Momo were concerns. In the living room, she organized the items she had brought back, categorizing the daily necessities in her space and storing the remaining wooden boards in the kitchen, saving the grains for future porridge. Chapter 45. New changes. The living room suddenly felt spacious again. It had never been furnished, aside from the balcony and areas by the windows brimming with solar panels. Despite the snowfall, they still managed to harness a significant amount of electricity, sufficient for daily needs, and any excess could charge the battery in her space. Typically, she relied on coal and firewood from the secondary bedroom, and with the battery she had purchased, along with what she had collected over time, it would last several months without issue. In dire circumstances, she could also resort to using the generator. After tidying up, she entered the bedroom. Finding Momo blissfully asleep and deciding against disturbing him, she shed her outerwear and stepped into her space. The jade items she had collected in the afternoon did not seem to have affected her small yard, yet the space continued to consume and absorb, leaving her wondering how much more was necessary for any new transformations. It would be disingenuous to say she was not disappointed, yet she could not decipher the development patterns of her space and could only wait patiently. However, stepping out of the front yard gate, Shen Wan was astonished to see that the dense fog that had once enveloped the yard had receded by several meters, indicating a change had occurred. Where the fog had dissipated, patches of fertile land emerged. Unlike the black soil in her courtyard, this soil was a gray-brown hue. Was this to evolve into a planting space? She had anticipated more storage space or an expansion of her yard after the upgrade, yet instead, she had been granted a vast expanse of land awaiting cultivation. Setting aside the question of whether she had enough seeds, she truly did not wish to farm every day. Would consuming more jade really yield such extensive farmland? She found herself reluctant. The thought of tending to so much land was daunting. Moreover, her stockpile of food was already sufficient, and growing more would complicate trading. She decided to leave the land untouched for now. Snapping back to reality, she noticed the bricks she had collected earlier still piled at the entrance. The cherry tree she had planted in the soil now bore green shoots, suggesting her efforts would bear fruit. Changing into an old outfit, she prepared to build a flower bed. Pulling out her tablet, she reviewed videos multiple times, then mixed the cement and sand according to the proportions she had learned. After a trial, she found it a bit too wet and added more cement. Feeling that it was nearly time, I gathered my tools to methodically layer cement and bricks, smoothing the surface, akin to the art of cake making. An hour later, 2 round flower beds emerged on either side of the grand entrance. Once the cement had dried, I would transplant soil and cherry trees into them. Task accomplished. I gazed contentedly at the flower beds, my mind drifting to the garage. Unfortunately, I lacked sufficient bricks and rebar, so I would need to venture out later to procure more. As time passed, I exited the space to find Shen Momo awake, playing with Siheyuan and building blocks. I set aside some water and snacks for them and settled by the hearth to open blind boxes. Armed with a utility knife, I began unboxing 2 packages I had received that day. One contained sanitary pads, while the other held hangers, both of which I placed on the shelf for daily necessities. I did not discard the cardboard boxes. Instead, after removing the tape, I tossed them into the charcoal stove, where the sealed flue posed no risk of harmful emissions. Previously, I had discovered several unopened packages at the live streaming company, which I had stored in the daily necessities section. I slowly unpacked a few, managing the cardboard as I went, realizing I wouldn't need to burn firewood today. The first box revealed a complete skincare set, which I decided to keep for myself. Next, I found various flavors of cheese sticks, unfortunately spoiled from prolonged exposure to heat, which I promptly disposed of in a large trash bag. Continuing to unpack, I came across an air conditioner blanket, sunscreen, a small electric pot, trash bags, luncheon meat, rice noodles, and a self-heating hot pot. The assortment from the live streaming room was indeed eclectic, offering food, utilities, and entertainment, yet much of the food had spoiled, all of which I placed into the trash bag, accumulating in the corner of my makeshift waste station. After 2 hours of unpacking, I had cleared one shelf, deciding to continue after dinner. From the space, I retrieved a bowl of tomato-flavored rice noodles, adding baby bok choy and luncheon meat. The sight of the noodles had suddenly ignited my appetite. The broth was rich and tangy, leaving little Momo with a delightful mess of soup on her face. After dinner, I resumed opening blind boxes. This shelf was filled with electronics and small appliances, tablets, phones, Bluetooth headphones, beauty devices, rice cookers, and more. Luckily, I had collected these items early, otherwise, they would have been rendered useless in the frigid temperatures. I worked until after 9 o'clock, finally finishing all the packages. I had no time to burn the packaging, so I stored it neatly in the space. Little Momo was beginning to feel sleepy, prompting me to shift my focus. I packed the charcoal into a bucket and placed it in the space before disappearing with Momo and Siheyuan. Inside, I was busy bathing Momo. In the main building's bedroom, a wooden tub had been set up. Since the onset of the extreme cold, we had taken to bathing in the space. Although the room had a heating system, it remained quite chilly, risking one's health. I hung the washed clothes in the hallway. They dried quickly, while smaller items I hand-washed and larger ones relied on the washing machine. Each morning, I would first exit the space to turn on the water heating and coal stove outside, waiting for the temperature to rise before placing Momo back in bed for more sleep. Every few days, I would connect the heating system to the living room, having ensured that the living area was also equipped with heating during the renovation, primarily to avoid the adverse effects of Momo spending too much time in the bedroom. However, the larger living room consumed more energy, necessitating that we didn't play there every day. Moreover, the space, while spacious, could only reach slightly above freezing, making it considerably colder than the bedroom, necessitating that Momo wear a down jacket while playing outside. Residents on the upper floors likely wouldn't venture out these days. The supplies collected previously would last for some time, allowing me to settle comfortably at home. Mornings were reserved for study and exercise, afternoons for watching dramas and gaming, and evenings for the occasional light snack. Thankfully, my daily exercise prevented any weight gain. Every few days, I would also venture to the rooftop to collect snow as a source of water for daily use. Any excess water I would store in stainless steel buckets, freezing it into ice blocks for the scorching days ahead. This morning, I encountered a couple from the 6th floor and Zhang Pingho on the rooftop. Through our conversation, I learned that the 3 couples from 602 had moved to 1102 due to the increasing thickness of the snow, which rendered the 6th floor as cold as an ice cellar, with little effect from the heating. Zhang Pingho explained that transporting snow from the lower floors was cumbersome, so those on the lower levels collected snow from downstairs, while residents on the higher floors accessed it from the rooftop. I assured them that I had no objections as long as they didn't encroach upon my designated area. The rooftop was large enough for everyone. However, the girl from 602 was rather arrogant, dragging her boyfriend along and insisting on inspecting the area I had covered with plastic, claiming that the snow there was cleaner. In truth, the snow on the rooftop was already over half a meter deep, with the upper layer being pristine, but since they seemed intent on causing trouble, I was not one to back down easily. It was clear that they were acting brazenly simply because of the boy's presence. I made my position clear, insisting on a first-come, first-served basis, and left the final decision to Zhang Pingho. Chapter 46. Jealousy. Zhang Pingho, ever the seasoned negotiator, recognized that a girl capable of venturing out alone and safely returning with supplies was not to be trifled with. He swiftly persuaded the girl named Lin Xianxian, ultimately having her boyfriend lead her away. I paid no mind to their reactions, focusing instead on filling my iron bucket with snow. It was no wonder they envied my area. Situated near the water tower, the winds were less severe, and I had carved out a path along the wall, which I always cleared each time I ascended, making it the easiest route to navigate. The bucket I brought was quite large, and after filling it, I noticed they had already departed. I set it in the space and retrieved 2 empty buckets to continue collecting snow, hidden from view by the water tower as shelter. I filled 10 buckets in total, yet the snow on the plastic sheet was only reduced by a few inches. Having remained stagnant for too long, I felt the cold creeping into my bones as I carried the last 2 buckets down to my home. Each time I visited the rooftop, I aimed to bring back as much snow as possible, allowing it to melt into water for freezing into ice blocks later. Thanks to my regular clearing of the rooftop snow, it had not been entirely buried. Returning to my room, my hands and feet felt numb from the cold. I sipped a full cup of ginger tea to warm up. Before I could change clothes, a knock echoed at the door. I donned my military coat, adjusting my hat and mask before answering. Peering through the peephole, I saw Zhang Pingho, whom I had met earlier. I cracked the door open slightly, inquiring about his purpose. Ensuring that those outside could not glimpse the interior, Zhang Pingho sensed my distance and, getting straight to the point, informed me that the supplies we had found wouldn't last long, and government aid was still delayed. Noticing a number of people outside in recent days, he proposed that we venture out soon to try our luck, asking if I wished to join. I had to agree. I had been waiting for this opportunity. I preferred not to go out at night, and during the day, I would attract too much attention. Joining the larger group was ideal. Although it was less convenient to act with many, there would always be chances to slip away alone. We arranged to meet at 6 o'clock on the 6th floor after dinner, with Zhang Pingho reminding me that it was unsafe outside and advising me to carry self-defense tools. I closed the door and retreated to my bedroom, hesitating to drink more ginger tea for fear of needing the restroom later. Instead, I merely held a slice of ginger in my mouth. Sitting by the hearth to warm myself, I contemplated what to prepare for lunch, ensuring it would be high in calories. I retrieved roasted lamb chops, creamy corn soup, meat sauce pasta, and potato wedges from the space. Slicing the lamb chops and placing them alongside the pasta on the stove to warm up, as cold lamb would be unappetizing. Little Momo, drawn by the delicious aroma, waddled over eagerly. Luckily, I had previously sealed the gaps around the door and windows to preserve warmth in the room, so the enticing scent should remain contained. Not reaching the living room, after our meal, I changed my clothes and rinsed my mouth, donning a mask, hat, scarf, and coat, ensuring I was adequately prepared for whatever lay ahead. As the time approached, she placed Mo into the space to rest, and stored the robot and the charcoal bucket away, causing the indoor temperature to plummet. Clad in her military overcoat and wearing protective goggles, the heat packs on her body and feet began to emit warmth, sufficient to last for 2 to 3 hours. By the time they reached the 6th floor, it was nearly midnight. Once everyone had gathered, they prepared to set off. She observed that, unlike the previous floor search, this time the group consisted entirely of young, able-bodied individuals. There were 12 of them, each wielding various weapons, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, baseball bats, and more. Shen Wan carried a short sword she had discovered in the safe, though it was tucked away in her backpack rather than in hand. Thus, when Zhang Pingho suggested that familiar faces could team up, no one wished to partner with her, deeming her too weak. She was content with this, finding it easier to move alone. The group climbed out through the window of room 601, landing in the snow outside. The lower layers of snow had frozen into ice, while the surface was relatively soft, sinking to their ankles with each step. Zhang Pingho led the way, navigating through the snow with a rhythm of deep and shallow strides. They had previously discussed their destination. The nearby residential areas would likely face similar depletion of resources as their own building. Moreover, they agreed not to seize other survival resources unless absolutely necessary, leaving only nearby entertainment venues and office buildings as options. Their ultimate target was a chain hotel located about a kilometer from the community. After a 20-minute trek through the biting wind and snow, they finally reached the hotel, only to be met with the sight of figures peering out from the windows. It was evident that the hotel had been occupied. Judging by the number and attire of those inside, they appeared to be ordinary citizens rather than hotel staff. Hadn't the prior disaster victims been taken to official rescue shelters? Realizing they could not enter the hotel nor turn back, they opted for an alternative plan. Everyone bundled up tightly, communicating solely through gestures as Zhang Pingho signaled for them to follow him. After several minutes, they arrived at the Jinbang business building, and the group felt their legs would give way if they continued onward. This structure had been standing since Shen Wan was a child, housing mostly traditional businesses. Yuanji, who was following closely behind Zhang Pingho, stepped up first, swinging his baseball bat at the ground floor windows, shattering the glass. After clearing the surrounding debris, the group filed in and settled on the floor to rest momentarily. As she removed her scarf and mask to drink some water, Shen Wan noticed there were two other girls in the group aside from herself. One was Yuanji's girlfriend, the petite girl from the fourth floor, now snuggling against her boyfriend. The other sat alone like Shen Wan, exuding an aura of despondency that felt familiar. Shen Wan could surmise the struggles she had faced. However, she had not seen this girl during the last search, suggesting she had found the resolve to join them now. After a few minutes of rest, Zhang Pingho urged everyone to hasten their search for supplies, setting a meeting time of 4 o'clock downstairs. Unlike the previous collective distribution, this time whatever one found belonged to them, regardless of quantity, as long as they could carry it back. With renewed spirits, the group dispersed, soon realizing the surrounding offices were in disarray, likely having been previously searched. Though disappointment flickered among them, optimism quickly returned. What if there were overlooked items? Since they had come this far, it was worth a try. Drawing on her past experiences of searching office buildings, Shen Wan knew what to expect. Observing the others meandering aimlessly, she headed straight for the top floor to search from above. As she walked, she noted that some company entrances remained secure, while those that had been breached had mostly lost food supplies, indicating that the building had been scoured during the rain. The building had a total of 22 stories, and as she climbed, she noticed the despondent girl trailing behind her. It wasn't until they reached the 13th floor that they parted ways in search of supplies, seemingly preferring not to jostle with the others below. Shen Wan ascended to the top floor without pausing for rest, eager to begin her search. The people downstairs were quick in their efforts, and having finally separated from them, she seized the opportunity to gather as much as possible. On her way up, she had observed that this building lacked the presence of large companies occupying multiple floors. Most floors housed single businesses, and some even contained several. The door to this office was a thick security door, equipped not only with a lock but also a heavy U-lock. Although there were signs of attempted break-ins, it appeared to have remained untouched. Retrieving her pry bar, heavy-duty scissors, and a large waterproof bag from her backpack, she began to force the lock. She quickly realized that the reason the others had chosen to team up was due to their lack of proper tools. She was well equipped with tools, granting her a significant advantage. Had the noise not been a concern, the cutting machine in her space would have made the task far simpler. With all her tools at the ready, she applied brute force to break through the door, grateful for her recent physical training which had enhanced her strength significantly. Otherwise, she might have struggled to open it. Upon entering, she discovered an import-export trading company. Directly opposite the entrance was a reception area, with 2 large offices on the left and a spacious conference room on the right. The conference room featured an enormous screen, flanked by smaller doors on either side. Pushing one of the doors revealed a small storage room filled with cases of beverages, bottled water, instant noodles, and boxes of tissues. Even though the liquid items had frozen solid, she was more than willing to take them into her space. The stock was modest, hardly conspicuous. Within the storage room, she also found an unopened food processor and a grill, likely left over from employee benefits. These she could certainly take. The adjacent small room was an equipment room, which had only lost a few bundles of cables. In the reception area, she found 2 unopened cases of bottled water, and a small fridge contained several bottles of beverages and tea, all of which she gathered. She pried open the doors to the 2 offices beside her, collecting tea bags, coffee, brown sugar, and snacks from the drawers, stuffing them into her waterproof bag in case she encountered anyone empty-handed. In the smaller office, she discovered 2 packs of cigarettes, 4 bottles of liquor, and several gift boxes containing premium white tea. She also collected some cigarettes, tissues, and lighters from the drawers. After thoroughly searching this floor, she continued her descent. The floor below housed an insurance company, sharing the same type of heavy door. Skillfully prying open the lock, she found the office layout mirrored that of the floor above. The reception area was significantly larger, furnished with sets of individual tables and chairs. She gathered the drinks and snacks from the table into her waterproof bag and managed to store the wooden furniture into her space. A coffee machine, juicer, and oven were also added to her collection, and she took a moment to wipe down the table surface with a few wet wipes to remove any traces. Opening the cabinets below revealed a treasure trove of supplies. Various coffee beans, imported snacks, tea bags, and drinks were all hastily stuffed into her space, along with napkins and paper cups. The conference room was smaller and yielded little of value, but the adjacent room was surprisingly filled with assorted gift boxes, sets of sea salt from various countries, hair care kits, towel sets, all likely intended for clients, which Shen Wan graciously accepted. Of course, she made sure to leave a few towel sets outside as a cover. She continued her meticulous search down each floor, exploring offices that had already been ransacked, aware that those who had previously sought supplies primarily targeted food, thus leaving a wealth of other items behind, like printers, kettles, heaters, mosquito repellent, books, office cabinets, and various other items. All could be utilized within her space. Occasionally, she would come across a few decorative pieces in her boss's office. Unable to discern their authenticity, she would simply collect them into her space for assessment. Upon reaching the 16th floor, she encountered a solitary girl. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they resumed their search for needed items. When others were present, she chose not to store items in her space and proceeded to the next level. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Yuanji accompanied by his girlfriend and a few other men, preparing to ascend. Noticing her intention to go to the 15th floor, he advised her that the 13th to 15th floors had already been searched, yielding no significant finds. Shen Wan nodded in gratitude and continued her descent. Their lack of need did not equate to her own. The 15th floor housed a ceramic building materials company, primarily catering to major construction markets and not individual customers. The door had been pried open, saving her the effort. After thoroughly searching all workstations and the manager's office, she discovered some mosquito repellent, anti-itch cream, and a few packs of cigarettes, with several packs of rodent poison found in the front desk drawer. In the sample display room, she left the visible ceramic products untouched and collected the unopened items hidden beneath them, ensuring no one would notice any discrepancies in the future. Surprisingly, the company's warehouse was stocked with entire cases of high-quality liquor, possibly too numerous to transport or simply unwanted. She retrieved dozens of boxes from the back of the storage room, using her mental prowess to extract the liquor within, subsequently returning the empty boxes to their original positions. Even if the remaining boxes were discovered empty, it would only suggest an inside job, completely evading suspicion towards her. Before leaving, she also found 4 or 5 bottles of disinfectant and several packs of toilet paper in the bathroom cabinet. Shen Wan mused that venturing alone was decidedly more efficient. She could directly place items into her space without the worry of being discovered. However, given the circumstances, her only option was to maximize her haul while remaining inconspicuous. Continuing downward, the 14th floor contained 2 companies, property management and network technology. After a brief search, she only found trivial items. In the property management office's changing room, she stumbled upon a box of brand new electric batons and chargers, likely not yet distributed to the security department. The 13th floor was occupied by an agricultural chemical company. Concerned about the fertile land troubling her in the space, Shen Wan decided to investigate. The entire office floor was merely the company's sales department, with a corner piled high with boxes of samples, pesticides, fertilizers, and insecticides, items that no one seemed to want. She employed the same tactic, placing them into her space and returning the empty boxes. In the manager's office, she found an air purifier, which was of some utility, while other items had already been taken. Upon exiting, she continued her descent and encountered individuals from the upper floors, evidently having found little of value, heading straight down without a clue about the treasures below. Their passage coincided conveniently with her collection efforts. This floor housed a water purification company, with the warehouse brimming with bottled mineral water, likely too cumbersome for anyone to carry, as they would prefer to utilize rainwater or snowmelt, benefiting her greatly. She collected all the electric and manual water purification devices, knowing their worth in the future, especially the new model advertised to filter pollutants from industrial water, meeting drinking standards. In the wake of a global water crisis, even water containing impurities would be fiercely sought after by survivors. While she had no intention of resorting to contaminated sources, it was prudent to be prepared, taking everything possible as long as her space could accommodate it. Rapidly searching through each floor, her front yard soon became a mountain of supplies, books from various trades, bottled water, toilet paper. By the time she reached the ground floor, everyone had gathered. And it was only a little past 3. They were quite efficient. Each person was laden with a multitude of items: snacks, beverages, blankets for napping, ready-to-eat meals, office supplies, and some cardboard boxes and wooden boards likely stripped from desks. She herself had filled a large waterproof bag, mostly with toilet paper, which appeared voluminous yet remained relatively light. Observing everyone gathered, she feigned forgetting her thermos upstairs, requesting they wait a few moments while she hurried back up. There were a few larger storage rooms from which she had not dared to take everything initially. With everyone now present, she decided to make another trip to retrieve the remaining supplies. 10 minutes later, panting, she descended the stairs. Finding Zhang Pingho had organized their belongings and was ready to set off, the group began to display their ingenuity, some carrying large cardboard boxes, others dragging woven bags, while some had plastic bags strapped to their bodies. Yuan Ji and his partner had ingeniously fashioned a makeshift sled from a tabletop and rope, securing their items upon it to slide across the snow. It required only one person to pull, proving quite efficient. Youthful minds indeed. They had taken a detour from the hotel, opting for a different route on their return, which appeared to measure less than 2 kilometers on the map. Although the distance was shorter, they had to navigate their way based on the surrounding environment, further complicated by their burdens, which slowed their pace considerably. About halfway through their journey, as Zhang Pingho intended to call for a brief rest, a group of armed men suddenly emerged from a nearby residential building, surrounding them before they had a chance to react. Recognizing the leaders among them, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Pingho's brow as he quietly warned, "Last time, I was robbed by these people. Everyone, be cautious. If it comes to it, just abandon the supplies and run." Shen Wan's gaze turned icy. No matter the environment, societal scum would always persist. Those capable yet unwilling to seek their own resources resorted to robbing others like parasites, thriving in the apocalyptic landscape. Watching Zhang Pingho negotiate with the leader, offering a portion of their supplies for safety, the opposition was unyielding, demanding all their goods and even their down jackets. Outrage surged among the group. They were unwilling to part with their clothing in such frigid conditions, realizing their lives were at stake. Believing that a dozen young men could stand against a mere 8 armed thugs, they brandished their weapons and prepared to resist. Shen Wan drew the short sword from her backpack, surveying the chaotic scene for a target. Just then, a figure rushed toward her, wielding an axe. Intent on striking her arm, greed gleaming in his eyes as he fixated on her sword. She swiftly sidestepped, her self-defense training proving invaluable. The blade of her sword cleanly sliced toward the man's neck. The axe wielder collapsed instantly, blood gushing forth as she realized he was the leader of the robbers. The sword's edge had been so keen that his head nearly severed from his body. Silence enveloped the scene. Although these individuals engaged in robbery daily, they had never witnessed such brutal and direct violence. With their leader slain, the remaining henchmen hesitated, quickly scattering in fear. In a matter of moments, several had vanished from sight. Zhang Pingho and the others were equally astonished, witnessing the ferocity of the young girl's attack, thankful they had avoided provoking her previously. As Shen Wan took a few steps forward, they instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with terror. She found their naivety amusing. Even in an apocalypse, such innocence persisted, though they would soon adapt. Without exchanging further words, she wiped her sword clean in the snow and continued on with her waterproof bag in tow. By the time the group regained their composure, she had already distanced herself, and they dared not approach her, silently trailing behind. Noticing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. They were both inexperienced and overly playful. However, this situation is rather favorable. The sense of trepidation she instills ensures that no trouble is brought upon her. By the time she returned to Siheyuan, it was nearly 4 o'clock. A throng of individuals had gathered at the 6th-floor window, and upon seeing her return alone, they encircled her with curiosity, inquiring about her whereabouts. She simply replied that everyone was behind her and then disregarded their incessant chatter, resolutely carrying her belongings up the stairs to her home. Zhang Pingho and the others soon arrived, and upon hearing the chorus of questions from the residents, they found themselves at a loss as to where to begin, ultimately deciding to send everyone back to their own homes. As for how they would narrate the heroic deeds of 1502 upon their return, Shen Wan felt indifferent. In the following days, those who ventured to the rooftop for snowmelt water kept their distance from her, as if she might brandish a dagger and strike at any moment. Yet, it was quite gratifying to witness the once arrogant Lin Qianqian now appearing so cowed. However, one encounter took Shen Wan by surprise. The despondent girl she had previously met, who arrived at her door with 2 buckets of self-heating hot pot. Once she removed her scarf and hat, it became clear that she sported a bob of unevenly cut hair, seemingly self-trimmed. The girl, named Han Lu, resided in 1202 below her. Contrary to her charming name, she stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters. Her complexion pale and gaunt, though her fingers were long and graceful. Han Lu thrust the 2 buckets of hot pot into Shen Wan's hands as a token of gratitude for helping her preserve her supplies. And without granting Shen Wan a chance to refuse, she departed. Shen Wan found this young woman intriguing and quite to her taste. Holding the hot pot, she felt a pang of hunger. Everyone had gathered substantial provisions today, so a delightful meal was in order. Hot pot it would be for dinner. Chapter 49. Outdoor equipment. Upon entering her bedroom, she discovered that the stove had already been ignited earlier in the day, and the room was now warm and inviting. She nestled Mo into the cozy warmth of the heated bed, and before long, the little one awoke, though he stubbornly refused to rise. Paying him no mind, she knew he would eventually get up when hunger struck. She retrieved a portable gas stove and a basin of pre-cooked hot pot. The gas stove was far more convenient than an alcohol stove, eliminating the need for refueling. Considering that Shen Momo would also need to eat, the hot pot she prepared was tomato-flavored. As soon as the hot pot was unveiled, its commanding aroma filled the room, instantly brightening the little chubby one's eyes as he clamored to get up for a meal. She dressed him and seated him at the table, where the beef brisket, shrimp paste, and tofu within the hot pot were already cooked, allowing him to help himself. Once the ingredients in the pot were nearly consumed, she added a few lamb rolls, beef tripe, vegetables, and noodles. After satisfying his appetite, the little one scampered off to play with Xiao AI. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Shen Wan took out a bottle of soda, but as luck would have it, he caught wind of the sound and hurried over, his curiosity piqued. Shen Wan, in a playful mood, allowed him a small sip, and his face immediately contorted in a grimace, exclaiming it was spicy, while covering his mouth. Teasingly, she inquired if he would like more, to which he vigorously shook his head, darting away like the wind. With Xiao AI tending to the child, she relished the luxury of enjoying her meal at a leisurely pace. Although the tomato flavor was delightful, her true preference lay with the spicy, oily hot pot, perfectly complemented by the soda, a combination that was simply divine. It seemed that she would have to forego bringing the little one along for future hot pot outings, as his presence curtailed her culinary indulgence. The meal extended over an hour, and once the home was tidied up, she opened a window slightly for ventilation. She then found an early education course for Momo, ensuring Xiao AI accompanied him in learning. After eating too much, it was unwise to lie down immediately. She ambled about the bedroom while using her mental energy to categorize and organize the provisions she had gathered that day. After expending considerable mental effort, she surveyed the neatly arranged courtyard, her spirits lifted. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the fruits in the garden appeared to have ripened. In the next moment, her body transitioned into the spatial courtyard, where an array of colorful fruits beckoned to her, stirring her appetite anew. She recalled a post she had seen, claiming that women possessed 4 stomachs, one for meals, one for snacks, one for fruits, and the final one for milk, tea, and cake. She now felt that the author truly understood women. The peaches, longan, mangoes, and various hues of grapes hung from the branches, exuding a delightful fragrance. She had long observed that the crops in the black soil were not bound by seasonal constraints. As long as they were planted, they flourished unabated, requiring no watering or fertilization. Even if left unpicked upon ripening, they would not fall and rot but rather maintain their optimal state for consumption. Moreover, the air within the space was untainted, devoid of dust or pesticides, allowing the fruits to be picked and eaten fresh. While she did not realize the significance of this at present, she would later appreciate the time, effort, and water saved. After savoring a peach, Shen Wan felt quite full and mused that there were still ample fertile fields beyond the courtyard. It would be a splendid idea to plant fruit trees in the idle land. Exiting the courtyard, she found a suitable spot to plant the peach pit, covering it with a bit of soil before leaving the space with a cluster of fragrant grapes. As it was nearly Momo's bedtime, she intervened just as he was about to devour another grape, putting them away for another day. If she had not stepped in, the little chubby one would have stuffed himself with the entire bunch, resulting in discomfort during the night. After washing up, she returned to the space with Momo to sleep, as she planned to venture out herself the following morning. On her way home earlier, She had passed by a factory situated on elevated terrain, the building partially exposed above the ice, though its purpose was indiscernible. Awakening groggily to the sound of her alarm, she noted the time on her phone read 5 o'clock in the morning. Shen Wan resigned herself to rising. The snow made for an early dawn, and to avoid attracting the attention of the residents in the building, she needed to leave early. The faint light was just sufficient to see the path ahead. After washing up and consuming 2 steamed buns alongside a cup of soy milk, Shen Wan began dressing, applying several heat packs to her body and feet before finally exiting the space. For ease of movement, she carried only a waterproof bag, which held a thermos and a short sword. Descending to the 6th floor window, she deftly climbed out, confirming her direction before braving the wind and snow toward her destination, the heavy snowfall quickly concealing her footprints behind her. After walking for a few minutes, she paused to lean against a faint glimmer of light to verify her course. Unfortunately, the snow was too thick for her ice skates to be of use. She surmised that a vehicle equipped with anti-slip chains would suffice for traversing the terrain, but given the short distance, it was best to continue on foot. 20 minutes later, she recognized a familiar rooftop, its surface covered in snow save for the top floor peeking through. Finding an unlocked window was unfortunate, as it was frozen shut. It seemed she would have to break in through a window. Fortunately, there were no nearby residential buildings to draw attention to her. Retrieving a window-breaking tool, she struck the corner several times. The glass, weakened by the cold, shattered with ease. After clearing the surrounding debris, she carefully crawled inside. The top floor appeared to be an office for the factory, yet it was cluttered with wooden crates, likely salvaged during heavy rainfalls. Shen Wan opened the nearest crate, discovering it contained battery storage units, all impeccably packaged to prevent moisture. After inspecting several crates, she found that the office was filled with these well-packaged battery units, sufficient for her use for decades. In mere moments, the stacked wooden crates had vanished, the empty space in front of the courtyard now filled. She employed her mental energy to organize the crates, ultimately unearthing some daily necessities within the office. From the promotional posters on the walls, it became evident that this factory specialized in outdoor equipment. Exiting, she noticed the restroom was located at the side of the corridor, while at the end, there was another large office. After prying open the door and stepping inside, she found the floor littered with large cardboard boxes. Upon opening a few, she discovered solar panels and small power banks, along with various wiring components. She proceeded down the stairs, noticing that the lower level had not yet been flooded. The ice layer was only a foot deep, though the windows were obscured by a thick blanket of snow. Upon illuminating a flashlight, her surroundings suddenly expanded, mirroring the layout above. However, the glass door to the office was encased in ice, and even if she managed to pry the lock, it remained immovable. Faced with the choice between shattering the glass or breaking the ice, she opted for the former. The glass door was notably thick, rendering ordinary window-breaking tools ineffective. After retrieving a multifunctional safety hammer, she struck the door several times, resulting in a few hairline fractures. With a couple more forceful blows, the glass shattered with a resounding crash. Fortunately, her swift retreat spared her from the onslaught of glass shards. She retrieved an old blanket from her surroundings and laid it over the shards before cautiously stepping inside. Chapter 50. Helicopter. The office remained cluttered with stacked cardboard boxes, filled with various outdoor equipment, climbing backpacks, mountaineering boots, emergency lighting, hand-cranked generators, and a hodgepodge of electrical supplies. It remained unclear whether these items were produced in-house or procured for distribution. Some boxes had become frozen to the floor, necessitating individual opening to carry their contents away. The front yard was overflowing, leaving no choice but to place items in the corridor. Upon reaching the office across the corridor, she shone her flashlight through the glass door, revealing yet more neatly packed inventory. This time, her technique in breaking the door was considerably more adept. Within 3 strikes, the glass shattered into fragments. After dragging a blanket from the adjacent office to cushion her steps, she entered. The number of boxes in this office was limited, primarily piled on the desk. Each cardboard box was labeled with the names of the items, suggesting a recent shipment. A quick glance revealed a variety of goods: entrenching tools, ski goggles, sleeping bags, solar lamps, camping vehicles, barbecue grills, and outdoor cooking sets. An impressive assortment indeed. Each box contained identical items, which simplified her task. She could directly place them on the shelves in the tool room for future ease of access. Before leaving, she explored the 2 bathrooms, taking everything usable. As she climbed out of the window, dawn had already broken, yet the wind and snow persisted. Wearing the new ski goggles, she felt significantly more comfortable, as her previous protective eyewear had caused discomfort during prolonged use in the snowy conditions, likely a mild case of snow blindness. The return journey, following the direction of the storm, proved relatively easy, and within a mere 10 minutes, she found herself at the foot of her apartment complex. Climbing through the window into the residential building, she noted the quietness of the corridor, with each door firmly shut. Back at home, she ignited charcoal to turn on the heater, gradually feeling warmth return to her body. It was still just past 8 in the morning. The 2 buns she had eaten before leaving had nearly been consumed, so she took out a portion of pan-fried dumplings and savored them with ginger tea from her thermos. After finishing, she noticed a slight perspiration, and with the room warming up sufficiently, she tucked Mo into bed for a continued slumber while she shed her outerwear to commence her tasks for the day. From her surroundings, she retrieved the acupressure practice model and acupuncture books brought back from the traditional medicine clinic, slowly studying each acupoint in comparison to the diagrams. As her understanding deepened, the knowledge became less obscure. Considering the harsh survival conditions ahead, the skills she was acquiring might serve as a lifeline in critical moments, prompting her to double her study time. While engrossed in her studies, Mo awoke in bed, sitting up and searching for her. Shen Wan approached to dress him, preparing warm water for him to brush his teeth and wash his face. Having already had breakfast, she prepared a cup of milk for Mo and placed 2 buns on the table. Reflecting on yesterday's crisis, she felt the world growing increasingly chaotic. The internet had been down for many days, leaving her uncertain of any new government policies. Searching her surroundings, she found a radio and turned it on. Scanning for government channels.
Montag, clutching a bun, approached curiously.
Soon, the radio crackled to life, announcing, "The government will airdrop survival supplies over the city today. Please inform one another." The broadcast repeated this message, and she wondered if the other residents in the building would hear it. If supplies were indeed to be dropped, the commotion would likely be considerable. She decided to wait a bit longer. If necessary, she could go downstairs to alert them. By noon, after finishing lunch and preparing for a nap, she heard the sound of a helicopter outside. It was the supply drop arriving. Asking Xiao AI to help Mo sleep, she swiftly began to dress and head outside. In the living room, she spotted a helicopter hovering over the adjacent complex, realizing it had not yet reached Siheyuan. She hurried down to the home of the owner of Unit 1302, just as Zhang Pingho opened the door. Their eyes met, and Shen Wan spoke. "I see a helicopter in the neighboring complex dropping supplies. Let us split up to notify others. You cover floors 10 and below, and I'll handle the rest." Without waiting for a response, she rushed downstairs, leaving Zhang Pingho momentarily stunned before he too hurried to inform the others. Within minutes, over 20 people had gathered at the rooftop entrance. Although only 1 person per household was required to collect supplies, many were eager to witness the government's assistance firsthand, a testament to their survival resolve. Zhang Pingho periodically opened the fire door to check outside. The helicopter had entered their complex. With only 6 buildings in Siheyuan, they soon heard the thunderous sound drawing near, followed by the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. Someone, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to open the door, only to be met with a face full of swirling snow, forcing them to retreat. Moments later, the helicopter's noise faded into the distance, and they deliberated on selecting 6 young men to retrieve the supplies from the rooftop. Before long, the door swung open again, and 6 individuals braved the wind and snow to dash up to the rooftop, dragging a large package back. Once everyone had entered, they quickly shut the fire door, as the day's tempest was particularly fierce, biting at their skin. As soon as the door closed, all eyes fell upon the bundle of supplies on the ground. With eager hands, they began unwrapping the waterproof plastic that encased the outer layer, revealing 5 or 6 blankets, with food, vegetables, and medicines nestled in the center. Originally, only a few residents had occupied Building 17, and with some having moved out, there now remained just 12 households in total. The government's allocation of supplies was uniform across buildings, implying that each individual would receive a greater share. Some proposed distributing the supplies equally among residents, but solitary dwellers opposed, arguing that dividing by household would yield a more significant portion. Ultimately, Zhang Pingho decisively ruled in favor of distribution per head. While some might be dissatisfied, the majority's decision stood. Shen Wan felt a twinge of guilt as her unit, 1502, accounted for 3 members initially. She had claimed 3 to deter ill-intentioned individuals, but now she faced the reality of collecting an additional share. While she was reluctant to take more, another neighbor, an elderly woman, sought to claim extra allocations, only to be swiftly exposed by those around her. Furthermore, Zhang Pingho possessed a roster collected during prior rounds of resource gathering, making any attempt at fraudulent claims impossible. She ultimately opted out of the blankets, instead taking a few additional potatoes. In the end, she received 10 cans of meat, 20 pounds of mixed grains, 10 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and half a box of cold and anti-inflammatory medications. She recalled that major cities typically established emergency food reserves, thus food should not be overly difficult to procure. However, finding medicine remained a challenge. From the onset of the natural disaster to the snow encasing everything, the national machinery had steadfastly operated, with the government and military never abandoning them. Reflecting on her past life, even amidst relentless calamities and repeated relocations of bases, the nation had never forsaken its people, silently offering support. Perhaps this was the true reason behind Huagua's rise on the world stage. Chapter 51. Accusations. Once the supplies were distributed, everyone hurried home to huddle indoors, as even a brief exposure left their hands and feet numb with cold. Upon returning home, she glanced at the thermometer in the living room. -52 degrees. The temperature had remained unchanged for days, indicating they had reached the limit, with outdoor temperatures likely dipping to around -55 degrees. Upon entering the bedroom,
Montag Emma was blissfully asleep.
she had risen early that morning and had decided to indulge in a midday nap. This slumber lasted until 4 in the afternoon. As she drew back the curtains, the snow outside had ceased, revealing the city blanketed in white for the first time with such clarity. Beneath the pristine layer of snow lay countless fragmented homes. In her childhood, she had often fantasized about a fairy tale world cloaked in snow, but now, confronted with the stark reality, she found it to be profoundly cruel.
Mama, hook,
Came the soft, sleepy voice of Shen Momo from behind, waking up the little one. Shen Wan enveloped him in a warm embrace and planted a tender kiss on his cheek, causing him to shyly recoil. After dressing him, she picked a cluster of longan and a few sugar oranges from the fruit trees in her space, placing them by the stove to roast slowly as they played and snacked together. Suddenly recalling something, she picked up the radio resting beside the bed and turned it on, but was met only with static, devoid of any news. She had no choice but to turn it off. She pondered the current state of the military and political bases in Sioux City, wondering if they had begun to accept survivors. Before the harsh winter, she had passed by the vicinity of St. Love Hospital without noticing any military presence. She questioned whether the location of the military base would change in this lifetime. Before the natural disaster struck, she had made considerable efforts to secure a rental near the hospital, designing and modifying a safe haven, all to be closer to the military in search of protection. Without the military's forceful deterrence, Siheyuan would not have become the sanctuary she envisioned. Instead, its scarcity of people and abundance of supplies might have rendered it a target for surrounding survivors, an exceedingly disadvantageous scenario for her. Change had already occurred, and all she could do now was wait for official notification. She planned to turn on the radio morning and evening to stay updated and avoid missing any crucial information. In a moment of distraction, she noticed that the little chubby one had already peeled and devoured a sugar orange and was now struggling to peel a longan. Bouncing in frustration, Shen Wan fed him a couple of pieces but refrained from peeling more, sensing his desire. She began to weave a delightful tale. Mama will take Mo out for a grand dinner tonight. If you eat too much fruit now, you won't have room for dinner. Instantly captivated by the prospect of a feast, the little one disregarded the fruit entirely. Will there be ice cream and fries? He asked with his fingers in his mouth, grinning. Shen Wan, exasperated, recognized his gluttonous nature and replied, "Go play. Once you're hungry, there will be food." She then sent him off to play with Xiao AI, liberating her hands to engage in a solo mobile game. Ultimately, their dinner consisted of pizza, fries, and pasta, primarily due to the little one's incessant nagging, though ice cream was regrettably absent. The following morning, after completing her morning routine, Shen Wan exited her space. As she activated the heating system between the bedroom and living room, a loud banging echoed at the door. Upon opening the security door, she was greeted by Han Lu from downstairs, whose door had been forcibly pried open. Shen Wan's vigilance heightened instantly as Han Lu appeared anxious. Last night, someone broke into the community and attempted to pick locks. Several homes downstairs were robbed, and Zhang Pingho asked me to check on you. Upon hearing this, A dangerous glint sparked in Shen Wan's eyes as she bent down to examine the lock on her security door, which indeed bore signs of tampering. Though it had not been breached, it seemed the secret of her security door would soon be exposed, but fortunately, the lock remained strong. Had it been pried open last night, she and Momo would have been safe in the space. But the sudden disappearance of their presence could raise suspicions among the observant. Uncertain of the extent of losses downstairs, she wondered whether the burglars were insiders or external forces. She donned her scarf and descended the stairs with Han Lu. As they descended, Han Lu recounted, "I was up late last night and heard noises at my door. I saw someone trying to pick my lock with a wire. Luckily, my door has a safety lock, otherwise, they would have gotten in." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. "So, it was a coordinated attack. Did you see how many were involved?" Han Lu shook her head. "I could only see 3 through the peephole, but I suspect there were more." Their conversation ceased as they reached the ground floor, where a crowd had gathered in 1302, surrounding Zhang Pingho. Upon her arrival, she was met with hostile glares from the crowd, sending a jolt of alarm through her. Could this situation have anything to do with her? From within the throng, an older woman shouted, "It's all because of you. You jinx. You brought those bad people here. If you hadn't killed their leader, our building wouldn't have faced this retaliation. Look at the supplies we've lost." The woman was familiar to Shen Wan. She had previously tried to borrow a raft from her during a torrential downpour. A middle-aged man interrupted the woman's tirade. "Those people broke into my home and, when discovered, began robbing us openly, threatening to take our entire building as a display of power for their new leader." The elderly woman could not contain herself, rushing forward to point an accusing finger at Shen Wan. "This is all your fault. You must compensate us for our losses."
Shen Wan,
unable to endure the tirade any longer, grasped the finger pointed at her and twisted it downwards, eliciting a piercing scream. She was careful not to break it, but the ligaments would certainly be injured. Just days prior, they had been terrified of her, avoiding her like the plague. Now, they dared to confront her. It seemed they had forgotten, and she had no qualms about reminding them. Ignoring the woman's cries, she grabbed her collar and said, "If memory serves, your son was present that day, wasn't he? Didn't he describe the situation to you when he returned home?" Noticing the fear in the woman's eyes and the crowd recoiling slightly, she smiled with satisfaction, dismissing the woman as one would discard refuse. Her words dripped with a cruel tenderness. "Do you truly believe your son could have escaped their grasp, or that he could survive and return in this frigid environment? While you remain ungrateful, you dare to scold me. Should there be a next time, consider your fingers forfeit." Expressions of terror spread among the onlookers. Yet Shen Wan was determined not to relent. "Moreover, I am quite curious as to how they discovered where we reside. Zhang Lu, what say you?" Zhang Pingho's expression was inscrutable, and she scanned the faces of those who had ventured out with her, unperturbed to find Yuan Ji and others displaying clear signs of panic. Unlike the general fear of the crowd, their anxiety stemmed from a guilty conscience. Engaging in a battle of wits with someone seasoned in survival amidst a post-apocalyptic world was a game she was willing to play slowly with them. Chapter 52. Seeds having said her piece, she chose not to linger for their meeting and turned to ascend the stairs. As for their losses, they were of no concern to her. When faced with formidable foes, they dared not resist, instead shifting the blame onto others, mistakenly perceiving her as weak. They believed they could pick on the vulnerable, only to find they had misjudged her. The road ahead was long, and she was eager to see just how far these cowards could go. Climbing the stairs, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning to see Han Lu, she quickened her pace, walking alongside her. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Han Lu spoke. "I have a few extra safety locks at home. I can give you 2 if you need them." Shen Wan did not refuse her kindness. After waiting at the door for a moment, she watched as Han Lu emerged with 2 metallic devices, patiently detailing their usage before returning home. Back in 1502, the front door stood ajar, the lock broken. She would need to replace the core. Retrieving a new lock and tools from the storage room, she effortlessly replaced the damaged one. Next, she took out the newly acquired safety lock, a thick metal hinge. After securing it beneath the doorknob, she merely had to open the hinge at a 90-degree angle, preventing the doorknob from turning. To unlock the door from the outside, one would have to cut through the entire lock, rendering it relatively secure for now. She wondered where Han Lu had procured such items. She had only seen plastic versions online, and metal ones were quite rare. The security door is equipped with its own safety lock, rendering the additional lock unnecessary. I intend to install the remaining one on the bedroom door. After securing the safety lock, I did not rush home. Instead, I retrieved 2 walkie-talkies and an electric baton from the storage space and headed downstairs. The essence of human interaction lies in reciprocity. An unbalanced dynamic of giving or receiving can disrupt this equilibrium. I knocked on the door of apartment 1202, and after a short while, there was some movement inside, as if someone was peering through the peephole before the door swung open. I was surprised at her vigilance. No wonder she adapted so swiftly to the apocalyptic environment. I handed her a walkie-talkie and the electric baton, adjusting both walkie-talkies to the same channel, indicating that she could communicate urgent matters through them, while the baton was a token of gratitude. Shen Wan did not enter her home, but was concerned about drawing attention from others. So the two of us stood quietly at the door, exchanging words swiftly. Upon returning upstairs, I unlocked my security door and, as soon as I woke up in the morning, activated the heating system. Both the living room and bedroom were already quite warm. After shedding my coat and scarf, I tested the safety lock on the main door. In the unlocked state, the doorknob remained utterly still, and the triangular support was remarkably stable. I entered the bedroom and tucked Mo into the blanket. It was already 8:30, and the little one was due to wake up. I then installed the other safety lock on the bedroom door, just in case. No sooner had I finished than Shen Momo awakened, not lingering in bed today, but rather curiously observing what I was doing. After dressing him and helping him wash up, he obediently sat and awaited his meal. Initially, I had no appetite after waking up, but after stepping outside, I found myself a bit hungry. From the storage, I retrieved a bowl of scallion lamb stir-fry over noodles, sharing a small bowl with Mo, and also brought out 2 fried eggs. The cold weather made lamb a beneficial choice for our health. After we finished our meal, I arranged early education courses for Mo and Xiao AI, while I began practicing self-defense techniques and acupuncture. The breadth of traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, is vast. A comprehensive study was unfeasible, so I resolved to focus on the pharmacology of Chinese herbal medicine and acupuncture. After all, there were numerous prepared herbal materials in the storage that needed to be utilized. I pursued acupuncture and massage techniques, as most of the books I found in the TCM section were oriented in that direction, suitable for both adults and children alike, making it a beneficial skill for us at this stage. By the time I completed a chapter, they had finished watching 2 educational videos and were now playing with a claw machine in the living room. I turned on the radio to listen for updates, but heard nothing. Then I noticed the walkie-talkie set aside, adjusted the channel, and called Han Lu. Soon, the cool voice of the young girl came through. "Shen Wan, I'm here. What's up?" Despite being of similar age, I often thought of her as a little girl, as I had lived a longer life. I pressed the talk button. "I believe those individuals will return tonight. They want to relent until they have thoroughly searched us." Han Lu paused before responding. "Last night, aside from our 2 doors, 3 other homes downstairs managed to defend themselves. They will likely target us tonight." I had anticipated this, advising her to remain vigilant while sleeping and to communicate via the walkie-talkie if anything arose. Just as I was about to hang up, Han Lu's voice came through again. "I modified the baton you gave me, increasing the current. It can incapacitate a strong man weighing 200 to 300 pounds without issue. If you need, I can assist with your modifications." I instantly perked up, nodding fervently before realizing she could not see me. I quickly replied, Yes. I'll bring it down to you shortly. But what did you do before?"
Han Lu,
Probably taken aback by my directness, pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm still in graduate school, and I've learned quite a bit related to my major. Modifying circuits is relatively straightforward for me. The safety lock I gave you was something I made myself in the lab." After ending the call, I felt fortunate. Exchanging a walkie-talkie had brought me a talented individual. Surely, a scholar possesses a wealth of knowledge, ideally complementing my own shortcomings. I fetched 5 brand new electric batons from the storage, dressed, and headed downstairs. This time, the door opened swiftly, and I still did not enter, merely handing the items over. Han Lu's eyes widened at the sight of so many batons. "Are you planning to rob someone?" I smiled and simply mentioned that one of them was a reward for her modifications, arranging to collect it before dinner, and then I returned upstairs. In the living room, Mo and Xiao AI were thoroughly entertained. The claw machine had lost its appeal, and now their favorite was a gasopon machine. The capsules opened to reveal various colorful toy animals with movable joints. Shen Momo had never played with such toys before, and he was utterly thrilled. For lunch, we had box meals containing braised beef with potatoes, steamed eggs, stir-fried greens, and rib soup with radish. Shen Momo's little belly was round and full, prompting me to send him and Xiao AI to the living room to play while I found a lounge chair to bask in the sun. My consciousness drifted into the storage space. Observing the fertile land surrounding the courtyard, I felt it was a waste to leave it fallow. The black soil in the courtyard was limited in size, originally planned for growing vegetables and fruits. Thus, when stockpiling resources, I did not purchase grain seeds. However, I had acquired a substantial amount of rice, flour, and oil, sufficient for Momo and me for a lifetime. Nevertheless, I still wished to make use of the vacant fertile land. Even if I could not consume it all, it would provide me with additional leverage. As for grain seeds, it would be challenging for hulled rice to germinate, but there were plenty of miscellaneous grains in the warehouse. I could select some to experiment with planting. If successful, I could save seeds for future cultivation, gradually increasing yield. Chapter 53. Counterattack. Previously distributed emergency supplies from the government included miscellaneous grains, likely allocated from emergency grain reserves, which should have a higher germination rate than vacuum-sealed packets from supermarkets. I rummaged through the warehouse to find a bag of miscellaneous grains, located a large container. Spread it across the black soil in the courtyard, evenly scattering the grains before covering them with another layer of soil, and even unprecedentedly watered them, waiting for them to sprout. I had also purchased a significant amount of corn kernels from the convenience store. These did not require seedlings and could be directly sown. Unsure of their germination potential, I hesitated to plant too many and only designated a 2-square-meter patch for some corn kernels. Rising from the lounge chair, I noticed that Momo and Xiao AI had returned to the bedroom. The smart robot was truly remarkable, automatically lulling them to sleep at the designated hour, such a boon for mothers. With some free time, I planned to deplete the storage inventory, starting with the frozen convenience foods to save considerable space. Entering the storage, I set up the stove in my usual spot, added water, and began boiling. Once the water was boiling, I took out a 3-tiered steamer and carefully placed all the packaged buns, dumplings, rice cakes, siumai, and soup dumplings into the steamer. After cooking, I portioned them out for storage on the shelves, completing several batches before finishing. After discarding the water, I added a layer of oil to begin frying wontons, dumplings, stuffed pancakes, hand-grabbed pancakes, and egg-filled pancakes, all semi-finished products I had scavenged from the freezer. Additionally, I found small crispy meat, taro cakes, and fennel oil sticks from a hot pot restaurant, as well as chicken wings, chicken legs, fries, onion rings, and calamari from a Western restaurant. All were fried and packaged. Fortunately, I realized I could cook in the courtyard. Otherwise, the aroma wafting out would surely tempt anyone nearby. I spent the entire afternoon transforming the frozen convenience foods in the storage into ready-to-eat meals, grateful for the ample packaging boxes to accommodate everything. A small mountain of packaging bags accumulated beside the vegetable patch, which I gathered into several large trash bags, along with 2 empty liquefied gas bottles, directly using my thoughts to transport them to the waste station. Exiting the storage, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Momo had already awakened and was playing with Xiao AI and his new toys. I dressed and went downstairs to knock on Hanlu's door. Shortly after, a girl with a neat short haircut peeked out, handing me a bag containing 4 modified electric batons.
Just as I was about to speak,
I heard footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming upstairs. The two exchanged silent greetings and gestured with their walkie-talkies. Shen Wan stealthily ascended to the 15th floor. The sounds emanated from the 13th floor, likely signaling Zhang Pingho's return. She pondered whether he had been involved with the group of young individuals from 1102. Rumor had it that his home had also been targeted last night, but she remained uncertain if it was merely a ruse. After all, he lived directly beneath her. And if he truly intended to act, she would be caught off guard. Moreover, there were those lurking outside the community. It was said that a thief could operate 1,000 days, but how could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Upon entering her home, she decided against returning to her space for sleep that night, opting instead for her bedroom. After securing the anti-theft door, she summoned a large stone from her space to block it. Her intuition was strong. Those individuals would undoubtedly target her home that evening. With an informant among them, they could not possibly be unaware of her residence. Their failure to breach her anti-theft door the previous night had only fueled their competitive spirit. She turned off the heating system in the living room and returned to her bedroom with some embers still glowing in the charcoal pot. For dinner, she planned to prepare a meat and crab casserole, adding a portion of ribs and shrimp along with some vegetables, ample enough for 2. Tonight would require considerable stamina. She needed to eat well. She placed some shelled crab meat and shrimp into a small bowl for Momo, adding a few pieces of ribs and vegetables. He took a small spoon and slowly scooped, but when it proved too difficult, he resorted to using his hands. She added a touch of spicy oil to the remaining casserole, believing that a hint of heat would enhance the flavor, and it must be accompanied by freshly brewed soda. This time, her little chubby one did not seem envious. The lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind. After their meal, mother and son settled on the heated bed to watch a movie, courtesy of Xiao AI, featuring Tom and Jerry. Though Shen Momo was typically reserved, he understood much. And she believed he would grasp the essence of this short film. She noticed him sitting there, eyes wide and unblinking, forsaking his toys, indicating his deep engagement. By 8 o'clock, exhausted, Shen Momo leaned against her and fell asleep. Just as she tucked him into the warm blankets, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Pressing the answer button, Han Lu's voice came through. "Shen Wan, there are 5 men downstairs. They are about to enter our building." She furrowed her brow. It was barely past 8, and they were not waiting for the dead of night to act. Clearly, they could not contain their impatience. Shen Wan replied, "They are clearly prepared this time, likely planning a forceful assault. Be ready and protect yourself." After placing Momo into her space for safety, she donned her clothing, layering a security vest beneath her down jacket. While it might not be bulletproof, it would certainly withstand cuts and stabs. She doubted they would be armed. Had they been, they would not have returned empty-handed the previous night. Dressed and with a helmet from her space secured on her head, she strapped the walkie-talkie to her arm. With an electric baton in her left hand and a short sword in her right, she awaited them in the living room. She returned the stone blocking the door to her space, and soon enough, the walkie-talkie buzzed with a hushed voice. "Shen Wan, someone just went up from the 12th floor. They are likely coming for you. Be careful." Before she could respond, the sound of vigorous kicking at the door echoed through the walkie-talkie. It appeared they intended to leave no one unscathed. She heard movement at the door, but could not ascertain how many were there. The intruder seemed to have noticed her new lock, kicking the door in frustration. Taking advantage of the noise, Shen Wan quietly disengaged the safety lock and continued to unlock the door as they kicked. The outer door swung outward, alleviating her concern of it being forced open. Peering through the peephole, she discerned only one figure outside. Changing her angle, she spotted another. There were likely just 2. If she acted swiftly, she could manage them. Visualizing the scenario in her mind, she quickly opened the door, thrusting her right hand forward, striking the man directly in the heart. The second assailant rushed to her side, but was immobilized by her left hand's electric baton. A gentle push sent his rigid body toppling backward. With 2 taken care of, she prepared to investigate the stairwell. As she neared the staircase, something felt amiss. The moonlight streaming through the hallway windows illuminated a shadow lurking at the top of the stairs. She retrieved a gas canister from her space and hurled it into the corner, predictably knocking the person to the ground. Shen Wan lunged with her sword towards the assailant's chest, only to have it parried by an axe. Observing that he was unable to release his grasp on the gas canister, she activated her electric baton, pressing it against the metal tank, rendering him unconscious. Fearful that the initial shock might not suffice, she delivered a second jolt. Chapter 54. Dare you? Having confirmed that the assailants would not awaken anytime soon, she hastily descended the stairs. The door to 1202 stood ajar, revealing Han Lu frozen in the living room, 2 men sprawled on the floor, likely incapacitated. It seemed they indeed had confidence in the 2 young women, sending 5 men to confront them.
Noticing Han Lu's shock, Shen Wan embraced her.
Once Han Lu regained her composure, Shen Wan spoke. "We must dispose of them. Are you willing to do so?" Unsurprisingly, she nodded. Shen Wan felt a swell of pride. She had chosen well, for Han Lu exhibited both courage and adaptability, qualities rare among ordinary people who struggled to cross the mental barriers in such situations. In her past life, the first time she had taken a life, it took her 2 full days to return to normalcy. She opened the living room windows and removed the men's jackets. Together, they unceremoniously tossed the bodies out one by one, even if they did not die from the fall. The cold would likely claim them. Remembering that 3 more awaited upstairs, the 2 continued their grim task, stripping the remaining clothes and discarding them through the window. Once they had dealt with several adversaries, Han Lu departed to return home. The corridor was eerily silent, seemingly containing only their breaths. The residents below remained behind closed doors, none daring to ascend and investigate the commotion. Yet, She knew they had likely witnessed the bodies outside and were now cowering in fear within their homes. At the entrance of 1502, a pool of blood lay frozen into a solid mass. Retrieving a shovel, she disposed of the blood clots downstairs and mopped the area until it was clean. The bloodstains on the walls would remain as a warning. Anyone daring to return would need to consider the consequences, serving as a deterrent. At the front entrance, she collected the tools the two had brought: crowbars, a chainsaw, and a power bank. Since they had come to her door, she deemed it only fair to collect some interest, stowing everything away in her space. However, they had underestimated her anti-theft door. Not only would a chainsaw fail, but even a small cutting machine could not breach her solid steel door. To think they believed they could invade her home with such flimsy tools was sheer folly. Returning to her bedroom, she tucked Mo into the blankets. Uncertain if a second wave would come that night, she resolved not to return to her space for sleep. Although the room's temperature was not as cozy as her space, the heated bed remained warm. Momo's little face was flushed as she could not resist pinching his cheek. Soft and smooth, he felt delightful, and she withdrew her hand just in time before he stirred awake. She slept soundly until dawn, undisturbed throughout the night. The embers in the stove were nearly extinguished. Fortunately, she had filled it with coal before sleeping, or she would have awakened in the cold. Rising from bed, she donned a thick robe and replenished the stove with fresh coal. After washing up with water from the kettle, she saw that Mo was still asleep. Not in a hurry for breakfast, she entered her space to check on the corn and grains she had planted the previous day. Despite the presence of rich black soil, the germination rate was still not high, around 30%. In contrast, the corn seedlings appeared more prolific, as the seedlings were all similar in size. She could not distinguish between them and decided to plant them all together in one area. Using her mental focus, she evenly distributed the seeds across the soil outside the yard, turning the earth to cover them. There was no need for watering or fertilization. She wished to observe the difference between the two types of soil. Planting the corn seedlings required a bit more effort, as she had to dig small holes and fill them with soil. After a half-hour of labor, she had successfully sown 1 acre of grains and 1 acre of corn, leaving plenty of idle land outside the yard. In the realm beyond, Shen Momo had awakened, playfully rolling in his cozy bed, while Xiao Ai stood nearby, ensuring he did not tumble out. Once dressed and the bedding neatly arranged, a small dining table was set up for breakfast. Today, the craving was for Cantonese dim sum, crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed chicken feet and sauce, corn and egg rice rolls, accompanied by a bowl of wonton noodles. A light drama was chosen for entertainment as they savored their meal, gently capturing the tenderness of life. Another invigorating day. After breakfast, as the curtains were drawn, it became apparent that snow had begun to fall once more. Flakes danced through the air, blanketing the frozen city in a shimmering silver chill. The 5 bodies discarded yesterday were now concealed, their traces erased by the heavy snowfall. A study plan was laid out for both Shen Momo and Xiao Ai, while Shen Wan commenced her self-defense training. Lacking formal instruction, she practiced movements by following online videos, conditioning her body to respond instinctively in perilous situations. Once her technique was refined, she would incorporate a short sword for strikes, thrusts, and defenses, fluid and seamless, while close-range attacks seemed manageable. The disparity in strength between genders made long-range tactics a safer choice. However, she was reluctant to resort to her handgun, as its lack of a silencer made it too conspicuous. Remembering some small crossbows found in the club, she pondered if honing her aim might prove advantageous. Rummaging through the warehouse, she unearthed a crossbow along with several blunt bolts that had yet to be sharpened. The bedroom was too confined for practice, so she donned her clothes and ventured into the living room. Hanging a round wooden target on the wall, she stood 10 meters away and pulled the trigger, the bolt fluttering harmlessly to the ground. Closing the distance to 7 or 8 meters, she shot again, managing to hit the target this time, though its dullness rendered it ineffective. Recalling that a professional resided downstairs, she wondered if he could assist. Activating the intercom, she called for Han Lu, who responded lazily after a considerable wait. "Apologies, I slept in a bit late," she said. Shen Wan surmised that Han Lu had likely experienced insomnia, grappling with the immense psychological burden of her first kill after over 20 years in a lawful society. Improperly managing such stress could lead to severe mental health issues. However, she refrained from offering platitudes. From their interactions, it was clear that Han Lu was a resilient and astute young woman capable of coming to terms with her circumstances. Shen Wan spoke. I have a few small crossbows, but their range and accuracy leave something to be desired. I wonder if you might have any suggestions for improvement? Han Lu pondered for a moment. If the range is insufficient, we may need to modify the materials. Bring them over, and I'll take a look. Shen Wan retrieved the remaining crossbow and bolts from her space, placing them in a large bag. She also included some high-tech materials she had previously found, knowing they would be of greater utility in the hands of a professional. Additionally, she tucked in 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 cans of meat before descending the stairs. After handing over the items to Han Lu, Shen Wan quickly returned upstairs, the cold outside proving nearly unbearable even with her warm layers. Their relationship thrived on genuine interaction, devoid of superficial pleasantries, maintaining an appropriate distance that fostered closeness and harmony. Back at home, noting the early hour, she decided to prepare some herbal medicine packets. The herbs she had previously gathered were already processed and ready for use. Following the prescribed ratios, she assembled several packets for dispelling cold, eliminating dampness, and nourishing the body, intending to brew them in her space when time permitted or to concoct some medicinal dishes to enjoy. Chapter 55. A hidden treasure having overindulged at breakfast. Shen Wan felt slightly queasy, prompting her to retrieve a portion of coffee concentrate from her space, mixing it with hot water and a slice of fresh orange to cleanse her palate. Previously, in the office on the top floor, she had discovered an espresso machine and numerous sealed packages of coffee beans. During her leisure, she had prepared ample lattes and espressos, conveniently stored on the shelf beside her bedroom for easy access. Standing by the window, she noticed the snow intensifying outside, thick flakes swirling and obstructing visibility. Through the blur, she discerned several small dark figures moving in the snow, and upon retrieving a pair of binoculars, she confirmed they were indeed approaching their neighborhood. Shen Wan's spirits lifted. Surely these individuals had not yet given up. Even a heavy snowfall could not quell their greedy hearts. Observing intently, she counted 5 figures, varying in size. And as they drew closer, the leader's familiar demeanor struck her as reminiscent of Zhang Pingho. What could he possibly want to do out in such weather? Nonetheless, it made sense. After enduring theft and robbery, many households had depleted their supplies. Staying indoors risked freezing or starving, so venturing out seemed a desperate gamble. As long as they were not seeking revenge, she had no qualms about adding to her tally of casualties, though she preferred to avoid the exhaustion of violence. If her strength allowed, she would have relished the opportunity to raid their lair for a decisive resolution. Retreating to the stove, Shen Momo had ceased his play with Xiao AI, now nestled beside her, expressing his hunger. She found herself at a loss for words. Being young, his metabolism was undoubtedly rapid. From her space, she produced a children's meal consisting of diced chicken with carrots, shrimp and tofu, fish ball and spinach soup, and rice. He dutifully sat on the warm Kong to enjoy his lunch, and Shen Wan felt satisfied merely watching him eat. Once finished, Momo eagerly tugged at her hand, urging her to inspect the morning's accomplishments. A grand block castle complete with a circular slide showcased the toys he had collected from the gumball machine over the past few days. She was taken aback. For a child just over 2 years old, even with Xiao AI's assistance, such imagination and dexterity were exceptional. For the first time, she felt a pang of loss regarding her involvement in her son's growth. Without her noticing, Shen Momo had evolved from a helpless infant into a vibrant little being. Though growth was an inevitable process, she could not shake the lingering sense of melancholy. After playing for a while, the little one rubbed his eyes, feeling drowsy. She successfully lulled him to sleep with a story. With the time spent playing, she now felt a bit hungry herself. Her mind scoured the shelves for something to eat, mindful not to overindulge lest it spoil her appetite for dinner. Ultimately, she settled on a serving of grilled cold noodles and a cup of bubble milk tea, enjoying them slowly alongside the drama. After finishing her meal and feeling somewhat bored from watching television, she realized that light dramas were indeed better suited for multitasking. Focusing intently on a plot could become tedious. With idle time, she decided to prepare some ready-to-eat meals. The warehouse was stocked with fresh meat and an abundance of ripe vegetables that needed to be utilized, prompting her to make various flavored dumplings. With the meat and vegetables clean and ready for filling, she gathered several stainless steel bowls for mixing. After setting up 2 tables for her work, she faced the challenge of chopping the filling without disturbing Momo's slumber. Digging out a power bank and meat grinder from the warehouse, she connected it, placing the cut meat inside. After testing it, she was relieved to find it quiet enough not to wake the little one. Once the meat was processed, She turned her attention to the vegetables, blending the filling thoroughly before beginning to knead the dough and roll out the dumpling skins. It was during this time that the light drama proved invaluable, allowing her to work while keeping pace with the story. Settling into a chair at the table, she found the hours swiftly passing, scarcely feeling fatigued. When Shen Momo awoke, Sha Ai promptly dressed him, and he curiously approached her side, eager to observe her handiwork. Shen Wan playfully handed him a dumpling wrapper, which he promptly transformed into long, thin noodles. Much like a child discovering a new toy, he became engrossed and refused to leave. As his mother prepared dumplings, he entertained himself by pulling at the noodles. The doll remained quiet, undoubtedly concocting mischief. Shen Wan focused intently on making dumplings and watching television. It wasn't until she had finished wrapping all the dumplings that she noticed the pile of dough in front of Shen Momo, which could barely be classified as hand-pulled noodles based on its shape, size, and thickness. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, this would serve as Shen Momo's dinner for the evening. Cooking dumplings in the bedroom was inconvenient, as their delightful aroma might incite envy. So she opted for the courtyard instead. Given the necessity of cooking frequently, the courtyard stove remained intact, with the table's legs elevated to not hinder the vegetable garden's use. Before long, the water boiled, and she dropped a large pot of dumplings into it. Not bothering to distinguish the fillings to avoid the dilemma of choice, mystery dumplings were just as delightful. After a productive afternoon, over 1,000 dumplings were neatly arranged on the shelf. Naturally, the two of them dined on dumplings for dinner, and she made sure not to forget Shen Momo's hand-pulled noodles. Wastefulness was not an option. However, seeing the little chubby one gazing forlornly at his bowl full of noodles, she couldn't help but share a few more dumplings with him, which brought a bright smile to his face. As they ate, he did not forget to praise his mother's delicious cooking, the little rascal adeptly flattering her. The following morning, as she drew back the curtains, she noticed the snowfall had lessened significantly. The previous night, they had shared a cozy slumber in the bedroom, but she had awakened in the middle of the night to stoke the coal stove. After breakfast, as she was engaged in her daily tasks, a knock echoed at the front door. After donning her warm attire, she opened the security door and peered through the peephole to see Han Lu standing at the entrance, prompting her to unlock the outer door. The young girl appeared weary, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she had not slept well in recent days. Shen Wan accepted the bag she offered, which contained the modified crossbow and arrows she had previously entrusted to her. To her surprise, not only had the crossbow been fully upgraded, but even the arrowheads had been sharpened. She couldn't help but feel fortunate to have encountered such a reliable ally, quiet yet meticulous. With a steady demeanor, "Please wait a moment," she said, retreating to the living room with the items. She extracted the crossbow and several arrows from the bag and retrieved a bottle of melatonin from her space, bringing it to the door to hand to her. Han Lu repeatedly declined, asserting she had already received her reward, but Shen Wan insisted, and she had no choice but to accept, thus acknowledging her invitation to ally with her. Shen Wan had her own considerations. Life in the residential buildings had become increasingly challenging over the past few days. Zhang Pingho and the others had returned empty-handed the previous day, and it wouldn't be long before humanity's selfish nature began to manifest. Furthermore, many eyes were watching hungrily from the outside, and there was no concrete news from the military base. The surrounding situation was far from the safety she had initially anticipated. It was bound to become more dire. Chapter 56. The bread factory. The world outside had transformed. Moral and legal codes were no longer the norm. Survival of the fittest prevailed in this apocalyptic era. Struggling alone was ultimately unsustainable. After observing for several days, she believed it prudent to establish a temporary partnership with Han Lu, provided her secrets remained intact. Although they would be collaborating, she would not let her guard down. For at least for now, her space and Shen Momo were her most significant secrets. Having witnessed the darker facets of humanity in this dire world, she recognized the greedy glimmers in people's eyes, revealing their thirst for exploitation, with even their own children not spared, rendering relatives and friends inconsequential. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Shen Momo must remain hidden from others. If disagreements arose in the future, or if she entertained any inappropriate thoughts, parting ways would not be delayed. After securely locking the door, Shen Wan returned to the living room and prepared to test the modified crossbow on the target hanging on the wall. As she pulled the trigger, the sound of the bolt slicing through the air resonated in her ears as it swiftly struck the wooden target, landing within the 8-ring zone. Months had passed, yet her shooting accuracy had not diminished. After exerting some effort to retrieve the bolt from the target, she noted the arrowhead remained sharp and gleamed menacingly. She had certainly not been shortchanged for her reward. She stored the modified crossbow and arrows in her space bedroom alongside her previous handgun for easy access when needed. Resuming her reading in the bedroom, she occasionally practiced her skills on an acupuncture model. By the time her lessons concluded, it was nearly 11 o'clock. She turned on the radio to listen to the day's announcements. To her surprise, this time it was not the usual static but the clear, articulate voice of a broadcaster. Attention, citizens. An urgent announcement. Province S will establish official resettlement camps and military rescue teams in all city-level municipalities. Citizens in need of refuge may proceed to the designated locations. Here are the addresses of the various resettlement camps. Shen Wan attentively listened to the broadcast. Smaller towns had only one central resettlement camp, while larger cities had 2 to 3. In Sioux City, where she resided, there were 2 official camps in addition to a military rescue team from Province S. Although belated, it was reminiscent of her previous life. The military rescue team's base was located at St. Love Hospital. As for the other 2 official camps, one was the site she had occupied in her past life, while the other, which she had not heard of before, was situated in the new district of Sioux City. After switching off the looping radio, she noticed the wind and snow outside had ceased, and the city, blanketed in white, began to show signs of life. Surrounding residents moved either alone or in groups, venturing forth in search of hope. As mealtime approached, she called Shen Momo to join her at the table, retrieving a lunchbox and a children's meal from her space for them to share. The braised pig trotters were rich and savory, the shrimp and corn tender and fragrant, while the garlic hollow vegetables were crisp and delightful. Under her guidance, Shen Momo had always refrained from wasting food. They both adhered to the practice of cleaning their plates. After their meal, she encouraged Shen Momo to play independently as she began studying offline maps. With the snow having stopped in the afternoon, she decided to venture out, knowing that once the military rescue team arrived, her actions would become more complicated. Now, with the high-rise buildings exposed on the icy landscape consisting mainly of office buildings, hotels, and residential complexes, the sheer number of survivors scavenging for supplies meant these places would yield little. It seemed prudent to explore the new district, located to the north of Sioux City, where a vast area housed manufacturing factories and few residential areas, allowing her to take a chance. Once Shen Momo had fallen asleep, she placed him and Xiao AI into her space, dressed warmly, and prepared to set out. Uncertain whether she would return that evening, she also stored the coal fire in her space. Descending the stairs, she climbed out through a window at the stairwell's base. As soon as her feet touched the ground, a chill ran through her. She had not ventured outside in so long that she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Electronic devices could shut down in the extreme cold outdoors, but she had long since sketched the routes and notable landmarks on paper. Retrieving a snowboard from her backpack, she practiced a few times to regain her balance. She had learned snowboarding during a trip to the north, and it proved fortuitous now. There were quite a few people outside, most of whom were walking. Upon seeing her eye-catching mode of transport, they cast envious glances her way. Once she exited the residential area, she paused in an expansive, deserted snowy field. After surveying her surroundings, she located an enormous electronic screen. Moving to the open space behind the screen, she stowed the snowboard in her backpack and retrieved the Land Rover she had purchased earlier. Before leaving, she had equipped it with anti-slip chains on the tires and filled it with gasoline and antifreeze. Climbing into the vehicle, she turned on the air conditioning and waited for a moment until her numbed limbs began to warm. Using the compass, she determined the direction of the factory area, ensuring she left behind a few errant tracks to obscure her path. The icy ground necessitated caution. She dared not drive too quickly, maintaining a speed of around 40 kilometers per hour, yet it was far faster than snowboarding and, importantly, much warmer. After approximately 20 minutes, she came upon a factory complex. The elevated terrain of the new district likely serves as a significant reason for the official establishment of the second resettlement camp there. However, the entire new district is expansive, and this particular area is a hub for manufacturing plants. The resettlement camp is situated near the residential area, necessitating a considerable drive to reach it. The factories and offices before her were mostly submerged, leaving her uncertain about the potential for finding anything useful. After storing her Land Rover in her space, she broke a window of the outer structure to peer inside. The floor was about a meter from the window, a trivial height for her. Climbing inside, She was greeted by the musty scent of mold and a large industrial bread baking machine. She took a brief tour of the floor, discovering it to be a bread processing factory that produced simple loaves and European-style bread. The production line and shelves were cluttered with numerous loaves, all moldy. On a shelf against the wall, she found a plethora of raw materials, over 200 bags of flour, 2 large boxes of dry yeast, along with food-grade alkali, butter, granulated sugar, cranberries, sweet beans, and meat floss, all in sealed boxes. With no time to organize, she quickly collected them along with the shelves. In a nearby open space, over 100 boxes of 2-liter milk, albeit frozen into ice bricks, were also salvaged. Additionally, she gathered boxes of bread packaging, cardboard, and various tools from the workstations. The production area housed numerous stainless steel multi-tiered bread racks. After discarding the moldy bread, she took the racks along with the baking trays, knowing they could be cleaned and repurposed for storing steamed buns and dumplings. With her space now considerably larger, she seized any removable metal pieces, placing them in the surrounding open area. Reaching the staircase, she prepared to descend for further exploration. Her flashlight illuminated the lower level, which had been overtaken by ice, leaving only a meter of height remaining from her current floor. The icy surface concealed a myriad of disorganized items, and finding anything useful proved futile, prompting her to retreat upstairs. Chapter 57. Shelving. Upon exiting the bread processing factory, she continued leftward to another factory. This establishment, however, featured lower buildings, the front office remaining only 1 story, while the rear factory was reduced to a mere roof. Shining her flashlight through the translucent windows of the top floor, she discovered an expansive machinery factory, with all equipment encased in ice. The ceiling still displayed overhead hoists, but these items were not feasible to dismantle for transportation, so she decided against entering. Turning towards the front office, she found several small offices filled with office supplies, ultimately locating only some toilet paper and hand soap in the restroom. Proceeding forward over 100 meters, she encountered another factory, this one a non-ferrous metal processing facility. Inside the warehouse, barrels of various sealed metals awaited her. Although currently of little use, they would be desperately needed once the major bases commenced construction. In her previous life, she had accompanied a rescue team in search of rare metals, fully aware of their value, and without hesitation, she collected them all into her space. She need not worry about spoilage, as they could be stacked in the yard outside without requiring any aging. On the icy surface, she took everything that could be moved, lamenting the many items that remained encased beneath the ice. Otherwise, she would have been set for life. Adjacent to this factory was a construction materials and steel company. Unfortunately, its warehouse was also frozen. Fortunately, the interior was filled with tall shelves, and some materials on the upper levels had not succumbed to the frost. Retrieving a folding ladder from her space, she collected all that was transportable: various sizes of steel plates, rebar, square tubes, cement, and more. Regrettably, she found no bricks, likely trapped below the ice. Additionally, there were entire boxes of tools, composite materials, and waterproof membranes, all visible to her and taken without hesitation. Gazing at the barren shelves on the icy surface, inspiration struck her. The cars occupying half of her space could indeed serve a purpose for these heavy-duty shelves. She retrieved a power supply and electric dismantling tools from the tool room and began her laborious task. Anything exposed on the ice that could be disassembled was taken, knowing that if she waited, it would be lost. After nearly half an hour of dismantling and collecting, she slipped into her space to rest for a moment. The area beside the cornfield was piled high with various assorted materials. With a thought, she found herself in the gazebo of her backyard, where she brewed a cup of ginger tea and enjoyed a slice of cake to replenish her strength. She had already shed her coat and hat upon entering her space, and feeling slightly warm, she removed another layer. After finishing her snack and resting for a few minutes, she dressed and exited her space, noting that the map indicated several more factories in the vicinity. Although they were not far away, traversing the distance would be tiring and time-consuming. Extracting a skateboard from her pack, she reached her next destination, a cable factory, in just 2 minutes. Unfortunately, the factory's height was too low, completely submerged, with only the office building remaining 2 stories above the ice. Once again entering through a window, she was met with a strong odor of decay. Realizing the source was several baskets of unidentifiable rotting fruit on the ground. This company was further from the residential area, suggesting it had yet to be searched by survivors. Approaching the entrance, she discovered it to be the sales department. explaining the abundance of fruit. The office showcased numerous product samples, each roll appearing small yet surprisingly heavy, all of which she took. Exiting the office, she entered a reception room where several rolls of cable samples were displayed, varying in size, with the largest towering above her height. She also found toolboxes and parts in a side cabinet, rummaging through the remaining offices, tossing anything useful into the front yard. In a corner, a small storage room was filled with toilet paper, napkins, wet wipes, and bottled mineral water, all frozen into blocks of ice. This trip had proven worthwhile. After collecting all useful supplies, Shen Wan continued to the neighboring generator factory. Although she already possessed 2 small engines, she lacked the skills to repair them, and such products would be unavailable for many years post-apocalypse. Thus, finding additional units was of utmost importance. 200 meters away, a vast factory was buried beneath the snow, leaving only its roof visible. Peering through the glass windows, she found nothing but ice. She had no choice but to venture into the adjacent office building in hopes of fortune. Climbing through the window, she again found herself in the sales department. After a thorough search, she exited to the neighboring exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was spacious, with the floor displays indicating it once housed numerous machines, now entirely empty. Only 2 larger generator units remained against the wall, encased in rectangular metal shells, each measuring over 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. Shen Wan speculated that these units were likely left behind due to their weight, making them difficult to transport. However, with her space in hand, she had no concerns regarding weight. Reaching out, she felt the 2 generator units vanish from their location, reappearing in the front yard, occupying the last available space. As per her usual routine, she searched the offices and small storerooms, collecting anything useful to stack in her space. The previously cleared areas, including the corridor, were now filled, leaving her with a few companies primarily involved in electronics and plastic manufacturing, of little utility to her, prompting her to prepare for the return home. Exiting the office building, she used binoculars to survey the area, confirming it was deserted. Taking advantage of the building's cover, she retrieved her Land Rover from her space, starting it and waiting for the temperature to rise before cautiously departing. The outdoors, frozen solid, obscured the road, forcing her to rely solely on her compass for direction until she could adjust her route upon locating the residential area. After about 5 minutes of driving, she spotted a forest emerging to her left, indicating she was on the right track. Nearby lies a forest park. A right turn leads to the urban area, while a straight path will take her to the residential district of Siheyuan. Noticing that the firewood at home has been depleted rapidly, she prepared to venture down and fell a few trees to bring back. At this juncture, thoughts of conserving forest resources were futile, as many trees had succumbed to the frost. Moreover, the proximity to the city was sufficiently distant. Survivors scoured for supplies within a few kilometers. Otherwise, this woodland would have long since been stripped bare, leaving no room for her. Extracting a diesel-powered chainsaw from her spatial storage, she secured it in her backpack and left her vehicle unattended. This was due to the sparsely populated surroundings and the modern designs of vehicles, which were far more intricate than the older models that could be started with a simple pull of 2 wires. As long as she took the keys with her, no one could drive it away without towing. The distance was not far, and soon she stepped into the forest. Shen Wan did not linger at the edge. She ventured about 50 meters inward before pausing to extract the chainsaw, powering it on to begin felling trees. Chapter 58. Long-haired pigs. She selectively targeted already deceased trees, notably robust ones. The chainsaw roared to life, and within minutes, a great tree crashed to the ground. A gentle touch allowed her to store it within her space. With the outdoor temperature plummeting, there was no need to waste time segmenting the timber. In less than an hour, dozens of massive trunks lay stacked in the vacant field outside her yard. She would split them into firewood when time allowed, sufficient for quite a while. After tidying up, she did not leave empty-handed. She bundled fallen branches together and dragged a hefty bundle of firewood as she prepared to exit the forest. At that moment, a rustling sound from behind sent a jolt of alertness through Shen Wan. In an instant she turned, drawing her modified compact crossbow and aiming toward the source of the noise. Instead of the anticipated figure, several pigs appeared in the clearing she had just cleared. As she stood momentarily stunned, more pigs of various sizes emerged from the thicket. Initially, she assumed they were wild boars, but upon closer inspection, their fur color suggested they were domesticated pigs adorned with warm hair. Relaxing her finger from the trigger, she exhaled in relief. Encountering a herd of wild boars would have posed a significant threat, leaving her no choice but to retreat into her space. The pigs were oblivious, devouring the tender green leaves that had fallen into the snow, remnants from the trees she had felled. A thought sparked in Shen Wan's mind. Here lay several thousand pounds of meat before her, and abandoning this opportunity was out of the question. Originally intending to use her crossbow for a swift kill, she worried about causing a ruckus that might send the other pigs fleeing, resulting in a significant loss. Suddenly, recalling the limitation that her space could not store living creatures, an idea struck her. If she could lure them into her space, they would likely lose consciousness immediately. Stealthily, she approached the herd, which was accustomed to human presence and showed no signs of alarm. Gradually, she neared the outermost pig, seizing it before it could react and swiftly storing it away. The herd continued their meal, unaware of any anomaly. Utilizing her mental prowess, she probed her space to find the little pig had already fainted on the ground outside. Seizing the moment, she began capturing the remaining pigs, swiftly storing each one upon contact. Eventually, the herd sensed something amiss, their restlessness increasing. In a flash of inspiration, she pulled a few crisp, vibrant cabbages from her garden in the space, tearing them apart and tossing them onto the snow. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, a testament to the high quality of the vegetables and fruits grown in the rich black soil. She believed they would benefit her health as well. At least she no longer felt as cold outdoors as before, her body considerably strengthened, though she lamented the absence of a laboratory to analyze their beneficial properties. Observing the fresh cabbages on the ground, the pigs ceased their agitation, their previous concerns forgotten. Their minds were now wholly consumed by the food, each one diligently lowering its head to eat. Shen Wan seized the opportunity, quickly capturing them all within her space. In the vacant land lay a collection of 18 long-haired pigs, enough pork to last her a lifetime. Just as she intended to depart, she noticed a few bushy-tailed squirrels gathering around the area where she had scattered the cabbage remnants, feasting on the scraps. Attracted by the spatial vegetables, she was pleasantly surprised by the effect the produce had on the wildlife. Not wishing to pursue the squirrels, especially since they appeared quite endearing, she plucked 2 more cabbages from her space and placed them on the ground before turning to leave. Before exiting the woods, she did not forget to clear the accumulated garbage from the dump, covering it with snow to conceal it from prying eyes. Dragging her substantial bundle of firewood back to her vehicle, she ignited the engine and warmed up for a moment before setting off towards the residential area. 10 minutes later, she switched to her skis, venturing further ahead into the territory of other survivors. The Land Rover was rather conspicuous and could easily attract attention. As she glided along, dragging her bundle of firewood, the pace was leisurely and soon, she encountered an increasing number of pedestrians. Many cast envious and greedy glances at her skis or the firewood behind her, but they were quickly deterred by the glinting blade of her short sword in her right hand. Some individuals, undeterred by the threat, charged toward her in an attempt to block her path, but she maintained her speed, angling her body slightly, and her sword sliced through the air, severing the hands of her assailant. He collapsed, blood streaming from his wrists, staining the pure white snow. Yet, the bleeding stopped swiftly, a layer of frost forming over the wounds. Unless he received prompt care, he would surely lose both arms. However, that was contingent on whether he could safely return to his dwelling, as she observed others swiftly surrounding him to seize his belongings. Paying no heed to his fate, she continued gliding forward with her firewood. When someone caught her eye, she brandished her sword, displaying the bloodstains upon it. Watching as those with intentions to rob her recoiled in fear. Upon reaching the base of Building 17, the sun began its descent. A gentle golden glow illuminated the snow, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Standing in the snow, she squinted against the light. Even in the apocalypse, beauty remained unblemished. Retrieving a scrap of cloth from her bag, she used the fresh snow to cleanse the blood from her sword, not returning it to her space, but holding it openly. Climbing through the window of her unit, she found a throng gathered in the corridor, likely awaiting the return of those who had ventured out. To their surprise, they were met with her presence, and upon seeing the sword in her hand, they scattered, not daring to meet her gaze. Ignoring their reactions, she busied herself with stowing her skis in her backpack, hefting the large bundle of firewood as she ascended the stairs. A stranger, an unfamiliar woman, couldn't he contain her curiosity and inquired, "Young lady, where did you find that firewood? Would you be so kind as to share?" Shen Wan noticed the woman had no prior grievances against her, so she willingly replied, Their SA forest 10 kilometers to the south. Instantly, the crowd exchanged glances. 10 kilometers was quite a distance. No wonder the young woman had set out early and only just returned. After laboriously climbing to the 15th floor, dragging the heavy bundle of firewood, she was thoroughly exhausted and paused several times for rest. Upon opening the double doors to her home, she tossed her belongings into her spatial storage, first returning to her bedroom to ignite the stove. Shen Momo had already been asleep in her space for nearly 4 hours. If she continued to slumber, she would forego her own rest that night. With 2 stoves and 2 heaters, the temperature rose rapidly. Within a few minutes, the heated water bed became cozy, and she nestled Momo inside. Changing into her warm loungewear, Shen Wan settled by the stove with a cup of ginger tea. Before long, movements stirred on the bed. The little chubby one had wiggled into a sitting position. She allowed him to linger on the bed while she continued sipping her tea, also retrieving her small console to keep him company. Chapter 59. The assault. Before she could finish her cup of ginger tea, the intercom on the table blared to life, with Han Lu's voice cutting through the cacophony of banging on the door. Shen Wan, those rascals are back. Be careful. Without waiting for a response, the intercom went silent. The suddenness of the situation left her anxious. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she might have encountered those men head-on. With no time to don her down jacket, she hastily threw on a military coat and hat, instructing Xiao AI to keep an eye on Mo before bursting out of her bedroom. As she approached the front door, the sounds of crashing and curses erupted from outside, blocking her exit. Quickly, she retrieved her crossbow from her stash and secured it at her back, wielding an electric baton in her left hand and a short sword in her right. Taking a deep breath, she flung open the door. The 2 men attempting to unlock it staggered back in shock, clearly unprepared for such a bold move from within. Seizing the moment, she swiftly closed the security door, ensuring that in the chaos of a potential scuffle, no one could slip past her. With her back against the door, she raised her weapons in a defensive stance. There were 4 men outside, and the presence of any others on the staircase remained uncertain. It appeared they had come in full force, intent on confronting her. Adjusting her electric baton to maximum power, it crackled ominously. The burly men faltered, having heard tales of the fierce reputation of Unit 1502. None of the brothers they had sent previously had returned, not even their bodies. They hesitated, glancing back nervously, which led Shen Wan to deduce their leader was likely lurking nearby on the staircase. The closest man to her was merely 2 steps away, and she remained motionless, biding her time. As the man turned to glance at the staircase, she sprang into action. With a sudden lunge, she thrust the electric baton forward, striking the distracted man, who crumpled to the ground in mere seconds. The remaining 3 were taken aback, retreating until they reached the staircase. The standoff lingered until a figure emerged, a man of diminutive stature, around 5'7", with a ruddy complexion. No wonder he had hidden behind the 4 larger men. Shen Wan realized he might not only be their leader, but also a cunning strategist. He emerged wielding a golf club, delivering swift blows to the backsides of the retreating men. That little girl has some bite. I like it. How about you join me? I can ensure you live luxuriously. Unlike these fools, I won't be easy to deal with. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Wan acknowledged her earlier misjudgment. She should not have underestimated him based on appearance. He was indeed the leader. This presented a fortunate opportunity, sparing her the effort of seeking him out. However, she questioned what his advantage was. Before he could continue his bravado, she interjected, "You fancy me, yet you don't fear your neck and head parting ways tonight?" She gestured with her short sword, causing the short leader to gulp, his eyes betraying a malevolent gleam. With keen observation, Shen Wan noticed a subtle movement of his hand, revealing the outline of a gun in his coat pocket. Instinctively, she became wary, refraining from further provocation. The woman on the 12th floor is also your target, isn't she? Judging by the ruckus below, her door remains shut. I have a grudge against her. Shall we make a deal? Noticing the flicker of interest in his eyes, she continued. I will help you gain entry to her apartment, and you can keep all the supplies. I require nothing, but you must cease your pursuits against me. What do you say? The man hesitated, skepticism etched on his face. Shen Wan stoked the flames of his desire for revenge. I witnessed her slay many of your brothers. Don't you want to avenge them? This vile woman seduced my boyfriend and conspired to steal my supplies. Today, I intend to eliminate that pair of scoundrels. The short leader's gaze shifted, and a disingenuous smile crept across his face.
Deal.
Those who recognize the times are wise. You can call me Brother Dong from now on. Shen Wan understood his intentions well. He sought to play the role of the opportunist. Regardless, her aim was simply to descend and rendezvous with Han Lu, who ultimately outsmarted whom remained to be seen. She allowed them to descend first, maintaining a distance of 3 meters as she trailed behind, aware they too were likely keeping an eye on her. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Brother Dong commanded the men at the entrance of 1202 to halt. Counting, she noted 6 men, more than those at her own door. When had Han Lu gained such formidable allies? The moment her confusion surfaced, Brother Dong seemed to anticipate her thoughts. This afternoon, she killed 2 of my brothers upstairs using a small arrow. Since we share a common enemy, if you help me capture her today, we can discuss terms. He moved to pat her shoulder, but she deftly sidestepped. Shen Wan, unaware of the afternoon's events, whispered, I will lure her to open the door. You must coordinate with me. Brother Dong, have your men retreat to the corridor while I knock. Once everyone had concealed themselves, she began rapping on the door of 1202. Han Lu, I know you're home. I've chased those men away for you, and you owe me a reward. If you fancy that scoundrel, keep him. Just give me 10 packs of instant noodles, and we'll be even. Moment latte. She heard the sound of furniture being moved behind the door, explaining why it had remained shut for so long. After a series of rustling sounds, a crack appeared in the door. Just as Brother Dong's men prepared to rush in, Shen Wan signaled for them to remain hidden. Han Lu's anxious face appeared in the narrow opening. Although she recognized Shen Wan's ploy, she remained unaware of the plan or the situation outside. Shen Wan feigned bargaining, signaling the number 10 with her fingers while pretending to aim a gun at her forehead. Han Lu's pupils dilated in realization. Open the door quickly. How can I get through that tiny gap? It's freezing out here. As they spoke, they exchanged gestures. Shen Wan retrieved her concealed crossbow, preparing for a ranged confrontation, ready to retreat back into safety, if necessary. With everything in place, she took cover beside the door and simultaneously fired both crossbows at the men hiding in the corridor. With a perfect hit rate, she continued her assault. Han Lu's modified crossbow could fire 6 short arrows in rapid succession without needing to reload. Their coordination was seamless. The arrows struck the men unprepared. As Brother Dong reacted, he drew his gun, preparing to retaliate. Bang! The duo had already retreated back inside, hastily repositioning furniture to barricade the door again. Conservatively estimating, at least 7 of Brother Dong's men were incapacitated. Outside, his furious voice echoed, cursing. Those 2 little harlots dare to toy with me. Once I catch you, I will make you regret it. He continued to pound on the door, frustration evident. In standard unit buildings, the main doors typically opened inward, but to secure the entrance, Shen Wan's family had altered theirs to swing outward. Hence, if they amassed enough force, the door could indeed be breached. The door to Han Lu's apartment began to tremble. She needed to devise a plan quickly, or she might have to escape through a window to evade capture. As Shen Wan racked her brain for solutions, the sound of gunfire erupted outside, swiftly followed by an unsettling silence. Chapter 60. Zhuang Yan. The insult ceased, and the door stopped shaking. Then came a series of firm knocks. Peering through the peephole, Shen Wan met the sight of soldiers clad in crisp military uniforms. She surmised that Brother Dong had foolishly donned such attire. Likely the soldiers dispatched to quell the unrest in the area. Frantically, she cleared the furniture from the doorway and opened it just enough to peek outside. On the ground lay several bodies, while others in military uniforms stood guard, weapons drawn. As she finally set her mind at ease and opened the door, she found herself momentarily frozen in place, her foot yet to cross the threshold. Before her stood a figure, dignified and austere, composed and reserved. The chiseled features of his resolute face began to align with the hazy recollections of her past, revealing him to be the soldier who had rescued her twice in her previous life. Comrade, comrade. Her drifting thoughts were abruptly summoned back, and a flicker of confusion crossed Shen Wan's face as she met his scrutinizing gaze. Instinctively lowering her head to mask the tumult of emotions within, she realized her oversight. In this life, they had not yet crossed paths and shared no bond of life and death, making her peculiar reaction likely to arouse suspicion. When she raised her gaze once more, her eyes were clear and unclouded. Before she could utter a word, the tall man spoke first. We were nearby on a mission and heard gunfire, which prompted us to come to your aid. Are you all unharmed? Shen Wan nodded affirmatively. Was it you who shot those crossbow bolts? At this, Han Lu, fearing for her friend's safety, stepped forward and interjected, "The crossbows were modified by me. They intended to break in and rob us. We were merely acting in self-defense." Unflinchingly, Shen Wan added, "Not only did they wish to rob us, but they also had designs on our virtue." The man pressed his lips tightly together, his sharp gaze scanning the two women before shifting to the figures restrained on the ground nearby, inquiring about the location of their hideout. Only then did she notice that two individuals were being pinned to the floor, crossbow bolts embedded in their thighs and shoulders. The remaining 8 were either sprawled or collapsed, silenced. The soldiers' imposing presence and skill were not something ordinary individuals could withstand, and soon enough, the two captives divulged everything. Their main base was located in Building 32 of the adjacent complex, where 3 more individuals were left behind. Additionally, they confessed that their leader had captured numerous women and children, holding them as hostages to extort supplies from their families. The 2 captives were subsequently taken away, and the scattered bodies on the ground were also dragged off. With the troubles that had plagued them for days finally resolved, Shen Wan exhaled a sigh of relief. After expressing her gratitude to the commanding soldier, she turned to take Han Lu home, unaware that he was watching her retreating figure with a complex expression. Just as Shen Wan was about to close the door, he could no longer contain himself and reached out to block it.
My name is Zhuang Yan.
Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was addressing her. Of course, she was aware of his name, having known it in her previous life. Zhuang Yan raised a fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. In these times of national calamity and disaster, those 2 will not emerge alive. You need not worry. This area will be significantly safer from now on. As he spoke, his gaze darted to a shadowy corner 2 steps away. Following his line of sight, Shen Wan noticed a small dark object, Dong Ji's handgun. They had left it behind? When she turned her attention back to Zhuang Yan, she saw him swiftly turning to leave. Watching his tall, upright figure vanish into the hallway, she found his demeanor rather peculiar, starkly contrasting with the cold and distant stranger she had first encountered in her previous life. However, he had kindly left her a handgun, and it would be unwise to decline such a gift. Shen Wan stepped forward to retrieve the firearm, tucking it into the pocket of her military coat, while Han Lu remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Yet, she had no intention of hiding this from her. Upon entering the living room, she found Han Lu tidying up the disarray. Shen Wan placed the handgun on the table and casually mentioned, "I found this at the door. It must belong to those intruders," deliberately omitting the fact that it was a contraband gift from Zhuang Yan. Before she could finish, Han Lu interrupted, "You should keep what you found, but I suspect it has very few bullets left. Besides, I have trained in martial arts and free fighting. My self-defense capabilities surpass yours." Weak and feeble, Shen Wan quietly retracted her initial intent to argue. She opened the magazine and, indeed, discovered only 3 bullets remaining. Fortunately, this handgun used the same caliber as the 2 others she had in her space. Otherwise, it would have been as useful as a brick. As she observed Han Lu turn back to her tasks, Shen Wan dashed upstairs to the living room. She stored the handgun in her space and retrieved 2 packages of vacuum-sealed salted duck and 2 bags of noodles. Returning to 12:02, she found that the salted duck had frozen solid within mere minutes. She placed the items on the table, and despite Han Lu's repeated refusals, she insisted until Han Lu finally accepted. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by a familiar voice, "Little Han, your door is all warped. Are you alright?" The door swung open to reveal the warm-hearted Aunt Zhou, who lived next door. Han Lu, unfazed, brought a stool for Aunt Zhou to sit on. Shen Wan mused that it was no wonder Aunt Zhou had not sought her company recently. She had found a new companion. It was curious how the warm-hearted Aunt Zhou managed to engage Han Lu, who was typically so icy. As she sat observing their interactions, she found it delightful. One was effusive, while the other was aloof, yet they seemed to coexist harmoniously. During their conversation, she learned that they had met while climbing the stairs. Aunt Zhou had likely initiated the chat, sharing how her engrossed conversation had led her to almost miss a step, and it was Han Lu who had caught her, preventing a potentially disastrous fall. Aunt Zhou grasped Han Lu's hand, expressing her indignation at the scoundrels who sought to bully others. "Little Han, your door has been damaged. You cannot continue living here. Gather your belongings and come stay with me upstairs. I will treat you like my own daughter, and you will never go hungry." Shen Wan remained silent, allowing Han Lu to make her own decision. She understood that Han Lu was perceptive and that living in proximity would benefit both of them. Grasped by Aunt Zhou's warm hands, Han Lu's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, quickly concealed by her lowered gaze as she nodded quietly. Shen Wan had not anticipated that Han Lu would find emotional healing through Aunt Zhou's warmth. She had long suspected that Han Lu's previous state stemmed from the loss of loved ones. Now that she was beginning to emerge from that sorrow, Shen Wan felt a sense of joy for her, recognizing the importance of looking forward in life. Once the arrangement was finalized, the three began the process of moving. The door could not be locked, making it unsafe to sleep at night. Their belongings were few. Most of the burnable items had already been dismantled, leaving only clothes, bedding, and a heating stove. Shen Wan assisted in relocating anything useful to 1501, particularly summer items. Though both women questioned the need to bring along seemingly useless items, they eventually acquiesced, reasoning that they might prove useful if the weather returned to normal. Chapter 61. Organizing the space. Once everything was packed, she felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at her insides. Night had fallen, and Aunt Zhou warmly invited her to stay for dinner. Oh no! It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten about the little one waiting to be fed. It was already past 6 o'clock, and she had completely neglected to consider Shen Momo. Frantically waving her hands to decline Aunt Zhou's invitation, she hurriedly opened the fire door and dashed home. Upon entering her bedroom, she was met with Shen Momo's reproachful gaze. He was clutching a small milk biscuit, preparing to shove it into his mouth, with several empty wrappers scattered across the table. Thankfully, she had the foresight to keep some snacks at home. Otherwise, he would have been in tears from hunger. Not allowing him to continue munching on the biscuits, she quickly fetched a bowl of vegetable meatball soup from her space for him to fill his stomach. As he sipped the soup slowly, she placed several steaming dishes on the dining table: braised pork, crab meat stuffed tofu, and dry pot cauliflower. She also served him half a bowl of rice, as Shen Momo was now eating nearly as much as she did. Truly a little glutton. After finishing the meal, she felt as if she had truly come back to life. Since her rebirth, it had been a long time since she had experienced hunger to such an extent. She had mostly adhered to a regular mealtime since then. After a brief respite, she took the chubby little one to engage in some physical activity. After consuming such a large meal, remaining still would surely lead to indigestion. The two frolicked in the ball pit for a while until she felt her stomach was no longer so bloated. She then encouraged Xiao Ai to continue playing with the little one while she returned to the warmth of the hearth. Shen Momo had indulged in an afternoon nap, likely resulting in a later bedtime. Thus, she allowed him to play freely, knowing he would tire out naturally. She plucked an orange, an apple, and several lychees from the spatial tree, slicing them and removing the seeds before placing them in a glass teapot to brew slowly. Soon, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. She added 2 preserved plums and 2 slices of hawthorn. The sweet and sour notes of the plums combined with the fresh aroma of the fruits heightened the appetite. After adding some fruit tea to Momo's cup, Shen Wan carried her own cup into the spatial realm. Naturally, Xiao Ai would look after Momo. The afternoon had yielded considerable rewards, requiring ample time to organize. Of course, she refrained from physically handling tasks that could be accomplished through her mental prowess. She began with the small hill at the front yard square, categorizing daily necessities, ingredients, and tools into the storeroom. When the storeroom became overcrowded, she stacked items in the corridor entrance, swiftly clearing a space in the front yard square. Shen Wan relocated several shelves from outside the courtyard to the cleared area, employing her mental energy to assemble them to her desired height and size, standing them against the wall, and systematically placing vehicles atop them. She arranged the RVs and fuel trucks on the bottom tier, followed by off-road vehicles, cargo trucks, motorcycles, and tsunami rescue pods, creating a total of 3 levels, confidently ensuring the shelves could bear the weight. There remained numerous shelves outside the courtyard, so she decided to connect them all, forming a circle against the front courtyard wall. Most were constructed into 5-tiered shelves, while a few were elevated to 7 or 8 tiers, allowing for even greater capacity. She placed 2 generator units and a previously acquired small generator on the shelves, along with cables, batteries, gas stoves, and liquefied gas tanks, stacking them as high as possible, quickly transforming the front yard square into a spacious area. Transporting herself to the soil outside the courtyard, she observed that the corn and miscellaneous grain seedlings she had planted were now nearly knee-high. She checked the remaining patches of bare ground, recalling that she had planted a few seedlings in each area for comparison. Within 10 meters of the small courtyard, growth rates were approximately 4 to 5 times that of the external environment. Beyond 10 meters, the growth rate was roughly double that of the outside world. Given the differing rates of growth, she resolved to plant grains in the inner circle and trees in the outer circle. Once the first batch of grains matured, she could proceed with mass sowing. There remained a plethora of items scattered about, including a heap of unprocessed giant logs, desks, construction materials, rare metal barrels, stainless steel bread racks, and a group of fainted long-haired pigs. Shen Wan could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. She was not adept at slaughtering pigs. Leaving them on the ground was not an option. They needed to be placed in the still space, or they would only grow thinner. Using her mental energy, she carefully arranged them on the shelves in the front yard, filling an entire shelf, planning to devise a solution for them later. The bread racks were still useful, so she cleaned them using her mental control, placing them in the master bedroom on the second floor, allowing the wastewater to drain directly into the fields, where it would decompose naturally. The remaining items were placed on the outermost layer of soil, where the passage of time would match that of the outside world, enabling her to retrieve them later for resource exchanges at the base. As for the wood and desk she had just brought back in the afternoon, she would deal with them tomorrow, turning them into firewood for storage. With the space restored to its pristine condition, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Though she did not possess a compulsive need for cleanliness, she had grown accustomed to tidying up the space after each outing. This habit allowed her to keep track of the placement of supplies, ensuring she could easily locate items when needed. As her mental energy waned, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, compounded by the physical exertion of the afternoon, leaving her utterly exhausted. After freshening up, she returned to the bedroom. Finding little Momo dozing off while perusing a picture book, eliciting a mixture of amusement and affection, she carried him into the space for a bath, then added fresh charcoal to the hearth, and only then did they both drift into a deep slumber. Since the last incident of a midnight break-in, she had not returned to the spatial realm for sleep. However, she had not forgotten to block the security door with heavy stones, granting her a sense of safety. Though she still needed to set an alarm to wake up and replace the charcoal in the middle of the night, or else she would undoubtedly awaken to the cold. The challenges ahead were bound to intensify, with surrounding resources rapidly depleting. Circumstances like today would only become more frequent. She could no longer indulge in the luxury of retreating to the space for sleep. Adapting to this new reality would not be a misfortune. As dawn broke, she drew back the curtains to reveal swirling snowflakes. Based on her experiences from her previous life, she anticipated that the intermittent snowfall coupled with extreme cold would persist for an entire year. Outside lay a world of ice and snow. While the water issue had been addressed, the more pressing concern remained food supply. The official base's research institute was likely developing cold-resistant crops, though the timeline for their promotion remained uncertain. She recalled that in her previous life, during the month of extreme cold, the supplies dropped from helicopters had dwindled significantly, often accompanied by a handful of crop seeds and soil nutrients. Sunlight streamed into the room, and before long, Shen Momo awoke. After dressing him, she encouraged him to brush his teeth and wash his face independently. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of wontons for each, enhanced with seaweed, egg crepes, and shrimp. Delightfully fragrant and smooth, with both finishing their broth completely. After their meal, the two engaged in their respective studies and activities. Shen Wan then took a stainless steel bucket to the rooftop, as washing the bread racks had consumed a fair amount of water, and she aimed to refill the empty buckets today. Chapter 62. Storing ice blocks. After securely wrapping the warm packs, she ascended to the rooftop. The wind was mild today, and only a few snowflakes fluttered about. Following the narrow path along the wall to the vicinity of the water tower, she noticed a substantial accumulation of snow on the plastic film. Taking advantage of the wall's concealment, she filled all the empty water buckets with snow. Afterward, she carried the 2 full buckets of snow down the stairs. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she heard commotion emanating from below. The noise was quite raucous, indicating a sizable gathering. Just as she contemplated investigating, she spotted her neighbor, Han Lu, and Aunt Zhou approaching through the corridor. Noting the 2 buckets of snow she carried, her clothes and hat frosted with ice, Aunt Zhou remarked, "Look at you covered in snow. You should head home and warm up. Your relationship with the folks downstairs isn't great. Better not seek trouble." Before Shen Wan could decline, Aunt Zhou nudged her toward the door, adding, "As for gathering information, I'm quite skilled at it. Han and I will go down and see what's happening, and I'll fill you in later." Han Lu gestured with her hand as if signaling a walkie-talkie, and together with Aunt Zhou, they descended the stairs. Shen Wan decided not to join the fray and returned home to recuperate. Although she was bundled up and had warm packs, Spending too much time outdoors had left her feeling quite chilled. During daylight, collecting snow one bucket at a time was painfully slow. She resolved to return to the rooftop at night starting tomorrow, as the cover of darkness would facilitate her tasks significantly. Back in her bedroom, she warmed up after drinking a full cup of ginger tea. She shed her military coat and outerwear, but did not rush to change clothes, knowing she would need to venture out again soon. In the vegetable garden of her spatial realm, the snow in the stainless steel buckets was gradually melting. She used her mental energy to merge the melted snow water, filling the buckets. Just as she finished tidying up, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Han Lu calling her to discuss matters next door. After donning her military coat and outerwear again, she exited the bedroom, placing the 15 or so filled water buckets in the living room, intending to retrieve them once they froze into ice blocks. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, ensuring that she would not face a water shortage for the time being. However, once extreme heat or even an earthquake occurred, finding clean water would become a daunting challenge. This was her newly devised water storage method. Lacking sufficient water storage tools, she had to freeze clean water into ice blocks to store in the still space. Fortunately, she had discovered numerous sturdy shelves, and all the ice blocks she produced during these days would be stacked on the front yard shelves. While food could be regenerated through the space, water was irreplaceable. As long as the still space can accommodate it, for the upcoming year she will continuously store ice cubes. Once the remaining shelves are filled with ice, combined with the water tanks she hoarded before the apocalypse, it should suffice for her and Momo for several decades. After ensuring the doors are securely locked, Shen Wan traversed the corridor and knocked on the door of room 1501. It was Han Lu, clad in a down jacket, who opened the door for her. Upon entering, she found the living room not particularly warm, yet significantly better than the outside chill. As she passed through the living room and entered the master bedroom, she felt a slight increase in warmth. To conserve fuel, the two of them shared a room. Sitting on a stool by the brazier, Aunt Zhou handed her a cup of hot water to warm her hands. The brazier burned charcoal, though its shape suggested it was not the kind purchased from a store. Noticing her gaze, Han Lu explained, "This is homemade charcoal, made from wood, far more durable than regular firewood." The young girl was remarkably versatile, displaying an array of survival skills in the apocalypse. She would need to inquire further about this later. Aunt Zhou joined them, stating, "We just returned from downstairs. Xiao Han said your place isn't very convenient, so we invited you here." After taking a sip of hot water, she continued, "The commotion downstairs is due to two families who previously moved to the resettlement camp returning. They heard life in the camp is quite difficult, having to scavenge for supplies and not being able to eat or dress warmly. A couple of days ago, they learned that the military base was established at St. Love Hospital, so they wanted to move into the military base." Shen Wan felt speechless. Was it so easy to enter the military base? Aunt Zhou continued, "Once they arrived, they discovered that the military base only accepts patients brought back by rescue teams, who are then transferred to official resettlement camps after recovery. Not wanting to return to the camp, they decided to move back into the building." She posed a question. "But their houses are uninhabitable now. Which empty units are they eyeing?" Han Lu scoffed. "The two families that returned previously lived in units 102 and 302. Those two that quarreled in the group chat. Somehow, they ended up back together. They wanted to live on a higher floor but found that all the doors were broken and the furniture had been stripped. They even had the audacity to set their sights on my place, but I pushed back." Aunt Zhou chimed in, "Exactly. They even expected us to help them gather supplies. They really overestimate themselves." In the end, Xiaozhang arranged for them to stay on the 10th floor, where two vacant units were available. As long as they didn't move back into the units directly above or below her, Shen Wan didn't mind their relocation. However, her unit was on the top floor, right beneath the rooftop, which was quite cold. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't choose the top floor. Yet, the two families were not foolish. They opted for a middle floor, which was comparatively warmer. However, the elderly woman from Unit 102 was not one to be trifled with. The building would surely become lively. After chatting for a while, and with mealtime fast approaching, Shen Wan rose to take her leave. In these times, everyone faced hardships, and the value of food was self-evident. It would be impolite for her to linger. Although Aunt Zhou and Han Lu warmly invited her to stay for dinner, she felt uncomfortable imposing on their limited resources, preferring the comfort of her own home. Upon returning home, she found the water bucket in the living room frozen solid. Fortunately, she had purchased stainless steel buckets. Plastic products would not withstand the cold for more than a few minutes. She collected the ice cubes and piled them onto the front yard shelves, then retrieved the bucket into her space before entering the bedroom. Hearing a noise at the door, Shen Momo, who was playing with blocks, immediately dropped her toys and rushed towards her mother. Shen Wan quickly raised her hand to stop the little plump one from running too fast, worried she might catch cold with snow on her coat. After changing into a fluffy set of loungewear, she embraced Momo's soft little body, sitting by the stove to warm up. She retrieved lunch from her space and set it on the dining table. After the small wonton she had eaten in the morning, she was now ravenous. A sukiyaki pot simmered on the stove, and she also brought out sushi, fried shrimp tempura, and some vegetables for hot pot. On snowy days, a hot pot was a must. The sukiyaki had a lighter flavor, suitable for Momo, and the aroma would not disperse. She found a drama to watch while cooking, occasionally serving vegetables to Momo. With Australian Wagyu rolls, grassland lamb rolls, golden abalone slices, and fish roe shrimp paste, the two soon found themselves comfortably full, slumped in their chairs and unwilling to move. Thankfully, with ample daily exercise and bundled up tightly outdoors, her rosy complexion surely kept her from becoming a prime target in the building. Chapter 63. Slaughtering pigs eating too much necessitated more activity, so she sent Xiao AI to play games with the little plump one, knowing he would naturally fall asleep at the appointed time. Meanwhile, she kept herself busy. The firewood in the guest room had been significantly depleted, so she planned to process the wood she had brought back yesterday. She began by chopping the desk into firewood and stacking it in the corridor. While handling the wood, she remembered Han Lu's method for making charcoal and decided to give it a try. Firewood burned too quickly and was difficult to control, leading to waste. Using her mental energy to operate the chainsaw, she cut the wood into evenly sized pieces, then split them with an axe. It took her an hour to process a single tree. She then retrieved an empty metal bucket from her space, filled it with the wood chunks, sealed it with a lid, poked a hole in it, and placed it over the fire to heat. Once cooled, it would yield charcoal. Outside in the yard, she set up a fire pit, burning one bucket after another to create charcoal while keeping an eye on the situation in her space, all the while watching a television drama. From a single massive tree, she ultimately produced over 1,000 pounds of charcoal, which indeed proved to be more durable than firewood when calculated by burning time. Her mental energy was running low, leaving the remainder for her to process slowly later. With time still on her side, and the pigs on the shelves yet to be processed, she decided to learn how to slaughter pigs. After searching for a survival blogger's video, she found one detailing how to hunt wild boars and watched it carefully several times. Entering her space, she changed into an old set of workout clothes and donned a rain suit, capturing a small pig along with her toolkit before teleporting to the empty area outside her yard. She laid down a waterproof cloth, set up a stainless steel cooking station, and placed the pig on it. With a knife going in and out, the pig's blood flowed into the bucket below. Once the blood had drained, she took out a boning knife to remove the pig's head, skin, and entrails, then split the pig in half. The processing was complete. Finding a shelf, she placed the two halves of pork upon it, while categorizing and setting aside the remaining pig's head and entrails for later processing. With a total of 18 pigs, the entire process from slaughter to butchering took her over 4 hours, and that was with the assistance of her mental energy speeding up the work. Some steps would have taken much longer had she done them manually. From her initially clumsy technique, she eventually became fluid in her movements, swiftly disassembling the meat from the bone with just a few strokes of the boning knife. The neatly processed pork filled an entire shelf. The alternating red and white meat nearly made her queasy. She hurriedly stored the shelf in the meat storage room. She also intended to make use of the pig's blood, rich in protein and iron, which was excellent for replenishing blood and enhancing physical strength. She had added salt to the bucket containing the blood in advance, and now it had cooled and solidified. A large pot of hot water was boiling, and she cooked the blood blocks until they were fully cooked and chilled before storing them in the warehouse. Only a few pig heads and various entrails remained on the waterproof cloth, which were more troublesome to process than the pork itself. To avoid the risk of nausea, she decided to wait until after dinner to tackle them slowly with her mental energy. Though she had lost her appetite, Shen Momo still needed to eat. Bringing out dinner for the two of them from her space, she prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Momo, adding a spoonful of mushroom and shredded meat topping. For herself, she opted for a bowl of vegetable salad. As she had eaten too much at lunch and had no appetite, she needed to balance her intake for the evening. After dinner, she donned her clothes and went to the rooftop, as cleaning the entrails required a substantial amount of snow water. and the water she had brought back in the morning had already frozen into blocks, making it unusable. The outdoors had grown dark, with large snowflakes fluttering down. She walked along the narrow path to the water tower, where the snow accumulation on the plastic sheet was still minimal. The water tower on the rooftop was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. After the extreme cold comes the extreme heat, and with little rainfall in recent years, the outdoor water tower had become useless. Seizing the cover of night, she retrieved her tools from storage and began dismantling the water tower. 2 large tanks were placed into storage, set aside in the yard until the ice melted for further processing. There were still several large tanks left in the warehouse, which could later be utilized in the corridor for storing potable water. She cleared away the snow from the plastic sheet and gathered a substantial amount from the adjacent open space, enough to suffice for the day, before descending to return home. With her boundless mental energy, she meticulously cleaned the entrails several times using the snow, then retrieved the flour that had been soaked previously to continue the cleansing process. An hour later, all the entrails were thoroughly cleaned. Those requiring marination were placed in a large pot, seasoned with spices for slow cooking, while the remainder was stored in the meat storage area. She tidied up the refuse, including the household waste, into the corner garbage station, as discarding it outside would attract unwanted attention. After washing and organizing everything, she felt invigorated. She picked a cluster of lychees and jasmine grapes before exiting storage, indulging in them while watching television, occasionally checking on the simmering pot of marinated dishes. Of course, she did not forget to start cooking rice, planning to stir-fry some vegetables later to prepare boxed meals for storage. In the early morning, just awakening, Shen Wan felt a bit dazed. Shen Momo was diligently attempting to dress herself beside her. Having been busy until midnight the previous night, she had woken up later than usual. Over 1,000 boxed meals were neatly arranged on the shelves, while another shelf held several barrels of marinated dishes. There were marinated pig's trotters, pig's ears, and pig's liver. She had not been willing to waste the high-quality marinade from the previous night, and had prepared some marinated beef, beef tripe, and soy sauce duck, ready to be sliced when desired. Breakfast was simple, consisting of a bowl of millet porridge for each, accompanied by pan-fried dumplings, buns, and tea eggs. After the meal, she activated the radiant heating system in the living room and brought out several large toys, sufficient for the little chubby one to play with all day. Just as she was practicing acupuncture on a mannequin, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The 2 residents from 1501 would not knock on her door. Han Lu would directly contact her through the intercom. Likely, it was a resident from downstairs. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed her suspicion. It was the elderly woman who had previously lived in 102. Shen Wan had no intention of opening the door, knowing well that nothing good would come of it. Furthermore, with the heating running in her living room, opening the door would let the warmth escape, inviting unwanted attention. Shen Wan spoke directly. "What brings you to my door?" Immediately, the elderly woman's tearful voice responded, "Young lady, we have no food left, nor firewood for warmth. Please, have pity on us and share some supplies. I have many mouths to feed at home and nothing extra to give you. Please leave." The old woman, however, refused to budge, collapsing to the ground in wails. "The official supplies are plentiful, yet you've taken them all from us. You must return them, or I will die at your doorstep." Shen Wan found the woman's reasoning laughable. In this apocalyptic world, who would willingly relinquish their hard-earned supplies? Is there no distribution at the shelter? After exhausting the resources there, you return to beg for supplies from the residents? Why not share what you received at the shelter with us? If you wish to linger at my doorstep, I have no objections. It's merely an opportunity to clear away another corpse. She did not believe for a moment that the elderly woman had come alone, with her frail limbs. How could she ascend 15 floors? There was undoubtedly someone orchestrating this. It remained unclear whether she was soliciting from house to house, or had fixated solely on her home. Chapter 64. The dead of humanity. Ignoring the cacophony of cries outside, Shen Wan returned to her bedroom to retrieve the intercom. Contacting Han Lu. "There's an elderly woman at my door making a scene. Has she come to your place?" Han Lu's cold voice came through. "No. Do not open the door. We can't even take care of ourselves. Who has surplus supplies to share in these times?" Shen Wan had no intention of giving anything to the woman outside, regardless of her worthiness. She had witnessed too many instances of ingratitude in her life. Contacting Han Lu was merely a precautionary measure to alert the neighbors. It seemed they had adapted well to the post-apocalyptic reality. Upon returning to the living room, she noticed it was quiet outside. Perhaps the woman had moved on to another home. However, It did serve as a reminder that with the heating on in the living room, opening the door would cause a loss of warmth. The entrance was a small foyer. To the left was a shoe cabinet, and to the right was the kitchen, which was currently of no use. She merely needed to hang a partition curtain at the entrance. The storage area contained numerous partition curtains. Some had been purchased online, while others had been salvaged from a shopping mall. The entrance was about the size of a door, and the curtain she had bought would suffice. Installation was simple. She would just need to hammer in a few nails for hooks, then affix a magnetic strip along the wall for a snug fit. This would effectively separate the living room from the foyer, allowing her to open the front door without worrying about heat loss. Once the curtain was hung, she was about to return to her room to continue studying the acupoint diagrams when another knock resounded at the door. It seemed her home was quite busy today. Expecting it to be the elderly woman returning, she peered through the peephole only to see a figure adorned in military attire. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the handsome face with stubble, none other than Zhuang Yan. She felt relieved that her swift actions had been timely, otherwise, his keen perception would have surely detected something amiss in her home. Opening the door, Zhuang Yan halted his hand mid-knock. Shen Wan pretended not to notice his awkwardness and looked up at him. "Commander Zhuang, do you require something from me?" The man stood at 188 meters, towering nearly 20 centimeters above her, compelling her to look up at him. Zhuang Yan retrieved 2 small boxes from his military coat pocket and handed them to her. The boxes were not large, hardly noticeable in his palm, yet the design on top captured Shen Wan's attention. It depicted bullets, a full 2 boxes. Was he intending to gift these to her? Yet, they had only met twice, and he was bestowing such a precious gift upon her? He nudged the boxes forward with his large hand. "There are hardly any bullets left in that handgun. Keep these 2 boxes for your use." Before she could react, he seized her gloved right hand, placed the boxes in her palm, and quickly released it. Shen Wan felt a sudden wave of confusion, unsure whether to accept his kindness. These items were likely controlled goods. Would accepting them lead to repercussions for him? Zhuang Yan assured her, "No need to worry, just accept them. Things are a bit more relaxed now. You, as a young woman, should take care of your own safety." Shen Wan glanced up at him, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, indicating he had likely been busy without rest. The military rescue team had just arrived at their base, and there was undoubtedly much to attend to. Curiously, she asked, "How did you know where I lived?" "The 2 individuals you brought back last time revealed the information. They had been watching you for a while." This revelation was no surprise to Shen Wan, and she did not hesitate to accept the items. Tucking them into her outer coat pocket, she asked him to wait outside for a moment while she returned to the living room. From her storage shelf, she grabbed a large bag of individually packaged beef jerky and nut chocolate, then stepped outside to place it into his arms as a token of gratitude. As soon as he had placed the items in her hand, Shen Wan had guessed his intentions. After 3 years in this apocalyptic world, she was no longer a naive girl. She understood the unspoken language of a young man. However, she could not accept his goodwill without reason. In this life, her sole focus was on living well with Momo, and romantic entanglements were not within her considerations. Moreover, the presence of an additional person in her space only amplifies the danger. She lacks the confidence to extricate herself unscathed from the keen scrutiny of the other party. Their shared tribulations belong merely to a past life, and she cannot ascertain whether the current Zhuang Yan would choose national integrity over familial ties. The stakes are too high for her. Shen Wan's thoughts were straightforward, yet she had not anticipated the difficulties in execution. Zhuang Yan resolutely refused her token of gratitude, and amidst their mutual refusals, he casually remarked that she could find him at Shanghai Hospital if needed, before hastily descending the stairs. Shen Wan, burdened with her belongings, wore a look of exasperation. Now, even if she wished to avoid entanglements, she found herself ensnared. Debts of gratitude are notoriously burdensome. In the following 2 days, Zhuang Yan did not appear. Apart from meals, exercise, and academic pursuits, she spent her time processing the timber in her space, leading a rather tranquil existence. Occasionally, gunshots could be heard from outside the community. However, since the military had been stationed nearby to eradicate local criminal elements, the security in the vicinity had markedly improved, granting the residents a modicum of respite. On this particular morning, after finishing breakfast, she awaited the airdrop of supplies via helicopter in her living room. According to the radio announcement, it was scheduled for today, though the timing remained uncertain. Thus, she chose to remain in the living room, diligently completing her exercise and study tasks while using her mental prowess to saw wood and produce charcoal. Over the past few days, The trees in the open area had been nearly processed, resulting in a significant increase in the stocks of charcoal and ice on her shelves. During a brief interlude in charcoal production, she noticed that the corn and grains planted outside her yard had ripened. Seizing the opportunity, she began harvesting the mature crops. Although the corn occupied the largest area, its harvesting was relatively effortless. Utilizing her mental control, she stripped and dried the corn, retaining the stalks for fuel. The mixed grains, however, posed a greater challenge. For the sake of convenience in replanting, she needed to separate the assorted grains: rice, brown rice, black rice, red beans, peas, and over a dozen varieties in total. Fortunately, the plants had distinct appearances, making identification manageable. After collecting and segregating the grains by type, she set them out to dry, intending to sow them later that evening. Judging by today's yield, planting the entirety of the surrounding land should not prove overly difficult. The outer land, with its lengthy growth cycle, would be utilized for fruit trees and to accommodate some bulky supplies. It was fortunate that she could employ her mental power to manage the planting space. Otherwise, the sheer volume of land would be exhausting, leaving her no time for anything else. Large agricultural machinery consumed diesel, while her mental energy cost her nothing, thus it was far less burdensome. She recalled an agricultural technology park in a neighboring city, approximately a 2-hour drive away. Tomorrow, she could venture in that direction to see if she might discover something of use. The land in her space required no compost. All the straw from the grains was collected together for future use, primarily serving as fuel for charcoal production or cooking. Chapter 65. A Tale of Misery After Tidying Up. She had barely settled onto the sofa for a moment's respite when the roar of helicopters echoed from outside the community. She nonchalantly donned her warmers and dressed in layers, pulling on her thick Canada Goose jacket and then draping a military coat over it. Based on past experiences, she knew the helicopter was still in the neighboring community, leaving her ample time. When she opened the door, she found a steady stream of people ascending the stairs. Not daring to linger, she quickly closed the door. Although the entryway had been insulated with a curtain, the temperature remained considerably warmer than the outside chill. Han Lu from 1501 and Aunt Zhou also emerged, and the three of them ascended together. The 16th floor corridor was already crowded with people, and she was surprised to see the elderly lady from 102 present as well. However, her condition appeared dire. If not for the support of 2 individuals beside her, she would have collapsed onto the floor. The elderly woman, pale and frail, was flanked by a man and a woman whose faces she did not recognize. She recalled that the elderly lady's son had perished in a flood. Who, then, were these 2 individuals? The elderly lady seemed to be on the brink of collapse, her companions propping her up. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine recently, Shen Wan surmised that the elderly lady was nearing her limits. The 3 of them positioned themselves close to the elderly lady, and Shen Wan promptly pulled Han Lu and Aunt Zhou back to the periphery of the crowd. The 2 were puzzled, and Shen Wan explained, "Those 3 individuals do not seem well. Let us maintain our distance." Aunt Zhou grasped her arm and whispered, "Those 2 are her eldest son and daughter-in-law. The one who passed was the second son. Just days ago, they were dragging the elderly lady around to beg for supplies. Look at what a state they've reduced her to." As Aunt Zhou continued her rambling, a loud thud resonated from the rooftop above, signaling the arrival of supplies. Zhang Pingho, the building manager, called upon several strong young men to retrieve the materials. When 6 individuals returned, they were taken aback. This time, the supplies amounted to only a third of what they had previously received, easily manageable by 2 people, rendering the assistance of so many unnecessary. The crowd hurriedly unwrapped the packages, which were cushioned in 2 layers of thin blankets for protection. Inside were merely a box of compressed biscuits, a few cans of meat, and a small bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes. The package was labeled as a cold-resistant crop planting kit, likely one of the recent research developments from the Scientific Institute, arriving far earlier than she had anticipated. Zhang Pingho counted the residents. With the 2 new families that had moved in, there remained 11 households in the building. As several families had succumbed to the extreme cold, the canned meat was distributed by household while the biscuits were divided per person. Everyone acquiesced, as there was truly no better method of allocation. Ultimately, 6 cans of meat and several packs of compressed biscuits remained, and the eldest son of the elderly lady stepped forward to speak. "We just moved in and did not receive anything from the last supply. Surely, the leftovers should be divided among us. My mother is ill and cannot even fill her stomach." Another newly arrived family echoed his sentiment, lamenting their plight incessantly. The crowd, however, was unwilling to indulge them, and voices rose in rebuttal, the cacophony causing Shen Wan a headache. As 5 minutes elapsed without resolution, Zhang Pingho struggled to assert himself. The cold outside was unbearable, and she had no desire to prolong the standoff. Decisively, Shen Wan withdrew a short sword from within her military coat and flung it with a single hand. The blade glimmered as it embedded itself nearly 10 centimeters into the wall. The boisterous eldest son of the elderly lady, witnessing the swift arc of cold steel, was so startled that he fell to the ground, a puddle of an indeterminate liquid forming at his feet. The crowd recoiled in disgust, silently retreating. Shen Wan's icy voice pierced through the chaos. "You are newcomers and must adhere to the rules of this building. If you find it unjust, you are welcome to leave for a place you deem fair. Building manager, you may proceed." Her gaze turned toward Zhang Pingho, who, visibly shaken by her intensity, hastily responded, Yes, we will distribute the remaining supplies. Those who received canned meat should take a little less." Following this, his eyes sought Shen Wan's, and without hesitation, she approached to claim 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 planting kits. Han Lu and Aunt Zhou opted for a can of meat and 2 planting kits each. They did not take advantage of the situation, merely securing their rightful portions. The 3 of them departed together, and before leaving, they did not forget to retrieve the sword from the wall. The crowd, having just regained composure, was once again startled, retreating further back. As she withdrew the blade, she noticed the man seated on the ground, the liquid by his legs now frozen into a solid block of ice. In this extreme cold, irreversible damage had already been inflicted upon his skin and muscle tissue, and she surmised he was beyond saving. Her sword had landed at least a meter away from him. With such cowardice, he spent his days soliciting sympathy. While the elderly lady may have conducted herself poorly, she was undoubtedly a good mother.
Yet,
her eldest son disregarded her well-being, dragging her around to elicit pity, truly a disgrace to filial duty. Upon unlocking the security door and stepping into her home, the warmth of the living room enveloped her, allowing her to cast aside her worries. She had lingered too long on the rooftop, and the clock was nearing midnight. Accompanied by the little one, she returned to the bedroom, where they planned to enjoy lunch. With little inclination to choose, she randomly selected a box meal and a yam and pork rib soup to place on the table. Upon opening the containers, she discovered 3-cup chicken, shrimp with corn, and stir-fried water spinach, along with a bowl of steamed eggs she retrieved from her storage space. The portions were ample, sufficient for both of them. In terms of food, Shen Wan adhered firmly to the principle of waste not, for she was well aware that many outside struggled to satisfy their basic needs. The ability to eat and stay warm in this apocalyptic world was a blessing from the Jade Pendant space. While the resources in the space were abundant, the harsh realities of survival in such times could not be overlooked. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but the reverse is challenging. Thus, through consistent teaching and personal example, one can better integrate into the broader environment. After tidying the table, she noticed supplies on the floor. Compressed biscuits and canned goods were stored on the shelves, and a bag containing planting kits for cold-resistant crops remained. The little one, Shen Momo, fidgeted beside her, prompting Shen Wan to take him along with the planting kit to the living room, where she would provide him with a hands-on planting lesson. The kit contained several sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes, along with some coconut coir bricks and nutrient solution. She retrieved a few foam boxes from her space, placed the coir bricks inside, soaked them in water, and cut the potatoes and sweet potatoes into smaller pieces according to the sprouting spots. The wood ash from her previous charcoal-making endeavor proved useful, as she set a small basin of it on the floor. After demonstrating how to roll a potato in the ash for the little one, she entrusted him with the task. Once the coir bricks were sufficiently soaked, she fluffed them with a shovel, added a few drops of nutrient solution, and mixed thoroughly, preparing for planting. She took the ash-coated potato and sweet potato pieces, placed them on the coir, and planned to bury them later. Chapter 66, Mischief. A total of 6 foam boxes were prepared for an experiment. 2 boxes were set in the living room, 2 on the balcony of the secondary bedroom, and the last 2 placed within the storage space. She aimed to study their growth under varying temperatures and compare the taste once they bore fruit. After washing the little one's hands, she tucked him into bed for a nap and settled onto the couch, immersing her consciousness in her storage space, where she used her mental energy to harvest the mature vegetables. There were also watermelons, cantaloupes, and small melons. She washed the soil-covered ones with snow water from her water tower before storing them. After retilling and organizing the soil, she scattered seeds. The storage was now brimming with vegetables and fruits. She planned to delay harvesting until her current crops matured, knowing they wouldn't rot in the soil. She decided to consume some of the stock in the storage first. Thinking ahead, she retrieved some vegetables suitable for drying, blanched those that needed it, sliced the rest, and placed them in the dehydrator and oven. She also picked some fruits from the trees, mangoes, oranges, jujubes, lychees, longans, figs, etc., which could be made into dried fruit for easier storage. It was impractical for her to remain hidden with Momo in Unit 1502 forever. They needed to reintegrate into the larger environment. She couldn't always produce a fresh, glistening cabbage in front of others without raising suspicion. Dried vegetables could serve as a clever disguise. As she lay on the couch, her eyes closed for a brief respite, a rhythmic knock echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, she recognized the young man in military attire as Zhuang Yan. After a few days apart, he appeared clean and tidy, standing tall at her door, like a poplar tree. He seemed to have taken good care of himself during this time, and it was likely that the daily operations at the military base had normalized, allowing him the time to visit. As she opened the door, before she could speak, Zhuang Yan handed her a black plastic bag. She hesitated to accept it, still feeling indebted from their last encounter. Noticing her reluctance, he said with a hint of exasperation, "These are newly developed vegetable seedlings. You might want to give them a try." Only then did she reach out to take it, reasoning that a few potatoes were unlikely to breach any protocol. However, upon opening the bag, she was taken aback to find not potatoes or sweet potatoes, but rather a dozen vegetable seedlings. The tender green sprouts still bore traces of soil, their leaves drooping. Half were leafy greens, and the other half were radish seedlings. "You've managed to cultivate cold-resistant greens? This wasn't included in the previous supplies," she remarked, curiosity tinging her tone. Zhuang Yan explained. "They were sent over by the Research Institute. The seedlings are few and have a low survival rate, so they weren't distributed. I thought you might need some, so I brought you a few." Shen Wan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of her needs, the gesture warranted acknowledgement. Even considering her past life's debt to him, she couldn't afford to be cold towards Zhuang Yan. Seizing the opportunity to return the favor, she also offered him the jerky and chocolate she had not given him previously, firmly placing them in his hands, much to his bemusement. He had no choice but to accept, though he pondered what would be appropriate to gift in return, as these edibles were indeed precious. Unbeknownst to Shen Wan, had she been aware of his thoughts, she might have snatched back the gifts. As she contemplated how to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhuang Yan cleared his throat and asked, "I still don't know your name." Shen Wan was taken aback before realization struck. She had been reborn, and it was only natural she had forgotten he didn't know her name, especially since he had never asked. Furthermore, with the electronic systems long since collapsed, even those with access would be unable to find such information. "I am Shen Wan," she replied, her voice clear and melodious, raising her gaze to meet his. She detected no unusual reaction from him, indicating that it was indeed the first time he had heard her name. At the very least, she could conclude that Zhuang Yan was not a fellow reborn. Her earlier suspicions, sparked by his gifts of firearms and ammunition, had made her wonder if he had also experienced a rebirth, explaining his peculiar demeanor towards her. After all, a complete stranger would not typically extend such favors. She had never believed in love at first sight, for nothing of the sort had transpired in her previous life. In their initial encounters, he had seemed indifferent, and it was only after spending a couple of days together that they began to converse. After traveling together, she had persistently requested to learn marksmanship from him. If there were levels to wooing, he had been a stubborn bronze in her past life, but now he seemed to embody the strongest champion, possessing tangible skills. Observing his expression now, she sensed sincerity rather than pretense. Yet the reasons behind his behavior eluded her, so she chose to let things unfold naturally. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard Zhuang Yan calling her name, snapping her back to reality. "Sorry, I was daydreaming."
What did you say?
He frowned, bemused by her frequent distractions. "Never mind. It's nothing. It's too cold outside. You should head back." After bidding farewell, she turned to leave, only to catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure lurking in the hallway, causing her to furrow her brow. Zhuang Yan followed her gaze and spotted the figure just as it turned to leave. He quickly approached, capturing the individual and lifting their chin to reveal a face she didn't recognize. The person stood at about 5'7", with a square jaw and straight brows, their hair parted in the middle and a stubbled face. Shen Wan had no recollection of this person. Why were they lurking at her door? Noticing Zhuang Yan's questioning look, she shook her head, indicating she did not know the stranger. Perhaps intimidated by the oppressive aura of the soldier, the man confessed everything before he could even utter a word. My mother sent me here, he said. She said the girl in 1502 is very beautiful, and asked me to come and take a look. I assure you, I mean no harm. I haven't done anything. Upon hearing this, she immediately inquired, "What is your name? And where do you live?" She was eager to uncover the source of this troublesome flower, to find out who dared to set their sights on her. The man, trembling, replied, "My name is Chinli, and I live in 801 downstairs." Shen Wan gritted her teeth in anger. It was that middle-aged woman again, relentless as ever. It seemed her fingers were no longer sore. This nuisance had to be dealt with. She needed a plan to teach that family a lesson. If Zhuang Yan were not present, she would have acted on the spot. However, given that he was a guardian of the people, clad in military attire, it was decidedly unwise to commit any misdeeds in his presence. Chapter 67. Intimidation. As if reading her thoughts, Zhuang Yan tightened his grip on the man's wrist, causing Chun-Li to shiver in pain. "Do not dare to harass her again. If I see you once more, you will never return home. Now leave." With that, he shoved the man toward the stairwell, and Chun-Li stumbled to the ground before scrambling to his feet and fleeing in haste. Shen Wan said nothing, and at Zhuang Yan's gesture, she turned and locked the door behind her. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found Mo already awake. After Xiao Ai dressed him, they were watching television together. Not wanting to rush in, she decided to tend to her seedlings first. Fortunately, she still had some coconut soil left, stored in a foam box. She carefully planted the seedlings at a measured distance and watered them with a few drops of diluted nutrient solution. Just as she was about to rise, she noticed the potato and sweet potato planting boxes set aside. Since her hands were already dirty, she figured she might as well plant those too. After returning to her bedroom, she reclined on the sofa, closed her eyes to rest, and contemplated how to deal with that troublesome mother and son. Barely 5 minutes had passed when she heard a loud banging on the door. Shen Wan's anger flared instantly. Did they think her a sickly cat? She donned her coat, grasped her short sword, and rushed out of the bedroom. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed that the very mother and son she longed to confront stood outside. Swiftly, she opened the door, initially believing them to be mere neighbors. Not particularly wicked individuals, she had no desire to resort to violence. Yet, they seemed intent on treating her like a soft target. The sudden opening of the door startled them, and just as Shen Wan was about to speak, the woman's overly cheerful face leaned in close. She had no patience to engage in conversation. Instead, she drew her sword and pointed it directly at the woman's chest. The mother and son stumbled back in fear, hastily explaining, "Young lady, I've come with my son to apologize. Please calm down. He may be clumsy with words, but he is a good person, educated, far superior to those rough men in the military." Noticing Shen Wan's indifference, the woman continued, "Auntie is only looking out for you. The people outside cannot compare to the familiar faces in our building, can they? My son is quite handsome and honest." Shen Wan had no desire to listen to this woman's incessant babbling. Stepping forward, she flashed her sword, and with a swift motion, severed the woman's hands at the wrists, blood splattering against the nearby wall. A piercing scream erupted, and the middle-aged woman collapsed, blood pouring from her wrists. Shen Wan's voice rang out coldly, "I warned you against courting danger. Why do you insist on testing the boundaries? How many lives do you think you can afford to waste?" The woman's obedient son, nearly paralyzed with fear, knelt on the ground, pleading, "It was my mother who forced me to come. She said your home is filled with food, and if I could win you over, we would never have to worry about eating again. I've confessed everything. Please spare me." Shen Wan noted the shock on the mother's face. She likely never anticipated being betrayed by her own son. Initially, Shen Wan had thought this was merely a troublesome flower, deserving of a minor reprimand. Yet, it seemed they were after her provisions, and now she had no intention of letting them go. One misdeed often leads to another, and if these two bore a grudge and conspired with others against her, she would be in a precarious position. Ignoring the man's pleas for mercy, she retrieved a stun baton from her space, cranked the power to maximum, and thrust it into his neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The woman, still reeling from her injury, saw her son collapse and, fueled by desperation, charged at Shen Wan. Unsurprisingly, she too fell victim to the stun batten's power. The reason for using the stun batten was primarily to avoid the mess of cleaning up. She had been furious when she took out her sword earlier, resulting in blood splattering across walls and floors, leaving her with the burden of cleaning up afterward. After administering another shock to the unconscious duo, she stripped them of their coats and dragged their bodies to the stairwell, discarding them outside. The warmth still lingered in their clothes, which she used to wipe the blood from the walls and floor before tossing them out as well. Peering out the window, she observed that twilight was settling in. However, against the backdrop of the white snow, the two bodies below were distinctly visible. Blood was splattered everywhere, and their contorted postures left no doubt they would not survive. She noticed several residents peering out in curiosity, and upon meeting her scrutinizing gaze, they quickly retreated. She felt satisfied that her building would enjoy a few days of peace. Though she knew it was not a permanent solution, intimidation was merely a temporary measure. The harsh conditions of survival posed a significant challenge to all living beings. Resources were dwindling, and when people were starving, they could become desperate enough to risk their lives. She could not prevent others from harboring malicious thoughts towards her. Nor could she escape the city to hide in the mountains. Should an avalanche or extreme heat occur, the difficulty of escape would be substantial. At least before the impending earthquake, the building remained relatively safe. Moreover, the dark forces outside were not mere trifles. The further one strayed from military encampments, the bolder they became in their actions. In comparison, these small troubles paled in significance. Prepare for battle against soldiers, and obstacles will be met with earth. This was a safety zone she had painstakingly crafted over the past 2 months, and she had no intention of relinquishing it just yet. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she spotted a bundled figure peeking from behind the fire door in the corridor. It was Han Lu. "Shen Wan, do you need assistance?" "No, I have already handled it. Everything is fine." Her actions had been swift, from opening the door to dealing with the bodies in a mere 6 or 7 minutes. Han Lu must have heard the woman's screams and come to investigate. Confirming that Shen Wan was unharmed and required no help, Han Lu nodded and returned to 1501. Shen Wan quickly opened her door and returned inside. The cold outdoors was biting, and she had not dressed warmly. Her hands and feet were icy. Once back in her bedroom, she sat by the stove to warm up, only then realizing she felt a bit hungry.
Glancing at Montag,
who was seated on the slide, she noted that he had already begun snacking. She mused that it was impossible for her to be hungrier than the little chubby one. If he and T sought her out, he must have found something delicious. Retrieving a serving of duck blood vermicelli soup and tomato beef noodle from her space, she placed them on the dining table, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Mo abandoned his snacks and eagerly approached. Xiao Ai lifted him onto the warm Kong, settled him down, and tied a bib around him before they both began to enjoy their dinner. After a couple of bites, she took out a serving of pot stickers and scallion pancakes. Crispy and flaky, paired with the warm vermicelli soup, it was utterly satisfying. Mo devoured the noodles she had prepared earlier, finishing every last drop of broth and noodle in his small bowl. After relishing 2 pot stickers, he finally climbed down from the warm Kong, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 68. The security door. After finishing her meal and tidying up the dining table, she brewed herself a pot of fruit tea, finally finding the time to enter her space for a look. The dryer and oven had completed their cycles and had automatically shut off. She took out trays filled with dried vegetables and fruits, packaged them in clean bags, and stored them on the shelves. With the machines and the power bank put away in the warehouse, her view opened up, and she noticed the boxes of grains and corn seedlings placed in the courtyard. The various grain seedlings had already grown 2 to 3 centimeters tall, ready for planting. As for the corn, it could be directly sown after threshing, making it much more convenient than other grains. The seeds, improved by the black soil, had a germination rate that could reach nearly 100%, and during her seed collection, she had also discovered a significant increase in yield. Take wheat, for instance. After living in the countryside for so many years, she had never seen such large heads of wheat, each grain plump and heavy, with an estimated yield of around 1,500 pounds per acre. Thus, when nurturing the seedlings, she specifically used the black soil from her courtyard to enhance both the germination rate and the yield. Without delay, she began her farming, planting about an acre of each type of grain, while the remainder was dedicated to corn. Currently, within her space, the inner circle of fertile land had a time flow rate 5 times faster, amounting to about a dozen acres, while the outer circle had a normal passage of time approximately 30 acres. Some of this area was planted with fruit trees, while another part was reserved for stacking metal materials, leaving the rest vacant for tomorrow's planting considerations. Tilling and planting across several acres consumed over 2 hours, draining her mental energy and leaving her utterly exhausted. After sipping a cup of fruit tea and preparing to retire early, a faint knocking echoed from the living room. The rhythmic sound of knocking reached her ears. And after confirming it wasn't a figment of her imagination, she got up to dress. 5 minutes later, she opened the door to find someone standing outside. The sound of knocking felt familiar, and indeed it was Shen Wan. He had come over late at night. She wondered what urgent matter had brought him here. "Are you hurt?" His anxious voice broke through. After a quick appraisal of her, Shen Wan, bewildered, thought to herself, what had gone awry? "I saw the corpse downstairs, and the blood in the corridor. Did someone come looking for trouble? Are you all right?" His eyes were filled with worry and concern. And Shen Wan was taken aback. She had feared he might think her violent and bloodthirsty. It seemed her worries had been unfounded, as she reassured him, "I'm fine. That mother and son wanted to target my family. I cannot allow them to repeatedly challenge my limits." Observing his reaction, Zhuang Yan appeared to neither disapprove of her actions, nor could he help but worry for her safety. They brought this upon themselves. "In the future, use a handgun for long-range attacks. Don't put yourself in harm's way," he advised. "Understood," she replied. "I've brought you a security door. I'll help you install it shortly." Shen Wan was at a loss for words. Here came another gesture of goodwill. "I already have a security door," she said, pointing to the solid metal door that resembled a vault door, exuding pride. This door, which she had purchased at a great expense, could not be opened without a heavy-duty cutting machine. Zhuang Yan had long noticed her double-layered door and simply explained, "I've observed the layout of your floor. Adding an extra security door outside the fire door will greatly enhance safety. As for the fire door on the other side of the stairs, we can seal it with concrete and steel bars. I've brought the materials with me." Only then did she notice that beside the elevator door, there were several bags of cement and installation tools, along with bricks and steel bars for walling, the means of which she wondered how he had managed to transport. However, she did not refuse his goodwill. Being knocked on the door every day was indeed vexing, and keeping those individuals outside the corridor would be most beneficial. Yet, sealing off the entire floor would require consulting with her neighbors. Crossing the corridor, she knocked on the door of 1501, and soon after, Han Lu opened the door, followed closely by Aunt Zhou, wrapped up tightly. Shen Wan explained her intentions, and the two women had no objections, eagerly offering to assist. The trio reconvened at the entrance of 1502 to join Zhuang Yan. After a brief discussion, they decided to first block the fire door next door. As for the security door, installing the top and bottom locks would require drilling, so they postponed that until the next morning. It was not that they feared being watched. Rather, they wished to avoid disturbing the peace. Unjustly disturbing others' restful slumber would not only breed jealousy, but could easily incite public outrage. The four of them began to wall up the door. The outdoor temperature was too low, so they had mixed the cement at home with hot water to prevent it from freezing quickly. In about half an hour, they had sealed the door completely. Zhuang Yan continued to apply cement on the side near the stairs, planning to circumvent from the 16th floor shortly, as there were no residents above, alleviating any concerns of being discovered. In the meantime, an idea struck Shen Wan. She returned home to retrieve the welding machine and power bank, intending to weld shut the two elevator doors and the next door's fire door, making it impossible to break through even with brute force. Seeing her emerge with two large machines, Han Lu rushed over to help, instantly grasping her intention and giving her a silent thumbs up. Just as they assembled the machines, Zhuang Yan descended from upstairs. Without missing a beat, he took over the work from Shen Wan and continued with the welding. Shen Wan was about to watch a video to learn welding techniques when she was struck by admiration for him. He was truly a jack of all trades. Regardless of aesthetics, the welds were tight and secure. The tools were impossible to pry open without a cutting machine, thus elevating safety to a new level. Since the welding machine was already out, they might as well install the security door. The security door was a pure steel barrier. With the combined weight of solid steel columns and plates exceeding 200 pounds, she wondered where he had procured it. After powering up, they welded the surrounding edges of the stainless steel door to the frame of the fire door. Tomorrow, they would only need to drill a few holes for the top and bottom locks. After receiving the keys, she handed two to her neighbors, urging them to return home and rest. Zhuang Yan assisted her in returning the tools home and was just about to say goodbye when he suddenly recalled something. In a while, I'll find more materials to seal the corridor as well. Also, I'll be out on a mission tomorrow and want to be around for the next few days. Be careful at home and try not to go out. Shen Wan agreed but ultimately decided not to disclose her plans for the next day. It seemed he could see through her cautious thoughts yet did not press further. The young lady next door is quite capable. Teaming up with her will enhance your safety. Remember to bring your gun. Shen Wan was taken aback by his persistent concern, having grown accustomed to solitude over the years in this post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, someone had intruded so forcefully into her life, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Finally, she simply replied, "I understand," and hurriedly departed the scene. Chapter 69. The industrial park. Upon returning to her bedroom, she contemplated and ultimately decided to contact Han Lu via intercom. They agreed to set out early at 5 o'clock the next morning. It was not out of safety concerns. She was quite confident in her abilities, especially with firearms at her disposal. Small gangs or individuals posed little threat. However, considering her current cooperative relationship with her neighbor, only a robust supply of resources and physical strength could ensure the safety and stability of the 15th floor. Yet, she needed to adjust her destination for tomorrow. Initially, she had planned to venture to a more distant neighboring city, but with Han Lu accompanying her, it would not be convenient to use the off-road vehicle. Leaving that for another opportunity. Opening the map to search, her gaze fixed upon a technology industrial park located approximately 6 or 7 kilometers from their community. With the use of snowboards, she estimated they could reach it in just over half an hour. The nearby residential areas and office buildings had already been thoroughly searched, necessitating a move further afield. The more distant from residential neighborhoods, the greater the potential for opportunity. However, venturing beyond the safety perimeter of the military base would exponentially increase the risks involved. The residential area where they reside serves as a necessary thoroughfare to the industrial park, with a continuous range of mountains located on the opposite side. Thus, she surmised that this area might have remained unexplored, offering a chance for fortune. After meticulously studying the route and setting her alarm, she retired to bed early. Before dawn, the shrill ring of the alarm awakened Shen Wan from a profound slumber. She rolled out of bed, donned her attire, and after freshening up, retrieved 2 substantial meat buns from her supplies for breakfast. Given the inconvenience of outdoor facilities, she refrained from drinking milk, opting instead for a few sips of ginger tea to soothe her throat. As the time approached, she tucked Mo into her spacious bed for further rest. After affixing a heat pack and donning her military coat, she stowed the charcoal burner in her supplies, opened the bedroom door, and stepped outside. As she reached the entrance, the faint sound of a door closing reached her ears. Upon opening the door, she discovered Han Lu had already arrived. The two exited the corridor, securing the anti-theft door they had installed the previous night, and stealthily descended the stairs. Although the heavenly lock had yet to be drilled, the door lock still proved useful. As they climbed out through the window, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness, with no fresh snowfall in sight. Shen Wan carried a large backpack filled with a crossbow, an electric baton, 2 pairs of skis, and a neatly folded waterproof bag. She opened her backpack, handed a pair of skis to Han Lu, and, as anticipated, saw the delight in her eyes. Without hesitation, Han Lu accepted the skis and tested them in the snow. While Han Lu acclimated to the skis, Shen Wan oriented herself towards their predetermined destination. A few minutes later, she gestured for Han Lu to follow, and they glided towards the western side of the residential area. Within a short span of about 10 minutes, they exited the residential zone. Shen Wan was pleasantly surprised by Han Lu's skiing prowess. Apart from a few initial moments of adjustment, Han Lu became increasingly proficient, nearly matching Shen Wan, who had practiced several times. Unfortunately, their heavy bundling rendered conversation nearly impossible. Otherwise, she would have inquired whether Han Lu had prior experience. They encountered no robbers along their path, likely still asleep at this hour. However, if the snow held off today, the return journey would likely not be as effortless. The 40-minute trek required them to pause intermittently to confirm their direction with a compass. Just as fatigue began to set in, the undulating mountains came into view. Had it been snowing, visibility would have been considerably impaired. Estimating their distance, Shen Wan concluded they were nearing their destination. After comparing their map, the two decided to venture to the right. Despite the absence of snow, the strong winds still carried a flurry of powdery snowflakes through the air. After braving the biting cold for about 10 minutes, they finally spotted several buildings peeking above the snow. As they approached, They realized that most of the structures lay buried beneath a thick layer of ice, with only 2 or 3 stories visible. A few hundred meters away, 3 buildings rested on higher ground, untouched by flooding, though the first floor was mostly sealed off by accumulated snow. Each building had 6 stories, and based on the layout, they appeared to be staff dormitories. They first approached the dormitory building, but the main entrance was securely locked with a U-shaped lock. Shen Wan reached into her backpack, retrieved a pair of heavy-duty scissors, and forcefully breached the door. Shen Wan jumped down first. The confined space had become quite odorous over time. It was evident her assumption was correct. This area had indeed been devoid of survivors. It appeared the original inhabitants of the dormitory had likely returned home at the onset of the torrential rains. Instead of hastily searching for supplies, she and Han Lu opened the remaining 2 dormitory buildings. As for the dormitory doors, breaking the locks posed no significant challenge. To facilitate their operations, the 2 prepared to split up. Han Lu would search the dormitory building, while Shen Wan would handle the remaining office buildings, with her tools and self-defense capabilities. Han Lu required no concern. The supplies they found would be stacked downstairs, to be sorted upon their return. Without further delay, the 2 commenced their tasks. The office building proved more accessible, allowing entry by simply breaking a window. The industrial park housed numerous companies across various sectors, most of which were supported by governmental initiatives. Shen Wan was fortunate. The first company they infiltrated specialized in drones. Though small, it was well-equipped, housing research, sales, and quality inspection departments. She scoured every office, stuffing waterproof bags with biscuits, instant noodles, and self-heating pots, while placing non-essential items, such as bottled water, computers, and books, into her supplies. It was not greed. The excess items were impractical for them to carry, and it was preferable to store them now rather than discard them later. She also discovered dozens of drone devices, retaining only 4 radio-controlled machines in her waterproof bags while stowing the remainder in her supplies, neatly arranged on the shelves of the tool room. After thoroughly ransacking the first office, she proceeded upstairs, where 3 small companies operated in the realms of wireless technology, environmental engineering, and electronic information. Besides instant food products and a few computers, she found nothing else of value. Before departing, she collected several metal items and wiring, discarding them in the metal pile outside the yard. The final floor housed an international trading company with no specific focus, merely selling whatever was profitable abroad, akin to a procurement firm. The items discovered were quite varied: liquor, gift boxes of nuts, canned goods, jerky, toys, tea, undergarments, sanitary napkins, face masks, and more. The assortment was extensive, albeit in limited quantities, and she filled her waterproof bags as she rummaged. She also stowed large appliances, such as water purifiers and humidifiers, in her supplies, discarding most packaging to conserve space. Ultimately, she filled 3 waterproof bags to the brim, leaving the office floor in disarray, as if locusts had swept through. Chapter 70. A mishap. After transporting the items to the first floor, she moved to the adjacent office building, continuing her systematic search floor by floor. Among them was a high-tech agricultural research institute, from which she collected all research findings. Regrettably, each machine was in limited supply, with only 1 or 2 of each type. Machines such as automatic seeders, grain processing machines, and energy-efficient oil presses were all useful to her. Naturally, she did not overlook various specialized books, as they could prove beneficial for repairs if damaged. In the storage cabinets, she discovered an abundance of grain and vegetable seeds, presumably for experimental purposes, which she placed on her supply shelves. She also retrieved numerous packaged grains and rice, placing them in her waterproof bags to share with Han Lu, ensuring fairness in their efforts. After 2 hours of exhaustive searching across several buildings, she estimated that Han Lu would soon be concluding her own endeavors. They consolidated their supplies into 4 large bags. Just as Shen Wan prepared to seek out Han Lu in the rear dormitory building, she noticed Han Lu approaching with a large bag in tow. Shen Wan stepped forward to assist her in transporting it to the first floor, where it joined the other supplies. Witnessing Han Lu's impressive haul, Shen Wan was taken aback. Many items in the dormitory buildings Han Lu searched had already been evacuated, leaving only scattered snacks and daily necessities behind. After their moment of surprise, Han Lu recalled a pertinent matter. She had spotted a smaller building obscured by the dormitory, which they had overlooked previously. She suggested they investigate together. Arriving at the 2-story building on the hillside, they peered through the glass windows to find a dining set inside, likely belonging to the industrial park's canteen. They exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of excitement. The ordinary door lock was easily pried open, and within 2 minutes, they gained entry. A foul stench wafted toward them, prompting both to don an additional layer of masks. The dining area resembled a university cafeteria, with stainless steel tables and chairs in the center, surrounded by various food stalls, the kitchens of which were located behind them, from which the putrid odor emanated. Regardless, they felt compelled to explore, hoping to uncover useful supplies, knowing that future conditions would only deteriorate, making the likelihood of finding resources greater now than later. Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered a vast communal space, eliminating the need to search each stall individually. The source of the foul odor undoubtedly stemmed from decaying meat and vegetables. However, now they were frozen, or else entering the restaurant would have been an arduous task. The two individuals, while scavenging for useful items, gradually made their way to the kitchen entrance. To cater to several hundred diners, the kitchen was well stocked, and during the evacuation, it was merely assumed that a severe rainstorm was the cause, leaving no one to think of relocating these goods. As for why the restaurant owner did not come to retrieve the supplies, that remained a mystery, but it inadvertently benefited the two of them. They found 21 bags of 50-pound rice, 6 bags of 10-pound flour, and a collection of open packages combined together. There were 16 barrels of 5-liter cooking oil and 3 cardboard boxes filled with various condiments. Additionally, they discovered some dried goods like mushrooms and tofu products, pickles, napkins, dish soap, cooking utensils, and even dismantled over a dozen gas canisters. After moving all the items, the two exhausted individuals sat on the ground, panting. After a brief rest, they continued their search on the second floor. To their surprise, the second floor housed a small supermarket where only a few instant food items remained. But other daily necessities were quite abundant. They found several large boxes and began transporting goods from the warehouse downstairs. Once they piled everything in the restaurant, a sense of worry began to set in. There were still 5 large bags in the office building, and it was impossible for just the two of them to carry all this back, especially with numerous robbery teams lurking on the way. Han Lu felt a bit disheartened. There was enough food to last 15 floors for a year, yet the challenge of moving it all back was overwhelming. Shen Wan, however, was not as concerned about the potential waste of these items. Her worry lay in how to discreetly conceal them in her space. She proposed, "Let's first take a portion back and return for the rest tomorrow. We have no better option." Han Lu nodded in agreement, turning to the kitchen to find 2 flatbed carts, and together they began selecting items. On their return, they aimed to find the safest route possible. To facilitate their movement, they refrained from taking overly heavy supplies, primarily opting for some dried goods. Once loaded, they dragged the carts towards the office building. Han Lu also ventured to the dormitory building to gather a few blankets, intending to tie them to the cart for concealment. Shen Wan assessed the weight and decided to take 3 lighter packages, planning to leave the 2 heavier ones in the kitchen with the other items. She instructed Han Lu to stay behind and package the supplies, while she dragged the packages towards the dining hall. Upon entering the dining hall, Shen Wan stored the packages in her space, then proceeded to the kitchen, where she systematically transferred the materials on the ground to a vacant area in the front yard, creating a distinct pile. After inspecting the kitchen, she found 2 more flatbed carts, several stainless steel cooking stations, pot racks, and even the restaurant's tables and chairs, placing them beside the metal heap surrounding the yard. The supermarket on the upper floor was emptied along with its shelves, and they did not forget to wrap the entrance in iron chains, securing it tightly for a time-consuming opening. Upon returning to the office building, Han Lu had already packed all the materials. Shen Wan reassured her about the restaurant's situation, and the pair each pushed a flatbed cart as they departed. The 80 to 90-pound load was manageable for both, especially since it was on a flatbed. The bundles, wrapped securely in blankets, primarily contained instant food and daily necessities. After a brief adjustment, they began utilizing ski poles for assistance, gaining speed. Half an hour later, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, and as the wind and snow intensified, the two slowed their pace. After advancing a little further, they could faintly discern the high-rises of the residential area ahead. Shen Wan heightened her vigilance, remaining wary of their surroundings. Fortunately, the snowfall had not been heavy along their route, but it began to pour as they approached. By the time they entered the residential area, it was nearly deserted. Of course, they were not foolish enough to approach from the front. Shen Wan guided Han Lu along a narrow path she had previously traversed, opting for a longer route. Despite their caution, they still encountered a robbery attempt. A figure lay in the snow ahead, and the severe weather had obscured their view, or else Shen Wan would have avoided it altogether. Unsure of whether the person was alive or dead, she halted Han Lu, who was about to investigate and scan the surroundings. As expected, several lurking figures were visible within the nearby buildings. The individuals hiding in the shadows, realizing that the two were not easily deceived, revealed themselves, brandishing weapons. The figure on the ground, witnessing this turn of events, scrambled to his feet. Lying in the snow was indeed painfully cold. Judging from their demeanor, Shen Wan knew they were seasoned criminals. They perceived the two young women as no threat, skipping the theatrics and opting for direct confrontation. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in layers of filthy old clothing, approached them without hesitation, stating plainly, "Leave the goods, and you may depart." Before Shen Wan could respond, a scruffy man in a tattered cotton coat interjected, "Uncle, why waste words with these two? Let us take them and the supplies. We can split everything among us and have a good time tonight." Although the man referred to as uncle hesitated, he did not intervene. Witnessing this, Shen Wan's resolve hardened. These men were merely local residents, emboldened under the military's influence to engage in petty crimes. The small group consisted of only 5 individuals, posing no significant threat. Yet the young man's words incensed her. Women were already vulnerable in this post-apocalyptic world, and dealing with such scum made survival exceedingly difficult. Listening to the surrounding men's cruel laughter and lewd remarks, she found no qualm in sending them on an early journey to oblivion. Giving Han Lu a knowing glance, she swiftly drew her crossbow from behind and aimed. The young man was struck in the throat by her arrow, while Han Lu's target was hit in the chest, incapacitating him. The remaining 3 men were taken aback, brandishing their weapons and charging. Shen Wan engaged the leader, observing the malice in his eyes, and without further ado, unsheathed her dagger and lunged. To her surprise, he deftly evaded her strike. Realizing the distance was widening, she promptly seized her crossbow again and shot. The man instinctively dodged but was still struck in the shoulder. Seizing the opportunity as his movement slowed, she fired another arrow, this time hitting his chest. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. After dispatching him, Shen Wan turned to see Han Lu surrounded by 2 assailants, struggling with a stun baton and her crossbow. Han Lu aimed at one of them, but he nimbly dodged. The man, reveling in his success against the seemingly inexperienced girl, was taken aback when an arrow pierced his heart from behind. In disbelief, he gazed at the wound before collapsing into the snow. The last man, sensing the tide turning against him, attempted to flee but was struck in the thigh by Han Lu's arrow, rendering him immobile. Han Lu approached and delivered a final arrow to his neck, ending his life. As the remaining threats fell, Shen Wan moved in to ensure none survived. In this harsh world, sparing an enemy could mean inviting peril upon oneself, a risk far too great. It was wiser to extinguish enmity at its inception rather than await retaliation. Confirming the last man was lifeless, she joined Han Lu, only to discover a wound on her arm. A 10-centimeter gash marred her left arm, but fortunately, her thick clothing had mitigated the depth of the injury. Shen Wan rummaged through her backpack, retrieving iodine and a bandage. Given the harsh outdoor conditions, she could only manage a rudimentary treatment. After a quick dressing, they resumed their journey towards the community, tying the 2 flatbed carts together, making it easier to push onward. After walking for another 10 minutes, just as they were about to enter the community, a group of 7 or 8 armed individuals appeared ahead, seemingly approaching them. Shen Wan immediately entered a state of alert. The 2 of them were ill-equipped to handle such an assault from so many people and needed to act decisively. Moreover, these individuals were survivors from either Siheyuan or the opposite Siheyuan. To ensure a peaceful existence in the future, they had to subdue them in one fell swoop. Shen Wan had no desire to be accosted or robbed every time she returned home. Drawing a handgun from her space, the ominous black weapon contrasted starkly against the snow, instilling fear in the frontmost assailants, who promptly halted and began to retreat in terror. They had firearms. Retreat. A few individuals hesitated, rooted to the spot, unsure of their next move. Those girls must be wielding fake guns, someone in the crowd retorted, yet no one dared to advance further. Shen Wan had no time to waste. She aimed swiftly at the wrist of the foremost attacker and fired. The crack of the gunshot resonated, accompanied by a piercing scream as the steel pipe fell from the assailant's grasp. Whoever is unafraid of death can come forward and test their luck, otherwise, get out of my way. The crowd was taken aback by the woman's audacity to fire a shot, and her accuracy left them unsettled. No one wished to gamble with their life, realizing that even if they managed to see supplies, they needed to be alive to enjoy them.
Consequently,
The group scattered in all directions, leaving only a vivid trail of blood and chaotic footprints in the snow. After stowing the handgun back into her space, the two women pushed their cart toward the residential building. The commotion from below had likely attracted the attention of nearby residents, but they encountered no obstacles on their way back to the unit. Climbing through a window, Aunt Jo was already waiting in the corridor, anxiously pacing at the sight of Han Lu's injury. No one in the hallway dared to cause trouble, though many were undoubtedly peering through doors or windows, covertly observing the situation. Han Lu reassured Aunt Jo and suggested, "Let's first move the supplies upstairs. We can talk later." Shen Wan raised her voice. "These are just daily necessities. They aren't heavy. We can carry them up in 2 trips. It's a pity we didn't find any food." She took the lead, climbing the stairs with 2 heavier bags, leaving Han Lu and Aunt Jo to guard the supplies. Upon reaching the 7th floor stairwell's dead end, ensuring no one could see them, they quickly stowed the packages in the space. After a brief respite on the stairs, they descended again to continue their task. As they reached the stairwell, Shen Wan noticed a group of women gathered around Han Lu and Aunt Jo. The atmosphere did not suggest a conflict. They appeared to be seeking information. Upon seeing Shen Wan descend, the women fell silent and retreated, skirting the walls as they hurried home. One bold girl lingered, her face unfamiliar to Shen Wan. Aunt Jo introduced her. "This is Yuan Ji's girlfriend. She used to live in 401. Wan Xiaolian then introduced herself. "Hello, my surname is Wan. You can call me Xiaolian. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the girl's intentions. With Aunt Jo's prompting, she recalled this girl, who had moved from the 4th floor to share an apartment on the 6th floor during the heavy rain. Seeing Shen Wan's silence, Wan Xiaolian continued. "You brought back quite a bit. Could you spare us some? Our supplies are dwindling quickly. Since we're neighbors, could you lend a hand? We can pay." Her gaze drifted to the waterproof bags on the cart, which were overflowing with daily necessities like toilet paper and toothpaste, while the food items had already been secured. Shen Wan smiled at her, bemused by her naivety or feigned ignorance. If she wanted supplies, she should seek them elsewhere instead of attempting to morally coerce her here. Chapter 72. The innocent one. The girl looked utterly incredulous. "You are so cold-hearted. We only want a portion, not everything.
besides,
My boyfriend has helped you before by taking you to the supermarket. You're being ungrateful." Shen Wan interrupted her tirade by drawing a short sword from her military coat. "I paid for the ride on your rubber boat. Don't come here to settle scores with me. They pushed you forward to pester me. Didn't they tell you I can be lethal when angered?" Predictably, the innocent girl's face blanched, and she turned to flee, as if she had been struck by some unseen force. No longer concerned with irrelevant individuals, the 3 of them gathered their items and ascended the stairs back home. 2 carts, along with 2 large bags of supplies, could easily be transported in one trip. Since Shen Wan had already made a solo trip, the others insisted that she not carry the heavier items. Han Lu's wound, fortunately, had not affected any tendons or bones, allowing her to assist in the moving process. With a cart stacked and a bag of supplies, Han Lu and Aunt Jo pushed ahead while Shen Wan carried one of the bundles. With determination, they climbed to the 15th floor, opened the security door, and while waiting for Han Lu and Aunt Jo to join her, Shen Wan first retrieved the earlier 2 packages from her space and placed them in the hallway. She then descended to assist them. Otherwise, they would risk being discovered. Once they had moved everything into the living room of Unit 1501, they instructed Han Lu to tend to her wound first. There was no rush regarding the supplies. They could distribute them later. Upon returning home, Shen Wan activated the water heating system and heater in her bedroom. 10 minutes later, she tucked Shen Momo into the warm bed. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and having eaten breakfast early, they were now hungry. She decided to wait for Momo to wake up before enjoying a brunch together. The little one soon stirred from a sleepy state, yawning widely. Shen Wan quickly dressed him, helped him brush his teeth and wash his face, and then set the table with an array of delectable dishes: pineapple buns, shrimp rolls, boat congee, char siu platter, and a Portuguese egg tart for each of them. She had no intention of having lunch now, preferring to wait until later in the afternoon to eat something else when hunger struck again. Shen Momo quickly regained his alertness, primarily due to the enticing aroma of the food on the table, which stirred his appetite. In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more satisfying than enjoying a warm meal, especially when many outside were still struggling to fill their stomachs. After their meal, They each busied themselves. Shen Momo sought out Xiao AI to play, while Shen Wan organized the shelves she had found in the supermarket, stacking the stainless steel tables and chairs in the vacant space outside. The onlookers outside the community were watchful, although the presence of firearms provided some deterrence. If they discovered that the 15th floor housed ample food supplies, they might resort to desperate measures. Thus, moving the remaining supplies into the house required a more discreet strategy. Nighttime would be safer in the dark, especially since Han Lu's injury made it easier for her to act alone. Using the intercom, Shen Wan called out to Han Lu, "How's your wound? Do you need any help?" "No, it's just a minor injury, already bandaged. Don't worry. When shall we move the remaining supplies? I'm concerned that time is of the essence." Han Lu's anxious voice came through. Shen Wan could empathize with her feelings. She would feel the same in that situation, especially with so many supplies sufficient for long-term survival at stake. If someone else beat them to it, the regret would be unbearable. Thankfully, all those items lay intact in her space, but she couldn't let Han Lu know. She would have to endure her anxiety alone. Shen Wan reassured her. "Wait for my signal at 10 tonight. Once everyone is asleep, we will proceed. This batch of supplies must be moved back quietly, otherwise, we won't be able to keep them." Han Lu acknowledged her instructions and continued, "Make sure to install the deadbolt on the security door today. If your wound is manageable, come help me." After hanging up the intercom, Shen Wan began to apply a heating pad and dress warmly before stepping outside. Carrying the machine and battery box into the hallway, Han Lu soon joined her, followed by Aunt Zhou. They fired up the machine and began drilling. The rumbling noise was rather loud, causing some residents to emerge to investigate. Shen Wan paid little mind to their prying gazes, not attempting to deceive them. Han Lu stood on guard with her crossbow, deterring anyone from approaching. After 10 minutes, the machine's roar came to a halt. As they tidied up the battlefield, the onlookers below finally reacted and approached to engage in conversation. Zhang Pingho was pushed up to the 15th floor. "Miss Shen, we would like to install a security door downstairs. Could you possibly assist us?" Shen Wan flatly refused, stating, "There is only one door. I cannot help." Before Zhang Pingho could say another word, Wan Xiaolian from the crowd loudly accused, "You are being exceedingly selfish. Why can't you install the security door on the lower floors? Clearly, you are guarding against us neighbors." Before she could finish, Yuanji, standing nearby, swiftly covered his girlfriend's mouth and hurriedly apologized. "We mean no harm. We simply wish to make the building safer. After all, there is strength in numbers. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon seeing the gleam in his eyes, Shen Wan understood his intentions. The innocent facade was merely a ploy to test her limits. Noticing her silence, Yuanji continued to probe. "Your floor has such a high security level, and you brought back so many supplies today. Could you perhaps provide some guidance for the neighbors?" Shen Wan, uninterested in his games, thought it evident that he lacked the courage to act boldly and only resorted to petty schemes. She retrieved a handgun from her military coat pocket and stated, "Surely, your girlfriend is well aware of what I have brought back. Are you attempting to claim a share of the daily necessities simply because you have a crowd? If you desire supplies, seek them out yourself and do not disturb the 15th floor again, or you shall face the consequences." The crowd on the stairs recalled the woman's ruthless nature and swiftly dispersed, returning to their homes. Yuanji, disheartened by the cowardice of his companions, could only depart in frustration. If he had a weapon, he would have stormed the 15th floor to plunder it, perhaps even indulging in the company of 2 women. Shen Wan certainly did not miss the calculating malice in his gaze. He mistakenly believed himself to be the cleverest of all. After securing the security door and closing the fire door, the 15th floor now boasted 2 additional layers of defense. Informing Han Lu and Aunt Zhou to wait, Shen Wan returned home to gather supplies. Knowing that someone harbored ill intentions, she was unbothered by increasing her security measures. She retrieved an electric net and a power storage box from her space and headed outside, only to find Han Lu tinkering with the fire door. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that 2 security chains had already been installed on the fire door, allowing for a narrow view of the outside while providing some buffer time in the event of a breach. Once Han Lu finished her installation, Shen Wan handed over the electric net and power storage box. Initially expecting to install it immediately, she was informed that some modifications were necessary. So she decided to let Han Lu take it home to work on. Returning to her cozy bedroom, Shen Momo was engrossed in watching cartoons. It was finally time for Shen Wan to commence her training and studies for the day. After more than a month of exercise and nourishing meals, she could distinctly feel her physical condition improving. Furthermore, she speculated that the fruits and vegetables produced in her space greatly benefited the body. She had conducted a comparison, and after consuming produce grown in the black soil, not only had her mental fortitude restored rapidly, but her physical stamina had also significantly increased. While it did not possess the miraculous effects of washing the marrow and refining the bones, it was still commendable for enhancing bodily functions, at least during this harsh weather. Neither of them had fallen ill. The enhancement of her mental acuity also sharpened her awareness of her surroundings. She could now discern any movement outside her door with remarkable accuracy through focused concentration. This enigmatic phenomenon eluded her understanding, leaving her to attribute it to the untainted environment of her space, or perhaps the ethereal energy of cultivation. As she pondered, the intercom crackled to life. Upon connecting, Han Lu's voice came through. "Shen Wan, I've completed the adjustments for the electric net, and it's been installed on the security door. The low setting numbs limbs. The medium setting causes fainting, and the high setting can be lethal. Be cautious when you go out. I've attached the remote to your door." Acknowledging her, Shen Wan ended the call. During this period, their collaboration had become quite harmonious. Whether it was contributing supplies or skills, they were both diligent and cooperative, and she found their current dynamic quite agreeable. There was no rush to retrieve the remote. With 2 doors plus the electric net, safety was assured. Each outing required layering up with thermal pads, which was cumbersome, so she decided to wait until the evening to venture out. After preparing a bottle of milk for Momo to drink during her nap, Shen Wan treated herself to a glass of mango pomelo sago and a slice of chocolate milfai, indulging in her drama while savoring the sweet delights. Growing weary of the sugary treats, she switched to duck necks and tongues, relishing the pre-apocalyptic joy of this life. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, marking the commencement of adult nightlife. Upon opening the door, she noticed the electric net remote hanging from the doorknob. After a quick examination, she switched off the electric net and exited the corridor. After securing the security door, she reactivated the electric net, a simple operation. Next, she ascended to the rooftop to collect the accumulated snow, filling every empty bucket before sealing the rooftop fire door and descending. Along the way, she remained vigilant, keeping an eye on each floor's condition. Ultimately, she decided to take the stairs from the 701 side, which seemed the safest, reaching the 14th floor before transitioning to the 1402 to access the 15th floor. Once her route was confirmed, Shen Wan departed the building. Outside, the night was pitch black, and she retrieved a wheel from her space, leaving a trail in the snow as if a vehicle had passed. This was primarily to deceive Han Lu, as the snow would cover the tracks by morning. She used the intercom to notify Han Lu that she would quietly descend alone, while Aunt Zhou would keep watch upstairs. After stowing the intercom, she began extracting items from her space, 2 large packages and a plethora of supplies, along with several backpacks and waterproof bags for storage. About 5 minutes later,
Han Lu arriviert.
Approaching the window of the 701 living room, she was dazzled by the sight of the supplies sprawled across the floor. She had planned to transport supplies overnight, only to find that they had already been moved downstairs. Just as she was about to inquire, she caught Shen Wan's gesture for silence, signaling her to hold off on questions, leaving Han Lu downstairs to guard the supplies. Shen Wan ascended to the 15th floor with her packed backpack and 2 bundles. With Aunt Zhou stationed in the corridor, she could only store the items in her space, retrieving them just before reaching her destination. Having no choice but to climb the stairs, she considered it a form of exercise. After placing the items in 1501, she carefully descended once more. By the time she reached the ground floor, Han Lu had organized 2 packages and a backpack. Shen Wan informed her of the route back upstairs and instructed her to tie a towel around her feet to muffle the sound. Finally, Han Lu strapped on her backpack and carried 1 package as they alternated trips upstairs. Thankfully, they did not encounter any survivors checking on things. An hour later, after completing the last trip, the 2 of them collapsed in Aunt Zhou's living room, panting heavily. After a brief rest and a drink, they began to divide the supplies. Regarding the seemingly miraculous appearance of the supplies, Shen Wan explained that she had borrowed a truck to transport them, which Han Lu accepted without further inquiry. When it came time to split the supplies, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou expressed their desire for a 70-30 division, stating that they were satisfied with 30%. As all these items were Shen Wan's efforts. Naturally, Shen Wan disagreed. They had agreed to an even split from the outset, and she was not one to breach trust. As she sensed their reluctance to concede, she continued, Let us split the food evenly, and I will take an extra drone and some daily necessities. With no choice but to agree, the two women intentionally selected well-packaged items for Shen Wan. She noted that the packages brought back in the morning had remained untouched, further solidifying her trust in her neighbors. In the end, she acquired 6 gas cylinders, 12 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, 8 barrels of cooking oil, and 2 boxes of seasoning and pickled vegetables. In the supermarket, she gathered an array of daily necessities, snacks, and beverages into over a dozen cardboard boxes, alongside 3 waterproof bags filled with supplies scavenged from the office building. Amusingly, she found herself dividing the several bags of rice and grains she had collected, returning half to her home. Additionally, a flatbed cart and 3 drones were transported back home through several trips. Concerned about making too much noise, they decided to leave the flatbed cart until the following day. Upon returning to apartment 1502, she left the items piled in the living room, opting not to rush to tidy up. Instead, Shen Wan retreated to her space for a bath and a change of clothes. After several hours of labor, her thermal underwear had become soaked with sweat, making a hot bath quite appealing. The massage bathtub she had discovered in the lounge had yet to be used, although it had been cleaned and sanitized. The space provided ample hot water, as she always prepared some while heating the stove. With the tub filled with warm water, she reclined comfortably, activating the surf massage mode, which was utterly delightful. It was no wonder that so many aspired to be capitalists. The conveniences and pleasures brought by wealth were indeed intoxicating. After 20 minutes, feeling all her fatigue dissipate, she donned her pajamas and exited the space. Embracing the soft, warm body of Momo, she soon fell into a deep slumber, leaving her clothes to be washed the next day. The next morning, her alarm rang. The night before, she had set a goal to rise at 5 o'clock. She planned to venture out one last time, after which she could remain at home. Quickly getting out of bed and preparing herself, she finished breakfast and stepped outside. Before leaving, she left a note at the door of 1502, instructing them to keep an eye on the house while she was out. Exiting the building, the dawn had yet to break, and the snowfall had lessened significantly. She took out her snowboard, departing the residential area while concentrating on surveying her surroundings to ensure safety before switching to her off-road vehicle. Consulting her map and compass, she aimed for the logistics port center she recalled being located to the east of the residential area, heading towards the rising sun to avoid any misdirection. On the eastern side of Sioux City lies the Yangtze River Basin, a vital artery of Huaghua. She remembered that there was a logistics port center nearby where she might try her luck. The off-road vehicle, equipped with anti-skid chains, drove smoothly. After about half an hour, she spotted a modern array of mechanical equipment ahead. The towering crane machinery confirmed she had reached her destination. After parking the vehicle, Shen Wan cautiously disembarked with her tools and weapons to observe. The snow-covered ground was pristine, devoid of footprints, suggesting that there were no survivors inside, yet she remained vigilant. The port's foundation was elevated and had not been affected by the heavy rains, although the snow accumulation had reached considerable heights, nearly obscuring the bottommost containers. Observing the scene, it was evident that someone had already searched for supplies prior to the extreme cold. Almost all the containers had been opened, their contents removed. Clearly, the official or military personnel had taken everything that could be salvaged, rendering this trip likely fruitless. The remaining unopened containers were inspected, and she noted the sealing lists indicated they contained unimportant supplies, explaining their abandonment. Nevertheless, since she was already there, she decided to search carefully. Perhaps she would discover something useful. Methodically checking each intact container, the presence of sealing lists allowed her to avoid prying open doors, and she could simply store entire containers in her space if she found anything needed. She collected a container of assorted fabrics, another of hardware, and yet another of small appliances. By the end, she realized that everything she had gathered could prove useful, either immediately or later for trade or resources. Completing her exploration of the base, she discovered 26 containers, mostly in 6-meter and 12-meter specifications. Using her will, she stacked them in the vacant space outside her yard, layering them neatly without taking up too much room. As the sun rose and the snow ceased, visibility improved considerably. She retrieved a drone from her space, intending to scout for any nearby locations that might offer further opportunities. Utilizing the remote control, she sent the device soaring into the sky, capturing photographs of the surroundings before it returned. After securing the drone, Shen Wan reviewed the images, noting a cluster of buildings on the right side that might indicate another residential area. Furthermore, she spotted a cargo ship frozen on the river, uncertain if its supplies had been salvaged, prompting her to check it out. Grabbing her snowboard, she glided towards her destination. Passing the riverbank, she noticed a small boat and two larger yachts, stirring her interest. She was in want of watercraft, and if she could retrieve them, it would be splendid. However, with the vessels frozen in place, she was unsure if she could store them in her space. As she reached out to touch the small boat, her intent made it vanish from sight, leaving only a large hole in the ice. Elated, she repeated the process, successfully retrieving the two larger yachts as well. She then searched the adjacent office building for keys and operational manuals, taking them along. Resuming her journey on the snowboard, she reached the cargo ship's deck after a 15-minute trek. The sight of intact stacked containers greeted her, and upon entering the cockpit, she found it empty, suggesting the crew had deserted the ship. This vessel appeared to have been forgotten, a stroke of fortune for her. The cargo ship was not particularly large, not meant for long-distance voyages, and contained approximately 300 assorted containers. With no time to waste, she swiftly stored them all in her space, stacking them in the open area. Several stacks reached heights of 20 to 30 meters, occupying over an acre of land. As for the cargo ship, she refrained from claiming it, primarily due to the significant diesel consumption required for operation, which she could not manage alone. Discovering the entrance to the hold, she descended the stairs. Inside were primarily the crew's work and rest areas, where useful supplies had been taken, leaving only a few tools that she promptly stored in her space. Desiring to continue her exploration, Shen Wan was halted by a metal door, which likely guarded the ship's critical equipment, such as power generation, communication devices, fuel tanks, and the gearbox. Her primary interest lay in the fuel. The cargo ship typically relied on heavy diesel. Although the yacht and generator in her space could not utilize it, the cruise ship could. She opened the door to locate the fuel tank. This cargo ship was nearing port and had consumed a fair amount of fuel, yet there remained several tons. With only 2 empty fuel tanks in her space, which could hold 2 tons, she regretted the potential waste of the surplus fuel. Lacking metal containers, she pondered whether she could find suitable ones among the containers she had just discovered. Fortunately, when arranging the containers, the labels had been uniformly oriented, making the search simpler. As she sifted through the labels, she stumbled upon a container designated for transporting jade ornaments. Dismissing the thought of fuel tanks, she took out a crowbar to pry open the door. Once opened, she found an array of neatly packaged boxes, which she meticulously inspected. Some had turned to rubble, yet the remainder was intact. The space would not consume half of what she found. These were likely fakes. The genuine items were less than 10% of the total, revealing the depth of deception in the jade market. Nonetheless, she had managed to absorb some of the contents, eagerly anticipating the changes in her space. With a thought, she arrived at the edge of her space. The land area remained unchanged, and the soil was consistent, but the surrounding mist seemed to have lightened slightly, indicating the average quality of the ornaments. Not overly disappointed, she recognized that opportunities cannot be forced. For now, the size of her space was sufficient for her needs. Remembering her goals, she returned to the containers to continue her search for metal vessels. To her astonishment, she discovered 5 containerized generator sets. With a crowbar, she pried open the doors sequentially. Inside, she found not only 10 well-packaged generator units, but also over a dozen external fuel tanks, each with a capacity of 4,000 liters. The fuel tanks were more than sufficient to hold all the necessary fuel. Once back in her space, Shen Wan began filling the tanks, and as she emptied a few boxes, she also packed away lubricants and other essentials. Upon returning to the deck, the sky darkened ominously, hinting at another impending snowfall. Not daring to delay, she hopped back into her off-road vehicle and headed towards the cluster of buildings on her right. Arriving in under 10 minutes, the photographs had not revealed much, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was a wholesale furniture market. Further ahead lay a residential area. The wholesale market had been nearly stripped bare by the surrounding survivors. Wooden furniture lay in splintered remnants, with anything burnable already taken away. Shen Wan selectively salvaged usable items, stuffing her space with a genuine leather sofa, a mattress, a dressing mirror, a recliner, and a rocking chair, each in modest quantities. As she glanced back at the heap of furniture accumulating in her space, she mused that she would likely never exhaust its supply in her lifetime. Chapter 75. Hailstorm assault. She had no intention of venturing into the residential area, as she had already made considerable gains and planned to return home. The agricultural technology park in the neighboring city was simply too far, and the route would take her through several residential districts, so she reluctantly set that plan aside. Fortunately, she had previously acquired some small farming machinery, and with the aid of her mental prowess, it would suffice for the time being. On her way back, she spotted a desolate stretch of forest and decided to get out and fell several large trees. The wood she had previously stored in her space was turned into charcoal, and with several days ahead requiring her to remain indoors, she needed to keep herself occupied. As she neared Siheyuan, she prepared to switch to her snowboard. But suddenly the weather outside shifted dramatically. The sky darkened, and a chilling wind howled ominously. Just as she was about to exit the vehicle, a barrage of hail began to pelt down, clattering against the metallic exterior of her car. The hailstorm arrived without warning, but she reacted swiftly. Moving the vehicle into her space just in time, had she begun using her snowboard, the dense hail could have caused serious injuries. Stepping out to assess the condition of her vehicle, she found the bulletproof glass unscathed, though the body was peppered with small dents. Fortunately, this did not hinder its operation. Some hailstones had fallen around her, and as she picked one up, she noticed it was the size of a glass marble and was slowly melting. In her previous life, during a similar time, she had locked herself in her room, oblivious to whether hail had fallen. It seemed that outdoor caution would be necessary in the future. One could never predict such sudden assaults. After hiding in her space for 20 minutes, she decided to venture out and gauge the situation. This was one downside of her space. While she was safe inside, she was completely unaware of external circumstances, which could pose a problem if danger arose. Uncertain whether the hail had ceased, she donned a riot helmet and secured a steel plate atop her head. Fully armed, she exited her space, and to her relief, the anticipated sounds of hail striking did not come. Instead, large snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Feeling reassured, she stored the steel plate back in her space but kept the helmet on, just in case of another hail ambush. The hailstones on the ground were noticeably larger than those she had seen from her space. Some were the size of eggs, while others were as large as basketballs, leaving a series of craters in their wake. Navigating through the hail made using her snowboard impractical, so she decided to walk the remaining few kilometers home. Along the way, she encountered numerous gruesome bodies of survivors who had not withstood the hailstorm. It was reminiscent of the day the frigid cold had descended, resulting in countless casualties. Had it not been for her space, she too might have met a similar fate. While she could passively observe the bodies of the fallen survivors, the sight of two soldiers in military attire compelled her to take action. It evoked memories of Zhuang Yan from her past life and made her wonder if he had met a similar end. She collected the two soldiers' bodies into her space, intending to find an opportunity to cremate them and return their ashes to the nation. However, beneath their lifeless forms, she discovered a frail little girl, already devoid of life. These two soldiers had remained dedicated to protecting her until their last moments, but the girl had succumbed to her injuries and excessive blood loss without timely aid. She carefully included the little girl in her space, knowing that the two valiant soldiers would not wish to see her body abandoned in the wilderness. That was all she could do in her power. Natural disasters continued unabated, and the population dwindled sharply. The survival rate in the cities had fallen to less than 30%, with even harsher environments yielding lower figures. In her previous life, some had joked that the Earth's survival of the fittest principle aimed to annihilate humanity, leading to relentless waves of insurmountable disasters. Pessimists had declared that humanity could never escape the ceaseless tribulations. Consequently, many had chosen to end their lives. Yet Shen Wan had already experienced death once. What was there to fear? She resolved to confront the calamities of this apocalyptic era with unwavering determination. Upon returning to her apartment building, it was already past 10 o'clock. As she ascended the stairs, she could hear the haunting cries of sorrow emanating from certain floors. She surmised that those who had ventured out for supplies had fallen victim to the hailstorm, likely resulting in considerable losses among the able-bodied residents. After reaching the 15th floor and disconnecting the power grid, she opened the door to her home. She had expected to return quickly, so she had not taken the heater from her bedroom. Now, entering the warm space felt delightful. After spending more than 5 hours outdoors, her heat packs had long since lost their effectiveness. After placing Shen Momo on the bed, she settled by the heater to warm herself. With her menstrual period approaching and frequent outings making her abdomen uncomfortable, she retrieved a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar from her space and sipped it slowly. When Momo awoke, she began preparing lunch, craving a lamb spine hot pot. She found an old Beijing-style hot pot in her space. Adding the pre-cooked lamb spine broth along with fresh matsutake mushrooms, white radish, and corn. Each person received a bowl of broth with a large bone to savor. She also added some vegetables from her space, spinach, pea shoots, and carrots, finishing off with a serving of hand-pulled noodles. Just after finishing the meal, the intercom crackled to life. And Han Lu's voice resonated through. "Shen Wan, are you back?" Knowing her friend was concerned for her, she replied promptly, "I'm back and I'm fine. Thank heavens you're back. I was searching for you for ages. So many people have perished outside in the hailstorm. I'm relieved you're safe." Shen Wan appreciated her friend's concern. It reassured her that Han Lu genuinely cared. Han Lu continued, "The radio mentioned that supplies would be dropped today. But I wonder if they will be affected by the hail." Shen Wan had not been keeping up with the radio news lately, so she was unaware of this announcement. But she had no intention of declining supplies. "Let us wait and see. Although we already have plenty, not collecting supplies could raise suspicion. Be cautious when cooking at home. Try not to let the aromas escape. It could attract unwanted attention," Han Lu advised, and Shen Wan readily agreed. Han Lu added, "When you go out, remember to take precautions. I suspect more hail may be on the way. Take care of yourself." After ending the intercom call, she began clearing the dining table. The garbage she had previously stored in her space had already been disposed of in the woods, and she had a place for her household waste now. In the afternoon, the helicopter arrived as expected, but the supplies received were only half of what they had last time. She understood that the authorities were beginning to feel the strain. They were consuming resources without producing any, and emergency supplies were nearly depleted. It was likely that future provisions would dwindle further or cease altogether. Without official aid, the death toll would soar, and the outside world would become increasingly perilous. Regardless, she had no intention of venturing out again. She had stockpiled these supplies precisely for survival. She did not wish to engage in the chaos outside. Her sole desire was to live peacefully. The 15th floor was defensible and challenging to attack, and with a show of force, she believed that she and Han Lu could manage the residents of their building. Chapter 76. Seeking medicine. After handing Shen Momo over to classmate Xiao Ai, Shen Wan eagerly prepared to open the blind boxes, one of her favorite activities in the apocalyptic world. The space was filled with an overwhelming number of containers, and she anticipated that organizing them would take considerable time. Thus, she decided to open them all first and sort through the contents later. Before doing so, however, she needed to address the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Finding 3 wooden boards, she poured some gasoline on them and set them ablaze. The ashes were carefully collected into 3 sealed jars, along with the identity tags worn by the 2 soldiers. As for the bulletproof vests and firearms they possessed, she couldn't bring herself to burn them. For such items were immensely practical in this harsh world, and she preferred to keep them for future use. Next, she armed herself with a crowbar and heavy-duty scissors, ready to tackle the containers. She opened and categorized over 300 boxes, ensuring that the items inside remained undisturbed. Among them, there were 182 containers filled with chemical products and various metals. After confirming that there were no damages or leaks, she stacked them together, knowing they would likely remain unused but could potentially be exchanged for credits later. The remaining useful items were accumulated: medical equipment, precision instruments, glass ceramics, clothing fabrics, household appliances, and daily necessities. Since many items had long shelf lives and couldn't fit in the yard, they were left in the open area. Additionally, she discovered several refrigerated containers stocked with imported snacks, beverages, ice cream, tropical fruits, rice, flour, oil, and even frozen food like pre-cut steaks. The variety was astonishing but also overwhelming. There was simply not enough static storage space. Ultimately, she had to clear a space in the front yard equivalent to a container's size to stack the refrigerated boxes, creating a towering structure of over 40 meters high. From a distance, the orderly courtyard was punctuated by this unusual row of container towers. She forced herself to ignore it. In the face of resources, perfectionism had to take a back seat. She moved the yacht to the vehicle shelf, while the 2 cruise ships, along with several fuel tanks, were placed in the open area outside the yard. On the edges of the space, the containers occupied 2 acres, the cruise ships and fuel took up another acre, and various metal objects claimed 3 acres, alongside freshly cut trees and assorted furniture. The remaining open space was only occupied by a few small fruit saplings, taking up minimal room. Once everything was organized, she retrieved a fresh durian from the cold transport containers and exited the space. Previously, while stockpiling, she had also bought some imported durians but had forgotten to eat them due to her busy schedule. Seeing the tropical fruits in the container reminded her of her habit of eating durian a few days before her menstrual cycle, as its rich nutrients were known to alleviate menstrual cramps. Just as Shen Wan began to peel the durian, Shen Momo, holding his nose, retreated far away. She slowly savored a piece of durian, and before long, the little one couldn't resist coming closer. Having become accustomed to the scent, he no longer found it offensive. She offered him a bite. Its sweetness was irresistible. Although Shen Wan had previously fed him durian, he hadn't eaten much, leading to a lapse in memory regarding this pungent fruit. Concerned about potential heatiness, she refrained from eating too much, saving half for storage. With a thought, she retrieved several mangosteens and shared them with little Momo, ensuring he wouldn't suffer from heatiness this time. After sleeping too much in the morning, the little one didn't wish to take an afternoon nap, and Shen Wan didn't insist. Their recent lives had indeed been irregular, and he would sleep when he felt tired. As she browsed for a new series on her tablet, having completed the previous one, she suddenly heard noises outside. Quickly putting on a coat, she grabbed the intercom and called Hanlu. "There's someone outside. I'm going to check." She opened the security door but hesitated to swing it wide, peering through the peephole to find no one outside. The fire door was securely closed, suggesting the noise came from the stairwell. Stepping outside, she encountered Hanlu walking through the corridor. The two opened the fire door just a crack, leaving the chain intact, which was sufficient to observe the situation outside. On the ground sat a disheveled woman clad in a tattered gray down jacket, its fabric patterns obscured by dirt. As the woman noticed their movement and looked up, Shen Wan recognized her as Wan Xiaolian, Yuan Ji's girlfriend. Before Shen Wan could speak, Wan Xiaolian rushed forward, gripping the security door's railing, only to be met with a jolt of electricity. Ignoring her numbed arms, Wan Xiaolian pleaded, "Do you have any fever reducers or anti-inflammatory medication? Please, I need a couple. My boyfriend was hit on the head by hail and needs medication urgently." Shen Wan and Hanlu exchanged glances before refusing. "We don't have any medicine. We've exhausted the supplies we received from the authorities. You should seek help elsewhere." Thankfully, the electric fence was typically set to a low level. Had it been on high, she might have been left lifeless on the ground. As they prepared to close the door and return home, Wan Xiaolian made a startling revelation. "My boyfriend went out with you. Why isn't it you who got hurt?" Shen Wan turned in shock, a surge of anger rising within her. Yuan Ji had been following her, yet she had felt no one nearby. Disabling the power and opening the security door, she stood before the woman sitting on the ground, a charming smile curving her lips. "Pray tell, how did he come to follow you?" Wan Xiaolian, observing the poised woman before her, felt a pang of shame for her disheveled appearance. Though clad in a hat and mask, the smooth, fair skin around her eyes revealed a life far superior to her own. A wave of jealousy surged within her. Why could this woman lead such a glamorous existence while she had to endure hunger, cold, and mistreatment from men? Had Shen Wan been aware of her thoughts, she would have found them absurd. Her own attire was a dirty military coat, her face concealed by a mask, hardly fitting the description of glamour. Wan Xiaolian continued with a quivering voice. "Yuan Ji said he heard someone coming down from upstairs at dawn, where you two families and the building manager reside. He suspected you were out searching for supplies, so he wanted to follow and see." Catching the unmistakable glint of malice in Shen Wan's eyes, Wan Xiaolian gulped nervously and continued. "He said he didn't see anyone when he went down and wandered nearby, waiting for you to return. Unexpectedly, he encountered hail and nearly perished outside. Only then did Shen Wan feel a sense of relief. She had confidence in her intuitive abilities. If anyone had been nearby, their breathing and heartbeat would have been detectable, making it impossible for her to remain unaware. Chapter 77. Snow Skin Mooncake. Seeing Shen Wan silent, Wan Xiaolian steeled herself to speak again. "I've told you everything I know. Can you please help my boyfriend? I beg you. Without him, I would be tormented to death." Shen Wan regarded Wan Xiaolian, who resembled a parasitic flower, entirely reliant on men for survival, and felt a twinge of sadness. In her previous life, even when destitute and starving, she had never considered depending on anyone, despite the mockery of women who deemed her overly principled and unsophisticated. She refused to compromise her dignity for a facade of glamour. crouching down to meet Wan Xiaolian's envious gaze. Shen Wan was unfazed by the jealousy that remained unmasked in her eyes. If Yuanji intends to harm me, do you genuinely expect me to selflessly provide medicine to save him? Have you lost your senses? Or is it I who am deluded? In response, Wan Xiaolian retorted, if he hadn't followed you, how could he have been injured? You should bear full responsibility. Shen Wan was unwilling to continue engaging with someone so oblivious. Don't even mention that I lack medicine. Even if I did, I wouldn't waste it on a wolf. With that, she turned to Hanlu. Let's go home. Set the current to maximum. Let anyone unafraid of death come. Upon returning home, she remained vigilant to the sounds outside, contemplating whether the foolish ones would dare to venture out to collect the fallen. Wan Xiaolian was certainly not naive. Upon witnessing their obstinate demeanor, she swiftly turned away. Shen Wan found solace in a fantasy drama and embraced a leisurely existence, indulging in the joys of life, eating, drinking, playing, and studying, until the Mid-Autumn Festival approached. In her previous life, she had been ensconced in a camp, living in constant fear, with little thought for festivities. Mere survival was a blessing. Now, however, with Mo by her side and ample provisions at her disposal, she decided to celebrate the holiday. After breakfast, she enlisted the help of her little laborer to craft snow skin mooncakes. To simplify the process, she used pre-mixed snow skin flour from the supermarket, combining it with hot water and allowing it to cool briefly outdoors. The fillings were made from fresh fruits, cheese, taro paste, and previously prepared dried fruits, while little Mo assisted, occasionally sneaking bites. Once formed using molds and chilled again, they had created hundreds of delightful mooncakes: cranberry cheese, strawberry cheese, mango cheese, avocado cheese, and durian taro. After gathering packaging bags from the bakery, she carefully packed them away for storage. She also set aside a few mooncakes for herself and packaged the rest to send to Hanlu and Aunt Zhou next door, simply hanging them on the door of room 1501 and notifying them via intercom. She refrained from giving away her homemade mooncakes, opting instead for commercially packaged ones to avoid raising suspicions. Intending to grant herself a reprieve, she sought to momentarily forget the tension and crisis of the apocalypse. Little AI was entertaining Mo as she retrieved a projector from her storage space, screening the adventures of the blue fatty. Soon, the chubby child was drawn into the film. The table was adorned with an array of snacks: sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, marinated duck feet, necks, and tongues, as well as grapes, watermelon, and cherimoya, alongside fries, roasted chicken wings, and drinks. Mo joyfully sipped on a mango milkshake, unaware that it was concocted from space-grown mangoes and baby formula, a concoction that would deceive anyone without a kindergarten diploma. While the cozy atmosphere in the small bedroom contrasted sharply with the hellish reality outside, in room 1102 below, Wan Xiaolian was enduring another brutal beating from Yuanji. The room was filled with her cries and pleas for mercy. The woman lay shivering on the bed, gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. Standing menacingly at her bedside, the man's face twisted into a cruel smile, his hollow right eye and ghastly scar enhancing his terrifying presence. The injury from a hailstorm had cost him his eye, and now with fever raging, he was barely alive, his willpower the only thing keeping him upright. Yet instead of assisting him in finding medicine, the woman had chosen to frolic with other men, betraying his kindness. Tell me, who is your lover? If you tell me, I want to kill you, he sneered. Do you think I can't discover your infidelity just because I'm confined to this bed? Wan Xiaolian trembled in fear at his words, stammering that it was Fang Heng and Lu Daba who claimed he was incapacitated and took advantage of her. Yuanji dismissed her claims as lies, crouching down to grip her chin tightly, forcefully stating, if you're going to deceive me, at least have a plan. My fever medicine was provided by them. What have you brought me? Compelled to meet his gaze, she was met with his malice and resentment, leaving her utterly disillusioned. A cold laugh escaped her lips. That was traded with my body. They took turns humiliating me just to agree to give you a fever pill. If you don't believe me, then kill me. Her desperate defiance gave Yuanji pause. Ultimately, he simply threw a blanket over her and departed. Though seeds of suspicion regarding his brothers had begun to sprout in his mind, yet he knew confrontation would be futile. He still needed their support. Upon exiting the living room, he encountered the two sprawled on the sofa, but concealed his unease. To minimize energy expenditure, they all sought to reduce activity, preferring to lie down rather than stand. With their supplies depleted, those two, accustomed to ready-made meals, would rather starve than venture out for sustenance, it fell to him. as the leader to take charge. As they conspired, their thoughts turned toward the 15th floor, aware that the two young women occasionally ventured outside, indicating potential resources within. As for the guns they possessed, they likely had few bullets left, making it an opportune moment for a test. Yuan Ji, however, was not inclined to be generous. Those two had slept with his woman, and he intended for them to lead the charge. Unbeknownst to Shen Wan, this plot was unfolding. Even if she were aware, her response would be simply to confront whatever came her way. She was never one to shy away from conflict, especially not when provoked at her doorstep. Oblivious to the brewing troubles, Shen Wan lounged on the sofa, enjoying her snacks and the film, occasionally playing with the soft, chubby child, entirely disregarding Momo's silent protests. After a day of indulging in various snacks, their dinner consisted of warm bowls of noodle soup, which they savored with immense comfort. As night fell, she pulled back a corner of the curtain to gaze at the pitch-black sky, realizing that this mid-autumn festival would not be spent moon-gazing. Yet, what more could one desire from life? Surely, those leaders in the rescue center could not appreciate life as she did. With that thought, the moon seemed less significant. Chapter 78. Coercion in the dark, windy night, under the cover of shadows, several figures stealthily approached the 15th floor, only to be met with a jolt from the security door, causing them to convulse and emit muffled cries. Despite their caution, the perceptive Shen Wan noticed. She was still awake, nestled under her blanket, listening intently to the commotion outside, confirming it was not the two neighbors before quietly slipping out of bed to dress. Careful not to wake Mo. She discreetly activated the intercom to call for Han Lu, receiving a prompt response, indicating she too was awake. The two began arming themselves, preparing to confront the intruders. The figures outside clearly did not anticipate that the apocalypse would find someone awake at such an hour. Otherwise, they would have chosen the dead of night for their raid. Shen Wan cautiously opened the two large doors, and Han Lu emerged from next door. In the stillness of the night, the sounds outside became distinctly audible. "Lu Daba, are you even capable? Step aside, and let me handle this," Fong Hung exclaimed, pushing past his sluggish companion, wielding a wooden stick to dismantle the electric grid on the security door. Just a door away, Shen Wan and Han Lu exchanged knowing glances and readied the electric grid remote control, cranking the current to its peak. The anguished cries of men erupted outside, and amidst the ensuing chaos, Fong Hung finally succumbed, collapsing into unconsciousness, his wooden stick reduced to charred remains. Once the commotion subsided, Shen Wan cautiously opened the fire door to assess the situation. The individuals in the corridor had already fled in terror, leaving only Fong Hung, unconscious on the ground. Concerned that there might be others lurking outside, they chose not to investigate further, securing the fire door before returning to their cozy refuge. As for the man on the floor, his fate was left to the night. The following morning, as snow continued to fall outside, the warmth inside felt like spring. The mother and child sat together at the heated table, enjoying seafood noodles. Just as Shen Wan was tackling the last large shrimp, the intercom crackled to life with Han Lu's voice. "Shen Wan, there's a large crowd gathering at the staircase, and they look quite menacing. This can't be good." She finished the last sip of noodle soup and responded, "I'll be out in a moment. Don't open the door yet, and be sure to arm yourself." After quickly dressing and donning protective gear, she summoned Xiao AI to look after the child, then exited carrying a crossbow and a short sword. Of course, she also ensured a loaded handgun was stowed in the pocket of her military coat for swift response in case of emergencies. Upon opening the fire door, she met Han Lu and Aunt Zhou, only to be greeted by a throng of people outside. It appeared that the entire building's residents had assembled. Leading the group were Yuan Ji from 1102 and the building manager Zhang Pingho, while the remaining residents gathered with a morbid curiosity. They were naturally fearful of the ruthless reputation of those from 1502. However, Zhang Pingho and Yuan Ji had promised that by merely lending their numbers and applying a little pressure, they would receive a share of the spoils. Such a prospect was undeniably appealing to them. Moreover, the isolationist demeanor of the 15th floor had long incited envy and resentment among the residents, who were eager to storm in and seize the resources. Shen Wan observed the excitement and greed in the crowd, realizing that these individuals truly had short memories. Although she didn't mind giving them a beating to ensure their peace for a few days, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. As someone emerged, Zhang Pingho was pushed forward by those behind him. Shen Wan regarded him with a leisurely gaze, remaining silent. Pressured and sandwiched in the middle, Zhang Pingho finally spoke. "Miss Shen, I am here today as a witness. Yuanji claims that you killed his brother and seeks an explanation. After saying this, he timidly took 2 steps back, allowing Yuanji and the others to reluctantly confront Shen Wan and Han Lu. As soon as the door opened, Han Lu had already loaded her crossbow and aimed it. Yuanji shot a venomous glance at Zhang Pingho, who was hiding behind him, a deceitful and sinister smile breaking through his disfigured face. My brother died at your doorstep. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? He then shoved a woman standing beside him, who, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Upon looking up, she was met with the sight of Fong Heng's corpse, her face paling as she instinctively recoiled. She intended to return to Yuanji's side, but was met with his glare, leaving her frozen in place. Remembering their prearranged strategy, she reluctantly knelt beside the corpse, feigning sorrowful wails. My boyfriend merely came to knock on a door and was killed. Who knows if you'll turn your murderous intentions on other neighbors next time. You murderers do not deserve to live in our building. Get out. Shen Wan glanced at the somewhat familiar woman before recalling their earlier encounter on the rooftop, where they had quarreled. She remembered the woman was named Lin Qianqian, who had coveted her territory during the search for supplies. Had it not been for her boyfriend and Zhang Pingho intervening, she would have long been a corpse herself. Coldly, Shen Wan replied, Your boyfriend tampered with a door and got electrocuted. The consequences are his own. Furthermore, he did not die from electrocution but rather from freezing to death. Why not ask his good brother why he didn't take him home yesterday? Yuanji showed no surprise in his eyes. He had known last night that Fong Heng had not died on the spot. However, the opportunity to eliminate a thorn in his side while extorting from the 15th floor was too good to pass up. He simply had not anticipated that Shen Wan would see through him. But upon reflection, he thought, what did it matter if she could see through it? The man was dead. Who would still pursue the truth? His girlfriend Lin Qianqian had spent the night with him, so she wouldn't care about the true cause of his death. Yuanji maintained a sullen silence, but unexpectedly, Lin Qianqian, closest to Shen Wan, brandished a dagger and lunged at her. Shen Wan had anticipated this woman's aggression and swiftly kicked her away. Han Lu's bolt shot toward her, striking her directly in the heart. As Yuanji and his companions prepared to seize the moment to attack, Shen Wan drew her handgun from her pocket. With a resounding bang, silence enveloped the world. Yuanji had long been wary of Shen Wan's firearm. He reacted swiftly, pulling Lu Debao, who stood beside him, in front to shield himself from the oncoming bullet. Lu Debao, caught off guard, collapsed, blood quickly staining the floor. Among the crowd, some timid souls could no longer restrain themselves and began to retreat, realizing that the treasures of the 15th floor were not so easily acquired. Shen Wan observed Yuanji's malevolent expression and scoffed. In less than a day, 3 of your friends have died because of you. Yuanji, I know you wish to test how many bullets I have left, which is why you incited these people to act as your pawns. Yuanji's expression morphed into one of shock. He had not expected this woman to discern his ulterior motives. As he noticed the doubtful gazes of the crowd, he hastily reassured them, do not listen to her nonsense. She is sowing discord. He then pointed at Shen Wan. Shen, while you feast and revel at home, can you bear to watch your neighbors starve and freeze? If you have the guts, shoot us all dead. Chapter 79. Want some bullets? Seeing that he remained obstinate, Shen Wan retrieved 2 boxes of bullets from her pocket, 40 rounds, along with the remaining ones in her gun, sufficient to grant each of you one. The previously calmed crowd instantaneously surged back, and an unprepared Yuanji was exposed from the throng. Shen Wan had been waiting for this moment. She quickly aimed and shot, striking the man's carotid artery. A person capable of remaining composed while using his companions as scapegoats, acting with such malice, could not be allowed to continue being a thorn in her side. Yuanji pressed his hand against the wound in his neck, but he could not stem the continuous flow of blood. He managed to emit a few gasps before his consciousness faded, succumbing to the loss of blood. Shen Wan cast a glance at the trembling crowd, raised her handgun, and shook it lightly, her chilling voice resonating. Does anyone still desire bullets? Zhang Pingho and the others felt as if a demon had possessed this woman. They realized how foolish they had been to plot against her, and they would never dare approach the 15th floor again. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, and Shen Wan had no intention of wasting bullets. However, if anyone insisted on courting death, she would not mind sending them on their way. Once everyone had departed, the empty hallway was left with just the 3 of them and the 4 corpses on the ground. Shen Wan couldn't help but think it was a miscalculation to have forgotten to instruct them to remove the bodies. Now they had to handle it themselves. The 4 individuals lay lifeless, with only Yuan Ji's body still retaining some warmth, while the others had frozen stiff. Bloodstains pooled on the ground and walls, and the workload was overwhelming, making Shen Wan feel a touch irritable. The 3 of them worked together to dispose of the bodies down the 15th floor, then retrieved shovels and mops to clean the blood on the ground, leaving the walls for now, as they might need to deal with more trouble in the future. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they finally managed to clean the area sufficiently to allow for unimpeded movement. With these troublemakers dealt with, the building will be much more peaceful, Han Lu remarked as she secured the anti-theft door. Shen Wan replaced the electric grid with a new power box, placing it inside the fire door while leaving a few lines connected to the anti-theft door, ensuring that it could not be stolen. After securing the anti-theft chain, she finally spoke. As long as the temptation is great enough, those starved individuals will care little for their lives. Such incidents will only increase. We must remain vigilant. Han Lu nodded in agreement. I plan to venture out tomorrow to gather some fuel. You'll be in charge of the house. That works. We can take turns going out. The house cannot be left unattended. If you find any jade ornaments, you can bring them back for a trade. As she spoke, she turned back into the house, retrieving a 1-foot-long watermelon knife and a safety helmet from her storage space to hand to Han Lu. As for the skiing equipment, she had gifted her a set last time. Han Lu could not refuse and merely stated that she would return with supplies to compensate. Shen Wan paid it no mind, only reminding her to return after dark and to be cautious. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found Xiao AI conducting an early education class with Momo. Shen Wan immediately stepped into the storage space to take a shower, having just dealt with a crime scene. She felt somewhat repulsed by the lingering scent of blood that clung to her. While taking a shower, she also washed her hair. To facilitate maintenance, she had cut her waist-length hair significantly shorter, leaving only a short ponytail. In truth, she had desired a chin-length bob, but her abundant hair was prone to frizz, and her facial shape was not suited for short styles. With the thought that managing her current length was not overly cumbersome, she decided against further alteration. Seated on the second-floor balcony, drying her damp hair, she caught a glimpse of several foam boxes in a corner of the courtyard. The plants within were thriving, being the cold-resistant crops she had previously sown. With a flicker of intent, she transported herself to the garden. One box contained potatoes, while another held sweet potatoes, the vines of which had sprawled beyond the confines of their container into the dark soil. She unearthed a fist-sized sweet potato from a mound of soil and pulled out 2 potatoes from the box, bringing them back to her space. Her hair was now dry, and after getting dressed, she planned to inspect the crops planted outside. The 2 pots in her space were flourishing, though she rarely tended to them. As for the foam boxes outside, she occasionally supplemented them with a bit of nutrient solution. The living room housed not only potatoes and sweet potatoes but also the vegetables and radishes brought by Zhuang Yan. After about half a month, the seedlings had perked up considerably, though the new variety of greens appeared somewhat wilted and dry. The plants in the secondary bedroom were not as robust as those in the living room. She suspected it was due to the heating system in the living room. Although they were newly developed cold-resistant plants, a warmer environment was still more conducive to their growth. The potatoes and sweet potatoes had begun to swell, and it was estimated that in another month and a half, they would be ready for harvest. The manual had indicated that the growth cycle for these new cold-resistant crops was quite short, lasting just over a month, albeit with a corresponding lower nutritional value. Returning to her bedroom, she shed her heavy outerwear and settled by the stove to warm herself. The sweet potato and potatoes she had brought out were roasting in the stove, with intentions to sample them at noon. In the meantime, she busied herself with a book on traditional Chinese acupuncture. Within an hour, a delicate aroma began to waft through the air. The sweet scent of the sweet potatoes mingled with the earthy fragrance of the potatoes, even attracting Shen Momo's attention. She extracted 2 smaller potatoes from the stove, noting that the larger sweet potato would require more time to roast. Carefully peeling away the charred skin, she scooped a portion to taste. It had a starchy texture with a hint of fiber, not nearly as delectable as the potatoes sold outside. This was still a result of the sheltered environment, and she knew that those grown outdoors would taste even worse. Shen Momo, seeing his mother enjoying the food, tugged at her arm impatiently, pleading for a taste. Relenting, she broke off a small piece and fed it to him. The little chubby one frowned but did not spit it out, remembering his mother's admonition against wasting food. After another bite, he continued to scrunch his brows. Seeing his struggle, Shen Wan prepared the potatoes in a bowl, adding a piece of cheese and a splash of milk. mashing and mixing it all together. The warm potato puree exuded a rich, creamy aroma, and Shen Momo's eyes brightened upon tasting it. She halved another potato, sprinkling it with a bit of chili powder and pepper salt, creating a spicy and delightful treat. Just as they finished, the roasted sweet potatoes were ready. Both large and small were golden, sweet enough, yet the texture was lacking, still quite fibrous. From her space, she retrieved a packet of cheese shreds, crafting a cheesy baked sweet potato. She also prepared herself a cup of macchiato milk tea, while Shen Momo would have to settle for plain milk. The afternoon was relatively leisurely. She used her mental energy to manipulate the charcoal-making process in her space, occasionally indulging in snacks while watching a drama series. She had been binge-watching this period drama, nearly completing it, and realized that Zhuang Yan had been away for many days, leaving her uncertain of his return. She certainly did not miss him. She merely needed to hand over the military ashes in her space to him. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. The sound was so faint that if not for Shen Wanyan's keen senses, she might not have heard it at all. As anticipated, he had indeed come. Exiting her bedroom to open the door, she discovered the reason for the quiet knock. He had been locked out by the security door. Upon opening the fire door, she saw the man standing outside, looking noticeably thinner, yet still appearing tidy and presentable. She disabled the electric net and opened the security door to let him in. During their previous encounters, she had maintained a guarded demeanor, never inviting him into her home, which felt rather impolite. Shen Wanyan led him to the living room, where he could sit for a while she retreated to her bedroom to pour him a cup of hot tea, returning with a small heater to warm the space before settling onto the opposite sofa. Since moving in with Shen Momo, no one had visited. Zhuang Yan was likely their first guest. The living room was sparsely furnished, with only a sofa set, a coffee table, and a small play area. Solar panels and several foam planting boxes were set up on the balcony. Noticing Zhuang Yan's gaze linger on the play area, she remarked, "These are my son's toys. He sometimes plays outside, but he is currently napping in the bedroom." Zhuang Yan did not seem surprised, as if he had already known about her child. He must be 2 years old now. This time, it was Shen Wanyan's turn to be astonished. How did he know that? Had she misjudged him, and was he also someone who had been reborn? Observing her surprise, Zhuang Yan ceased to jest and spoke plainly. "I had wanted to ask you this since our last meeting, but you seemed distracted and did not hear my question." Shen Wanyan was at a loss, wondering what she had missed. Surely, he could have simply repeated his inquiry? Zhuang Yan continued, "Have you ever been to Nanyang Lake?" At the mention of this question, Shen Wanyan abruptly lifted her head to regard him, though she merely replied, "No." In truth, she had never been there. At least not in this lifetime. However, in her past life, they had indeed met near Nanyang Lake and had walked along its shores for several days. Zhuang Yan, perceiving her evasiveness, did not press further. "I've been having a recurring dream in which a girl stands by the lake at sunset, recounting the tragic events following a natural disaster. Yet, I can only see her back." He took a sip of the now cold tea, continuing, "Until that day when the gunfight occurred, and you turned to head home, your silhouette matched that of the girl in my dream, though her figure was more slender. My instincts tell me you are her." After he spoke, a significant amount of time passed before Shen Wanyan could collect herself from her astonishment. She had not anticipated that all of Zhuang Yan's peculiar behaviors were rooted in a dream. He was, in fact, following a prophetic script. "In the dream, did your death signify the end of the calamity?" Shen Wanyan asked subtly. Zhuang Yan gazed into her expectant eyes and shook his head helplessly.
"No."
"After the extreme cold came the extreme heat, and beyond that I do not know." Shen Wanyan fell silent once more, realizing that this script was even less favorable than her own. Zhuang Yan continued, "This strange dream first appeared 3 or 4 months ago. Initially, I paid it no mind. It was only when the torrential rains began that I sensed something was amiss. To be safe, I exchanged all my savings for supplies. Little did I know that the dream would transform into reality." Unsure how to console him, Shen Wanyan remarked, "At least you made the right choice." Zhuang Yan managed a wry smile, nodding in agreement. Indeed, without those supplies, life would have been quite difficult. Perhaps that dream had served as a warning. Shen Wanyan chose not to comment further and shifted the conversation. "Was your mission successful?" The man nodded before pulling out 5 boxes of ammunition from his pocket and placing them on the table. "I exchanged these using internal points. Please accept them." Fearing she might refuse, he added, "Consider it a reward for your foresight." Shen Wanyan did not hesitate to accept. She was in need of such items. Seeing her accept it, Zhuang Yan revealed a knowing smile. My current task is to fetch several researchers from the neighboring city, where the terrain is lower and the disaster situation is even more dire than ours. On the way back, I observed numerous displaced victims migrating towards Sioux City. It won't be long before chaos ensues within the city. Shen Wan's expression turned serious. In her previous life, a significant influx of refugees indeed overwhelmed the local survivors. Seizing their scarce resources, the authorities could hardly intervene as they were all ordinary citizens. Unless lives were at stake, the local security teams would remain indifferent to minor disturbances, resulting in her enduring considerable hardships. What new policies do the military and authorities have for these survivors? Zhuang Yan replied. The major bases can only accept as many people as possible or arrange temporary accommodation in high-rise buildings. Moreover, the government is constructing new resettlement camps and recruiting laborers, which could accommodate a considerable number of people. Nevertheless, she understood that the days of stability were numbered. Not everyone would willingly accept governmental arrangements. Some would prefer to act recklessly, seizing resources from others. However, she felt undaunted, for it would ultimately depend on who possessed the stronger fists. Noticing the time was drawing near, Zhuang Yan stood to leave, but turned back to ask, recently, there has been an influx of people at the military base, and the dormitories are somewhat overcrowded. I'm considering moving out. Your upstairs and downstairs apartments should be vacant. Do you know the landlord? Shen Wan, recognizing his sincere demeanor, chose not to expose him. The landlord of the 14th floor is local, but I have never met him. The 16th floor apartment has been vacant since it was handed over. I have not seen the landlord either, so I am not certain. Zhuang Yan contemplated. I wish to move to the 16th floor. Would you mind having an additional neighbor? Of course. When I leave, I will compensate the landlord with supplies. Shen Wan shook her head. She had no objections. An additional capable neighbor would undoubtedly enhance her sense of security. Furthermore, the upper floor had long been ransacked. Even if he didn't move in, someone else would. It was better to have a non-threatening person reside there. As for the rent, Shen Wan felt it unnecessary. By the time of a major earthquake, this apartment might no longer exist. However, she did not anticipate that within half an hour, the new neighbor would arrive. Hearing the commotion from above, she thought the person moved rather swiftly. Just as she was about to rise, Aunt Zhou's voice came through the intercom. Shen Wan, it seems someone is moving in upstairs. I plan to go take a look. Would you like to join me? While putting on her clothes, Shen Wan replied, Don't worry, Annie. It should be someone I know. I'll be out shortly. She donned her military coat and stepped outside, where Aunt Zhou was already waiting. Upon opening the security door, she spotted Zhuang Yan descending the stairs, 2 bags in hand. Upon seeing them open the door, he handed over the 2 bags, apologizing for the disturbance caused by the move and offering a small gift. She accepted 1 bag and placed the other into Aunt Zhou's hands. The hallway was bustling with soldiers in military uniforms, likely comrades Zhuang Yan had called for assistance. Shen Wan initially intended to see if she could lend a hand, but it appeared that it was unnecessary. Chapter 81. New member. The outdoor chill was unbearable, and after observing for a while, the two returned home. Opening the gift bag revealed a sealed package of cured meat, a 2-kilogram vacuum-sealed bag of rice, and a box of white rabbit milk candies. Even before the apocalypse, such gifts would have been considered generous, let alone now. It was evident he had stockpiled quite a bit. After placing the items on the shelf in her space, she returned to her bedroom and resumed her idle activities. As dusk fell, just as Shen Wan was preparing dinner, she heard a knock at the door. It must be Han Lu returning. Outside, Han Lu appeared disheveled, her clothes and face smeared with blood, although it seemed to be someone else's. She sat in the hallway, gasping for breath, with 3 large packages filled with supplies on the floor. After catching her breath, she spoke. Fortunately, I encountered 2 soldiers downstairs who were about to leave. They helped me carry these up, or I would have had to make 2 more trips. Shen Wan understood. She must have run into Zhuang Yan's moving helpers and was indeed fortunate. Just then, Zhuang Yan came down from upstairs and, seeing everyone gathered, said, I am moving today and would like to invite you all to a housewarming dinner, while also warming up my home. Aunt Zhou and Han Lu looked at Shen Wan, as she was the one they were more familiar with. Not wanting to turn them down, Shen Wan replied, What about your colleagues? It's all right. They had other matters and returned. I'll invite them for dinner tomorrow. Zhuang Yan waved dismissively. Little did he know that those he referred to as busy had braved the cold wind back to their station base, having labored all afternoon without a meal. cursing their captain's insensitivity. Shen Wan readily agreed to the dinner, suggesting they head over first while she quickly returned home. She had a little one to attend to. Forgetting him would surely lead to his displeasure. The two individuals from 1501 had proven themselves trustworthy over this time. As for Zhuang Yan's character, it was undoubtedly commendable. If all went well, these neighbors would be living together for at least another year, so she planned to introduce her new member, Shen Momo, to everyone. After dressing Shen Momo in a down jacket, putting on a hat and mask, and ensuring he was well wrapped, she took him outside. This was the little one's first outing since the onset of the extreme cold, and he was somewhat unaccustomed to the frigid environment. Shen Wan enveloped him in her military coat, cradling him close, and he remained quietly still. Upon reaching upstairs, Zhuang Yan opened the door, and Han Lu had yet to arrive. She handed over a paper bag containing the prepared housewarming gifts, a large package of homemade dried fruits and vegetables, along with a portion of frozen tomato beef stew, which could be heated and eaten. Zhuang Yan accepted the items and then noticed the little one in Shen Wan's arms, completely bundled with not a sliver of skin exposed to the air. Concerned he might get cold, he hurriedly ushered them into the warm secondary bedroom. This room had been converted into a kitchen and dining area, with 2 stoves radiating warmth, making the indoor temperature around 7 to 8 degrees. He then set Momo down, but the little one, feeling shy, clung to Shen Wan's leg. Shen Wan could only take out a hawthorn stick to gently soothe him. Zhuang Yan soon produced an Ultraman figurine, quickly capturing Shen Momo's attention. With one less human-shaped attachment, Shen Wan found her movements much freer. She placed the tomato beef stew on the stove to heat up and began to survey her surroundings. The windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass and fitted with thermal insulation film. The walls had also been treated for insulation. 2 stovepipes and kitchen appliances occupied 1/3 of the space, while a square table in the middle held 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, stir-fried mushrooms with greens, fried potato slices, and meatball vermicelli soup constituted a splendid spread. Such vegetables and potatoes were quite rare now. Moreover, she was surprised to discover that these dishes had all been prepared by Zhuang Yan, albeit with a somewhat ordinary presentation. Within minutes, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou arrived. Zhuang Yan was playing with Momo when Shen Wan donned her coat to open the door. Only then did she notice that the living room had also been remodeled, with bulletproof glass and a security door. Additionally, much of the living room was cluttered with items tightly covered with black plastic sheeting. She speculated that these must be his stockpiled supplies, but with them so conspicuously displayed, wasn't he concerned about them being noticed? Leading Han Lu and the others back to the bedroom, the two were instantly captivated by the adorable little chubby figure before them. Shen Wan, this child is so beautiful. Is he Captain Zhuang's son? Han Lu exclaimed with starry eyes, utterly smitten. She was no longer the aloof figure she once was. Shen Wan helplessly replied, "If your eyesight is poor, just wear glasses. This is my son." Han Lu touched her nose, realizing she had misspoken, and chuckled lightly. Though her eyes were furtively glancing at Captain Zhuang and Shen Wan, she mumbled, "Who knew you would have a son? You don't look old enough." Aunt Zhou also laughed, saying, "Little Shen, we haven't seen anyone else coming and going at your place for a while, so we assumed it was just you at home. Who would have thought there was such a little one?" Shen Wan understood that this secret couldn't be kept for long and could only explain, "I initially said there were 3 people in the family for self-protection, but it indeed helped me avoid quite a bit of trouble." This reasoning was naturally comprehensible to everyone. Survival in the apocalypse was arduous, and minimizing troubles was the best course of action. Han Lu presented the gifts she had prepared, which included 2 self-heating hot pots and some nuts, a rather practical offering for Zhuang Yan, who frequently undertook missions and needed convenient energy replenishment. The beef brisket pot on the stove bubbled with steam, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Zhuang Yan arranged the bowls and chopsticks, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. Each person received a bowl of mixed grain rice topped with a rich tomato-braised beef brisket, complemented by savory cured meat and vegetables. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a delightful meal. Even Shen Momo was eagerly focused on his food, exclaiming, "Mama, more rice." His little bowl was soon emptied. Perhaps it was the joy of dining together that made the food all the more delicious. He was given another spoonful of mixed grain rice. Unbeknownst to them, outside, others were drawn to the fragrant aroma of the braised beef, their eyes glistening with hunger as they searched for the source of the delightful smell. Thankfully, the scent drifted upwards, and being on the 16th floor, they were spared the frantic rush of those in the building below. The survivors in the adjacent high-rise could only endure the torment of their hunger. Smelling the food, but unable to taste it, the meal concluded with everyone in high spirits, and nothing went to waste. After chatting for a while, as they prepared to leave, Shen Momo waved goodbye, saying, "Uncle, goodbye. I'll come to play with the baby tomorrow." Shen Wan watched the little chubby boy, who had quickly made himself at home, inviting others over without consulting her, the mother. She ensured he was well masked and bundled up before the three took their leave. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Han Lu invited her in for a visit, and seeing that the hour was still early, Shen Wan accepted, eager to inquire about the situation outside. The living room of 1501 was cluttered with 3 packages Han Lu had brought back, yet they had not been unpacked. The chill in the living room was uncomfortable for prolonged stays, so they moved to the bedroom. The fire in the bedroom was still burning, making the room relatively warm. Shen Momo was taken aside by Aunt Zhou to play. Children of his age always garnered affection from the older generation. Han Lu retrieved a box from the cabinet and handed it to Shen Wan, saying, "These are some jewelry pieces I brought back while scavenging for supplies. I thought they could be exchanged for the items you provided." Upon opening it, Shen Wan found a collection of gold and silver jewelry, quite a substantial amount. "You can keep these. Let me know if you need anything else," Han Lu offered. Shen Wan declined, saying, "You've already given me plenty. These pieces are practically worthless now, and won't yield anything useful in trade." She decided to let Han Lu choose some necessary items to bring over later. Although her space was primarily interested in jade, keeping the other jewelry would serve no purpose, and it would be better to exchange them for supplies. The conversation shifted to their experiences outside. "Today, I traveled south and found a canning factory, but it had been completely stripped of canned goods. I thought I might find other items, so I kept searching," she continued after sipping some hot water. "Near an abandoned boiler, I discovered a number of compressed carbon cakes. I was fortunate. They were hidden under a pile of trash, so they hadn't been found. On my way back, I encountered a few robbers, but I dealt with them." Shen Wan understood. Despite her casual tone, the state in which she returned suggested a fierce battle. "You weren't injured, were you?"
she asked. Han Lu shook her head.
"Just a minor scrape, nothing serious. I intended to return later, but I saw soldiers coming and going downstairs, so I gathered the courage to come back, only to find Captain Zhuang moving." With that, she began sorting through the packages, revealing 2 large bags filled with coal and another bag containing assorted items. There were over 20 well-packaged cans, some seasonings, and a can opener. Although the journey was fraught with danger, the fuel she brought back would last quite a while, making it a worthwhile endeavor. As resources became increasingly scarce, those unable to survive would seek refuge in official rescue centers, which, while not filling stomachs completely, at least prevented starvation. Realizing the hour was getting late, Shen Wan took Shen Momo home, where the heating had also been left on. She added more coal and then began searching her space for supplies. The box Han Lu had given her contained several jade pieces, and she was not one to take advantage of others. She packed 2 bags of red dates, 2 bags of brown sugar, and a large bag of dried vegetables and fruits, along with some sanitary napkins and heating pads. She filled a large bag and hung it on the door of 1501, then used the intercom to let Han Lu know it was ready for pickup. Initially, she had thought to include some charcoal, but it seemed they didn't require it, so she opted for other items instead. Both Han Lu and Shen Wan appeared to be in poor health, likely due to a prolonged lack of vegetables and vitamins. If not addressed promptly, their physical condition would deteriorate, making them susceptible to illness. Returning to her bedroom, she organized the jade jewelry from the box. The majority consisted of 5 different styles of jade bracelets, 4 jade pendants, and several charms, including some gold-inlaid jade pieces. The finest among them was an icy jade bracelet and an emerald pendant. After storing the box in her space, she extended her mental energy to check for any changes. Instantly, the jade within the box was absorbed by her space. Aside from 1 jade pendant and a ring, the rest turned to gray-white fragments. Her space was never picky, retaining only the genuine articles. Next, she directed her mental energy to the boundary of the mist outside the courtyard. The barrier was thinning, allowing visibility as the fog began to dissipate. Her mental energy surveyed the entire space, revealing a breathtaking scene. Beyond the vast grassland lay rolling mountains, their trees lush and green, ensuring that she would not lack for firewood, as the discarded deadwood would suffice. Unfortunately, she could not penetrate beyond the mountains with her mental energy. It appeared to be a new barrier. In addition to this, she noticed changes in the sky. It was no longer a monotonous blue but adorned with a few fluffy white clouds. The air was filled with the fresh scent of pasture, accompanied by a hint of moisture. She sensed something was different about her space, though she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Withdrawing her mental energy, she and Shen Momo appeared in the pasture, and contrary to her expectations, he did not fall into a deep sleep. Instead, the little chubby boy was curiously exploring his surroundings. Shen Wan was elated. Her space could now accommodate living creatures. Perhaps she could raise some animals. It was unfortunate that she hadn't stockpiled live animals before the calamity, having only a few fertilized eggs from poultry. She hoped to find opportunities to supplement her stock with other species in the future. Before she realized it, Shen Momo had run quite a distance ahead. As she was about to chase after him, she saw the little fellow suddenly collapse. Shocked, Shen Wan quickly teleported to his side and scooped him up. Checking carefully to find that his breathing was steady, he had merely fallen asleep. As uncertainty lingered, she noticed the gray-brown soil beneath her feet, which led her to a vague suspicion. Gently extracting the slumbering Shen Momo from the spatial realm, she nestled him into the warm embrace of the blankets. It was indeed time for rest, and the little one remained blissfully unaware, lost in sweet dreams. She retrieved 2 blocks of ice from the shelf, placing one in the ranch area and the other in the planting zone, attentively monitoring their melting through her mental energy. It became evident that the time flow within the ranch was synchronized with the outside world, likely explaining the reason for Shen Momo's deep slumber. It appeared that, despite the space-s advancement allowing for the sustenance of living beings, it was restricted to areas where the temporal flow aligned with the external world. Any venture beyond these confines would plunge one into unconsciousness, though she, as the master of this realm, remained an exception. The emergence of the breeding area filled her with exhilaration, rendering sleep elusive. Within a few years, she would achieve the freedom of meat production. She rummaged through the shelves, assembling an incubator with chicken, duck, and goose eggs, eagerly awaiting their hatching. Additionally, she harvested all the mature grains and vegetables, sorting and packaging them with care. The thought of using them to nourish poultry made the prospect of farming seem less daunting. With a profound sense of fatigue, she succumbed to slumber, her rest particularly deep and restorative. Chapter 83. Free fighting. The following morning, mother and son awoke almost simultaneously. Drawing back the curtains, she observed that the blizzard outside had ceased, with brilliant sunlight streaming in. The recent storms had made survival challenging for the remaining populace, and this rare sunny day felt like a touch of divine mercy. Survivors gradually emerged outdoors, all striving to endure, even as the search for resources became increasingly difficult. However, these concerns were irrelevant to Shen Wan. She had stockpiled supplies and relentlessly sought bargains before the apocalypse, not to venture into a life-or-death struggle now. Instead, she relished the comfort of her home, enjoying a delightful breakfast of siumai, char siu pastries, shrimp rice sausages, pig liver congee, paired with a pot of tiguanyin tea, an exquisite combination that never grew tiresome. As she indulged in her unfinished historical drama, the male lead began to reveal a darker side, captivating her attention. Shen Momo tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "Mama, uncle is here. Baby wants to play." Shen Wan sighed, realizing he still remembered. Uncle is busy and has to work. Can he come back to play another time? It seemed the two had formed a bond the previous day. As the little one stubbornly clung to her, refusing to leave her side, neglecting his usual favorite, little AI. Resigned, Shen Wan prepared to ascend the stairs. If the man had forgotten, there was little she could do. Perhaps it would serve as a lesson on human nature for her little one. Upon reaching the living room, she activated the heating system, and as she opened the security door, she was met with the sight of Zhuang Yan, who was just about to knock. The man was dressed in a light gray casual outfit, topped with a thick military coat, and he held a large paper bag in his hand. Peering inside, she immediately recognized it was brimming with children's toys. Given the current circumstances, she wondered where he had procured such treasures. "Aren't you supposed to be at the military base today?" Shen Wan inquired, skeptical, as he seemed too busy to fulfill his promise. Zhuang Yan handed her the bag, then locked the door and opened the electric gate. Even a week of rest is essential. No one can sustain such a relentless pace. "You modified this electric gate, right? Do you know how to do this?" Shen Wan shook her head. "No, it's Han Lu. She's adept at these things. I'll have my colleagues assist me with one later." Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the overworked vice captain, was sneezing incessantly, vexed by the captain's relentless demands. The mounting pressure made him contemplate decisive action against the unscrupulous dark factions, considering a clean sweep with no survivors. Naturally, Shen Wan refrained from inviting Zhuang Yan into her bedroom. Although there was nothing inappropriate, it was still her personal sanctuary. Fortunately, the living room's heating system warmed rapidly, making it suitable for hosting guests. She poured a glass of water for him to sip while she returned to her room to share the good news with her little one. Since someone was present to entertain the child, she decided to place little AI in the space, tidying up the bedroom as well. To ensure discretion, anything inconvenient to have outside was stored within the spatial realm. In the living room, Shen Momo eagerly rummaged through the bag, exclaiming with delight at each new toy he uncovered. The joy of a child is infectious, and Shen Wan felt her spirits lifted as she watched. Basking in the sunlight outside, she watered the crops in the planting box, then reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, savoring a brief moment of leisure. Boredom soon crept in. With guests present, she could not indulge in her usual television pursuits, so she channeled her mental energy into farming. The various grains she had cultivated the previous day were now sprouting. With plans to embark on animal husbandry, she resolved to plant all available space with grains. A considerable undertaking indeed. With determination, she completed the planting, utterly drained of mental energy. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11 o'clock. Zhuang Yan was currently playing with Shen Momo on the climbing frame, and it seemed she had to arrange lunch. Since food from the space could not be consumed outside, she would need to prepare something fresh. The kitchen had lain dormant since the onset of the extreme cold. She entered her bedroom, retrieving a portable gas stove and cookware from the space, and bringing them to the living room. Given the limited ingredients, she planned a simple meal. There were still plenty of handmade noodles from earlier, so a bowl of noodles each would suffice. Slices of braised lamb were placed in the pot, accompanied by some dried cabbage, carrots, and a few red dates, simmering into a creamy, rich broth. Once the noodles were added, she sprinkled in a handful of vibrant greens and fragrant cilantro, creating a dish that was as visually appealing as it was aromatic. The greens were freshly harvested from the foam planting box. She had been careful not to uproot all the seedlings, only plucking a few outer leaves. If tended to, these greens could grow into formidable stalks. The steaming noodles were ready, and Shen Wan called both of them to wash their hands before eating. Outside, the cold was biting, and a bowl of lamb soup was the perfect remedy. Shen Momo enjoyed his plain noodle soup, while she added 2 generous spoonfuls of chili oil to her own, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Zhuang Yan followed suit, adding 3 large spoonfuls of chili oil. Watching them, Shen Momo was tempted to try as well, but a warning from his mother about the spiciness successfully deterred him. After their meal, Zhuang Yan departed for his errands. Little Momo, having played exuberantly all morning, willingly returned to his room for a nap. Finally, Shen Wan had time to focus on her own pursuits. She retrieved a tablet from the space, filled with martial arts instructional videos. Selecting a foundational tutorial on free fighting, she began to practice diligently. Mere movement was insufficient. Power also needed to be harnessed. Searching through the shelves, she found several sandbags and boxing gloves, likely remnants from her time at the gym. The living room was warm, and soon she was drenched in sweat. Thankfully, her sustained training had built a solid foundation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted half an hour. An hour later, feeling she had reached her limit, she swiftly retreated to the bedroom within the space. Lying in the massage bathtub, the soothing warmth enveloped her weary body, providing instant relaxation. She also indulged in a space-grown peach, succulent and refreshing. She could feel her physical and mental energy recovering rapidly, leaving her in a much lighter state. This was indeed a boon of her spatial abilities. In times of peril, such swift recovery could enhance her chances of survival. As she emerged from the space, Shen Momo had already awakened, cradling the toy Zhuang Yan had gifted him, completely enchanted. Shen Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "Aren't the toys Mama gave you fun?" Shen Momo, unfazed by her sudden appearance, regarded her with earnest eyes and replied, "Baby also likes this one. It's for Mama to play with." As she handed 2 of her favorite transforming cars to Shen Wan, she felt an instant healing of her longing heart. The little fellow was whimsical, unable to resist. She playfully squeezed his chubby face. A few days passed in a languid semblance of peace, but soon the flow of people around the neighborhood began to swell. Even with the doors and windows of her home tightly shut, the sounds of smashing and fighting from outside penetrated her sanctuary. With a soft sigh, she realized that the days of merely surviving were likely numbered. Wang Yan had been notably busier during this time, while Han Lu had ventured out a couple of times, returning with scattered items and the latest news. The area around the community had seen an influx of outsiders, some families with children, others forming factions, most unwilling to go to the rescue station. A group had moved into the adjacent building, and caution was now paramount when venturing outside. Frowning, Shen Wan asked, "Did you encounter them? How many do you think there are?" Han Lu replied, "When I returned, I saw them blocking the entrance to the neighboring building. There were about 20 of them, a mix of men, women, and children. The original residents of that building opposed their relocation, but they caused such a commotion that they simply barged in. With so many of them, it was impossible to stop them." Shen Wan felt that if anyone attempted to enter their building, it would likely be futile to resist. A more aggressive group might even clear the floor directly. "I don't plan to go out anytime soon. You should also limit your outings until the situation stabilizes." Before she could turn off the intercom, a violent knocking echoed from the door. Shen Wan's heart raced. Trouble had arrived. Upon opening the fire door, she was met by a dozen ragged survivors, speaking in a thick accent, pleading, "Please, kind souls, give us something to eat. We haven't had a proper meal in days." If she wasn't mistaken, these individuals were likely the same refugees who had forcefully occupied the neighboring building, and they had come knocking much sooner than she anticipated. As she spoke, Han Lu joined her, and upon seeing the crowd outside, her face darkened. They had just managed to tidy up their own building, and now this group had arrived. Han Lu retrieved her crossbow, loading it with a cold resolve. "We have nothing you desire. If you need supplies, you should head to the official rescue station. If you disturb us again, my crossbow is not to be trifled with." Shen Wan observed their expressions: surprise, fear, indignation, and an unsettling expectation, as if they believed it was their right to extract sympathy and sustenance from the weak. These individuals, having traveled in hardship, would not be easily dismissed. Moreover, noting the tight defenses of their floor and the scarcity of visible defenders, they began to entertain other thoughts. "We're not bad people. We just want to fill our bellies and settle down. It's unsafe for just the two of you here. Let us be friends. We can help each other," one of them suggested. "Yes, you two should listen. The situations we've witnessed outside are much worse than here," another chimed in. "We're a group of over 20. Consider joining us." Shen Wan couldn't help but laugh at their audacity. In this apocalyptic world, did they truly think anyone would be so naive? The leader of the group could not tolerate being defied by two young girls. "Let us not waste time. We'll take what we need. And those two can warm our beds." As their true intentions became evident, Shen Wan saw no reason to continue the charade. With a discreet adjustment, she cranked the electric grid to its maximum. The first two attackers at the front convulsed violently, and the others, too close behind, suffered the same fate. Panic ensued among the remaining members as they scrambled to separate their fallen comrades. The staircase was strewn with bodies, and those who had made contact with the electric grid were charred beyond recognition. The rest were fortunate to escape with their lives. Outrage surged from the crowd outside. They hadn't expected such ferocity from the two girls, losing several members so quickly. Yet they were not easily intimidated. After all, it was merely an electric fence. Finding some insulated objects would suffice. They were determined to enter and inflict severe punishment upon the girls. Shen Wan noted the malice in their eyes. These individuals were different from the survivors in the building. They had seen death before, and such a display would hardly deter them. To prevent any further damage, she felt the need to act decisively. "Remember to keep your eyes peeled for trouble, though you may not have a chance to do so again," she remarked, casting a knowing glance at Han Lu. They moved in unison, their arrows flying swiftly, claiming 5 lives in mere seconds. Only 2 remained, fleeing in panic down the stairs. Shen Wan had no intention of leaving any survivors. Drawing a pistol from her space, she aimed and fired, sending a bullet to one of the retreating figures. The thunderous gunfire echoed throughout the community, sending tremors through the surviving residents. They wondered which unfortunate soul had provoked the wrath of the girl from the 15th floor. Shen Wan was unconcerned with their thoughts. A periodic show of strength would serve to deepen their memories. As for the foreign group, having eliminated their most capable men, the remaining individuals, mostly the elderly, women, and children, posed little threat. Whether they would survive from there on was no longer her concern. Those who had made it this far were likely not innocents. Of course, if anyone foolishly sought confrontation, she would not hesitate to take further action. Opening the security door, the two of them stepped outside, delivering a final blow to the unconscious figures on the ground. Just as they were about to dispose of the bodies, hurried footsteps approached from below, halting their actions. They exchanged glances, quickly arming themselves until Zhuang Yan appeared at the staircase, prompting a wave of relief to wash over them. Zhuang Yan surveyed the scene, bodies strewn across the floor and the two girls unscathed, and swallowed hard, realizing his initial concerns had been unfounded. He promptly began the grim task of removing the corpses, tossing them down the stairs until a small mound formed below. Today's encounter had merely involved a group of untrained refugees. Had they faced a well-organized gang, the outcome would have been far less favorable. Zhuang Yan raised his gaze to Shen Wan, noting, "They have numbers and weapons." Shen Wan remained silent, fully aware of this reality. As natural disasters intensified, the state's ability to suppress dark forces was waning, and the number of armed individuals would only increase. Even she had sought firearms during the early days of the storm, yet any locations that might have held weapons had already been seized by the government and military. Otherwise, Sioux City would not have remained so stable for this long. However, with the incursion of external forces, that precarious balance would soon be disrupted. Zhuang Yan, noticing Shen Wan's contemplative silence, feared she might be alarmed, but reassured himself that they were close to the military base, thus relatively safe. Understanding his cautious demeanor, Shen Wan conveyed her stance. "I do not seek trouble, yet I do not shy away from it. If they dare to come, they must be prepared to face the consequences." Zhuang Yan sensed a newfound fierceness in her demeanor, and he bit his lip, resolving to conduct further sweeps around the area. After all, he resided here too. Should he be away and his home overrun, it would be a significant loss. While they conversed, Han Lu had already returned home. Shen Wan organized her belongings, planning to retreat to her sanctuary. Reflecting on the criminal organization he had mentioned, she realized it was essential to discuss the matter with Zhuang Yan. Residing in the building, her understanding of the external situation was limited. However, due to his work, Zhuang Yan was undoubtedly well-versed in the current policies and circumstances. From the military coat pocket, he retrieved a walkie-talkie and handed it over. Zhuang Yan understood and took it, pulling out his own walkie-talkie to adjust the frequency and establish communication. The stairwell was as cold as a cellar, and once they completed their task, the two exchanged no further words, closing the security door and switching off the electric grid before returning to their respective homes. Back in her bedroom, Shen Wan tested the walkie-talkie. "Zhuang Yan, there are some matters I'd like to consult you about, if it's convenient." The deep, resonant voice of the man soon echoed through the device. "Go ahead, I'm listening." She tentatively inquired, "I need a batch of firearms. Do you have any means to procure them?" At that moment, Zhuang Yan was seated on the sofa drinking water, and he nearly choked on her unexpected question. "Not at present. Currently, the nation's armed forces are primarily controlled by major official and military bases, making large-scale purchases impossible." After a brief pause, he continued, "You need not worry excessively. The groups outside possess few firearms, and ammunition is rather scarce." His words reassured Shen Wan, aligning with her expectations. The official and military intervention had long been established, resulting in a limited circulation of firearms in the market. However, she anticipated that during the peak of chaos, foreign weapons would continuously flow into Huagua, and she planned to stockpile at that time. Curiously, she asked, "Will your base accept the influx of refugees?" Zhuang Yan remained silent for a moment before responding, "No. Each base has different assignments. The entirety of Huagua is divided into 5 regions, and we currently belong to the central region. The primary function of the official bases in various cities is to accommodate survivors, while military bases focus on preserving the flame of human civilization. Currently, our base's task is to rescue researchers and protect their scientific achievements. Once the disaster subsides, we will likely merge with the main forces." Shen Wan recalled his previous mention of a mission, likely involving a rescue operation. No wonder he claimed the base was overcrowded. Presumably, the rooms had been allocated for researchers. Yet, in her past life, they had not departed this area until the peak of chaos ended, indicating they would remain neighbors for an extended period. After conversing a while longer, Shen Wan gleaned a substantial understanding of the external circumstances. Just as she was about to end the call, a clingy little creature burrowed in, exclaiming, "Mama, I want to play with Uncle." Shen Wan swiftly hung up the walkie-talkie, soothingly saying, "Uncle is very busy. Let us play together next time, alright?" Observing the little one pouting in displeasure, she reluctantly revealed her trump card, a hawthorn stick. The moment the little chubby one received the snack, he swiftly forgot about the fun uncle. Zhuang Yan, having his connection abruptly cut, heard the child's call. It seemed he would need to gather some toys for him during his outings in the coming days. While the upstairs was racking their brains to please the little fellow, downstairs, Shen Wan had already prepared a fragrant dinner. Boiled shrimp, minced meat eggplant, and yam rib soup, each paired with a bowl of mixed grain rice. Since the last time she had enjoyed mixed grain rice at Zhuang Yan's home, Shen Momo had been longing for it, considering the health benefits of consuming whole grains. Especially those grown in her space, she had prepared some to savor slowly. After finishing the 2 dishes and soup, she disposed of the kitchen waste in the spacious trash station and took a moment to check on the progress of egg incubation at her farm. The situation in the incubator was much the same as when she had left. She picked up a few eggs and held them to the light, revealing tiny embryos within. The incubation period for chicken eggs is approximately 20 days, while duck and goose eggs take an additional 7 to 8 days. In another half-month, new life would emerge in her space. Seizing the opportunity of having some free time today, she planned to construct the poultry breeding area adjacent to the planting forest. With around 100 chickens, ducks, and geese in the incubator, and accounting for the failure rate of hatching, a breeding area of 500 square meters would suffice. The space contained numerous empty containers, which would come in handy, 8 12-meter-long containers enclosed an area of over 500 square meters. Subsequently, she used a cutting machine to create 2 door openings in each container, transforming them into homes for the chickens, ducks, and geese, facilitating egg-laying and nurturing of the young. With everything prepared and awaiting the arrival of new life, these precious creatures would need to strive, as their ability to achieve freedom in poultry meat would depend on them. December 31st marked the last day of 2052, quietly concluding the first year of natural disasters, with New Year's Day approaching. Traditionally, she spent most New Year's Eve with her parents, occasionally joining her university roommates for a festive outing. Nostalgia washed over her as she reminisced about the joyful times in university, though it was unfortunate that her close friends were now scattered far and wide. Reuniting under these apocalyptic circumstances seemed nearly impossible. While contemplating whether to invite 2 neighboring families for a dinner gathering, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Shen Wan, Happy New Year. Let us gather for dinner tonight. Aunt Zhou is cooking for us." It was Han Lu's vibrant voice. Ever since she began living with Aunt Zhou, the formerly aloof girl had transformed entirely. As Han Lu herself put it, "This is my true nature." Shen Wan replied, "Come to my house. The living room is spacious. I'll check if anyone upstairs is free." After hanging up the walkie-talkie, she began calling Zhuang Yan. However, it was still early, and he was likely preoccupied. Given the distance, the walkie-talkie connection was unreliable, so Shen Wan decided to leave him a note later. Not needing the kitchen at home, she retrieved a compact stainless steel stove from her space, along with some matching utensils and fuel, setting them up in the dining area for convenience in cooking. However, she faced a dilemma when it came to sourcing ingredients. After rummaging through the shelves in her space for quite some time, she managed to gather a modest assortment of dishes. Aged ham with dried bamboo shoots, steamed salted fish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a few cans of braised pork, with sweet potato mixed grain rice as the staple. She also found some open condiments to set out. Soon, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou arrived, both carrying a bag filled with ingredients. Shen Wan opened it to find a piece of cured meat, a bag of dried seaweed, and, surprisingly, a bag of fresh mung bean sprouts. Han Lu explained that Aunt Zhou had been idling at home and had prepared these herself. They could add to the meal tonight with stir-fried bean sprouts and cold seaweed salad. With plenty of mung beans and soybeans in her space, she resolved to seek Aunt Zhou's guidance on planting methods, as she had never been particularly skilled in that area.
Welcoming guest brought Shen Montag immense joy.
As she dashed about serving tea, fetching water, and offering snacks, Shen Wan had tidied up the house long ago. The only snacks the little chubby one could find were nuts like sunflower seeds and peanuts, along with some dried fruits and packaged candies. These items were hardly novel for the 2 visitors, given that they had once shared the spoils of a small supermarket together. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Aunt Zhou began preparing the meal, but Zhuang Yan remained unreachable. Consequently, Shen Wan wrote a note inviting him for dinner and affixed it to the fire door in the hallway. Recently, they had encountered numerous individuals attempting to break in and rob them, all of whom Zhuang Yan had effortlessly dealt with. To enhance their defense, Zhuang Yan had connected the elevator shafts between the 15th and 16th floors, even building a ladder for ease of movement. The 2 doors in the elevator area of 1602 upstairs had also been sealed with reinforced concrete. Therefore, Zhuang Yan would undoubtedly pass through the 15th floor on his way home, ensuring he would see her message. As expected, half an hour later, a knock resonated at the door. Shen Wan opened it to let Zhuang Yan in, and Shen Momo immediately dashed over. Zhuang Yan set down the bag he was carrying and embraced the little chubby one. Their bond had indeed deepened during this time, though it was primarily built through toys and snacks provided by Zhuang Yan. Besides toys, he also brought 2 tightly sealed bottles of red wine. Shen Wan opened the outer insulation layer, only to find it surprisingly free of ice. Curiously, she inquired about its origin and how it remained so well preserved. Zhuang Yan, while playfully engaging with the chubby toddler, replied that he had discovered it during a raid on a criminal gang's hideout, where he had unearthed a considerable amount of supplies, many of which had undergone anti-freezing treatment. Han Lu, filled with joy, chimed in, "I haven't had a drink in ages. Let's not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight." Shen Wan lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "You all can drink. I'll take care of the child." Aunt Zhuang, busy preparing dinner, countered, "I can't drink. But you young folks can. Don't worry, Shen, I'll look after the child." The pleasant atmosphere made Shen Wan reluctant to refuse, and she joined them for a modest drink. After their meal, they gathered around the hearth, chatting and sipping wine. Shen Momo had fallen asleep in Aunt Zhuang's embrace, prompting Shen Wan to carry him back to the bedroom for a continued slumber. Although 2 bottles of red wine seemed modest, nearly half had found its way into Han Lu's stomach. As the effects of the alcohol set in, she was now clinging to Aunt Zhuang, sobbing. Shen Wan found herself in a decent state, having consumed less than half a bottle, her mind still clear. She recognized that Han Lu had long been harboring a multitude of negative emotions, and allowing her to cry it out was not a detrimental act. So she refrained from offering counsel. Once the atmosphere calmed, Aunt Zhuang took Han Lu home. Shen Wan assisted in seeing them off and returned to find Zhuang Yan tidying up the remnants of their gathering in the living room. Noticing that it was still early, they engaged in further conversation. Shen Wan asked, "Have you been dreaming recently?" Zhuang Yan pondered for a moment before responding, "No, not really." However, he felt a faint blush creep onto his ears, secretly withholding from Shen Wan that he occasionally dreamed of her. Shen Wan nodded and continued, "According to your dreams, after extreme cold comes extreme heat, correct?" Zhuang Yan replied, "More or less. Surviving extreme heat is far more challenging than enduring extreme cold. The death toll from dehydration, heat stroke, and lack of medical supplies can be significantly higher." Pausing, he asked, "Do you really believe that extreme heat will follow extreme cold? Could the omens in your dreams be inaccurate?" Shen Wan regarded him thoughtfully, stating, "Before the torrential rain and the extreme cold, weren't you also skeptical? It's wise to stock up on supplies while you have the chance. It's better to be prepared." As they conversed, they unknowingly finished the last remnants of red wine on the table. It was then that Shen Wan realized she was starting to feel the effects of the alcohol. Her reactions grew sluggish, and the surrounding sounds appeared more pronounced. She struggled to maintain her focus, resisting the urge to drift away. Zhuang Yan was discussing the latest news and policies from the military district, mentioning the opening of a military trading center. Although she felt lightheaded, she tried to absorb the information, her gaze gradually fixating on the man's alluring lips. In a moment of impulse, she leaned forward, her soft, pink lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. Their eyes met, and Zhuang Yan was taken aback by her sudden action, instantly springing up from the sofa. Shen Wan, unsteady, found herself leaning against the couch, realizing she may have committed an indiscretion. To evade the embarrassment, she feigned sleep on the sofa, deeply regretting her actions. She lamented that her tolerance for alcohol was far inferior to Han Lu's. Standing aside, Zhuang Yan finally registered what had happened and silently scolded himself for being so evasive. Turning to see Shen Wan lying motionless on the sofa, he discerned from her breathing whether she was truly asleep or merely pretending. With a light chuckle, he chose to let her be and gently lifted her, carrying her to the bedroom. After adding fresh coal to the stove and tidying up the living area, he departed. Nestled in her blankets, Shen Wan resolved to continue her charade of slumber. Little did she expect that he would linger, and eventually, fatigue overtook her, leading her to drift into a deep sleep. The following morning, after a restful night, Shen Wan sat at the edge of her bed, reflecting on whether she had truly kissed him the night before. She felt uncertain, attributing her confusion to the effects of the alcohol. Shen Momo, just awake, noticed his mother lost in thought and called out to her, receiving no response. Perplexed, he crawled into her embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek. This brought Shen Wan back to reality, and she decided not to dwell on whether or not she had kissed him. She would simply let it go. The mother and son rose to wash up and have breakfast, as the saying goes. In a vast world, food reigns supreme. They enjoyed a meal of tofu soup, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and boiled eggs. After a night of drinking, a warm, hearty meal felt soothing to her stomach. Around 9 o'clock, Han Lu contacted Shen Wan via intercom, apologizing. "I'm sorry for my behavior yesterday. I caused you trouble." Shen Wan thought, "No, it was I who behaved poorly." "Yet," she replied, "it's all right. We all need to unwind sometimes. Once you're awake, have something warm to help with the hangover." They exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Chapter 87. Metal Materials. Just after hanging up, Shen Wan received a call from Zhuang Yan. She raised an eyebrow. Not particularly keen to answer, but finding it inappropriate to ignore, she pressed the answer button. The man's deep voice resonated. "Awake now? About last night." Shen Wan quickly interrupted, fearful that he might bring up something she couldn't handle. "Yes. I slept well. Did you need something?" Zhuang Yan cleared his throat, saying, "Regarding what we discussed last night, I assume you didn't catch it?" Shen Wan looked puzzled. "What matter? I seem to have forgotten." After a moment of reflection, she recalled the trading center, but hadn't grasped the details. The military divisions in Province S have opened a trading center, where supplies can be exchanged for points. Internal officers can use points to obtain weapons, which I believe you would find advantageous. Zhuang Yan deftly baited her. Upon hearing this, her interest piqued. She had a keen appetite for weaponry. What does the military require in exchange? Zhuang Yan thought to himself, she's already biting the hook. Let us see how she plays coy. I've brought back a manual for exchanges. Take a look at what you can offer. Should I come down to see you now? Shen Wan rolled her eyes, recalling how he had neglected to bring it the day before. It seemed he was intent on getting another meal out of her. Despite her thoughts, she knew she had to open the door and activate the heating system in the living room, given how much coal they had used. Yet, when she opened the door to find him carrying 2 large storage boxes, her internal grumbling ceased. He indeed exemplified the notion of not arriving empty-handed. Zhuang Yan entered the dining room, opening the 2 boxes. Shen Wan approached and noticed the contents were meticulously wrapped in insulation. As he unwrapped the packages, he explained, "These are supplies I purchased before the disaster. It's too cold upstairs to store them, so I thought I'd leave them here. Of course, if you need anything, feel free to use them. I want to be able to use all of this." She examined the items on the table, recognizing them as difficult to store. Most were various medications and injections, along with a few antidotes, which were indeed impressive to have survived until now. Some of the medications would be invaluable during the extreme heat, and there were also 2 sniper rifles and ammunition. "Keep these safe." Shen Wan's gaze shot up to meet his, incredulous that he would entrust her with such items, fearing they might be misappropriated. She moved everything into her bedroom, swiftly storing them in her space, the safest place imaginable. When she emerged, she found Zhuang Yan already entangled with Shen Momo, and she picked up the manual from the table to peruse it slowly. The booklet was simply crafted, with some motivational slogans on the cover, and inside were various supply exchange lists. The exchange rate for food items was 10 points per pound, charcoal was 10 points per pound, gasoline 30 points per liter, along with various daily necessities and medications. Further along were various construction materials and raw metals, which had higher exchange rates. The last page contained rare metals, with exchange rates that were astonishingly high. A piece of tungsten steel or titanium steel was valued at 2,000 points. Once this list is released, it is bound to incite a fervent rush for metals. She approached Zhuang Yan, holding the booklet and pointing to the last page, saying, "The primary objective of your military department is these metals, isn't it?" Zhuang Yan chuckled at her astuteness, replying, "Indeed, you are clever. The collection of the materials listed earlier is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies with those at the end. We have already scoured the area several times, but our gains have been minimal." After placing Shen Momo down to entertain himself, he continued earnestly, "These metal materials are crucial for military purposes, as many firearms and equipment require them. That is why the military is willing to invest significantly in their recovery." Shen Wan understood. She had a plethora of rare metals in her space, and exchanging some for points would not pose a problem, though she needed to remain discreet. With points in hand, she could enlist Zhuang Yan's assistance in acquiring weaponry, while other items were not currently of interest to her. As noon approached, and seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Shen Wan resigned herself to arranging lunch. The delightful food from her space could not be taken outside, so she settled for a modest meal: stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, braised radishes, and a mix of dried tofu and black fungus. She was too lazy to cook rice, opting instead for the large steamed buns from her space, which were filling and plentiful. Notably, half of the ingredients for this meal had been brought by Zhuang Yan. The cured meat was a gift from her previous move, and the radish sprouts were also from him. She only contributed some dried goods and the large buns, so she felt it was a fair exchange. It was rare for her to dine in a restaurant, and Shen Momo was quite eager to host their guest, eating more than usual. Before they had finished their meal, Zhuang Yan received a notification for a mission. He swiftly finished his meal in a few bites and took his leave. Unsure when he would return, Shen Wan was determined to resolve her points issue as soon as possible. With the military yet to broadly issue formal notifications, the points exchange area should not be too crowded, making it convenient for her plans. Now that there was a breeding area, Shen Momo no longer needed to sleep for prolonged periods when she left. He could frolic in the pasture, especially since little AI was there to keep him company. Furthermore, she could allocate some of her mental energy to monitor the happenings within her space. During this time, little Chubby frequently visited the pasture to play, chasing chickens and ducks, helping collect eggs and feeding them, becoming quite adept at it, which eased her own burdens significantly. Considering that little Chubby would need a nap soon, Shen Wan moved a caravan next to the pasture. She instructed little AI to take Shen Momo to the caravan for a nap at 1 o'clock in the afternoon before she set off. Searching through the shelves, she found a box of dark yellow foundation. After applying it to her face to conceal her originally fair and radiant skin, she donned her clothes and bulletproof vest, layered a large black downcoat over it, and topped it off with a mask and hat to ensure no vulnerabilities were exposed. She activated the intercom to inform Hanlu that she was stepping out and instructed her to keep watch on the 15th floor. Descending the stairs, Shen Wan observed her surroundings carefully as she walked. She had not ventured outside for some time, and all her information about the outside world came from Hanlu and Zhuang Yan. After more than 4 months of extreme cold, very few residents remained in the building. Those unable to survive had sought refuge in official resettlement camps, while the few families that stayed were also struggling, barely scraping by with their previously hoarded supplies. If it weren't for the rumors that the resettlement camps were also suffering from hunger and cold, they would have moved there long ago. As Shen Wan descended, she encountered no survivors in the building. Everyone was holed up at home trying to stay warm. Who would dare venture outside in such frigid conditions? Fortunately, she had adhered several heating pads to herself, and after consuming a considerable amount of vegetables and fruits produced in her space recently, her constitution had strengthened significantly, rendering her less sensitive to the cold. Once outside the building, she took out her skateboard and glided towards the desolate outskirts. Chapter 88. The trading center. Along the way, she came across numerous skeletal remains. Some were clean human bones, while others were still marred with traces of flesh and blood. The sight of it turned her stomach, as it was evident that the flesh had been cut away and taken, undoubtedly for nefarious purposes. It was shocking how quickly people had begun resorting to cannibalism. Such acts of fratricide were not uncommon in times of disaster. She recalled hearing of a cult that hunted its own kind for sustenance, and when those individuals were eradicated, the remains discovered formed a small mountain of bones. The rescue teams had returned with numerous hostages they had captured, all infected to varying degrees with the prion virus. Initially presenting sensory disorders and language barriers, they eventually succumbed to emotional instability and aggression, ultimately displaying severe malnutrition and symptoms of dementia, attacking indiscriminately those around them. Such occurrences were no secret in the resettlement camps. The authorities had even held several informational sessions to highlight the dangers of the prion virus, aiming to prevent humanity from devouring itself. In those early days of the camp, survivors lived in constant fear, aware that although the infected could not transmit the virus, its incubation period was lengthy. After years of disaster, everyone was simply focused on finding food. Who knew if they might inadvertently consume something they ought not to?
Now,
merely months into the apocalypse, some had already turned on their fellow humans, a chilling realization that sent shivers down her spine. She fought to avert her gaze from the gruesome remnants and concentrated on her journey. After half an hour, she stumbled upon an uninhabited area. Confirming the surroundings were safe, she retrieved a small truck from her space and drove towards St. Love Hospital. This truck had been modified previously, enhancing its cold resistance, although the materials were limited, leading to some rather unrefined modifications. Zhuang Yan had disclosed the location of the trading center the day before. It was situated in a 3-story building behind the hospital. The truck's rear was loaded with carefully selected exchange goods, including a substantial quantity of stainless steel tables and chairs, as well as several barrels of rare metals. The quantity was just right, sufficient to garner a considerable amount of points without drawing excessive attention. Moreover, the items were coated with a layer of mud and rust, leading others to assume they had merely been scavenged from outside. Driving was considerably faster than skating. In roughly 10 minutes, she spotted the small building ahead, adorned with a banner proclaiming it as the military trading center. Currently, few were aware of this news, resulting in a lack of people at the entrance. She parked the truck at the front, intending to first assess the situation inside. Upon pushing open the door, the warmth of the interior greeted her. The brightly lit hall featured a row of counters, behind which several staff members were busy organizing documentation. She scanned the surroundings but found no visible heating stoves or running air conditioning, indicating a collective heating system was likely in place. Despite the warmth inside, she kept her hat and mask on to avoid drawing attention, casually selecting a service counter to sit at. A busy staff member glanced at her before handing her a booklet, saying, "Take a look and see what you need to exchange." This booklet resembled the one she had seen earlier. Presumably, they thought she was there to purchase goods. She pushed the booklet back, stating, "I am here to sell items. All metals stored in the truck outside. Could you send someone to verify them with me?" The staff member, still engaged in their tasks, replied, "I thought you were a military family member here to exchange supplies. What kind of metals are you bringing, and in what quantities? I need to record it." Shen Wan responded, "I have tungsten, titanium, vanadium, and some stainless steel, approximately 500 kilograms." The staff finally paused their work, recognizing that these materials were precisely what the higher-ups had prioritized, especially the rare metals, which they had been seeking unsuccessfully for some time. "I'll find someone to accompany you. Are the items at the entrance?" They called over 2 young men, hurriedly donning their coats before heading out with her. Shen Wan led them to her truck, opening the rear door to reveal several rusted metal barrels, alongside a haphazard pile of stainless steel tables and chairs. 2 young men swiftly ascended the carriage, meticulously inspecting and counting the cargo. The metal barrels, despite exhibiting some rust on their exteriors, were well sealed, showing no signs of moisture or leakage. These rare metals, including tungsten steel and titanium steel, held significantly higher value. Contained within were raw materials, colloquially referred to as industrial monosodium glutamate, which, when combined in specific quantities, could alter the hardness, ductility, and wear resistance of steel. The metals she procured were intended for military industry use, with the hope that they could alleviate urgent needs. Her storage held many other rare metals, which she planned to exchange at a later opportunity. The individuals on the vehicle completed their inspection promptly and reported back to the previous staff member. "Sister Zhang, everything is in order. The metal barrels are all labeled with their capacities, so there's no need for weighing them. Just weigh the remaining stainless steel." After conveying this, they went inside to summon personnel for unloading the cargo. Sister Zhang warmly invited Shen Wan to come inside and sit, subtly probing the origins of the items. Unflinchingly, Shen Wan replied, "My relatives brought these back while searching for supplies. I thought I might try my luck to see if I could exchange for something useful. What can I trade for?" Sister Zhang enthusiastically explained, "Here, we can exchange for points, which are valid throughout the entire military district of S province. You'll soon understand the benefits." As they spoke, an individual returned from outside, handing over a sheet of paper that detailed the varieties and weights of the unloaded items. Sister Zhang picked up a calculator to compute the points, noting that while stainless steel was relatively inexpensive at 200 points per kilogram, the prices for the rare metals ranged from 5,000 to 20,000 points. In the end, the total amounted to over 380,000 base points. She then retrieved several pounds of gold jewelry and bars from her backpack, bringing her total to 400,000 points. Sister Zhang gazed at her with envy, remarking, "With so many points, you could live comfortably at the base for quite some time. Unfortunately, our station is too small to accommodate survivors. But you might consider visiting the provincial military base. I've heard that by donating some supplies or points, you can secure residency." Shen Wan smiled without responding. Sister Zhang, being quite the conversationalist, revealed that all the staff members were military families competing for positions, earning over 1,000 points each month to supplement household expenses. The military district only dispersed wages and allowances to soldiers, which were also primarily in the form of supplies and points, leading their families to vie fervently for job opportunities. As they chatted, Sister Zhang continued with her tasks, mentioning the need to obtain a base card to store points.
Did you bring your ID?
Shen Wan hesitated, reluctant to use her own identification. Sensing her hesitation, Sister Zhang added, if you didn't bring it, you can use a temporary card. But you must be careful not to lose it. Come by when you have time to set up a base card for your points. This was not an issue for Shen Wan, as she possessed a remarkably secure space. Anything placed within it was impervious to theft by anyone but herself.